Chapter 151. Yuan Zhou escaped very quickly, and was not caught by Ji Wu. It was unknown what level of talent he was. With Shi Yuan's mental strength, he was unable to capture his breath and whereabouts. Ji Wu probably didn't mean to delve into it. She asked Shi Yuan about what happened in the 9th Legion of Taotai today, encouraged her a few words, asked her to go back and have a good rest, and then took Ji Qinglan away. Shi Yuan could probably guess that she had made arrangements for Ji Qinglan's whereabouts. The Taotai family has only one pure-blooded Taotai and two subspecies of Taotai in this generation, so naturally each of them must be trained to become a talent. Ji Qinglan is indeed immature, but he grew up in Xingwan City, and was influenced by what he saw and heard. No matter what, he would not be too bad. Most of the time, he did things without thinking, not because he was really a brainless idiot, but because in Tiandu Star, he was the son of a high-ranking marshal. Ordinary people dare not offend him, and ordinary people dare not provoke him. Even if he gets into trouble, for the giant Taotai family, as long as it does not involve the survival of the family, it is nothing. He has lived a lot of smooth sailing days, and has basically never suffered from setbacks. He is also a person who only likes to play with knives and guns, and does not like conspiracy and intrigue. In addition, Ji Siyu and Ji Qingqi are not people who ignore their brothers for power and profit, and even prefer him. How can we expect him to grow up to be a person like Tang Xixing who is full of conspiracy and intrigue? Ji Wu has obviously realized this, so when she just returned to Xingwan City, she plotted against Ji Qinglian, and she did not stop it, but was happy to see it happen. At present, the Taotai family and the Tongxi royal family have fallen out, and the future situation will definitely become more and more severe. There is no time for Ji Qinglian to grow up slowly. He must grow up quickly to be able to stand on his own. Therefore, Ji Qinglian is no longer suitable to follow her or Ji Qingqi, but needs to go out on his own and learn to be a qualified superior. Thinking of this, Shi Yuan smiled and turned to walk towards her residence. After walking a few steps, she suddenly remembered the star card given by Yuan Zhou, and was curious about how much money was in it, so she put it on the light brain bracelet and touched it. The long string of zeros that popped up on the light screen almost blinded her eyes. Even though Shi Yuan is no longer the refugee who had no food to eat, she still breathed a little choking when she saw so much money, and secretly sighed that her cheap father was really generous. She calmly put the star card into her pocket, and the kitten climbed along her arm to her shoulder, and seemed very happy, and whimpered softly. When she returned to her residence, Adlet was already waiting there with the doctor. It was a request she made when she contacted Adlet when she came back from the 9th Legion of Taotai. Although Rose Curse fell into a deep sleep under the effect of the lifeless flower, her strength gradually recovered to its peak, but she still felt a little overwhelmed after such a high-intensity round-robin battle today. Under the conditions, Shi Yuan never treated himself badly, and never skipped the necessary examinations to avoid leaving hidden injuries and affecting future level promotion. After a series of physical examinations, it was already dark, and Shi Yuan took the Star Conch resonance Qi Qian's tidal sound. The other side quickly connected. Qi Qian's respectful voice came, "Boss, how is the investigation going on for you?" Shi Yuan asked directly. The Golden Crow seat is now in a semi-block state. The intelligence network of the Taotai family is targeted by the Yongyao Emperor, and they dare not act rashly. Now most of them are dormant, preserving their strength and waiting for the opportunity. Qi Qian runs a tavern, and there is no connection between them. The owners of each tavern do not know each other, and they are not clear about who their superiors are or how large their information network is. They are only responsible for recording the information collected every day and reporting to the designated tide sound. Therefore, in the Tongxi royal family's cleanup operation, Shi Yuan's white goat family was minimally affected. Of course, Qi Qian wanted to find out more confidential information, and it was not enough to just run a tavern. He also developed other businesses. For example, he set a well-known news dealer in the underworld to Tang Xixu. After being threatened and lured by him, he decisively showed his loyalty and opened many high-end private clubs in various places on Tianyao Star under the banner of the second prince of the empire. He also privately funded the unpopular heirs of the nobles to help them control their families. Qi Qian probably really likes this line of work. His career is developing rapidly. During the period when the Jinwu seat was in turmoil, he was not affected much by relying on his status as the confidant of the second prince. Hearing Shi Yuan's question, Qi Qian immediately answered, "Emperor Yongyao said Tang Xixu to Yunhe seat to strengthen its control over it on the surface, but the deeper purpose is to screen whether there is any unknown by Zhe bloodline there." Tang Xixu went with many generals from his mother's clan, who served in the Jinwu Legion. Emperor Yongyao probably tacitly agreed that Tang Shishu would develop his power in Yunhe's seat. Sure enough, GCU's identity was exposed, which would definitely arouse the fear of the Tangxi royal family. They would suspect whether there was another Baizhe alive in the world besides him, and secretly spying on the Jinwu family in some corner. I'm afraid that the spies of the Tangxi royal family buried in the Corona constellation are also trying to find out whether Ji Wu has hidden other Baizhe. How is Tang Xiao? Shi Yuan asked again. Without Tang Xixing, Tang Xishu is the most popular heir to the throne, and the only two adult heirs of Emperor Yongyao. As a pure-blooded golden crow, with only a 6th-level combat power, Tang Xia does not have the competitiveness for the throne at all. No one would have high expectations of her, and naturally they don't think she can be a competitor for Tang Xishu. Emperor Yongyao would never give her important confidential matters. Speaking of Tang Xia, we have to talk about Tang Xixing's mother, the current Queen Yongyao. Qi Qian. After Tang Xishu left Tainyaxing and went to Yunhezuo, Tang Xia was pushed to the public by Queen Yongyao. With her support, most of the forces left by Tang Xixing were under the command of Tang Xia. Shi Yuan smiled. Queen Yongyao and Tang Xishu's mother are like water and fire. If Tang Xishu ascends to the throne, she will not have a good end. Naturally, she will not watch Tang Xishu become powerful. It is inevitable that Tang Xia was pushed to the public by Queen Yongyao. The forces left by Tang Xixing are not stupid. How can they not see that Tang Xia is just a puppet, but compared to serving Tang Xishu, who was previously looked down upon and may have offended him, serving a not-so-smart princess may not be a bad thing. With the example of the Winston royal family, which noble family can resist the temptation of using the emperor to control the princes? The nobles are not easy to deal with. Each of them has their own little thoughts, wanting to gain more benefits for themselves and their families, and even replace the totem family to become the new leader of the Yongyao Empire. This is both a danger and an opportunity for Tang Xia. Whether she can seize this opportunity to escape the fate of being a puppet depends on what she has learned in the past few months. Where is Yun Xiao? Shi Yuan asked again. Qi Qian said, Emperor Yongyao ordered her to be locked up in a separate palace, and the number of people monitoring her is twice as many as before. Our people have no way to find out her specific situation, but Tang Xia goes to see her every day. She should just be under house arrest, and her life is not in danger for the time being. When leaving Tianyao Star, Shi Yuan considered whether to arrange for someone to take Yun Xiao away, but the time was too tight, and Emperor Yongyao suddenly sent more people to monitor her. If she acted rashly, she might put her in a disadvantageous position. After thinking about it, she decided to give up. It is impossible to determine whether there are still people in the Baizhe family who survived in the world. Emperor Yongyao will definitely hold Yun Xiao firmly in his hands in case of emergency. Tang Xia was able to see her, most likely because Emperor Yongyao tacitly agreed to this matter, and wanted the two to establish a relationship similar to friendship to contain Yun Xiao. Shi Yuan asked some other questions, and assigned Qi Qian a new task after learning some information that the intelligence personnel of the Tao Tai family had not fed back. Find an opportunity to help Tang Xia build her own power. If she has the ability to compete with Tang Xishu for the throne, then help her get rid of the control of Queen Yongyao. Qi Qian was surprised. Boss, are you planning to bet on both sides? His people have already gained the trust of Tang Xishu. If they support Tang Xia, it is not impossible, but it will cost more manpower and material resources. Shi Yuan laughed and did not answer. Qi Qian had an idea in his mind. What do you mean by betting on both sides? This is clearly to let them fight to the point of both being injured, so that he can reap the benefits. As expected of his boss, with such scheming and methods, what can those crooked people in Tangxi royal family do to her? 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and when Shi Yuan was about to leave, Ji Wu brought Ji Qingqi and Ji Qinglan to see her off. Yuan Zhou did not show up. I wonder if he had secretly left Xingwan City, because he was afraid of being liquidated by Ji Wu after he slipped away last time. Shi Yuan did not speculate on the relationship between Ji Wu and Yuan Zhou, nor did he intend to find out why Yuan Zhou was alive but never showed up, and did not tell Ji Qinglan his identity. 2 days later, Ji Qingqi would also lead the 10th Legion of Tao Tai to the southern region of Snake Lance to encircle and suppress the Star Pirates, who had been overly active in the desolate Star region in recent times. 5 days later, Ji Qinglan would conceal his identity and go to the triangular star region where Xingwan, Jinwu, and Yuqiong meet as the Archon of a certain planet. At this time, more than 1,000 regular troops and 4,000 reserve troops of the 9th Army of Tao Tai were ready to go. More than 1,000 unicorns, 5 large warships, and 15 cruise frigates were parked in the huge square. Looking around, it was a dark mass, which made people unconsciously feel awe. Shi Yuan put on the uniform of the commander of the 9th Army of Tao Tai, with her long hair tied up high. When she walked, her military boots stepped on the ground, making a crisp sound. The golden ribbon hung from her shoulders and pinned to her chest, swaying gently in the breeze. Now, compared with when she was studying at Xingyou Military Academy, she was less deliberately disguised and more sharp. Even if she had thought about standing on the top of a mountain and looking down on all living beings, she did not expect that one day she would become the commander of the Tao Tai army and stand on the high platform to inspire people on the eve of the expedition. The sun rose in the sky, and the warm sun drove away the coldness of the cool night. Everything was reborn, and everything was hopeful. Shi Yuan faced the dim morning light, and led the soldiers of the Legion to shout a magnificent declaration. Ji Qinglian, who was standing next to Ji Wu, heard the brilliance and excitement, and wished that he was the one who went to the golden carp seat, but he knew that with his ability, he would only be gnawed to the bone without leaving any residue. When Shi Yuan pulled out the Tao Tai holy sword worn on his waist, which symbolized victory and triumph, the anchored warship sailed into the sky, and the unicorn Pegasus let out a high-pitched neigh. Birds were singing in the sky, and white doves were flying high, as if bidding farewell to the soldiers who were leaving their hometown and fighting in all directions. Ji Qinglian watched the Legion go away, and silently thought of the words his sister had said to him before. Separation is for a better reunion. When they meet next time, he must tell his sister that he is no longer the little fool who can only rely on his mother's power, but a qualified heir of the Tao Tai family, qualified to be one of the main generals of the Tao Tai Corps, like her and Ji Qi, who can independently lead the subcorps to fight. Before Ji Wu announced that Tai Duxing would take over the Golden Carp seat, he sent 4 deputy corps commanders and several archons of the Tao Tai 9th Corps to control the situation. Despite this, the Golden Carp seat was still in chaos due to the division of the Yongnao Empire. The most obvious situation was that prices continued to rise. Local forces did not cooperate with the archons to issue administrative orders, and turned the mercenary guilds into private armed forces, and a large number of bandits appeared, robbing small and medium-sized chambers of commerce, controlling the alienation zone, controlling the circulation of alienation materials, and collecting a large amount of tolls. However, Ji Wu did not send more legions into the Golden Carp constellation to forcefully suppress those forces that did not obey orders. Instead, he ordered the Tao Tai 3rd Legion and the Tao Tai 5th Legion to guard the alienated area connecting the Golden Carp constellation and the Corona constellation. Shi Yuan knew that this was a training opportunity she had left for herself. The large warship traveled at a very fast speed and arrived at the planet Green Jade Star, which is adjacent to the Corona and Carp constellations, in half a day. Just when Deputy Commander Mo thought that Shi Yuan would immediately enter the Carp constellation to join other soldiers of the 9th Legion of Tao Tai and discuss with several archons how to handle government affairs, she ordered the starship to stop, and it was parked in the largest military and civilian dual-use starship port on Green Jade Star. She also sent people to the most prosperous high-end hotel on Green Jade Star, and ordered more than 5,000 of the most expensive dinners. In front of all the hotel's food delivery staff, she criticized the hotel's meals for not being delicate enough. Deputy Commander Zhao was directly confused by her dandy behavior, and suspected that Ji Qingyuan, who easily knocked down a group of officers in the camp 3 days ago, and fought him equally, was someone else's fake. The other officers also looked at each other in bewilderment. Deputy Commander Mo guessed Shi Yuan's idea a little bit, and found it interesting. The marshal was resolute and decisive in his work. In addition, he was powerful and always acted with thunder and lightning. He rarely played those roundabout conspiracies and tricks. The whole Tao Tai Corps had set off a trend of one force defeating 10 skills. They were used to pushing forward quickly on the battlefield. This time, they went to the Golden Carp seat with the same idea. But many people forgot that this time, the 9th Tao Tai Corps was fighting alone, without the support of other Tao Tai subcorps, no other totem corps to coordinate, and no rich and solid supply lines. It was not an easy task to push forward the huge Golden Carp seat quickly. This was obviously the marshal testing his own corps commander. So, when Deputy Corps Commander Zhao secretly used the star power to poke his waist, wanting him to persuade the corps commander, Deputy Corps Commander Mo was calm and acted like a wooden man. He really wanted to see, in addition to the unfathomable combat power, what kind of talent did the young lady have in tactics and strategy. After all, there is a difference between a general and a commander. He didn't say anything, and Deputy Corps Commander Zhao was so angry that his teeth itched. But it was not easy to refute the young lady in front of so many people and damage her prestige. So he had to suppress his urgency temporarily, and thought about having a good talk with her later. Ji Wu was strict in military discipline, and never allowed the soldiers of the Taotai Corps to waste money. This extremely luxurious dinner made everyone except Deputy Corps Commander Mo feel uneasy. Deputy Corps Commander Zhao didn't have much appetite, but he didn't want to waste food, so he stuffed his stomach carelessly. Seeing that everyone had almost eaten, Shi Yuan called the officers to a meeting, and the soldiers went back to rest. In the spacious conference room, Shi Yuan did not give Deputy Corps Commander Zhao a chance to make suggestions, and said straightforwardly, "What do you think about the endless bandits in Jinli Constellation? The Taotai 9th Corps, which went to Jinli Constellation in advance, has been suppressing bandits, but the troops are limited and it is impossible to carry out large-scale effective suppression. They even have to assign personnel to protect the safety of the Archons. In the past half-month, several Archons have been assassinated no less than 10 times. The officers thought about it, and the radicals suggested, how about going straight to kill? Kill all those bandits, and save the subsequent consideration of how to arrange them. The more conservatives said, have you calculated how many planets there are in Jinli Constellation? With so few of us, how long will it take to kill? And if we kill too much, there may be a counterattack, and they will unite to deal with us, which will be even more difficult at that time. How about picking a few typical ones, to kill chickens to scare the monkeys? The rest will be recruited as local garrisons? Those bastards? They were recruited as garrisons. Who knows how many people they have harmed during this period? No, it's best to kill them all. Yes, most of them are wanted criminals. I guess there are spies sent from the Chaos Star region who deliberately stir up trouble in the Golden Carp constellation. Who knows what will happen if we recruit them? We can't kill them all, and we can't recruit them. What should we do? We can't clean up one planet at a time, right? How long will it take to clean up? Otherwise, issue a bounty order and let them fight each other. If I remember correctly, there are many free killers in the Golden Carp constellation, right? Let them behead, and it will be easier for us to clean up the mess. Free killers with no strength can kill those bandit leaders? The powerful ones ask for higher prices each time. How can we afford so much money? Even if we can afford it, we can't give it to those free killers, right? This is completely a disguised way of raising a tiger to harm yourself. Everyone said something, and what they said made sense, but no one could reach a consensus. Shi Yuan waited until they had finished talking, then tapped the table with her fingers. The meeting room immediately became quiet, and the officers looked at her at the same time. I have a plan. Shi Yuan smiled. Deputy Commander Mo immediately perked up. Shi Yuan unfolded the map of Jinli Constellation and drew a red circle on a certain area. This is the Jinsha Ring area, which has a large number of alienated areas. It is the transportation hub of Jinli Constellation, the area with the most concentrated bandits, and the most difficult place. Shi Yuan did not immediately explain the strategy for this area, but drew another route. Deputy Commander Mo and Deputy Commander Zhao will lead the army from Green Jade Star and gradually advance towards the Jinsha Ring area. Eliminate all armed forces along the way. If they refuse to obey, kill the local leaders and their confidants. At this point, she paused and gave the remaining arrangements. There are too many subordinates. It would be a waste to kill them all. All of them will be abandoned. I will contact the Tingsha family to send a star ship to transport them to the White Lion to mine the veins. When facing bandits and robbers, you can't be soft-hearted. Killing too many is a waste of human resources. Abandoning the spiritual power springs and capturing them to mine is to make the best use of them. Officers, Very good, the placement problem of that group of scum has been solved. Shi Yuan continued, non-bandits can be exempted from responsibility if they surrender voluntarily. She pointed to the area circled at the beginning. The 2 Deputy Legion commanders will advance all the way to the Golden Sand Ring area at a normal speed, and I will be responsible for taking this place. When these words came out, the officers present slightly widened their eyes, and subconsciously wanted to ask her how to bite off this hard bone that even the other 4 Deputy Legion commanders, who had been dealing with various parties in the Golden Carp constellation, could not do anything about. Deputy Commander Mo frowned and asked everyone's thoughts. Are you alone? Shi Yuan shrugged. Of course not. I will lead a dozen recruits, right? After this, the officers were even more confused. Shi Yuan added slowly, I am the vice president of a certain chamber of commerce. I was robbed when I passed by the Golden Carp seat. I couldn't explain to the president when I went back, so I had to surrender to a certain boss and wanted to follow the boss. If the boss can help me kill the group of people who robbed my goods, I am willing to give the president the 1 billion star coins that he deposited in the Star Crown Bank. All officers, Everyone is not stupid, and they easily heard the meaning behind this little story. The translation is, Miss, goodbye soldiers, I am going to be a bandit and get inside information for you, so that when you arrive at the Golden Sand Ring area, I will wipe them out in one fell swoop. Deputy Commander Mo immediately retorted, No. This is too dangerous. You are the commander? How can you take risks? Sure, Yuan tapped the table with his fingertips. Deputy Commander Mo, what is dangerous and what is safe? Deputy Commander Mo was stunned. Sure, Yuan met his eyes and said slowly, There is no place in the world that I can't go. In an instant, the whole room was silent. There was no arrogance in those silver blue eyes, only chilling calmness. This chill does not come from fear, but the ignorance of the weak to the strong. They have only seen this kind of calmness in Marshal Ji Woo. Everything is under control, and no one can shake it. Chapter 152. Golden Carp Seat, Golden Sand Ring Area. Golden Valley Star, Green Grape Tavern. Noisy music resounded throughout the tavern, and the enchanting dancer danced cheek to cheek with the male mercenary wantonly. The wine waiter, with his upper body naked and his well-defined muscles exposed, fell into the booth and let the female mercenary pour him wine. The scene was decadent and messy, and it was unbearable to watch. At the round table in the center of the tavern, the leaders of several major forces that currently controlled Golden Valley Star were toasting to celebrate their successful seizure of control of the Golden Lizard alienation zone today. Have you heard? Ji Woo sent her daughter to take over the Golden Carp Seat. She is a pure-blooded glutton who can communicate with totems. The dwarf, with a pointed mouth and monkey cheeks, hugged the naked dancer, and told the people sitting around the same table the news he had heard in an extremely exaggerated tone. Sitting opposite him, the woman in a leather jacket leaned on the sofa with her legs propped up. She said, Where did you hear this news? Didn't you say before that Ji Woo was going to send a large army to clean up the Golden Carp Seat? What about the 9th Tao Ai Legion? It's been more than half a month, and they just cleaned up those minions. How dare they come to us? As she spoke, she touched the handsome boy kneeling at her feet, and couldn't let go of his delicate skin. The boy's eyes were full of fear, but he didn't dare to resist or escape, so he could only let her do whatever she wanted to him. The strong man with a cross scar on his face slammed the wine glass in his hand on the table, wiped the wine stains on his chin with the back of his hand, and laughed. Sister Hong, you are really amazing now. You don't even take the Tao Tai Legion seriously? The woman called Sister Hong rolled her eyes. How dare I not take the Tao Tai army seriously? They are the totem army. The killing gods that forced the Winston Empire to beg for peace. She was clearly speaking in a fearful tone, but there was no awe in her tone, and even a hint of deliberate mockery. Without waiting for others to speak, Sister Hong asked the dwarf with a smile, You haven't told me where you got this news yet? Don't try to fool me, or I won't be polite to you. The dwarf didn't expect that his casual words would attract her attention. He froze while hugging the dancer to give her wine, and hurriedly laughed. Didn't I secretly go to the Green Jade Star? The news came from there. The warship stopped at the Starboat port 3 days ago, and there was a unicorn patrolling in the sky. It was so grand. The unicorn is the exotic beast used by the Tao Tai Corps. Every adult unicorn has extraordinary combat power, strong and tall. I don't know how many people in the world want to get one as a mount. However, the unicorn only grows in Tianma Lake on Tiandu Star, and Tianma Lake is enclosed in Xingwan City, becoming a back garden for the little gluttons to play. No one except the relatives of Marshal Ji Woo and the soldiers of the gluttonous army has the honor to enter. Even if there are those who dare to catch it, they don't have the ability to sneak in under the eyes of countless powerful people. Therefore, there is no unicorn wandering outside. Wherever the unicorn appears in the universe, there must be people from the Ji family in Tiandu. The dwarf is the president of a chamber of commerce that runs a business of alienated materials in Jinli Constellation. He has a lot of dealings with all kinds of people. When the order of Jinli Constellation collapsed, he decisively turned the mercenary guild he funded secretly into a private armed force, and joined forces with several other mercenary guilds to occupy 3 alienated areas. The changes in the Golden Carp Constellation caused many chambers of commerce to be afraid to enter the country to do business, which caused the price of the alien materials in the Star Corona constellation to continue to rise. The dwarf felt that this was a rare opportunity. A few days ago, he personally led people to the Green Jade Star to sell the stolen alien materials at a high price. He did have some skills, and came back with a lot of supplies. Speaking of the unicorn, the dwarf tooted his tongue twice. I also heard that the little Tao Tai ordered a high-end meal from the Green Pearl Hotel for each of his troops as soon as he arrived at the Green Jade Star, and complained that the food was not tasty. She is really a young lady raised in a rich family. The food at the Green Pearl Hotel is famous for its deliciousness, but she actually dislikes it. I am curious about what delicacies she usually eats. It is human nature to find out gossip about those who are out of reach. The dwarf couldn't stop talking about it, and he kept talking. She even asked someone to buy it the next day. Everyone at the table pricked up their ears to listen to him talk about the great achievements of the little Tao Tai on the Green Jade Star. When they heard that the army, which was supposed to rest at the port for a while, stopped for 2 days before continuing to set off, the whole table burst into laughter. A fat man leaned over and said, "This little Tao Tai was brought back by Ji Wu. I heard she was a refugee before. Look at her behavior. Is she the heir of the Tao Tai family? I think she is no different from a nouveau riche who got lucky. Ji Wu still expects her to deal with us? Don't let us deal with her. What do you think? When we capture her, how much ransom should we ask Ji Wu for?" Loud laughter swept the entire tavern, glasses clinked, and the reflections on the wall reflected a group of demons dancing wildly. Sister Hong narrowed her eyes, took the wine glass handed over by another young man, and drank the red wine in it. No one noticed that in the corner of Qingdi Tavern, a girl with an extremely ordinary face held the young man's arm with bulging veins next to her, and said calmly, "What are you doing? It's not time to take action yet." The young man was so angry that he wanted to pick up a knife and chop the group of people occupying the central table of the tavern immediately, so that this group of ignorant bastards would know that the majesty of the Tao Tai family cannot be offended. He still had some rationality, and did not really make a great feat of fighting a group of bandits alone in the enemy's base camp. But he was so angry that it was really difficult to calm down his anger. The two people were Shi Yuan and Raven, who had left the main force and sneaked into the Jinsha Ring area. The Jinsha Ring zone is an important transportation hub built by 9 planets and more than 100 alienation zones. Because the largest planet is called Jinsha Star, and the channels opened in the alienation zones are intricate, it is called the Jinsha Ring Zone. The Archon sent by Ji Wu to the Jinli constellation did not dare to attack the Jinsha Ring Zone for a long time. One of the reasons is that the bandits here are rampant, and it is difficult to wipe them out in a short time. It is possible that they will unite to deal with the 9th Legion of Tao Tai together. If they act rashly, there is a high probability that they will be attacked from both sides and dragged into the quagmire of fighting with fewer people. The second reason is the overdeveloped alienation zone veins in the Jinsha Ring Zone. The bandits are very cunning. When they see that they cannot beat the Tao Tai Legion, they immediately retreat and escape to other planets from the star gates that extend in all directions. When the time is right, they will jump out to make trouble, which is more disgusting and annoying than flies. Therefore, if one wants to deal with this group of bandits, either the Tao Tai Legion has to send a full force of regular troops to the border and wipe them out completely like autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, or they can disintegrate them from within, and use the bandits' survival law of the big fish eating the small fish to annex small and medium-sized forces, forcing all bandit groups to merge, and finally catch them all in one fell swoop. Ji Wu only let Shi Yuan lead the 9th Legion of Tao Tai to the Golden Carp constellation to train her, and see how well she can deal with the Golden Carp constellation. If the first way doesn't work, then the second way is the only way. A considerable number of these bandits are supported by the major forces in the Chaos Star domain, and it is not easy to provoke them to fight. Therefore, the Golden Carp constellation needs to have its own forces to rise. It is not afraid of the Tao Tai Legion, nor is it controlled by the Chaos Star domain. It is powerful and desirable. With more and more remarks that belittle the Tao Tai family and pure-blooded Tao Tai, the atmosphere in the tavern became more and more heated. People who are drunk never feel how ridiculous their boasting is. Some people simply opened a bet, betting on when the pure-blooded little Tao Tai will fail, and who can kidnap her and ask Ji Wu for ransom. Sister Hong was also drunk. She hugged 2 teenagers on her left and right. Under the flattery of the dwarf and scarred face, she stood up with a smile and walked towards the private room on the side of the tavern. Her departure made the atmosphere at the table even more heated. Scarred Face gulped down a large bottle of wine, and said with a big tongue that he would go to Green Jade Star with the dwarf next time to taste how bad the food that was disliked by the pure-blooded gluttons was. The 2 teenagers, one carefully supported Sister Hong, and the other shrank in fear. He wanted to escape, but had no courage at all, so he could only let her rub him ambiguously. When they walked to the private room, Sister Hong kicked open the closed door with 1 foot, and didn't care if there would be anyone passing by outside. She directly lifted one of the teenagers and threw him on the bed, and then strangled the other teenager's neck and kissed him without saying anything. In the ambiguous sucking sound, Sister Hong caught a glimpse of white in her peripheral vision. Her brain had taken in too much alcohol, and she was confused for a moment. She stopped and looked sideways. I saw a little kitten the size of a palm squatting on the windowsill. It tilted its head, and its round eyes were full of curiosity. Every hair was cute. Where did the kitten come from? Sister Hong frowned, but because of the natural love of furry things, she stopped what she was about to do, pushed the boy in front of her to the bed, and said to the soft little thing, "Little baby, look at your slick little appearance, you are not wild, right? Who did you get here from?" She also waved her hand. "Come here, let me take a closer look." Before she finished speaking, a murderous intent that made her hair stand on end suddenly appeared, locked on her, and wanted to rob her life. In an instant, Sister Hong was frightened and broke into a cold sweat. She reflexively released 2 red scimitars to block behind her, blocking the fatal blow that made her lose her soul. "Who is it?" With a clang, the crisp sound of the weapons colliding hit Sister Hong's eardrum. She was about to turn around to meet the enemy, but the lightning arc flowed along the scimitar in her hand and attacked her arm, causing her to be numb for a moment, and the star power shield that was about to condense also had a flaw. Before she could catch the appearance of the person in her field of vision, the burning aura of lightning rushed to her face first, and a long blood line stretched from Sister Hong's right neck to her left neck. The sound of the artery being cut by the sharp blade was in the same frequency as the sound of the heartbeat, causing her brain to be blank for a moment. Death was at hand, and the pain invaded her nerves. Sister Hong instinctively felt that she should think about something, or have some emotions, but her mind was empty, as if it was hollowed out by invisible claws. Only the small howling sound of the milky white kitten in her field of vision, when she fell, was circulating in her mind. One after another, it was like the call of the god of death in hell. Plop! Jingu Star's fearsome Sister Hong fell softly to the ground, with confusion and helplessness in her wide eyes, as if she didn't understand why she died here. Warm blood flowed from her neck, which was burned black by the lightning arc, and the almost inaudible gurgling sound indicated that she had no chance of survival. Sure Yuan slowly used star power to wipe off the blood stains on the 3S level Thunder Wolf Fong dagger, raised his hand to catch the kitten that jumped towards him from the windowsill, and threw an appreciative look to Raven, who had knocked the 2 teenagers unconscious on the bed. Raven, who was angry like a puffer not long ago, scratched his head embarrassedly and whispered, "Boss, what should we do next?" Sure Yuan kneaded the kitten's short legs and put it in his pocket. Raven's eyes fell on the kitten with half its head sticking out of his pocket. He wondered, where did this little kitten come from? Why is it still relying on his Legion leader? He is brave enough, and is not afraid of seeing someone's neck being cut. Sure Yuan did not notice his doubts, flicked the dagger with his fingers, and said indifferently, "Kill them all. Hang them all outside Qingdi City tomorrow morning," and announced to Jingu Star that the Red Sand mercenary group has changed its owner. Chapter 153. Jingu Star is the smallest and most marginal planet in the Jinsha Ring Zone. It has only 9 alienated zones, and it is not connected to a large or developed planet. Compared with the other 8 planets, the bandit forces entrenched here are not so strong, and it is easier to deal with them. Moreover, at this stage, the bandits have not formed a complete order and management system, and the personnel composition is relatively complex. It is not uncommon for subordinates to turn against their leaders and kill them. However, when the bodies of Sister Hong and others were hung outside Qingdi City and exposed to the sun, it still caused quite a stir in Jingu Star. Sister Hong is not a good person. When the Order of Jinli Constellation had not collapsed, she was the president of the 1st and 2nd Mercenary Guild in Jingu Star. She was powerful, domineering, and could not tolerate any sand in her eyes. All major forces had to give her 3 points, and few people dared to go to her territory to make trouble. When the chaos broke out on Jingu Star, she decisively united the Mimic family, the Chamber of Commerce, and the mercenary guild that occupied Qingdi City, killed the governor, became the new person in charge of Qingdi City, and forcibly seized the Qingdi City Lord's mansion and the nearby land to transform it into her private manor. No one expected that she would die without warning in her own Qingdi tavern, and her body was hung in the sun to dry, along with several mercenary guild presidents, who were closely related to her. Who has such great ability? For a time, Jingu Star was in a state of panic, and the bandits, who had been wantonly plundering resources and harassing ordinary people, quickly calmed down and cautiously watched the wind direction. In less than half a day, the news of the change of ownership of the Hongshan mercenary group spread throughout the entire Jingu Star. While there was a lot of discussion, the Hongshan Mercenary Guild announced that its new president was named Iniwe. No one knows what she looks like, what level of talent she is, where she comes from, and how will the situation of Jingu Star change because of her appearance. At the same time, the forces of several leaders who died in Qingdi Tavern with Sister Hong immediately became chaotic because they were leaderless. In the past month, everyone has seen how much wealth can be accumulated by controlling the alienated zone, and have a power position that has never been imagined before. Wealth is attractive, power is dazzling, and the small leaders are thinking about it. Each of them wants to get a position and get a share of the chaotic wave of Jingu Star. But none of them will obey each other, and they fight each other without saying a word. Some people saw that the situation was not right and wanted to take the supplies and treasures in the warehouse and run away, but found that it had been emptied out long ago, and not even a bottle of nutrient solution was left. This is simply stirring up a hornet's nest. The small leaders began to suspect each other who got there first. The undercover arranged by Shi Yuan in advance mixed in the crowd, shouting that it was a small leader who emptied the warehouse and diverted the trouble. The situation was already chaotic. There was no trust between the small leaders, and the accused party refused to admit it. At this time, another undercover loudly refuted the accusing party's frame-up, saying that they actually took the treasure house materials. The small leaders who were already tit-for-tat were provoked like this, and completely lost their reason. In addition, the other undercovers fanned the flames. Even if someone noticed something was wrong, they didn't have time to think deeply, and were forced to be involved in a new round of chaos. Qingdi City, the former city lord's mansion, now Hansha Manor. Shi Yuan, who used the alias Yu, sat in the office hall, looking through the feedback messages received by Xinghua, showing a slightly satisfied smile. Everything went according to plan. The bandits, who had not yet established a management system, lost their backbone, and were no different from a pile of loose sand. They fell into the trap with a few random provocations, and turned their swords against their own people. The undercovers didn't have to work hard to make them suffer heavy losses. Most of the small leaders died in the melee, and the rest were just small minions that were not to be feared. Next, the undercovers only need to stand up and gather the remaining soldiers, take over the original industries and spheres of influence as their own people, and they will soon be able to control the major chambers of commerce and mercenary guilds, and wait for the right time to respond to Qingdi City. By then, Shi Yuan will be able to become the leader of the largest force on Jingu Star without any effort. Raven has been following Shi Yuan, knowing every order she issued and every plan she made. Seeing that things are developing exactly as expected, he is excited and amazed. Originally, he thought that he would face a series of tough battles when he came to Jinlizhou this time, but he didn't expect that the Legion commander would take a different approach and lead a group of new recruits to break up into small groups and directly enter Jingu Star, where the bandit forces in the Jinsha Ring area are relatively weak. She used Qingdi City as a breakthrough point, picked up Hong Jia's peach, controlled the Hansha Mercenary Guild, and easily had the right to speak in Jingu Star. Qingdi City is one of the 13 main cities of Jingu Star. It has the most developed economy and trade, a large population, and convenient transportation. Using it as a base can restore the original order the fastest. Yes, Shi Yuan entered Qingdi City. In addition to adding a layer of protection from warlord separatism, he also had to use it as a base to restore the broken order. Directly announcing to the outside world that I am very safe here, and those who want to live a stable life should come to me will definitely not work. What she has to do is to conquer the outside world, maintain the deterrent power of Qingdi City among the bandits, gradually clean up the unstable factors nearby, promulgate complete laws and regulations internally, absorb talents, train soldiers who can go to the battlefield, and cultivate independent governors. People have a natural xenophobic mentality. The Golden Carp constellation was not originally the sphere of influence of the Taohai family, and the sense of belonging to the Tongxi royal family is stronger than that to the Taohai family. In the eyes of quite a few people, the Taohai family's rebellion against the Yongyao Empire was the most direct cause of the great changes in the Golden Carp constellation. They responded with anger and hatred to the Taohai family, and were unwilling to let the Golden Carp constellation become a land under the jurisdiction of Jingu Star. Therefore, the political and military affairs of the Golden Carp constellation cannot be taken over entirely by people sent by the Star Crown constellation. There must be people from their own position, so that there will be no sense of exclusion from being ruled. When the Taohai family establishes prestige in the Golden Carp constellation and gives the people a peaceful and stable life, the sense of exclusion will turn into a sense of belonging. After reading the last feedback message, Shi Yuan put away the star snail and asked Raven, "How is the city now?" There are mimic families of all sizes in Qingdi City. They are naturally not comparable to the great nobles and totem families of Yongyao Empire, but they are also a force that cannot be ignored. Sister Hong's method of dealing with them is to win them over and jointly devour the small fish that cannot resist. She built a toll station in the alienation zone. Anyone who wants to enter the alienation zone from the Stargate to go to other planets or hunt alien creatures must pay a high toll before passing. Pay once when entering and once when leaving, extremely black-hearted. As a result, the prices of Jean Gustar have risen rapidly, and ordinary people can hardly solve the problem of food and clothing. Sure, Yuan does not intend to indulge those beasts who eat meat and smash other people's rice bowls. Raven immediately replied solemnly. They all sent gifts to congratulate you on becoming the leader of the Red Sand Mercenary Guild, and said that they would hold a banquet to celebrate when you are free. Look! Do you want to see them? Hong Jia's body hasn't even hardened completely yet, and those people are celebrating the change of ownership of her mercenary guild. It's really sad. Sure, Yuan sat back on the new chair, checked the list of supplies that had just been sorted out, and said without raising his head, no. She sent people to empty the warehouses of those forces, which was just right for starting capital, but it was not suitable to take too radical measures to restore order in the city at this stage, and we had to do it step by step. Raven was a little surprised. Shouldn't we deter those mimic families at this time to prevent them from making trouble in the chaos? Sure, Yuan seemed to have noticed his thoughts and explained simply, let them panic for a while. Raven suddenly realized. Local snakes are difficult to deal with. They have just taken over the Hongsha Mercenary Guild, and they need to reorganize everything. There is no need to rush to deal with those mimic families. They couldn't figure out where she came from, so they didn't dare to act rashly. They would choose to wait and see for a while. This buffer period would allow Sure Yuan to clean up the Hongsha Mercenary Guild. Raven conveyed Sure Yuan's intention to the various mimic families, who sent people to inquire about the situation. Regardless of their thoughts, he sent all the people out politely but firmly. For 3 consecutive days, Qingdi City remained the same, and the charging system of the alienation zone was not changed. The major mimic families had a plan in their minds, thinking that the person who replaced Sister Han was unlikely to cause trouble, but the fact that Hansha Manor was closed made them unable to figure out what the other party was thinking. If she wanted to maintain a friendly relationship with the mimic families, she should have expressed it, but there was no movement at all. Instead, the spies they sent to the outside of Hansha Manor sent back news that there were constant screams inside, and they didn't know whether they were cleaning up the remnants of Sister Hong's forces. The inconspicuous minions in the Red Sand Mercenary Group became the leaders of the team. They patrolled Qingdi City every day. If anyone dared to make trouble, they would be arrested and put in prison first. If they committed crimes in the street, they would be executed directly. After killing chickens to scare monkeys several times, the public security in Qingdi City improved at a visible speed. On the morning of the 4th day, the shops affiliated with the Red Sand Mercenary Guild opened, and nutrient solution and various foods were put back on the shelves. The prices returned to the level before the order of the Golden Carp Sea collapsed, but each person was limited to 1 purchase per day. Ordinary people who heard the news flocked to the shops and lined up in a long line in front of the shops. The Yongyao Empire currency, which had become waste currency, also regained its purchasing power. The people who had been austere for nearly a month got the food. Some cried with joy, and some ran to tell each other. For a while, the city was filled with joy and happiness. Some people were happy, and naturally some people couldn't laugh. The 4 mimic families of Jean Gustar were discussing privately to find an opportunity to test Sure Yuan. When they heard the news unexpectedly, they almost thought that there was something wrong with their ears. When they confirmed that the news was true, the faces of the 4 heads of the family became gloomier and gloomier. One of the gray-haired old men smashed the teacup and sneered, I thought this person was honest, but I didn't expect him to wait for us here. At the beginning of the chaos in Jinlizuo, there were also people who claimed to be morally noble, unwilling to seize ill-gotten gains, and even fought against bandits, but they all had no good end. Those who survived also joined the Tao Hai family, and helped them to win people's hearts everywhere. You still have to teach them a lesson, so as not to really think of yourself as the boss of Qingdi City. The woman in the blue and white porcelain Cheongsam opened the folding fan in her hand with a swish, half covering her face, her beautiful eyes flowing, looking around. The middle-aged man, with a slick back hair, took a sip of tea. It's really because Hongwa was too stupid. She was killed by her own men. She died happily, but we wasted our time. Just kill her directly. The young man sitting in the corner, wearing a coat, yawned and lazily suggested. The Cheongsam woman rolled her eyes and said, kill her, of course, but who will kill her? Hongwei is a real extraordinary 3rd level. I remember that you can't resist her double swords? The meeting room was silent for a moment. If there is really a strength that is so strong that no one can beat it, who would be willing to be controlled by others? The Red Sand Mercenary Guild and the Mimic family can coexist because no one can do anything to the other, so they can only share the benefits through cooperation. The old man snorted coldly. If you really want to kill, can you not kill him? The 4 of them are all extraordinary 3rd level talents, the leaders of each family. If they really want to kill a third-level extraordinary talent, they can join hands. It's just a matter of speed. The reason why they are still talking here is that everyone has their own little thoughts. No one can be sure whether someone will play dirty tricks when the time comes. If you accidentally get injured or die in the process of fighting, it will really be a wedding dress for others. The middle-aged man continued to drink tea and didn't mean to say anything. The Cheongsam woman played with the folding fan in her hand from time to time, with an ambiguous smile on her lips, and didn't answer. The young man in the corner was impatient. I said, "Can you be more straightforward? If you want to kill, do it quickly. If you don't want to kill, don't talk nonsense here. Go to the little girl and kowtow to her, so that she won't grab the fat meat at your mouth." His words were really unpleasant, and the old man's face immediately fell. The middle-aged man also put down his teacup, still in that indifferent tone. "Of course we have to kill, but how to kill? We have to plan it carefully, right? What do you think?" He gave a definite answer, and the Cheongsam woman was no longer ambiguous, and she laughed sweetly. "Brother Chu is right. I think so too." A clear female voice followed closely, expressing her attitude. The four people in the room were stunned at first, and then their faces changed drastically, and they suddenly looked at the place where the sound came from. They saw a young woman in her early 20s, wearing a black combat uniform, leaning against the support column of the conference room with her hands on her chest. As if she noticed everyone's gaze, she turned her head slightly, revealing an extremely ordinary face. The four people had never seen this face before, and the other party was clearly standing there, but they could not detect any breath, as if it was a ghost that came and went without a trace. The Cheongsam woman suddenly threw the folding fan in her hand, and the fan swirled in the air, cutting through the air and emitting a cold light, rushing straight to the mysterious woman's vital point. But the woman seemed to have expected it, and casually raised her hand, and her white and slender index finger and middle finger easily clamped the folding fan full of murderous intent, preventing it from moving forward. She didn't see her use any force, and the folding fan made of SS-level blackfish bones turned into powder inch by inch, falling down and scattered on the ground, causing shock to the whole room. Sure Yuan spread his hands and smiled. "Why are you so excited? Aren't you discussing how to kill the president of the Red Sand Mercenary Guild? Let me hear what's going on. I won't leak it out." Her smile clearly did not carry any threat or warning, but it made the four people sweat. A completely unfamiliar face, absolutely powerful strength, and a woman. Apart from the new president of the Red Sand Mercenary Guild, they couldn't think of such a person in Qingdi City. Before they could implement their plan, the person involved heard it. It was simply ridiculous. Sure Yuan didn't like this tense atmosphere very much. He walked out from behind the support column slowly, stopped in front of the middle-aged man, and asked softly, "Master Chu, how are you going to kill me?" This sentence undoubtedly confirmed her identity, and Master Chu broke out in a cold sweat. This woman who killed Hongwe took over the Red Sand Mercenary Guild, and declared herself to be anyone dared to appear here alone. She must be absolutely confident in her own strength, and not afraid that the four of them would join hands to deal with her. The conspiracy was exposed, and he would most likely lose the fight. Even quibbling would not help him escape this disaster. There was only one way left for him to go. The head of the Chu family made a prompt decision and fell to his knees in front of Shi Yuan, patting the ground with his head. "President Inu, I was blind and thought I had offended you. Please forgive me this time. From now on, I will serve you at all times. I will never go west if you point me east." This incident shocked the other three people. No one thought that the head of the Chu family, who loved to show off and was most concerned about his face, could be so shameless and wag his tail to beg for mercy from a yellow-haired girl. Sure Yuan did not expect that this person would slide to his knees so quickly, and raised his eyebrows in surprise. The kitten heard the noise and poked his head out of her pocket. She didn't care that her furry ears were half folded up by the edge of the pocket, and she tried her best to kick her short legs to look at the man kneeling on the ground. Chapter 154. The conference room was terribly quiet. The Chu family head spineless kneeling caught the other three family heads completely off guard, and they didn't know how to react for a moment. The first to move was the Cheongsam woman. She recalled the folding fan she had just thrown, and then looked at the thin layer of powder on the ground. She couldn't stop the cold sweat on her back. She was the owner of the Blackfish Bone fan, and knew its power best. An ordinary third-level talent couldn't even break its fan bones, let alone grind it into such uniform powder. However, the woman in front of her didn't release a single star power fluctuation during the action. Her strength was definitely greater than anyone present. Can't wait to be liquidated. The Cheongsam woman endured the humiliation of losing face, and knelt down on the ground before the old man and the young man, and kowtowed to the ground. President Inu, it's all a misunderstanding. I have no intention of offending you. I am just forced to go along with them due to the situation. Please be kind and let me go. The Fire Sparrow family is willing to be your vanguard. Her speed of changing her attitude according to the situation is no slower than that of the head of the Chu family. Her words are also very sincere, and there is no reluctance in her voice. Sure Yuan's half-smiley eyes swept over her, and fell on the other two people who were roasted on the fire. The old man never thought they were so shameless, and his cheeks twitched with anger. He is the oldest and most powerful of the four. He is always proud of his status, and looks down on others. How could he kneel down and beg for mercy from a young girl? If it weren't for the Chu family master inviting him with benefits, he would never have made this trip, and ended up in this embarrassing situation. While he was hesitating, the young man who had said he wanted to kill someone at first took a few steps forward, knelt on one knee in front of Shi Yuan, and said slowly, President Inu, my Zhuang family has no intention of being your enemy. We are willing to offer all our family assets, and congratulate you on taking over Qingdi City. When these words came out, not only did the old man look at him fiercely, but even the middle-aged man and the Chongsam woman who were in the most pious posture almost couldn't hold back their shock, wanting to ask if he was crazy or stupid. They didn't know how Inu appeared here, but she didn't take action directly, which meant there was still room for maneuver. Besides, there were 4 alienated areas controlled by the major forces led by the Red Sand Mercenary Guild. Even if Inu was a top-level extraordinary third-level talent, it was impossible for her to kick out all the cooperating forces and take over the 4 alienated areas alone. She needed someone to share the risk. It's obvious that the problem can be solved by bowing and scraping, so offering all the family property is crazy. Sure Yuan likes people with vision and courage. She walked past the middle-aged man and the Chongsam woman who wanted to eat the young man alive, and prepared to put an end to this ridiculous bidding, in this case, from today on, the people in Qingdi City. Before she finished speaking, the head of the Chu family suddenly said, President Ingwe, the Chu family is also willing to offer all the property to congratulate you on your entry into Qingdi City. The Chongsam woman interrupted and said, My Wang family is also willing to offer all the property to congratulate you on your entry into Qingdi City. Her voice completely drowned out the head of the Chu family. The head of the Chu family was so angry that his teeth itched, and he immediately expressed his loyalty again, and repeated what he had just said. The 3 people's pious statements made the old man, who had not spoken from beginning to end, look like a stubborn bone, who didn't know whether to live or die. The old man also felt unprecedented pressure, and was about to speak with his dry lips, but Shi Yuan showed him a cold smile. In an instant, a strong murderous intent locked onto the old man, and also frightened the other 3 people present. The old man sensed the undisguised murderous intent, and suddenly realized that he had lost the opportunity to surrender. He couldn't help but curse in his heart, and his body also responded at the fastest speed. He decisively chose to escape. As long as the Green Mountains are there is no fear of running out of firewood. He is a third-level extraordinary talent. As long as he can escape from this place, even if Inu has superior combat power, it is impossible for him to ignore the many extraordinary talents of the Wu family and fight to the death. But at the moment, he rushed out of the window. A sharp feather arrow carrying the terrifying power of thunder and lightning came through the air, accurately locked onto his forehead, and wanted to kill him with one blow. The old man's pupils dilated, watching the dark purple feather arrow getting closer and closer to him. Although he was not yet dead, he felt a dangerous and strange force pressing on his shoulders, making it difficult for him to move. Death was approaching, and the old man burst out with an unprecedented desire to survive. He gathered his strength and turned into a pool of water, falling to the ground, and quickly fled towards the garden. Swish! The feather arrow brushed past the water and nailed into the wall, leaving a deep hole. The arcs hovering above it instantly spread in all directions. At the same time, one after another feather arrows carrying the power of thunder shot into the garden from outside the high wall. They seemed to have eyes, chasing the fleeing old man and blocking his way. In a short while, the thunder net blocked the entire garden. The raging arcs were like an army patrolling the territory for the king, forcing the old man who had turned into a stream and fled to the corner, forcing him to change back to human form. The old man barely supported himself and stood in the flowers. His hair was disheveled and his clothes were torn. He was no longer as meticulous as before. He smelled burnt all over. Compared with the beggars living on the streets, there was no difference. His mimicry was related to water. He could transform into a water form and move. Thunder was the nemesis of water. The thunder cage covering the entire garden left him with almost no place to stay. There were 36 feather arrows made of SS-grade purple thunderwood. The landing point of each purple thunderwood arrow was carefully calculated. When the last arrow fell, it formed a small cage star array, leaving him nowhere to hide. What a big deal! Such sufficient preparation. Not only the old man who was forced to retreat, but also the three people who looked out of the broken French window also realized that the outside was full of dangers. They dared not breathe and sweated profusely. Obviously, this secret meeting they thought had been discovered by Inu. She was waiting for them to take action, so that she could catch them all in one fell swoop. The old man's power was restrained, and he could not exert his original strength at all. The purple thunder under his feet, which was getting closer and closer, told him that he had completely lost his way out, and could only be slaughtered. Unwilling to accept it, how could he accept it? He had been calling the shots in Qingdi City for most of his life, but in the end, he would fall into the hands of an unknown person. Just because he didn't kneel at her feet and wag his tail to beg for mercy, he ended up being killed as an example to the monkeys. The old man gritted his teeth, his charred cheeks quickly turned red, and the majestic star power flowing in his body quickly shrank and condensed. He wanted to fight to the death. The person controlling the cage star arrays seemed to have guessed his thoughts in advance. The surging purple thunder around him instantly expanded, and in a moment it turned into a roaring thunder dragon, rushing towards the old man, who was about to expose himself without saying anything. Sizzle! Thunder surged, and the thunder dragon swallowed the old man in an instant. A painful scream came from the thunder cocoon. The old man's swollen body quickly shrank under the pain of thunder and lightning, emitting an unbearable burnt smell. After a long few seconds, bang! The withered corpse fell in the flowers, with its empty eye sockets facing the direction of the conference room, its mouth wide open in a howling state, and 2 rows of charred teeth standing straight, like a vampire deprived of all blood, terrifying and strange. The 3 people of the Chu family, who watched the whole process, were horrified, and could no longer have the slightest fluke. They even began to be glad that they knelt down quickly enough, otherwise there would be more than one corpse lying in the garden. At the same time, they also realized that the new president of the Red Sand Mercenary Guild was by no means a simple character like Hongwei, who was only interested in profit. With the 3 of them already defecting, the head of the Wu family had no way out. It was impossible for him to go against Inu, and he would only surrender to her in the end. However, she did not give the head of the Wu family this opportunity at all. She killed him lightly, and used indisputable facts to warn them not to play tricks. The meeting room was silent. Even the Chongsam woman, who was always good at dancing with long sleeves, did not dare to speak rashly at this time, for fear that she would become the next chicken to be warned by the monkeys. Sure, Yuan was quite satisfied with their reaction. He snapped his fingers casually, and Lei Wen immediately brought people in to clean up the garden. The charred corpse of the old man was quickly cleared away, and the purple thunderwood arrows were loaded into the quiver. The thunder breath wandering in the garden quickly receded, and the wilted flowers were also cleaned up. Only the faint smell of burning in the air indicated what had just happened. Sure, Yuan sat at the head of the conference room, looking down at the 3 well-behaved people, folding his hands. With a comfortable posture, "Excuse me, the people under my command have no skills, they can only play with star arrays." "Listen, what is she talking about? Star array masters are among the top 5 in popularity among all professions in the universe. Most star array masters are recruited by big families, or supported by the empire, and receive imperial salaries. There are very few free star array masters, and there are only a handful of star array masters who can arrange SS-level star arrays." The move that Inu just showed was clearly a demonstration. It is said that the Chaos Star Domain sent people to the Golden Carp seat, intending to compete with the Tao Tai family for control of the Golden Carp seat. This Inu has an unknown origin, unfathomable strength, and an SS-level star array master serving him. It is very likely that he is an agent of a big family in the Chaos Star Domain. Thinking of this, the attitude of the 3 people became more respectful. Who doesn't want to establish themselves as kings and enjoy boundless power? But the family's foundation is here. Without Hongwei and others charging in the front, they can only be kings in Qingdi City at most. Looking at Jindu Star, they dare not say that they can be ranked, let alone a share in the Golden Sand Ring District. If they can rely on the big families in the Chaos Star region, they may not have no chance to go further. The 3 heads of the family can lead the family to stand firm in Qingdi City. They are not simple people. What they think in their hearts, they don't show it on their faces, and they all put on an attitude of listening to the lecture. Sure, Yuan seemed to think that they looked pleasing to the eye, and said slowly, "I don't like those twists and turns. Since you are willing to offer your family property, I might as well tell you straight to the point. From today on, I am the rule of Qingdi City. If I am happy, everyone is happy. If I am not happy. She paused, her tone becoming more gentle. You know what the outcome will be, right? She smiled. Her face was obviously very ordinary, but she looked like a devil crawling out of hell, which was creepy. The head of the Chu family took the lead to show his loyalty. My Chu family only follows the city lord's lead. I dare not have any second thoughts. If anyone goes against the city lord, I will be the first to kill him. From the president to the city lord, they expressed their attitude directly. The Cheongsam woman and the young man also immediately agreed, and their attitudes were as pious as they could be, completely without the cheerfulness and laughter before Shi Yuan appeared and wanted to take people's lives. Shi Yuan's brows relaxed. That's good. After giving him a slap, he should also give him a sweet treat. I intend to select a governor for Qingdi City. If there are qualified people in your clans, you can send them to the city lord's mansion. The three heads of the family thought that they would have to keep their tails between their legs in the future, but unexpectedly, they were all amazed. Governor. This is an official position set up by a large family to control the territory. It is different from the playhouse played by the bandits of Hongwe. Yingwei really has a good background. If you can become the governor of Qingdi City, you will have real power in your hands. What if the family industry is gone? It will be earned back sooner or later. For a moment, the three heads of the family swept away the depression in their hearts and responded one after another. Shi Yuan seemed not to notice their emotional changes. He played with the exquisite and gorgeous Fang dagger in his hand from time to time and continued to distribute the benefits. Now that the head of the Wu family is dead, the industry he left behind. She deliberately paused here. The owner of the village said first, City Lord, I am willing to count the Wu family's assets for you and clean up the mess. The Cheongsam woman was not to be outdone. City Lord, I will obey your orders. The head of the Chu family certainly did not want to be thrown away by them, and immediately said, City Lord, I can also share your worries. If ordinary people from Qingdi City were here, they would probably be shocked by their attentive attitude. Who would have thought that the head of the Zhuang family, who killed people without blinking an eye, the head of the Wang family, who smiled and greeted people in the last second and could turn ruthless in the next second, and the head of the Chu family, who always pretended to be a gentleman, would be like a scoundrel, fawning on the young woman who threw bones to them. The short meeting went smoothly. After Shi Yuan assigned the tasks, he swaggered away with his people. After respectfully watching the slender figure disappear, the three heads of the family no longer had the energy to maintain the superficial work. They felt weak all over and wanted to sit down and have a good rest. But the air was still filled with the faint stench of corpses burnt by thunder. When they thought of the miserable state of the Wu family master before his death, no one had the heart to mock the other's knees as softer than tofu. The nerves that had just relaxed immediately tensed up. They did not dare to stay here to waste time and rushed home immediately. The next day, the people of Qingdi City found that all the shops in the city began to sell all kinds of materials at a fair price. Except for the limited number of purchases per person, there was almost no difference from before the order of the golden carp seat collapsed. This made the people who had experienced a month of exploitation wonder if they were dreaming because they fainted from hunger. Then, the president of the Jinsha Mercenary Guild, Yin Yu, announced that he would serve as the mayor of Qingdi City and issued announcements such as recruiting soldiers and recruiting governors. The people were still in doubt. Many recruitment points had long queues, and the recruitment office was also crowded with people. Some people couldn't help but lean over to take a look at the situation, and then they heard the people in line talking about a lot of policies issued by the new city lord. For example, ordinary people can also participate in this recruitment. They will be separated from the talented people during training, and they will mainly be responsible for logistics and other tasks. Once selected, they will not only be provided with food and accommodation, but also receive high allowances. Before the people who were joining in the fun finished listening to the man's high-sounding talk, they heard a commotion in front. It turned out that someone met the recruitment conditions and received a material subsidy issued by the city lord's mansion on the spot, including juicy star fruits and a large piece of exotic beast meat. You know, since the chaos in Qingdi City, the people can't even eat ordinary food, let alone eat fruits, meat and vegetables containing star power, and can only use cheap labor to exchange for the lowest level nutrient solution. This is incredible. A large number of low-level talents and strong laborers flocked to the city lord's mansion, wishing to be admitted immediately. Seeing that they didn't have to continue to be a babysitter, Raven and others took the materials issued to them by the recruitment point back to report to Shi Yuan. At the same time, in the Jinshitan alienation zone of Jinyuan Star, one of the 9 planets in the Jinsha Ring zone, 2 heads with hay on their heads poked out from behind a huge rock. The young man on the left frowned and said, "Did you get rid of them?" The young man on the right spat out the sand in his mouth. Of course, I got rid of him. I got the president's personal instruction on how to escape. How can I not fool a group of mercenaries who came from wild backgrounds? The young man on the left was speechless. You said the same thing last time, but in less than half an hour, we were almost caught. The young man on the right immediately glared at him. Stop talking nonsense. The young man on the left resisted the urge to roll his eyes and ended this meaningless topic. Didn't you say that the president must be in the Jinsha Ring zone? Tell me where she is. I don't want to continue eating sand with you here. The young man on the right raised his chin proudly. The president brought the 9th Tao Tai Corps to Jinli constellation and deliberately released the false news that she is a dandy lady, which must be to let the major forces of Jinli constellation relax their vigilance. With her temper, the first thing she will bite is definitely the hardest bone of Jinli constellation, the Jinsha Ring district. After the Jinsha Ring district is dealt with, the other forces of Jinli constellation are not to be feared at all. I guess she must be on a planet in the Jinsha Ring district now. You have to have some foresight. Going directly to the president is a waste of time, and running around will also make people take advantage of you. It is better to find a place to occupy the mountain and clean up the nearby scum. When the president comes, we surrender on the spot and bring a large amount of supplies and manpower to the president. It is a great achievement. In front of the president, it is guaranteed to be more face than the 9th Tao Tai Corps. Yes, these two people are Nye Linghan and Lei Lai, who slipped out of Xingyao Military Academy. Because the Corona constellation no longer protects the Golden Crow constellation, the Xingyao Military Academy, a military academy with political factors more than talent training, can no longer continue to teach peacefully. Students from noble families, great nobles, and totem families have all left, and the remaining ones are civilian students. Lei Lai felt that staying in the Xingyao Military Academy was a complete waste of time, so he instigated Nye Linghan to slip out of Xianao Star. He originally planned to go to the Corona constellation to join Shi Yuan, but when he heard that she led her army to the Golden Carp constellation, he changed his destination and went straight to the Golden Sand Ring area. Nye Linghan was able to lead the Hanmei organization to become the largest group in the Yaoguang camp, so he naturally had a vision. After listening to Lei Lai's analysis, he felt that it made sense, and immediately stopped thinking about looking for Shi Yuan, his eyes bright and bright. Then where do we start? Lei Lai saw that he turned around so quickly, slapped him on the shoulder, and laughed. I said that old Ne had a future. It was right to bring you here. The two went back into the cave, unfolded the map of Jinyuan Star, and conspired to occupy the mountain. Chapter 155. Shi Yuan used the force of thunder to intimidate the 4 major families in Qingdi City, and the effect was quite significant. After the death of the head of the Wu family, the other 3 heads of the family did not want to follow in his footsteps, so they quickly united to annex the entire Wu family, and carefully sorted out their industries, and handed the list to the city lord's mansion. With the help of these local snakes, Shi Yuan saved a lot of unnecessary work, and Qingdi City also restored order at a fairly fast speed. She brought new recruits and reservists, who had not yet been incorporated into the regular army, to the Jinsha Ring area. The main purpose was to train them. You can learn something from following the veterans, but practice is the best teacher. In addition, Shi Yuan planned to pretend to be a group of bandits supported by the big families in the Chaos Star domain. They did not need to be too experienced, and the new recruits were just right. Moreover, the distribution of forces in Jindu Star was not complicated, and there were no hard bones to chew. The tolerance rate was high, which was very suitable for the initial stage of training for new recruits. Judging from the current situation, the recruits have adapted very well. They are worthy of being selected into the Tao Tai Corps. In addition to their personal combat power, they are also very adaptable. It is almost effortless to deal with the small forces in Qingdi City and its vicinity. In just a few days, Qingdi City has been completely renewed from top to bottom, and the city is in good order. Shi Yuan asked Lei when to bring people to register the identities of all residents in the city, sort out the population, and find out how many talented people there are, and what their combat power levels are. Yongyao Empire does not strictly manage the population. Only those entering and leaving the 7 main stars and nearby planets need to register their identities. One reason is that the population mobility between planets is large, and it is extremely cumbersome to register one by one, wasting a lot of manpower and material resources. The second reason is that most of the gifted people in the extraordinary realm are unwilling to reveal their mimicry and strength at will. Forcing them to register is likely to annoy people and cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. At the beginning, Shi Yuan was able to use Ji Yuan's fake identity to apply for a temporary identity ID on Xia Mixing. This relaxed population management system helped a lot. If you want to manage Qingdi City like an iron bucket, you must not leave this loophole. Therefore, Shi Yuan took a very strong measure and required everyone living in the city to register detailed information, and they must verify their identity ID when entering and leaving the city gate, so as to avoid a lot of spies sneaking into the city, and she was still unaware. And finally, like Sister Hong, someone touched her base camp. Anyone who does not cooperate will be expelled from Qingdi City. After more than half a month of rectification, Qingdi City was completely under Shi Yuan's control. The people who could get a stable supply of materials every day were also accustomed to the various policies she issued. The news that Qingdi City sold materials at a fair price also spread to other forces in Jingdu Star. Before that, the news of the change of ownership of the Hongsha Mercenary Guild came out. Within 3 days, they took advantage of the chaos to seize the control of 2 alienated areas from the Hongsha Mercenary Group. Shi Yuan had no intention of resisting at all. She ordered the mercenaries stationed in the alienated areas to withdraw to Qingdi City, and handed over the remaining 2 alienated areas. This made the 3 major families of Chu, Wang, and Zhuang extremely sad, but they could not figure out Shi Yuan's thoughts, so they had to obey her orders. Now, the Red Sand Mercenary Guild has almost completely retracted its external tentacles back to Qingdi City. When the nearby forces heard that the new mayor of Qingdi City was a good man, they all sharpened their knives, waiting for the right time to swallow Qingdi City in one bite. After reporting the movements outside the city, Lei Wen secretly glanced at Shi Yuan, who was sitting behind the conference table with a calm expression, as if he didn't care about the upcoming fierce battle. The Red Sand Mercenary Guild obviously had enough energy to deter the nearby bandits, but when they came to rob the alienated area, they did not put up any resistance. For the bandits, who bully the weak and fear the strong, this is no different from showing weakness. Weakness means that you can be slaughtered, and you are a delicacy waiting to be shared on the table. They will rush forward and swing their butcher knives without mercy. Even though Qingdi City has recruited new soldiers and started planned training, the time is too short and the combat power level of the new soldiers is relatively low. When it comes to a desperate fight, let alone whether they will escape, I am afraid that they will not be able to resist those bloodthirsty bandits. Can such a Qingdi City withstand those sharp butcher knives? After reading the intelligence obtained by the soldiers of the Taotai Legion, Shi Yuan tapped the table with his fingers and issued an order. Let the new soldiers prepare. We will attack the Qingfeng mercenary group tonight. The bandits are ready to move, and the Qingfeng mercenary group is one of them. Their president has already stationed his men in the valley area less than 100 miles away from Qingdi City. Raven was not surprised that she would take the initiative to attack, but with the group of new recruits that Qingdi City had just recruited, it was not that he looked down on people. Those low and middle-level talents were simply a group of scattered sands. Before the Golden Carp constellation became chaotic, most of them kept to themselves and relied on hunting low-level alien beasts and plants in the alienated area, collecting star fruits and other low-risk tasks to make a living. When faced with the exploitation of Hongjia and others, these people chose to accept it in order to save their lives. Will they fight for the current Qingdi City? He said cautiously. City Lord, why don't we take our own people? It's too risky to take them. They might run away before the fight even starts. The weak can become strong, but it takes time. Obviously, less than half a month of basic training is too rushed for those recruits. At present, they can only form a good charge formation and understand military terms. Shi Yuan smiled, then let them run. The Jinsha Ring area is so chaotic, where can she find time for those recruits to grow slowly? She is not a real philanthropist. In the face of danger, she has to build an indestructible haven for them. Only those who can use their brains are qualified to survive in troubled times. Being able to run is also a skill. However, Qingdi City does not want deserters. Raven's brows were almost piled up into a mountain. He chewed over this sentence several times, but still couldn't understand the meaning. Shi Yuan didn't explain it to him, waved his hand and said, "Go." Raven had to leave the study with a lot of entanglement. In his cognition, deserters are the most shameful. If they are caught, they will be beheaded in public to rectify military discipline. How can the corps commander let them escape? Night fell, there was no moon tonight, and the world was shrouded in darkness. Because most of the production lines of Jingdu Star were paralyzed, the new recruits in Qingdi City did not have a unified uniform for the time being. They were currently wearing combat uniforms sold on the market, and wearing an armband with the emblem of Qingdi City on their left arms to show their identity. This combat uniform can adjust its color according to the external environment, confuse mental perception, and has a strong concealment. Therefore, when a whole 100 teams of 10 people quietly left the city through the tunnel dug by Shi Yuan and came to the Deadwood Forest less than a kilometer away from the Qingfeng mercenary group's base. No one had discovered their traces. The Deadwood Forest had been burned by fire, so it was difficult to hide their bodies. The recruits were divided into small groups. The captain was the reserve of the Taotai Corps, and they were commanded by them. 10 people in a group crawled forward carefully from all directions. Sharp-eyed soldiers had noticed that there were 2 people on guard on the hill in front of the Deadwood Forest. They were called sentries, but they were actually very casual. The 2 people were holding melon seeds and knocking them from time to time. They were very close and should be talking. Raven was the commander of this operation. He also led 9 recruits and crawled in a low bush. This was the first time he had served as a commander since joining the Taotai Corps. When he received this task from the Corps commander an hour ago, Raven's mind was confused. He never expected that the Corps commander would give him the task of command. After an hour of trekking, his brain barely calmed down, but the cold sweat in his palms could not be wiped off. Raven is a graduate of Xingyao Military Academy, but in Xingyao Military Academy where geniuses gather, his talent and efforts seem insignificant, and he cannot be compared with those proud children until graduation. During his time in school, he took the command course and served as a team leader in the camp competition. But that was a competition, and if you lose, you will be eliminated. Now it is a real battle, and command errors may very likely ruin the lives of your companions. What's more, the enemy they are about to face is not a small minions that can be easily dealt with, but the Qingfeng mercenary group, whose strength is not inferior to that of the Red Sand Mercenary Guild. The leader of the Qingfeng mercenary group is a third-level extraordinary talent. Among the 1,000 people participating in this operation, the highest combat power is only the second-level extraordinary. It is difficult for Raven to command this battle with a calm enough mentality. For the first time, he felt a heavy burden on his shoulders. This was completely different from the feeling of commanding the mercenaries of the Red Sand Mercenary Group to deal with small forces. After all, the mercenaries who followed Sister Hong to burn, kill and loot were not good people. He would not feel any sympathy if 1, 2, 3, 10 of them died. Following him at this time were the new recruits he and his comrades recruited. They might not be strong enough, or they might be a mess, as he had said in front of the Legion commander before, or they might participate in the recruitment just to get the benefits issued by the city lord's mansion, but they were not wanton robbers. Raven squeezed the star snail in his arms, and wanted to tell the Legion commander that he still needed experience, and was not competent for such an important task, but when he had this idea, the encouraging and trusting eyes of the Legion commander before leaving Qingdi City emerged in his mind uncontrollably. The pair of disguised dark eyes stopped in his mind, and he mustered up the courage to look at them. Somehow, he suddenly remembered the day in the camp of the 9th Legion of Taotai, when a young girl walked alone in the queue, holding the greedy holy scythe, and challenged the entire legion. She was so high-spirited and heroic, and he was the captain she chose from the thousands of new recruits of the 9th Legion of Taotai to be in charge of various affairs. Raven suddenly clenched the star conch, and resolutely chose the latter between retreating and moving forward. He calmly gave the order, Team 10 will make a detour to the side and go behind the sentry to see if we can knock them down. If not, Team 7, release the hare to attract their attention. One order after another was issued to each squad in an orderly manner. When the night wind blew the dark clouds to cover the stars in the sky, the 10th squad, under the command of the captain, suddenly rose up and knocked down the 2 sentries in one fell swoop. The soldiers who had prepared in advance immediately took off their clothes and put them on, and took the posture of sentry. The people who carried the bodies away immediately looked through their star conchs according to the captain's instructions to obtain valuable information. Standing on the life 1,000 meters away, Shi Yuan saw the soldiers who were crossing the hillside and gradually approaching the Qingfeng mercenary group camp, and smiled faintly. She made good use of things, and naturally people should also make good use of their talents. Shi Yuan did not have the hobby of taking on too much. This time, she only brought new soldiers and not veterans. There was another reason. She wanted to cultivate her own team. Ji Wu's prestige in the minds of veterans was irreplaceable. No matter how good she performed, she was just a qualified successor to the veterans. The recruits were different. They admired Ji Wu, but they had never followed her to the battlefield, had never directly experienced her strength, and had never felt the kind of shock that penetrated the soul. Jingu's star was an opportunity for the recruits to grow, and it was also the beginning of her stepping onto the pinnacle of power. Overwhelming arrows shot into the camp of the Qingfeng mercenary group, and the raging fire burned the night red. The bloodthirsty and cruel mercenaries raised their weapons and rushed towards the attackers, who didn't know how to live or die. Weapons clashed. The sound of killing shook the sky. Some people were frightened by their mutilated limbs, and cried bitterly, and ran out in a rolling and crawling manner. Some people had red eyes, and fought desperately with their weapons. This was a baptism of blood. Choose to become a strong man and move towards a free future, or give up resistance and become a slave under the feet of the knife holder? Raven grabbed a fleeing recruit and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Why are you running? Your family is still in Chingy City. What will happen to them if you run away? We have more people than them. We have better weapons than them. We are not much inferior in combat power. If you can't beat them in a one-on-one fight, then we can fight together." After saying that, he threw away the person in his hand, raised his tang sword, and rushed to the bearded man standing behind the mercenaries, with a big sword and a playful smile. That was the leader of the Qinfeng mercenary group, a third-level extraordinary talent. Raven didn't know if he could defeat him, but as a soldier of the Taotai Corps, he would never retreat before completing the order issued by the Corps commander. The Qinfeng mercenary corps will be buried here tonight. The bearded man obviously didn't intend to fight him. He raised his hand and waved. Two people walked out from behind him, showing a bloodthirsty smile, and rushed to him in an instant. The tang sword collided with the chain hammer, making a low humming sound. The sudden huge force made Raven stop his pace, and was forced to retreat several steps. Extraordinary second level. Both, Raven gritted his teeth and swung the tang sword again. Clang! Clang! The sound of the weapons clashing merged with the surrounding rushing sounds. Raven's attention was all focused on the battle. He didn't notice that a slender figure caught a soldier who was knocked away, holding a long sword with blades on both sides, and walked step by step towards the camp of the Qinfeng mercenary corps. The bearded man who was standing by and watching seemed to sense something, and suddenly raised his head, and met a pair of dark and cold eyes without warning. It was a woman, a very young woman, with no memorable features in her appearance, and no star power fluctuations in her body, but the bearded man felt a sense of shock to his soul under this calm look. Silver Moon. These two words entered the bearded man's mind without warning. When he reacted, the woman in his field of vision had disappeared, replaced by several screams. The bearded man turned back in panic, and saw the four extraordinary second-level talents standing behind him fall to the ground one after another. The bright red blood flowed from their necks, making a gurgling sound. The skin cut by the sharp blade turned outward, and after a lightning arc passed, it emitted a disgusting burnt smell. Dead. The brothers who had been through life and death with him died just like that? What are you thinking? A clear female voice sounded, as if it was close to the bearded man's ears, making him shudder. Clang! The bearded man swung his knife brazenly, and it collided with the double-edged sword that was slashing at his shoulders and neck. The heavy buzzing sound made his eardrums hurt. Such a strong sense of oppression, such a fast speed, and such a strong force, but it's not enough. He is a power-type talent. Unless he is suppressed by camouflage, or the opponent is also a power-type talent and has a deeper foundation than him, there is no way to defeat him easily. The bearded man's eyes were fierce, and the star power flowing in his body was swollen at a high speed, and then burst out in an instant, causing his muscles to swell and his face to be hideous. The black-scaled tiger rose from the ground in front of him and roared fiercely and arrogantly at Shi Yuan. The air waves surged, blowing her long black hair that stood up high, and the air blade hidden in it was aimed at her forehead, wanting to kill her with one blow. Shi Yuan seemed to be unaware of the hidden danger, and did not dodge or avoid it, but instead showed a contemptuous smile. A mysterious aura of emerald green swirled up, intertwining and entangled, forming a light green star power shield around her, which not only blocked all the sneak attacks of the air blades, but also caused layers of star power ripples to swallow them all. The air blades were transformed by the power of the bearded man. Whether they were knocked away or crushed, they could return to his body in the form of star power under the call of mimicry, forming a power cycle. At this moment, the bearded man could not sense the power swallowed by the star power shield at all. They were like sinking into an unfathomable swamp, and disappeared without a trace. The feeling of power loss was too terrible. The bearded man could not guess what this method was. Even the other party did not release the mimicry. An unspeakable fear rose in his heart. He had a vague premonition: must run quickly, otherwise he would be like those disappearing air blades, and all his power would be swallowed up by the mysterious woman in front of him. The bearded man bit his back teeth tightly, injected the star power into the big knife in his hand, and slashed at Shi Yuan fiercely, trying to use intensive close combat to make her passive, so as to find an opportunity to leave the battle. Shi Yuan noticed his thoughts, and sneered disdainfully. The double-edged sword cut through the night, reflecting a cold and chilly light under the reflection of the stars. Clang! The long sword collided with the double-edged sword, making a series of teeth-grinding buzzing sounds. The suppression that the bearded man expected did not appear. The woman who fought with him was not only not disrupted by his intensive attack, but also took the initiative and launched a stronger offensive, making him retreat again and again, throwing away his armor and helmet, and following her offensive rhythm in a panic, resisting the swords that stabbed at his vital points. Fast. Too fast. She was like a battle-hardened general. No matter what kind of offensive the enemy launched, she could solve it calmly, and look for opportunities in the battle, turning defense into offense, and hitting the enemy with a stormy force that made him unable to resist. How could such a person appear on Jinwu's star? With her strength, she can occupy a place even if she goes to Jinwu's star, where the competition is the most intense in the Jin Sha Ring zone. The absolute suppression completely crushed the confidence of the bearded man. He was like a puppet, completely without the ability to attack. While dodging in embarrassment, he could only watch his wounds increase. It's just a cat playing with a mouse. Looking at the woman who forced him here, the attack speed of the double-edged sword did not decrease at all, and the force of the fall was even stronger than before. She seemed like a tireless machine. When the night wind came, she suddenly put away the sword and kicked from the side. The bearded man was kicked in the waist and abdomen, and the sharp pain brought out a string of blood. He took a few steps back, covered his right waist which was pierced by the Thunder Wolf Fang dagger, and squeezed out 2 words from his teeth with his eyes wide open. Despicable. He actually hid a knife in the sole of his shoe. It was a special star weapon that could release poison. Sure Yuan raised his sword, tilted his head slightly, and said indifferently, "Isn't this method just right to deal with you? Treating ordinary people as slaves, bullying them wantonly, and forcing children, who had just awakened their mimicry to kill their parents with their own hands." The next second, her figure disappeared from the spot, and with the paralysis effect caused by the Thunder Wolf Fang dagger on the bearded man, she stabbed his spine with a knife, snatched his mimicry weapon, and crushed it inch by inch with star power. The screams broke through the camp. The recruits who fought bloody battles raised their heads, and saw that the leader of the Qinfeng mercenary group, who was just so arrogant, was stepped on by the city lord and wailed like a dead dog. Chapter 156. The sounds of fighting in the Qinfeng mercenary group camp lasted for more than an hour. The movement here could not be concealed. In addition to the Qinfeng mercenary group, other forces that were eyeing Qingdi City also sent people to get a share of this feast. Not long after the sound of fighting in the direction of the camp was heard, a scout discovered the situation here. While reporting his findings to his superiors, he quietly approached the direction where the sound came from. The smell of blood in the air blown by the night wind made the scouts alert, and they couldn't help but speculate who was fighting with them in the Qinfeng mercenary group's camp. Seeing that there was a hillside in front of them, which could overlook most of the camp, the 4 scouts acted separately. 2 of them were responsible for being alert to whether there were scouts from other forces approaching, and 2 were responsible for going to occupy the high ground. The 2 people approached the hillside cautiously, and walked less than 100 meters. Suddenly, 2 hands stretched out from the bushes under their feet, and dragged them into the pit under the bushes without warning. After a while, a head with grass on top poked out of the hole, and the 2 eyes exposed outside carefully checked the situation nearby with mental power. If Raven was here, he would definitely recognize that this was Zhuo Qian, a new recruit who entered the 9th Army of Tao Tai at the same time as himself. While dealing with Hong Jie and others, Zhuo Qian was sent by the army commander to take over the Dwarf's Chamber of Commerce. At present, he has gathered the remaining forces of the Chamber of Commerce, abandoned some of the uncontrollable industries, and became the main person in charge of the Chamber of Commerce. Raven didn't know that in addition to the new recruits in Qingdi City, there were other people involved in tonight's operation. It goes without saying that Zhuo Qian's ability is enough. Even if he is not a special scout, the soldiers selected by the Tao Tai army are enough to deal with the current situation. On Jindu Star, it is a dimensionality reduction attack. After making sure that there were no fish that had slipped through the net nearby, she gestured to the people in the pit. Seeing this, the person in charge of the communication immediately sent a message to his companions, who were ambushed in other places. Not long after, the other 2 scouts were also ambushed. After that, scouts approached one after another. There were not many people, and each wave did not exceed 5 people. They were easily dealt with by Zhuo Qian and his men. At the same time, the major forces that learned that fighting was heard in the camp of the Qinfeng mercenary group, but could not contact the scouts after that, were as anxious as ants on a hot pot, and they wanted to rush over immediately. But the lack of information made them dare not act rashly, and they could only send higher-level talents to check the situation. But wave after wave, these talents were like entering a black hole from which there was no return, and no news was sent back. Finally, the deputy leader of the Golden Scorpion mercenary group, who first learned that the Qifeng mercenary group was fighting with others, could not bear it anymore and prepared to personally lead people to see what was going on. To avoid falling into the enemy's trap, he brought with him talents of the extraordinary realm, who had enough self-protection capabilities in case of an ambush, and the rest of them stayed in the camp, waiting for orders. He didn't know that just as he led people away, someone came to the door and took advantage of the camp's empty defense to launch a sneak attack. In the dark night, Shuqian gave an order, and a blanket of feather arrows carrying special flames extracted from the feathers of the fire element bird shot into the camp. This kind of flame is not high level, and the damage it causes to the gifted is limited. But it is difficult to extinguish, and it absorbs star power. Once it is contaminated, if it cannot be extinguished immediately, the star power in the gifted person's body will be quickly consumed. The number of fire birds found was small, and the amount of flames extracted was limited, only enough for Zhuqian to lead people to attack the camp of the Golden Scorpion mercenary group. When countless rockets fell from the sky was illuminated brightly. The mercenaries patrolling in the camp raised their heads in surprise, and immediately realized that there was an enemy attack and immediately sounded the alarm. But it was too late. The arrows engraved with the acceleration star pattern were flying very fast. In an instant, they broke through the wind and clouds and fell into the camp in a parabola. Whoosh! The flames spread along the wind and fell on the mercenaries' clothes and skin. The expected burning sensation did not appear, but was replaced by a strange coolness, like a stream flowing past, silently absorbing the star power in the mercenaries' bodies and leaving black and red scars. With a light touch, the skin under the scar produced a strong burning sensation. Soon, someone realized the horror of this flame and tried to put it out, but found that it burned more and more vigorously under the nourishment of star power, and ordinary means could not put it out at all. Panic spread instantly. Another deputy leader who stayed in the camp recognized this flame and immediately shouted loudly, "Don't run! Don't panic! Go into the sand pile! Block the star power, and the flame will go out." As soon as his voice sounded, a new round of rockets was fired from the bushes outside the camp. This time, it was not a special flame that could devour star power, but an ordinary offensive flame. However, the mercenaries in the camp were like frightened birds. How could they tell the difference between the two flames with their naked eyes? They fled in fear. This escape made the camp even more chaotic, and the deputy leader could not control the situation at all. The two flames mixed together, covering the entire camp with the force of a prairie fire. At this time, Shuqian had taken advantage of the chaos to lead his men to approach. They were wearing special combat uniforms that isolated star power, like a sharp long knife, stabbing into the chaotic camp and ruthlessly harvesting the lives of the mercenaries. In another camp thousands of meters away, a similar sneak attack was taking place. The raging fire burned until the sky gradually brightened and then gradually stopped. The deputy leader of the Golden Scorpion mercenary group, who led people out to explore, saw the flames of his own camp before he arrived at the camp of the Qifeng mercenary group. He suddenly realized that he had been tricked and rushed back without stopping. But when he returned to the camp, the people who came to sneak attack had already evacuated, leaving only corpses and charred ashes on the ground, and the fire element bird feather flame was also swaying on the scorched earth and gradually extinguished. The few survivors fell to the ground and wailed in pain. Their skin was burned by the flames of the fire element bird feathers, leaving ugly scars one after another. The pain penetrated into their bones and spread to their nerves, almost swallowing up their consciousness. The mercenaries' spiritual power fountains were empty due to the loss of star power, and they could not even release their mimicry. The mixture of fear and pain made them stutter, and could not clearly explain which force had attacked them when facing the questioning of the deputy leader. Looking at the fallen bodies, all the space accessories were taken away, and the expensive star weapons disappeared without a trace. The deputy leader was so angry that he almost spit out a mouthful of blood. He kicked the other deputy leader, who stayed in the camp, and was also scarred and flew away, and scolded coldly, "Waste!" He strode forward, trying to find someone who could explain the situation when he was attacked, but stepped on a hard metal product. Looking down, it turned out to be a token engraved with a tiger head. The deputy leader narrowed his eyes instantly, picked up the token and turned it over to the back, and saw the arrogant word Yin. It was the identity token of a senior member of the Flame Tiger mercenary group. The Flame Tiger mercenary group was the mortal enemy of the Golden Scorpion mercenary group. They also sent people to Qingdi City and stationed at the foot of the mountain thousands of meters away, The morning sun sprinkled on Qingdi City, dyeing this 1,000-year-old ancient city with warm glory. The residents in the city woke up from their sleep one after another, and a new day was about to begin. The city gate was wide open, and the new recruits, who had experienced a difficult battle, escorted the captives of the Qingfeng mercenary group into a neat queue and entered the city one after another. The people walking on the street noticed the hustle and bustle coming from the direction of the city gate, and curiously leaned over to see. When they saw the embarrassed Qingti army, they were shocked at first, but soon found the leader of the Qingfeng mercenary group, who was limp in the prison car like a pile of mud. Someone recognized his identity, and immediately exclaimed. The bearded man was notorious, and had done dirty human trafficking with Sister Hong. Many women and children from ordinary families in Qingdi City were captured by them, and no news has been heard of them so far. One victim roared in anger, unable to control his pain, and drew his knife to chop at the prisoner car. The escorting soldier was startled and wanted to stop him reflexively, but was stopped by an invisible force, and the victim, who was out of control, was also stopped. This incident made the crowd quiet down, and some cautious people had retreated to the back of the crowd, fearing that they would be implicated. The victim failed to get revenge and collapsed, sitting on the ground and crying loudly. Some people felt sorry, and wanted to go over to help the person up, but they were afraid of the bloody Qingdi soldiers, and for a moment, they didn't know whether to move forward or backward. At the deadlock, a cold voice came. 3 days later, the city lord's mansion will behead the leader of the Qingfeng bandits in Qingdi Square. Everyone can come and watch. Qingdi City will also fully take over the city occupied by the Qingfeng bandits in the next month. Those who are looking for relatives can go to the Qingdi City Population Management Office to register. The victim who collapsed and cried was stunned when he heard this, and then he got up from the ground and rushed to the Qingdi City Population Management Office. Everyone looked in the direction where the voice came from, and saw the new city lord of Qingdi City riding a black-scaled horse from the back of the queue. The black-scaled horse walked on the flat stone road, making a crisp sound of clattering, which was particularly clear in the quiet street. The woman riding on the horse looked ordinary, and wore the most ordinary combat uniform. However, her cold eyebrows and majestic temperament gave people a sense of sacredness that could not be violated under the morning light. Someone in the crowd shouted good, and the streets, which had been silent because of the previous incident, burst into cheers. More people came over, and the people whispered to each other. In a few words, they knew that the Qingti army had secretly left the city to attack the Qingfeng mercenary group last night, and more people applauded. Some people also learned that Qingdi City would liquidate the Qingfeng mercenary group and take over the areas controlled by it, and had the opportunity to find their relatives who were robbed. They cried with joy and couldn't wait to go to the Population Management Office. The name of Inu spread in Qingdi City again. Compared with the previous fear and caution, the people mentioned her with more sincere admiration and respect. Back to the city lord's mansion, Shi Yuan took Lei Wen to the study. Shu Qian and several other soldiers who participated in the sneak attack mission had arrived in Qingdi City in advance and secretly entered the city through the underground passage. They were waiting for her in the study now, ready to report on the mission last night. Raven had recovered from the fierce battle. In just one night, he was much calmer than before. The battle plan for the action last night was made in advance. His command was not very brilliant, and there was no dilemma that required him to rack his brains to turn the situation around. The worst case was that he was injured in the battle, but it was not fatal, and he could recover in a few days. After the leader of the Qingfeng mercenary group was taken down by the legion leader, the remaining mercenaries became a mess, and the mess was cleaned up smoothly. It was such a not-so-difficult battle that cleansed Raven's thoughts and state of mind, and made a great change in his mentality. There were more than one people in the same situation as him. The Taotai Legion soldiers sent by Shi Yuan to various places on Jindu Star were baptized in difficulties and obstacles, and will become smooth and sophisticated in the future. Raven did not expect Shu Qian and others to appear in the study. He was stunned at first, but soon noticed that they also looked embarrassed after just finishing the battle, and could not help feeling a little surprised. Shi Yuan nodded slightly to the people who stood up to greet her. You've worked hard all night. Sit down. She didn't intend to make the atmosphere dull and boring after the victory, and her behavior was casual. After spending half a month together, everyone had already understood her temperament and knew that she was not a person who cared about empty courtesy, so they all sat down with a smile. Shu Qian was very straightforward and laughed loudly, saying, "What are you talking about, Lord? I don't feel tired at all. I wish I could go and kill 2 more times." Like Raven, she was a battle maniac, and she never spared time and energy in improving herself. If you say that, you won't have a chance to rest in the future. Sure Yuan made a sly joke. Shui Qian straightened her back immediately and said, "Thank you, the city lord, for not abandoning me." Her playful behavior made everyone laugh. After a few simple words to relax, Sure Yuan turned the topic to business. "How is your operation? Is it going smoothly?" Everyone returned to Qingdi City in good condition, and it seems that they did not encounter any difficult problems. "This is indeed the case," Shui Qian said seriously. "Everything went smoothly according to your instructions. We took advantage of the chaos to attack them. They were unprepared. Although we failed to wipe out all the mercenary groups, the things we framed were left behind, and a large amount of supplies were also taken back." She opened her bulging waist bag and took out a large number of space rings of different styles. "I haven't had time to count the specific supplies yet, but I took a rough look at a few space rings. There are boxes of alien crystals and materials inside, as well as various rare ores." Shui Qian couldn't help but sigh. Ordinary mercenaries have so many good things in their hands, which shows how many people those mercenary groups have robbed. The others also took out their own spoils and happily compared who had seized more space rings. Raven didn't know that Sure Yuan had arranged for Shui Qian and others to play a trick of luring the tiger away from the mountain and sneak attack the camps of other mercenary groups. He was stunned and had a kind of enlightenment in his heart that it was actually possible. In fact, it was not just him. Shui Qian and others did not know that their companions had taken on other sneak attack missions before they started the action. Everyone returned to Qingdi City and saw the other party's embarrassed appearance after the battle. After checking the intelligence, they knew that the Legion commander had assigned them different tasks. Sure Yuan was happy to listen to their chatter. When they were almost done, she tapped the table with her fingers. "All the spoils, mineral resources, and rare materials obtained from missions in the future must be handed over, and 70% of weapons and other materials must be handed over, and the remaining 30% can be freely distributed. In addition, mission subsidies and pensions will be issued according to the standards of the Tao Hai Corps. Freely distribute 30% of the mission spoils? There are also additional mission subsidies. No one can resist the temptation of bonuses." Shui Qian and others' eyes immediately became bright, and they shouted that the city lord was wise. Cloud Crane Constellation Tianheng Star. Unlike Tiandu Star, which has entered the golden autumn, Tianheng Star has walked out of the bitter winter. The place where the marshal's mansion is located is full of spring flowers, lush grass, and birdsong and fragrance. Half a month ago, the second Prince Tang Shishu led the 6th Jinwu army to settle in Tianheng Star, took over the government affairs of Yanhezuo, issued a recruitment notice, prepared to expand the 6th Jinwu army, and appointed his generals to reorganize the original Baizhe army. When the news came out, some people were happy and some were sad, and some secretly sighed that the Baizhe family would completely become the history of the Yongyao Empire, and there would be no possibility of returning. GCU's disguise was flawless. Tang Shishu did not find that his cousin had been replaced. When he took the initiative to ask for the order to reorganize the Baizhe army, he readily agreed. With the increasingly declining Baizhe army returning to Tianheng Star, the marshal's mansion, which had been sealed for more than 18 years, was reopened. The once magnificent and majestic palace was only left with ruins, and the charred fire marks still remained in every corner of the marshal's mansion even after a long time. Looking around, it was devastated. Year after year, birds brought grass seeds. They fell under the dilapidated fence and in the cracks of the stones. When spring came, they came out from the ground, one after another, one cluster after another. GCU put on the uniform of the commander of the Baizhe army, and took more than 10 veterans of the Baizhe army. When he pushed open the broken city gate, his eyes were uncontrollably red. A white egret flew high, and made a low and gentle cry in the air. GCU stood under the Baizhe giant statue, as if he had traveled through time, and saw the young chasing his brother. The pregnant cousin and mother stood not far away, pursing their lips and smiling at him. The majestic and kind aunt came from a distance, and shouted to him to run slower, and not to trip over the pebbles under his feet. The spring breeze came and blew away the empty dream. GCU suddenly came back to his senses, and looked up at the stone sculpture of the mythical beast covered with moss and vines. Baizhe, Baizhe, I am going home. Chapter 157. The news that Yin, the lord of Qingdi City, attacked the Qinfeng mercenary group at night, and captured the leader, and a group of leaders alive was like a tornado, sweeping across the entire Jingdu Star, and calming down the major forces that were ready to move. The Qinfeng mercenary group is not the most difficult bone to chew on Jingdu Star, but it is not a soft persimmon that anyone can squeeze. Their leader is an S-level wanted criminal of the Yongyao Empire, and he has done all kinds of evil. He has a violent temper and cruel methods. Taking advantage of the fact that the Tongxi royal family has lost control of the Jinli seat, and the Taotai family has not yet established prestige in the Jinli seat, he killed the original leader of the Qingfeng mercenary group, gathered a large group of desperate criminals, and exploited them without restraint. In just 1 month, the territory under his control has been full of complaints. No one thought that Yin, who was not well known before, had the strength to capture him alive and execute him in front of everyone in Qingdi City. Obviously, this is a blatant demonstration. But compared to the butcher knife that has not been swung in front of them, the desperate criminals are more concerned about the fat meat without an owner. It is not important to them whether the leader of the Qingfeng mercenary group is dead or alive. What is important is that the territory he controls has become ownerless, and anyone can take a bite. For a time, several forces wanted to compete for the Luoxia Forest controlled by the Qingfeng mercenary group. Luoxia Forest is an A-level alienation area with 5-star gates. Although it is not connected to large planets and developed planets, it is one of the nearest passages to cross the Golden Carp constellation to the Corona constellation, the Golden Crow constellation, or the White Lion constellation. In addition, the star or N-star wood produced in the Luoxia Forest are the preferred materials for making star weapons. No matter which constellation they are sold to, there is no shortage of buyers. In the past, these resources belonged to the Yongyao Empire. The local government had to pay a certain amount of tax to the treasury of the empire for development, and ordinary people had no chance to get involved. Now, no matter who occupies the alienated area, the first thing they do is to mine the mineral veins inside, collect all the rare alien plants, and put them into their own pockets. In this way, even if they lose control of the alienated area, they can still make a lot of money. Therefore, the major forces got the news that the Qingfeng mercenary group was finished. Just like the previous division of the alienated area controlled by the Red Sand mercenary group, they immediately took action and rushed to the station of the Qingfeng mercenary group, trying to seize the materials stored in the treasury and fill their pockets, and they did not hesitate to fight for this. When the Flame Tiger mercenary group finally opened the Qingfeng mercenary group's material treasury after 5 levels and 6 generals, they found that it had been emptied long ago, leaving only a sea-level alienated crystal in the center of the treasury, silently mocking their ridiculous behavior. The leader of the Flame Tiger mercenary group was so angry that he almost drew his sword and chopped people on the spot. But before he could withdraw from the treasury, the people of the Golden Scorpion mercenary group surrounded the Qingfeng mercenary group's base and fired thousands of rockets into it, wanting to fight back. The Flame Tiger mercenary group fought hard and finally won the ownership of the treasury, but they didn't get anything, and were suddenly ambushed by the Golden Scorpion mercenary group. How could they swallow this bitter breath? The two sides were mortal enemies, who would fight each other when they met. Now the new and old hatreds were added together, and the fight was so fierce that the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The result was naturally that both sides were injured and retreated in hatred. But on the way back to the base camp, they were ambushed by Zhuqian and Lei Wen respectively. All the leaders died, and the minions abolished the spiritual power spring, and temporarily served as labor to build a training ground for the Qingti army. Then, Shi Yuan personally led people to take over Luoxia Forest, wiped out the remnants of the Golden Scorpion mercenary group and the Flame Tiger mercenary group, and swallowed up their territories. In just half a month, the Qingfeng mercenary group, the Golden Scorpion mercenary group, and the Flame Tiger mercenary group disappeared from the power rankings of Jindu Star, and Qingti City regained the 3 alienated areas and became one of the largest forces in Jindu Star. The area near Qingti City was reshuffled so quickly that it was shocking, and the name of Yinwei became more and more famous. Surprisingly, in the next month, she did not expand outward, but synchronized the policies issued in Qingti City to all the cities under her jurisdiction. She set up patrols between the main traffic routes between cities. Once someone was found to be robbing or committing a crime, they would immediately go to arrest him, using thundering means to deter people with malicious intentions. The public security of the city radiating outward with Qingti City, as the center improved at a visible speed, even better than before the chaos in Jinlizuo. In addition, she recruited a large number of gifted people with clean resumes to join the Qingti army. After a simple training, she asked Raven and others to take them out to perform tasks, starting with patrols, including but not limited to clearing the dens of small bandit forces. After clearing out the bandits in the 3 alienated areas, registering and sending those who were caught by them to mine mineral veins, she abolished the mercenary guild system and established a gifted management association. She forced every gifted person with a Qingti City citizen ID to join the association, and randomly organized low and middle-level gifted people to enter the alienated area according to the gifted person's mimicry and willingness to complete basic tasks such as hunting alienated creatures and collecting alienated materials. Talented people who complete tasks can get corresponding task rewards and task points can be used to exchange for rewards such as star weapons. Talented people in the extraordinary realm are not restricted by the tasks of the Management Association. They only need to join the association to get a certain amount of task points every month. There are many policies like this, and there is no need to list them one by one. Different from the previous loose and free management policies, the Talent Management Association will record the personal information of each talent and cooperate with the entry and exit registration implemented by Chingy City, just like a dog chain, tied around the necks of the talents, so that they can't wander around the planets of the Golden Carp constellation without restraint. As soon as the news came out, it caused an uproar within the sphere of influence of Chingy City. A considerable number of talents protested and refused to join the Talent Management Association. Sure Yuan's attitude towards these protests was simple and rude. If you want to join, don't join, then get out. She is now known as a warlord in troubled times. She doesn't have to worry about public opinion like the Totem family. She also dealt with Qin Feng and other 3 mercenary groups with thunderous means. She can't walk sideways on Jingu Star, but at least no one can do anything to her. Naturally, she will implement what she can do immediately. Otherwise, it will be difficult to solve the problems of the original system when the situation stabilizes. The territory of Yongyao Empire is too large, and it involves the interests of the Totem family and the great nobles, so it is impossible to carry out large-scale unified management. The Mercenary Guild was originally an organization to manage the emergence of gifted people. The purpose is to let them focus on protecting the Chamber of Commerce, hunting alien creatures, etc., instead of bullying ordinary people and engaging in illegal activities. However, the superior subordinate system of the Mercenary Guild has serious drawbacks. The collapse of the Order of the Golden Carp constellation this time is largely due to the fact that the black gifted and wanted criminals killed the leader of the regular mercenary group and directly usurped the throne, forming a group of small forces. The survival law of the strong is easy to destroy the normal world order. Coupled with the deliberate promotion of the major forces in the chaotic star field, the Golden Carp constellation has completely become a tool for them to grab resources. Sure Yuan has been accepted since childhood as a sustainable development concept of learning from history. Of course, it is impossible to let this drawback continue to exist. It is definitely not possible to directly abolish the Mercenary Guild, and overly strict management is not realistic. In compromise, the Gifted Management Association is the best choice. At present, the territory under her jurisdiction is the safest place in Jingu Star, and even the entire Jinsha Ring area. As long as they don't want to lose their freedom, and become the pawns of other forces, no one will think about running away. This also gives Chingy City the capital to promote the Gifted Management Association. The protesting gifted people had never expected that Sure Yuan would give such a strong response without even considering it, and they were a little panicked for a while. People who have experienced painful exploitation know very well that the current Chingy City is like a paradise in the Jinsha Ring area. The supplies here are affordable. Apart from the purchase restrictions, people don't have to worry about whether they will go hungry for the next meal, whether bandits will break into their homes and capture them to mine, become slaves trampled under their feet, and whether they will never wake up after falling asleep. Sure Yuan once again took advantage of people's herd mentality and promoted the benefits of joining the Gifted Management Association on the Star Network rebuilt in Chingy City, and asked people to lead the first batch of gifted people who joined the association to the alienation area to perform tasks. When these gifted people swaggered home with star fruits and exotic beast meat, and boasted to their relatives and friends about how good the rewards given by the association were, people's hearts began to waver. As more and more gifted people joined the association, Sure Yuan added fuel to the fire. After 10 days, gifted people who have not joined the association will be expelled from Chingy City and its jurisdiction, and will permanently lose the qualification to enter the alienated area under Chingy City. Things will certainly not go so smoothly, but under the general trend, those small waves will eventually be drowned in the torrent of history. It is imperative for the gifted people to manage the association. She wants to conduct comprehensive information management on the gifted people to eliminate any possibility of loopholes. That night, Sure Yuan sat in the garden to eat supper, and the kitten came out from her shoulder and neck, calling out, with a little dissatisfaction in the grievance, as if it was ignored and unhappy. In the past month, she was very busy, and had no time to play with the little guy. Many times, she put it in her pocket, and thought that she would smooth its fur when she had time, but she usually forgot about it when she was busy, so the fur was naturally not smooth. At this moment, listening to the kitten's baby voice, Sure Yuen tilted her head and rubbed it with her side face. The kitten's fur was fine and soft, and it felt better than the most finely crafted cashmere scarf. When she was in Xingyo Military Academy, she liked to rub it when she had nothing to do, and the kittens were used to her rubbing. But today, the kitten was obviously in a bad mood. It raised its little meat pads to rub her side face, kicked its short legs, jumped onto the table, and whimpered loudly. It was the first time that Sure Yuen was served by it with its little meat pads. He was stunned at first, and then laughed. It didn't hurt, and it even looked cute. She raised her hand and hooked the kitten's chin, pretending to be angry, and said, "You are so small, but you have a big temper." The kitten refused to let her touch it, turned around and faced her with its little butt, and then saw the star snail on the table. Without waiting for Sure Yuen to coax it, it skillfully picked up the star snail and poked it with its short legs. After a while, a low and hoarse voice came from inside. "Yuan Yuan?" Very familiar, as if it was still in my ears yesterday, and it seemed to have gone through a long time, and was as distant as the ancient times. Sure Yuen lowered his eyes slightly, and smiled gently. No response was heard, and the young man at the other end of the star snail asked again, "Yuan Yuan?" The kitten heard it calling itself, put its head close to the star snail, and howled heroically. I don't know where its call touched the other party's funny point, and a low laugh came from the star snail. It was as if a tired person suddenly got the motivation to move forward. GCU called out again, "Yuan Yuan?" The kitten howled loudly, like it was complaining. Chapter 158. The night fell, and the stars disappeared. The north wind swept across the barren sand dunes, raising layers of sand waves. Some sand scorpions crawled out from the cracks in the rocks, and then were startled back into the ground by a violent explosion. Kill! The high-pitched charge sounded through the dark night. Hundreds of talents pushed open the sand board on their heads, jumped out of the sand pit, and rushed to the team attacked by sand thunder in front without saying anything. The sand thunder made with A-level sand rhino's stomach sac as the main material, and the bursting star pattern engraved by the star pattern master is not inferior to the power of S-level alien crystal explosion. The soldiers on the march were suddenly attacked, and there was a moment of confusion in the queue, but they had experienced many battles of varying sizes in the past 2 months. They quickly calmed down under the command of the commander and fought with the attackers. The sound of weapons continued, explosions came one after another, and all kinds of mimics fought together. Soon, the attacked soldiers found that their star power was rapidly draining away, and the power of mimicry was getting weaker and weaker. Someone guessed the reason and cursed, "You actually put the powder of the star-absorbing grass in the sand mine." Despicable. The people fighting with him were not ashamed, but laughed, "All is fair in war. If you have the ability, you can use it. Fuck your uncle's dog." The person who was ambushed was furious, shouted loudly, and fought hard. No matter how strong the resistance of the attack team was, under the effect of the powder of the star-absorbing grass, they were still irreversibly defeated. The sky gradually brightened, and the battle stopped. More than half of the mercenary team that was attacked was lost, and the rest were all captured. Lei Lai panted, wiped the blood-stained dirt on his face, spat out the sand in his mouth, leaned on the S-level sand dragon bone spear he had taken from the enemy, and listened to his subordinates report the casualties and gains. Around him, there were soldiers wearing A-level battle armor. The wounded were bandaged with the help of medical staff, the logistics were responsible for cleaning the battlefield, and the scouts were always alert to the situation nearby. More than 200 people focused on their duties in an orderly manner. After a while, a respectful greeting came from the back of the crowd. Lei Lai's eyes moved slightly, but his face did not show any sign. He quickly turned around and pretended to be surprised and confused to greet the visitor. Unlike when he was in Xingyo Military Academy, he deliberately tanned his skin, shaved off his original eyebrows, planted 2 rows of dark and thick sword eyebrows, and plumped his lips. The face was still the same, but the temperament had changed drastically. The previous shrewdness and ability were no longer seen, replaced by a simple and honest person who could easily let people down. Lei Lai once said to Niao Linghan, with great confidence, that even if the president stood in front of him, he might not be able to recognize him. Niao Linghan did not comment, but deeply realized that the reason why Lei Lai could get along well in front of Miss Ji was not because of his flattering face, but because of his courage to fight and work hard. Lei Lai pursed his cracked thick lips, and saw that a young man in his 20s came from behind the separated crowd. The other party was wearing a tight black combat uniform. He had never seen this style before, but he recognized that it was specially customized. It had special functions such as isolating mental power and star power. The defense power was estimated to be not inferior to SS-level battle armor. If it was put on the auction, it would definitely be sold at a sky-high price of hundreds of millions. Fat sheep, fat sheep. Where did the fat sheep come from? Jinyuixing can't produce such good things. As the young man walked, the combat uniform was constantly contracted and relaxed with his movements to maintain the most fitting wearing method, and the thin and well-proportioned muscles under the soft fabric could be seen. The man had a gentle and handsome face, clear and penetrating eyes, and a harmless temperament, which was out of tune with the bloody scene in front of him. Lei Lai had never seen this person before. Seeing him walking from a distance with a smile on his face, he pretended to be a little stunned, and glanced to the side. It seemed that only then did he notice the triangular-eyed man who followed him closely, and was attentive. A month ago, he and Ye Linghan felt that the plan of occupying the mountain as king was too risky, and could easily be annexed by other forces, so they slightly changed their goals, and reformulated the plan to unify Jinyuixing. The two did not act together, but joined different forces separately, preparing to implement the strategy of driving the tiger to devour the wolf, sneaking into the big forces to get to the top, swallowing up the small and medium forces, and relying on their own influence in their own forces to fight each other and consume the bandits' vitality, so as to complete the unification at the right time. The force that Lei Lai is currently in is called the Black Abyss Army. Triangle Eyes is the leader of the Black Abyss Army, called Crazy Dragon. His personality is completely opposite to his name. He is smooth and sophisticated, cautious and experienced, but he likes to see people's dishes. He never puts on airs in front of people he can't afford to offend, and he is very embarrassed. For the weak, he has a face that looks up to the top. The person who can make him treat with such a diligent attitude must not be a simple person. Thinking of the rumors that the Chaos Star Domain intends to disrupt the Golden Carp constellation and wrestle with the Taotai family, Lei Lai had a vague guess in his heart. He put on an honest face, showed a puzzled look, and tentatively said, "Leader, this is?" Quanlong immediately put away his flattering attitude and said seriously, "This is Mr. Ming, the real leader of our Black Abyss Army." After saying this, he showed a flattering look again, and introduced to the young man like a chameleon, "Mr. Ming, this is Zhang Lei, a rough man who doesn't know the rules. Please forgive me." Zhang Lei is Lei Lai's pseudonym. Unlike Jingu Star, the major forces of Jinyuan Star have completed the transformation from mercenary groups with imperfect management systems to warlords, and have carried out strict institutional management, and small forces have basically been annexed by large forces, forming a relatively stable power structure with major main cities as the core. What remains unchanged is that the conquests between forces have not stopped, but they are not as frequent as before. Mr. Ming smiled, "No problem." His tone was gentle, and coupled with his extremely deceptive appearance, it was easy for people to have a good impression of him. Quanlong explained with great tact, "Mr. Ming heard that you successfully ambushed the Blue Bird tribe here, not only seized their supplies, but also won a comprehensive victory, so he suggested coming to take a look." He patted Lei Lai on the shoulder and praised, "Good boy. Well done." Lei Lai laughed innocently, and then, at the signal of Triangle Eyes, he bowed respectfully and shouted, "Mr. Ming." "Ming? There is no big family with the surname Ming in the Chaos Star region." It seems that he used a pseudonym. Mr. Ming was obviously quite interested in him, and looked him up and down carefully, and said casually, "I heard that you are a student of Xingyao Military Academy?" Lei Lai scratched his head, "Yes." "Why don't you stay in Jinwu Constellation to develop, but come to Jinli Constellation?" Mr. Ming asked again. Lei Lai's face immediately showed a little sadness. "My father, mother, brother and sister are all in Jinyuan Star. After the chaos here, I couldn't contact them. I haven't found anyone since I came back. I don't know how they are now. First show a simple and honest mask, then use the identity of a graduate of Xingyao Military Academy to explain his outstanding command ability, and use a frank attitude to set off the image of an honest man. Finally, tell your weaknesses directly, and show your character of valuing love and righteousness. Being both true and false can gain the trust of suspicious people far more than a perfect fake identity." Mr. Ming sighed sympathetically, "Don't worry, they must be blessed, but the current situation is chaotic, and the star network of Jinli Constellation is paralyzed, making it difficult to contact you." He then said to Quanlong, "Pay more attention to the information of Xiao Lei's family, and be sure to bring them back safely to reunite with Xiao Lei." Quanlong accepted the order smoothly. Lei Lai immediately showed a grateful look, "Thank you." Mr. Ming smiled and led the topic to the official. "Can you tell me about your battle plan?" Lei Lai's eyes lit up slightly, and he talked about his understanding of this battle incessantly, listening to Mr. Ming nodding frequently. After he finished speaking, Mr. Ming suddenly said, "Do you know Ji Qingyuan?" Lei Lai seemed to be a little slow to react to the speed of his change of topic. He was naturally stunned for a moment, and then scratched his head and said, "Of course I know her, the eldest daughter of Tiandu Ji family." "Which camp were you in when you were in Xingyao Military Academy? Were you familiar with her?" Mr. Ming asked again. Lei Lai had already guessed that the man in front of him wanted to test him, and he also wanted to know more about the president. He said naively, "That's a pure-blooded Tao Tai. I don't even have a rank in the Yaoguang camp, so how can I have any relationship with her? I just saw her from a distance a few times, and called her the president a few times in the crowd." Mr. Ming nodded. "In your opinion, what kind of person is she?" Lei Lai quickly went over this question in his mind, with a little confusion on his face. Mr. Ming raised his eyebrows slightly. "Why? Can I tell you?" Lei Lai seemed not to notice his probing, and shook his head. "What can I tell you? It's just hard to tell. The president is pretty powerful. The Yaoguang camp has been in chaos for so long, but she unified it in one go. Hey! You don't know how funny it was that night when she brought Ji Qinqi, the second young master of the Tiandu Ji family, to challenge the club. He talked about the change of ownership of the 9th floor of the Yaoguang Dome, exaggerating how strong Ji Qinqi was, and his eyes showed some yearning for the strong." Mr. Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, and asked some other questions. Lei Lai told everything truthfully, but he maintained his personality in his words. "These are not secrets. The Chaos Star region has the Black Goat family, with the strongest intelligence in the universe. If Mr. Ming really wants to know about the president, he can go directly to the Black Goat family, and there is no need to get information from him. If he concealed anything about these public matters, his origins would surely be suspected, and everything he had done before would be in vain. Therefore, the safest way to deal with it is to say what you have to say." Of course, Lei Lai is not afraid of Mr. Ming investigating his identity, because there is indeed a military academy student named Zhang Lei in the Yaoguang camp. In the Xingyao Military Academy where geniuses gather, he is not outstanding and his ability is at a medium level. Time flies by as you ask and answer. Jinggu Star, Luoxia Forest Alienation Zone. Shi Yuan, who has taken off her disguise, sits on a rock in the woods, teasing the kitten who is lying on her knees holding an alienated crystal and kicking and rolling around. In the past 2 days, with her hard company, the little kitten allows her to be touched and teased, and she will not kick her if you gently pinch its short legs. The forest is quiet, with a faint fragrance of flowers coming from the nose, and the sound of gentle footsteps coming from far away in the rustling breeze. Shi Yuan raised his head and looked straight ahead. In the distance, a man in a black cloak was approaching slowly. His figure was completely covered by the cloak, and his entire face was covered by the white hood, so only his outstanding height could be seen. Shi Yuan smiled and said, in broad daylight, "Your Highness, aren't you afraid of attracting others to spy on you with this outfit? If someone guesses your identity, wouldn't it be a waste of time?" Her tone was casual, but with obvious sarcasm. Tang Shijin, whose identity was revealed, stopped walking. After a short 2 seconds, he stretched out his white and slender 5 fingers from under the wide cloak, lifted the hood on his head, and revealed his deep and cold eyebrows. It is hard to imagine that Prince Beilai, who has the pure blood of the Golden Crow, would be the culprit who planned the Tianyao Star incident and caused the Yongyao Empire to fall apart. A person who crawled out of the quagmire, finally possessed tremendous power, but didn't want to support and maintain it, but wanted to overthrow it. Even if Emperor Yongyao came, he would not be able to guess why he did this. Looking into those sharp golden red eyes, Shi Yuan smiled. "Why don't you speak? I haven't seen you for months. Has your Highness's tongue been pulled out, and he has become mute?" This sneer was no longer like the way he used to support the wounded CU on the Wild Lion Star, and called her his elder brother with a smile. Ji Qingyuan was a hypocritical and ruthless person. CU plunged into it, and was deceived and enjoyed it. Tang Shijin did not speak, still staring at her coldly, as if he wanted to see the true soul of the person in front of him through this extremely deceptive skin, and spy on all her thoughts. The breeze blew her silver-gray long hair, and the leaves rustled beside her ears, suppressing the undercurrent between the two and bringing a warm coolness. After a long time, Tang Shijin said the first sentence of this trip, "You are very smart." The whole truth of the Tianyao incident was guessed by just a few clues. Yes, this meeting was initiated by Shi Yuan, who contacted Tang Shijin and invited him. As for how to invite, there is no need to go into details. Anyway, the person is here. Shi Yuan bathed in the soft breeze and warm sun, and said slowly, "Without a little brain, how can I have the opportunity to stand in front of His Royal Highness?" purpose. Tang Shijin had no intention of arguing with her, and said concisely. Shi Yuan rolled up her sleeves, revealing the arrogant and domineering golden crow curse on her arm. She leaned forward slightly, and her tone was cold. Your Highness's purpose has been achieved, and it's time to take back the things you left behind, right? Tang Shijin looked down and met the fierce eyes of the cursed totem, without a trace of ripples in his eyes. I can't break this curse. As soon as the words fell, Shi Yuan said firmly, You lied? She gently stroked her arm, which was much hotter than ordinary people, and smiled sweetly when she looked up. You devoured Tang Shizai's mimicry, took his power for yourself, and awakened the pure-blooded golden crow. How can you not break this curse? This short paragraph directly hit Tang Shijin's most unspeakable secret, and his pupil shrank suddenly. When the wind suddenly rose, Tang Shijin's figure disappeared on the spot, and his 5 fingers became claws, and strangled Shi Yuan's neck fiercely. I actually wanted to kill people regardless of the consequences, but Tang Shijin would still meet her. The green and warm scene in front of him suddenly disappeared, and his feet seemed to step into the endless void, and couldn't step on the solid ground, as if he might fall into the abyss at any time. The stars moved, and the red moon was in the sky. Mimicry Field, Rose Holy Realm. The blood-colored eyes invaded Tang Shijin's vision with an irresistible attitude. The roses in full bloom were clustered together, a quick invitation from the god of death from hell. The thorny green roots were intertwined, representing sin and killing. The glaring red and deep green formed a strong visual contrast, impacting Tang Shijin's cognition and senses. Countless red feather arrows shot out from the dark sky, sharp as torches, forming an airtight death cage. Rose disaster of 10,000 arrows. Tang Shijin's pupils dilated, and the memories that had been sealed for nearly 8 years turned into surging waves, rolling in. Tang Shizai, covered in blood, fell among the broken branches and arms on the ground. A woman wearing a silver mask walked slowly by, and her space ring rolled down in front of him with a clang. Time was forcibly stretched, and then rebounded to a moment in an instant, leaving only a faint echo. I spare your life, remember to return it later. Swish! The sharp feather arrows were aimed directly at Tang Shijin's eyes. He ignored the sharp pressure at hand, and looked at the girl standing tall in the rose bushes. Chapter 159. Before learning that the golden crow curse on his left arm was related to Tang Shizai, Shi Yuan did not recognize that the now powerful Prince Beilai was the young man who was locked in a dog cage, covered with wounds and dying. The two were in very different situations, and the young man's spiritual power was broken, and he had accumulated old injuries for many years. Even if he received the best treatment, he could not be restored to a perfect state. What's more, he was just a toy for Tang Shizai to have fun. Not to mention getting treatment, it was even a question whether he could survive after the other party's death. There was no value for her to worry about him for many years. If the curse did not come from the power of Tang Shizai, Shi Yuan would not have remembered the insignificant episode of the year, and then suspected that Tang Shijin was the violent young man of the past. At that time, she had been out of the Rose training camp for less than half a year, and only had the combat power of the second level of the extraordinary. Even with the help of Cyrus and Shujio, and the power of the Rose Totem, she could not use perfect means to kill Tang Shizai, who was a top level of the third level of the extraordinary talent. The bounty order did not limit the time to kill Tang Shizai, so she lurked in the Yongyao Empire and waited patiently for the opportunity. After investigation, she learned that Tang Shizai would go to the manor of Hanyu Star for vacation every summer. She lurked in the manor 4 months in advance, disguised as a servant, and waited for the opportunity. As if with divine help, things developed as expected, and Tang Shizai really came to the manor for vacation. What surprised her was that Tang Shizai did not come to Hanyu Star just for vacation. His star power was in a very unstable state, and even had a star power riot. He brought 3 strings of SSS level MO Hanyu to barely suppress the burning heat of his body. During the day, he mostly soaked in the cold pond in the manor, and at night, he would arrange for strange beasts to fight, and humans to fight beasts, as if he was using this extremely stimulating entertainment method to relieve his bad mood. On the night when the opportunity came, Tang Shizai's star power rioted, and he drank a lot of wine, and killed many people before he could barely calm down. Therefore, she had the opportunity to take advantage of the situation and kill him with Rose 10,000 arrows. And she was ready to deal with the totem blessing that was very likely to exist on Tang Shizai. Unexpectedly, Tang Shizai had no totem blessing on him, and he died easily under Rose 10,000 arrows. No matter how mysterious the outside world was about Tang Shizai's death, and how high the Killer Zero's methods were, Shi Yuan, as the person involved, knew very well that the success of the assassination was inevitable. Before the Star Power riot, Tang Shizhe had already lost the combat power of a top-level extraordinary third-level strongman. After the Star Power riot, his realm directly fell to the extraordinary second level, and he could not even communicate with the Golden Crow totem. At that time, she was still very surprised. How could the Crown Prince of the Empire be attacked by the totem, and have no totem to protect him? It was not until she met Yun Xiao, and learned the truth about the destruction of the Baizhe family, that she suddenly came to her senses. In order to get the position of Crown Prince of the Empire, Tang Shizhe killed the head of the Baizhe family, and even risked being attacked by the totem. He used the totem curse on the Baizhe bloodline to make it stop growing and unable to reproduce. After this incident, he got the position of Crown Prince as he wished, but Baizhe and Jin Wu were both superior totems. There was no situation where one was suppressed by the other, and he would not easily perish in the Jin Wu curse. The curse failed to capture the power consumed by the totem to cast the curse, and the missing part had to be found from the caster. Tang Shizhe was attacked by the backlash, as an inevitable result. He is the Crown Prince of the Empire, and has countless resources to fill this gap. Although there have been star power riots over the years, and his realm has fluctuated between improvement and decline, it has not really threatened his life. As long as the bloodline of Baizhe, who is cursed by the Golden Crow, dies completely, he can be freed from the backlash, gradually repair the damaged foundation, and find a way to achieve the Holy Land again. Unfortunately, the head of the Baizhe family had a premonition of the crisis that Tianheng Star would face, and quietly sent some Baizhe away. Yun Ke, the most talented person in the history of the Baizhe family, also successfully escaped from Tianheng Star, and was found by Ji Wu, who looked for the Wuxing flower to suppress the curse for him. With Ji Wu's protection, no matter how many people Tang Shizhe sent out, it would be impossible to find Yun Ke who had escaped. When he was weakest, the mysterious man issued a bounty order to Shui Qiangwei to assassinate him. Back then, even if the person who received the bounty was not her, Tang Shizhe would definitely die. Because someone wanted him dead. After this, Tang Shizhe's death was exaggerated, and Killer Zero became the most mysterious and powerful killer in the universe, making people shudder. This incident almost caused a war between Yonghao Empire and Winston Empire. The past events flashed through Shi Yuan's mind, and she met Tang Shijin's shocked eyes calmly, and said slowly, "You still owe me a life." She opened the dog cage that locked him up, threw him the space ring of Tang Shizhe, let him have the demon god order, repaired the spiritual power spring, swallowed Tang Shizhe's mimicry, and got everything he has today. Yes, since guessing that Tang Shijin was the boy whose spiritual power spring was broken, Shi Yuan knew that he had the demon god order in his hand. The black star power has the function of repairing the spiritual power spring. The red wolf, whose spiritual power spring was also destroyed, was able to escape from Tianyuan prison, and the demon god order played an indispensable role. After Qi Qian's intelligence network was opened, Shi Yuan asked him to pay attention to the news related to the demon god order, and thus learned a very interesting legend. When a person who gets the demon god order is on the verge of despair, he can ask the demon god for a wish, and the demon god will fulfill all his requests, provided that he exchanges it with the most precious thing of the wisher. Assuming that Tang Shijin got the demon god order from Tang Shizhe's space ring or somewhere else, and saw the demon god, and made a wish to him, before his life came to an end, everything would be explained. The conjecture was verified, and Tang Shijin's killing intent was completely suppressed, but he didn't know what kind of emotion was controlling him now. He couldn't say a complete sentence after several times of moving his lips. After a long time, his Adam's apple rolled, and he finally organized his words. "You are Killer Zero?" When he led the Golden Crow army to eliminate the Blood Rose, he paid special attention to the whereabouts of Killer Zero, but he only got the news that she had not appeared since she was recalled to the Rose Manor by the old Duke of Rose. She was nominally missing, but in fact, she was very likely dead. Tang Shijin couldn't explain why he paid special attention to the Killer Zero. Maybe it was because the butcher knife that he thought would fall on him broke the cage, or maybe it was because the man said he was a poor little thing in the most contemptuous tone, but opened the best healing potion and poured it directly on him. At that time, he had a high fever and almost lost consciousness. He couldn't see her appearance, nor could he tell her height and age. He only remembered the slightly cold voice, and the silver mask reflecting the moonlight. There was no special emotion, just wanting to thank her in person. Or maybe it was just his wishful thinking, and the other party didn't need it. Shi Yuan did not answer his question, but threw out 2 words directly, "curse." She had no intention of repaying a favor, but she just didn't want to carry a time bomb on her back. It would be best if Tang Shijin was willing to take the initiative to remove this curse today, or else he would die. Without getting a clear answer, Tang Shijin lowered his eyes, and when he looked up again, there was no ripple in his eyes, and his expression returned to his usual coldness and indifference. He raised his hand, and an extremely hot breath emerged from his palm, carrying a strong unwillingness and resentment, igniting the red-black golden crow fire. The golden crow curse on Shi Yuan's left arm seemed to be summoned by a mysterious force, and began to twist, and the hot temperature attached to her body gradually subsided. Not long after, the cursed totem curled up into a wisp of golden crow fire, fluttering and swaying into Tang Shijin's hand, and was engulfed by the golden crow fire in his palm. The moment the cursed totem was detached, Shi Yuan felt as if he had thrown away a big stone that was pressing on him. His whole body felt much lighter. The power of the Wuxing flower gathered again at the side of his neck, and the rose curse that had recently shown a tendency to awaken was locked back in the 18 hells. Tang Shijin closed his 5 fingers and extinguished the golden crow fire that was full of resentment. At the same time, the blood-red rose that occupied the vision gradually became illusory, the blood moon in the sky turned upside down, and the rustling sound of wind passing through the treetops resounded in his ears. The rose holy realm was lifted. Tang Shijin turned around and wanted to leave. But Shi Yuan stopped him. "Your Highness, you don't think that lifting the curse for me can cancel your life, right?" She paused, and added with a smile, "My curse was still cast by you." Tang Shijin stopped and said indifferently, "Miss Qing Yuan, what else can I teach you?" Jiwu was really bold and reckless. Not only did she bring Siyu back without telling the Tongxi royal family, she even dared to take the chief assassin of Blood Rose back to Tiandu Star as a pure-blooded Taotai, and lied that she gave birth to twins. Yes, looking at Ji Qingyuan's appearance and mimicry, who would doubt her identity? Shi Yuan looked at him as if the previous disagreement did not exist, and said frankly, "You want to put the Tongxi royal family to death. On this point, our goals are the same." Tang Shijin guessed what she was going to say next. "You want to cooperate with me?" Without waiting for Shi Yuan to answer, he smiled sarcastically, and his tone suddenly became extremely sharp. "You want to keep the Taotai family out of it? Don't dream. What I want is that all the totem families die without a burial place. Vested interests, cold-eyed bystanders, all deserve to die." The person who has seen the worst side of himself stood in front of him, and Tang Shijin's emotions that had been suppressed for a long time suddenly burst out like a burst dam, and it was difficult to maintain the disguise with an indifferent and alienated attitude. The instant loss of composure made fine beads of sweat on his forehead, and his deep and handsome eyebrows were stained with hysterical sharpness. Shi Yuan looked at him coldly until he calmed down with a slight breath, raised his hand to cover his striking golden red eyes, and then slowly said, "I think this does not conflict with our cooperation. Cooperation is just a way to achieve the goal, and we don't need to have the same ultimate goal. This statement is just short of saying I'm not happy. If you want long-term cooperation, I just think you are a good partner for now. Indeed, even if people with different goals walk on the same path for a short time, they will eventually go in opposite directions. At this stage, he can indeed cooperate with Ji Qingyuan to kill the Tongxi royal family together." Tang Shijin looked at her sideways. Knowing that the fish had taken the bait, Shi Yuan sat on the rock, stroking the kitten's soft fur from time to time, further conquering Tang Shijin's psychological defenses. "If I'm not mistaken, you no longer have the power to independently dispatch the Golden Crow army, right?" Tang Shihao was suspicious by nature, and he climbed to the position of Yongyao Emperor by serving Tang Shizhe as a dog. Even if he didn't doubt Tang Shijin, he would not let him control the Golden Crow army again. It was inevitable to sideline him. Perhaps influenced by her calm attitude, Tang Shijin slowly calmed down. As he said before, Ji Qingyuan was too smart and easily guessed his dilemma. Of course, he had thought of the current dilemma when he decided to split the Yongyao Empire, and there was a corresponding solution. Seeing Tang Shijin lowered his eyes and said nothing, Shi Yuan easily revealed his trump card. Rebuilding the Baizhe Corps is not that easy. It will not be able to fight the Jingwu Corps for at least 3 to 5 years. You plan to take it slowly, but the current situation may not give you this opportunity. Your past is not a secret. Tang Shihao will sooner or later suspect you because of this. By then, even if he has no evidence to prove that you are the driving force behind the split of the Yongyao Empire, he will feel that it is better to kill you by mistake than to let you go and take your life. Tang Shijin was shocked by her words again, and the 5 fingers hanging by his side slowly tightened. It is impossible for him to compete with Tang Shihao, who has the Saint Realm, for the control of the Jinwu Corps. Yun Hezuo and Baizhe Corps are his best alternatives, and they are also the retreat he left for CU when things develop to a point where there is no way back. This matter is secretive, and even the shrewd Jiwoo may not be able to see it, but Ji Qingyuan actually guessed it. Such a person should either be killed to eliminate future troubles, or befriended and never become an enemy. Tang Shijin loosened his clenched fist and suddenly said, I crushed CU's star snail, and I also forbade him to contact you. Shuri Yuan, ? Is there any necessary connection between this and what we are talking about now? Tang Shijin said this sentence without thinking, and regardless of Shuri Yuan's reaction, he brought the topic back on track. How do you want to cooperate? Shuri Yuan rarely felt a sense of confusion, and seeing that he did not intend to explain, he had to continue the previous topic with a lot of doubts. Prompt the Winston Empire to go to war with the Tongxi imperial family. In this way, Tongxi Hao has no time to take care of the whole story of the Tianyao Star incident, and he must stay in the imperial palace. As the commander of the Jinwu Legion, you can regain military power and lead the army to fight. In this way, Emilia on the Winston Empire intends to weaken the Holy Angel family and the Griffin family, and Tongxi Jin on the Yongyao Empire deliberately stirs up trouble. The Battle of Xingqiang Grand Canyon is inevitable. Therefore, Yuqiang and Chiefeng constellations connected to Xingqiang Grand Canyon must be involved. Panlong constellation, Shilan's constellation, Yunhe constellation border the desolate star region, and the Yinglong family needs to work with the Tingsha family to resist the looting of star pirates. As for Yunhe constellation, GCU will not miss this opportunity to train the Baizei Legion. Tongxi Su's skills are simply not as good as him. Therefore, there is no need to worry about the Demon God Legion looting Yunhe constellation and attacking Tianheng Star happening again. If you want chaos, let's do it together. After listening to her plan, Tang Shijin neither agreed nor disagreed, but suddenly said, I give you CU's sound of the tide. Shuri Yuan, ? She really couldn't figure out why Tang Shijin mentioned GCU again and again, so she asked tentatively, does he make the decision on your plan? Chapter 160. Tang Shijin did not directly answer Shuri Yuan's tentative question. He can get to where he is today, relying not only on the Demon God Order, but also on his flexible way of dealing with things and his ability to read people's expressions. For revenge, he can kowtow to Emperor Yongyao, so what if there is one more Ji Qingyuan? Besides, Ji Qingyuan does not need him to kneel at her feet and serve her as a dog. Ji Qingyuan is thoughtful and smart. Although she seems indifferent, she actually has compassion for the weak, and is not a wicked person who regards human life as worthless. She also has unfathomable combat power, and he cannot put her to death and keep his secrets, so there is only one choice left, to build a long-term cooperative relationship with her, a friendly rather than an enemy. Tang Shijin does not think that the one-time encounter many years ago can give him a special status in front of Ji Qingyuan. The main body who really wants to build this relationship with her is CU. Back then on the Crazy Lion Star, Ji Qingyuan was able to save CU who was surrounded and killed, and even used Rose 10,000 arrows for this purpose, which shows that CU is not an insignificant adoptive brother in her mind. CU also has a good impression of her. If one day his plan fails, with Ji Qingyuan, CU will not be isolated and helpless, and will not go to an irreversible desperate situation. Tang Shijin will not tell anyone about the above considerations. He is not a person who drags his feet. After making a decision, he directly took out a star snail from the space ring, and threw it to the girl, who was sitting on the rock and petting the cat. Shuri Yuan noticed his action, raised his hand to catch the star snail, and gave him a puzzled look. Tang Shijin explained, it contains CU's title sound. Shuri Yuan, He is in Yunhe's seat now. If you need anything, you can communicate with him directly. Tang Shijin added calmly, without revealing his idea of finding a backer for his brother. Without waiting for Shuri Yuan to speak, he continued, I will cooperate with the war with Winston Empire, but Emilia Reinhardt is not a fool and may not bite this hook. Shuri Yuan was diverted from his attention again, and shrugged, don't worry about this. There are many ways to provoke disputes between the two countries. If an important person dies, and someone frames someone, there will always be a beneficiary who pushes Winston Empire and Yongyao Empire to go to war. Tang Shijin did not doubt her ability to provoke trouble, and did not ask her what method she had after hearing the words, but discussed the general direction of action next. The breeze rolled up the fallen leaves and blew across the green grass, hiding the whispered conversation between the two. The sun was setting in the west, and the afterglow of the sunset brushed the treetops, leaving golden spots on the grass leaves. After the conversation, Shuri Yuan picked up the kitten, who was sleeping soundly on his knees, and walked away from the sunset forest calmly. Tang Shijin watched her disappearing back, and suddenly felt the blood in his chest surging. A fishy sweetness surged up his throat, and a sharp pain came from the spiritual power spring. The totem backfired. If the person who cast the totem curse cannot kill the cursed, the totem will reversely seize the power of the caster and no longer protect the caster. During the time when the Golden Crow curse parasitized Ji Qingyuan, Tang Shijin felt the feeling of Tang Shizhe being backfired by the totem. Star power is vibrating. Life is worse than death. Now that the curse has been withdrawn, the totem that has not captured the corresponding power will still attack the caster, but the force of the attack will be much less. Tang Shijin wiped the blood from the corner of his lips and let the black star power flow in his body, repairing the internal injuries caused by the star power vibration bit by bit. His expression was still cold and indifferent, as if he could not feel the pain of the meridians being cut by the uncontrolled star power. He could even take out the star conch and send the sound of the tide to GCU. In the southern part of the Snake Lance, close to the edge of the chaotic star field, Ji Qinqi, wearing light armor, led a team of soldiers from the 10th Legion of Taotai and walked on the messy streets after the war. The blood stains on his hand were still not wiped off. The ragged poor people on the right side of the street touched the sword blade reflecting the cold light, and shrank unconsciously, holding the child in their arms, and trying to reduce their presence. Ji Qinqi noticed this scene, frowned slightly, used his star power to wipe off the blood stains on the ash, and put it away. The situation here is extremely bad, with a large number of people leaving, and those who are left are ordinary people who cannot awaken the mimicry. They are completely lambs to be slaughtered, and even the most basic food and clothing cannot be guaranteed. They can only hope that the children born can awaken the mimicry and grow up to take them away from this scorched earth. Suddenly Ji Qingqi's star conch rang. It was the tidal sound of the pure-blooded tongue snake Qi Xinyu. Qi Xinyu is the eldest daughter of Qi Jing. Like Qi Qinyu, she is an illegitimate daughter, but her mother's status is not inferior to Madame Qi. She has been trained in the air mode since she was a child. She currently commands the Tongue Snake 3rd Legion, responsible for garrisoning the Triangle Star Field in the southern part of the Snake Lance, and is also Ji Qingqi's partner. Recently, the Star Pirates in the Desolate Star Domain have been active frequently. Marshal Qi Jing had to increase the intensity of the crackdown. He also needed to take into account the White Lion constellation, and be ready to attack the Tongxi royal family at any time. The pressure on the southern defense line of the Snake Spear constellation increased. Since the Tingsha family and the Taotai family had signed a covenant of mutual assistance, Marshal Qi Jing frankly asked Ji Wu to send troops for reinforcement. There is no garrison pressure in the Star Crown constellation for the time being. The Golden Carp constellation can be cleaned up by Yuan sometimes. Ji Wu also wanted to train Ji Qinqi, so he agreed to Qi Jing's request and let him lead the Taoai 10th Legion to reinforce. Not long ago, Ji Qinqi had just led his army to repel a group of star pirates who came to plunder. This was the first battle he encountered after arriving at the Golden Horn Star. Although he won, he did not feel any joy. Unlike other star domains, the Stargate range of the planets bordering the Chaos Star Domain is quite wide, and it is impossible to carry out full-line defense. It can only build fortresses at strategic points, and send patrol teams to observe whether there are star pirates coming at any time. The star pirates are very cunning, and there is no regular pattern to the time of attack. Sometimes the attack is like a storm, and they can fight 7 or 8 times a day, and sometimes they disappear and do not appear for 10 days or half a month. This greatly increases the defense pressure of each fortress. Moreover, every time the star pirates launch an attack, they often use the strategy of feinting to the east and attacking to the west. Some people attract firepower, and the other part rushes into the city to loot. They rarely fight head-on with the garrison, and often use the method of delaying time. Once they grab supplies, they quickly retreat. They are cunning and maddening. The Tingsha Corps did not always adopt a defensive strategy. They often sent field troops into the desolate star field to attack the star pirates' nests. At the beginning, they achieved a good encirclement and suppression effect, but the star pirates were not stupid people who could not turn their brains. After a few times, they learned to be cunning. They took advantage of the geographical advantages of the desolate star field that each planet is a super large planet, and there are many stargates. They built nests everywhere, and ran away once they found that the situation was not right, and even played guerrilla warfare with the field troops of the Tingsha Corps. In this way, the encirclement and suppression of the Tingsha Corps made the star pirates more cunning. The Yongao Empire had also considered joining forces with the 7 Totem Corps to develop the desolate star field and completely eliminate the star pirates. However, the desolate star field was short of resources, and the environment of the alienated zone was extreme, which was not suitable for ordinary people who could not awaken the mimicry to survive. Few people were willing to move here. The resources required for force development far exceeded the resources produced by the desolate star field, and the disadvantages outweighed the advantages. Due to various disadvantages, this proposal was shelved, and the Yongyao Empire only arranged the Totem Corps to garrison the border of the star field to resist the invasion of star pirates. Over a long period of time, more and more black talents and wanted criminals gathered in the desolate star field, and this place completely became the back garden of star pirates. The Tingsha family also did not intend to vigorously develop the planets bordering the Snake Lance and the desolate star field, but regarded it as a place for pure-blooded Tingsha to train. Almost every pure-blooded Tingsha who graduated from the Xingyao Military Academy would come to the Triangle Star Field and grow into an excellent general in the process of encircling and suppressing the star pirates. What's the hurry? Ji Qiqi stepped into the combat meeting room, glanced at the Tingsha Corps generals, who were already present, and asked slowly. He has always been calm and indifferent, and rarely loses his composure. Even when Qi Xinyu said in Xinghua that there was something urgent, he didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. Qi Xinyu inherited 50% of Qi Jing's appearance, with delicate eyebrows and eyes, and a strong aggressiveness. Although she has a pair of fox eyes, they are not charming at all, but sharp enough to make people dare not look directly at them. At this time, she sat at the top with her long hair tied up high and wearing a dark red light armor. Facing Ji Qingqi's question, she tapped the table lightly with her fingers. There is very bad news. Without waiting for Ji Qingqi to ask, she continued, the first line of defense of Muju Star has been lost. Now, 1/3 of Muju Star is controlled by the star pirates. Qi Feng was seriously injured and temporarily retreated to the second line of defense fortress. A trace of surprise flashed across Ji Qingqi's eyes. Qi Feng is also a pure-blooded tongue snake, with the combat power of the 3rd level of extraordinary. With the bonus of totem power, he has already controlled the domain and his strength is comparable to the top 3rd level extraordinary talents. Ordinary people can't do anything to him. How could he be seriously injured while resisting the invasion of star pirates and lose the first line of defense of Muju Star? Besieged, or did the star pirates have a holy domain? Ji Qingqi hit the nail on the head. Totem mimicry has a suppressive effect on ordinary mimicry. At the same level, ordinary mimicry talents are no match for totem mimicry talents. Putting aside the above two options, he can't think of a third possibility. Qi Xinmiu was quite surprised at his reaction speed, but she didn't show it on her face. She simply said, Holy Land? Until now, she didn't think much of Ji Qingqi. After all, he was just a subspecies of Tao Tai, and he couldn't even communicate with the Tao Tai totem. Even if he was currently the commander of the 10th Army of Tao Tai, he couldn't exert their strongest combat power, and he was not as good as the 3rd Army of Tingsha led by her. If she hadn't received her father's order and was embarrassed by Marshal Ji Wu's face, she wouldn't have called Ji Qingqi to discuss the next battle plan. He was just a young man who hadn't officially graduated from Xingyao Military Academy. Even if he had followed Marshal Ji Wu to the Rose battlefield, it didn't mean that he had the ability to command the 10th Army of Tao Tai. That is, the Tao Tai family was declining, so they had to reuse the subspecies bloodline. If he was placed in the Tingsha family, he could only be a major general at best. Ji Qingqi seemed to be unaware of Qi Xinmiu's contempt, and pulled an empty chair over and sat down opposite her. This position was very subtle, right opposite Qi Xinmiu, not belonging to any general under her command, but rather a commander who was on equal footing. In previous combat meetings, no one dared to sit here except for the commander, who was also a pure-blooded tongue snake. For a moment, the generals present had different looks, thinking that this subspecies Tao Tai was somewhat ungrateful, and dared to show such an arrogant attitude in front of the general. This was not the Corona constellation, and no one would be afraid of his identity as a subspecies Tao Tai. Ji Qingqi folded his hands, looked at Qi Xinmiu coldly, and said indifferently, What are you going to do? Another question. Unlike the tolerance and calmness in front of his sister and brother, at this moment, he looked down upon others like a superior. He was not arrogant, but it was enough to make people straighten their backs, feel nervous, and dare not act rashly. The generals who were disdainful felt a sense of oppression for no reason, and unconsciously focused their eyes and attention on Ji Qingqi, without realizing that they were now like the deputy generals waiting for the next instructions from the commander. Qi Xinmiu noticed the momentum revealed by Ji Qingqi's understatement, and narrowed her eyes slightly. Ji Qingqi looked at her calmly. He just didn't like intrigue, not that he didn't know how to do it. No one in the outside world knew that before Ji Qingyuan appeared, Ji Qingqi was the heir that Ji Wu had devoted all his efforts to cultivate. Vision, mind, wisdom, Everything is ready. Chapter 161. Raging star power can quickly improve the combat level of the gifted and raise the upper limit of mimicry, but it will affect the gifted's mind, eat up the spiritual power spring, and overdraw the mimicry potential. Based on this drawback, most black gifted people will completely stagnate after they are promoted to the first and second levels of extraordinary, and will be dominated by manic negative emotions, turning into monsters that can only kill. Very few black gifted people can break through to the third level of extraordinary while maintaining a clear mind, let alone achieve the holy domain. However, low probability does not mean that it is completely impossible. There were examples of black gifted people breaking through to the holy domain more than a decade ago. At that time, a black gifted person with top-level extraordinary third-level combat power fled from the desolate star field to the star crown constellation. He lost control of his mind and killed many people, which angered Ji Woo and personally led people to encircle and suppress him. During the encirclement and suppression, the black talent suddenly promoted to the holy domain. Not only did his strength increase dramatically, but he also injured Ji Woo. However, he was eventually killed by her, and could not return to the desolate star domain to cause trouble. This incident caused a huge uproar, and the world heard about it. The Yongnao Empire later sent out the 3 legions of Tingsha, Jinwu, and Yinglong to encircle and suppress the desolate star domain, and replowed the Star Pirates group that had revived after the Baizai family incident. After many years, there is another black talent who has achieved the holy domain. Ji Qingqi's expression did not change. He went over the information about the Star Pirates that he had read before coming here, and suddenly felt that this matter was difficult. Qi Xinmi looked at him for a few seconds, retracted his gaze, and leaned back in his chair. I have reported this matter to my father, and the Sky Star Association will send the Holy Domain to take charge. Not only the Tongxi royal family has a national protection sanctuary, but the Totem family also has clansmen in the sanctuary realm to protect the family in addition to the head of the family. The cruel competition mode of the Tongue Snake family makes each head of the family not leave his own brothers and sisters after he comes to power. Therefore, the blood of the tongue snake family is prosperous, but there are not many pure-blooded tongue snakes surviving in the world. The sanctuary ordered to come this time is Qi Jing's younger brother, a pure-blooded tongue snake, who did not go to Xingyou Military Academy when he reached the age and voluntarily gave up the qualification to inherit the family. Originally, Qi Huan also wanted to follow this uncle, and be a little waste with his brother's protection, but the plan could not keep up with the changes. Before he was 18 years old, Qi Xian, who had always taken good care of him, died. He was forced by Madame Qi to go to Xingyou Military Academy, and was involved in the vortex of power struggle. Qi Ximi's thinking was very clear. Don't be too arrogant about this matter. The most urgent task is not to recapture the first line of defense of Muju Star, but to find out the strength of the Star Pirates, formulate a targeted plan, and consider whether to launch an attack after the support arrives. Qi Feng is seriously injured and unconscious, and a new commander is needed to take over the command of the second line of defense of Muju Star. At this point, Qi Ximyu paused and looked at Ji Qingqi again. I will lead the army to guard the second line of defense of Muju Star, but the defense of Jinju Star will be vacant. Second young Master Ji, are you capable of defending Jinju Star? She did not address him by his military rank, which was originally a sign of contempt, and she used the ironic title of Second Young Master Ji, which showed that she did not take Ji Qingqi seriously at all. Ji Qingqi was not angry, and retorted in the calmest tone. Golden Horn Star has the 10th Legion of Tao Thai, so General Qi can rest assured. But on the Wooden Horn Star, since the Star Pirates have seized the first line of defense, they will not stop there. General Qi should act cautiously, and not lose the second line of defense because of the advantage of words. This is a satire on Qi Ximyu's ability to only talk. Qi Ximyu is the commander of the Tingsha Corps, and she is the one who has the final say. Even other pure-blooded Tingshas dare not ridicule her so blatantly. Ji Qingqi is indeed a glutton raised by Ji Wu, arrogant and domineering, and never gives in. Qi Ximyu sneered. I hope your ability is as powerful as your mouth. No matter which planet in the Triangle Star region is lost, it will face the dilemma of being attacked from all sides. The Star Pirates will drive straight in and plunder the more prosperous planets of the Snake Lance, causing chaos and panic. The defense line cannot be lost. Yunhe Constellation Tianheng Star. You have cleaned up here very well. Tang Shishi walked on the neatly paved stone road, looking around at the newly renovated Baizai Marshal's mansion. Most of the buildings destroyed by the fire were flattened into open space, the dilapidated walls were rebuilt, the weeds and rubble were cleared, and replaced by a wide and flat training ground. Looking around, the carved beams and painted buildings disappeared without a trace, and only the new recruits, who had just been recruited into the Physique Corps, were sweating on the training ground. Jisoo, who maintained his disguise, walked one step behind Tang Shishu, maintaining the humility that a subordinate should have, and said respectfully, "It was the former marshal's mansion after all. Instead of letting it be abandoned, it is better to use it as a training ground. It is spacious enough. It is spacious enough. It is more than enough to accommodate 2 legions. It won't be crowded even if more people are added." Tang Shishu laughed softly, with a sense of superiority. Things have changed, and the reputation is gone. The Physique family is destined to be submerged in the long river of history, and the former marshal's mansion will also welcome its new owner. Jisoo lowered his eyes and said nothing, as if he didn't hear his laughter. Tang Shishu didn't intend to continue this topic. When he turned around, he suddenly noticed the old soldiers on the training ground, who were not strong enough. He frowned slightly. Why keep them? They were all soldiers selected by Marshal Physique himself to join the Physique Corps. They made a totem oath to her, and were only loyal to Marshal Physique. They did not change their beliefs for many years. In recent years, the Physique Corps has been controlled by the Tongshi royal family, and followed the Jinwu Corps to fight north and south. The generals who were loyal to the Physique family had long been dead and replaced, leaving only some ordinary soldiers with little influence. If there were no such incident, it would not take a few years for these veterans to be arranged to retire, and no one in the Physique Corps would remember Marshal Physique anymore, and they would completely become vassals of the Jinwu Corps. Jisoo said calmly, "The pirates are harassing the southern region of Yunhe Constellation. We are in need of people. The newly recruited soldiers have no experience, and are prone to make mistakes on the battlefield. Keeping them can lead the new soldiers. If they can't come back from this expedition, it can be considered a worthy death." He emphasized the 4 words "a worthy death," and showed a meaningful smile in Tang Shishu's eyes. The Tongshi royal family is afraid that the Physique family will revive, and want to thoroughly clean up the Physique army. Rather than letting these veterans leave, and become uncontrollable time bombs, Tang Shishu would rather see them die on the battlefield and eliminate the possibility of Physique's remnants causing trouble. Tang Shishu's eyes shone slightly and praised, "My cousin is still thoughtful." Jisoo naturally maintained a respectful attitude and humbly complimented him. Speaking of pirates, Tang Shishu frowned. "My father asked me to defend Yunhe Constellation and wipe out the pirate group that harassed the border. But how could those star pirates be easy to deal with? Every time they attack, they rob and run away, hiding in the desolate star field, making it impossible to catch them. Of the 3 major constellations of Snake Spear, Cloud Crane, and Panlong that border the desolate star region, the Cloud Crane constellation has the weakest garrison and is the most severely harassed. Previously, with the help of the Tongue Snake Corps and the Yinglong Corps, it was relatively easy to resist the star pirates. But since the Totem family has been independent, the Tongue Snake family and the Yinglong family no longer sent troops to reinforce the Cloud Crane constellation. In just 2 months, several planets in the southern region of the Cloud Crane constellation have almost become seas, and the star pirates can rob them as they want. Tang Shishu originally thought that he could come to the Cloud Crane constellation to show his skills, expand the 6th Golden Crow Corps, cultivate his own power, and become the undisputed heir of the Golden Crow family. Who knew that he had not even become familiar with the political affairs of the Cloud Crane constellation, and the star pirates looting made him anxious, and didn't know where to start. The reinforcements were sent, but they couldn't catch the star pirates at all, and made more star pirates think that the Cloud Crane constellation was a soft persimmon, gathering at the border to plunder. If this continues, the star pirates in the southern region of Yunhe will gather more and more, and even seize the habitable planet, and confront the Jinwu family. If things really develop to this point, let alone becoming the crown prince, my father will definitely take back the rights given to him now, and let others take over Yunhe. Jisoo noticed Tang Shishu's anxiety, and knew that the time was ripe. He comforted him, "Your Highness, don't worry too much. The star pirates have existed since ancient times, not today. You have just arrived at Yunhe, and are not familiar with the situation of star pirates. It is normal that you can't find a way to deal with it for a while. Your Majesty will not blame you too much." Seeing Tang Shishu's expression eased a little, Jisoo changed the subject. "This will definitely not work in the long run. Star pirates are the most bullying the weak and afraid of the strong. Yunhe Constellation cannot be a soft persimmon in their eyes. We must use thundering means to deter them. Your Highness is of noble status and must stay in Tianhen Star. Naturally, you cannot go to the battle in person. It is better for me to lead the Physique Corps and act together with other corps." Jisoo's tone was calm and his voice was slow, which made Tang Shishu listen unconsciously. When he talked about the key point, he had another clever plan that made his eyes light up. In just a few words, he successfully received the order to lead the Baizé Corps to fight. Tang Shishu did not have Tang Shishing's brain in control, so it was not too troublesome to fool him, but he was not a fool. It was not easy to train the Baizé Corps under his nose. The best way was to take the Baizé Corps away from Tianheng Star and go to the Desolate Star region. The Baizé Corps is in a period of transition, and is not even as good as an ordinary corps, let alone confronting the Jinwu Corps at a critical moment. Actual combat is the fastest way to sharpen soldiers, and the Star Pirates in the Desolate Star field are the best whetstone. Kindness and tolerance cannot bring the peace and tranquility that the Baizés want, so take up arms and take back everything they lost in the past. City Lord, Tang Shishu ordered Shin Yu to lead the Baizé Corps to resist the Star Pirates. Lei Wen put down the Star Conch and reported the latest news from Deputy Corps Commander Mo in a low voice. Shi Yuan was looking at the member information of the Talent Management Association. He raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard the words, Shin Yu? Lei Wen has been following her recently, and has learned a lot. He knows that she has been paying attention to the movements of Yanhezuo. He has learned about Tang Shishu's team in advance, and immediately explained, he is Tang Shishu's maternal cousin. He went to Yanhezuo with him, and is currently responsible for rectifying the Baizé Corps. Rectify. Shi Yuan smiled meaningfully. Lei Wen didn't understand what she meant, and gave her a puzzled look. Shi Yuan shook his head. It's okay, you continue to pay attention to the situation over there, and report the movements of Yanhezuo to me in time. Lei Wen hurriedly agreed. As he was speaking, Shi Yuan's Star Conch rang, and Zhuo Qian's solemn voice came from it. City Lord, the Luoxia Forest Station was attacked. It is not clear who did it, but they are all equipped with S-level star weapons and star armor, and there are star wheel cannons to support them. Our people can't beat them at all. S-level star weapons and star armor? What a big deal. The regular army of the Taotai Legion only has this equipment. Shi Yuan stood up suddenly. No need to defend hard. It's important to maintain the manpower. Retreat first. The star wheel cannon is a battlefield killer, comparable to the Tongxi royal family's fiery sun cannon, with great power. Extraordinary talents below the third level dare not take it head-on, but it is expensive, and ordinary people have no channels to buy it. If I remember correctly, the person who designed and manufactured it was the head of the Xian family in the Chaos Star Domain. The people in the Chaos Star Domain couldn't bear to see Jingu's star fall into the hands of an uncontrollable factor like her. Chapter 162. The Chaos Star Domain has a vast territory, but there is no unified regime. The order and rules are set by large and small mimic families, and there is no consistent standard. The same planet is usually controlled by multiple forces. Stealing something across the street may only result in a fine in the left city, but may result in the loss of a hand in the right city. Killers and wanted criminals can come and go freely on most planets. Some star domains with strict management can also be allowed to pass by paying protection fees. The Xian family is one of the top 10 families in the Chaos Star Domain. Its mimicry is Xianhua, which is superior to ordinary mimicry, but inferior to totem mimicry. Unlike the Black Goat family, which relies on a huge information network to gain a foothold in the Chaos Star Domain, the Xian family is the world's leading star martial family, dedicated to the research and manufacture of star martial arts, and exports a large number of star martial arts to various constellations every year. It is well known for its wealth. Because of the numerous alienated areas, the Golden Carp constellation produces a large amount of alienated materials. It is the most important importer of star weapons raw materials for the Xian family. They dream of controlling part of the territory of the Golden Carp constellation, achieving self-sufficiency in alienated materials, and getting rid of the dilemma of being strangled by the Yongyao Empire. Shi Yuan had long expected that the process of unifying the Golden Valley Star would not be smooth, and he was not in a hurry to hear Zhuo Qian's report. She would never hand over the Golden Carp constellation to the Chaos Star Domain. Whether it is the Black Goat family or the Xian family, if they dare to reach out to her, they must be prepared to be chopped off. At this stage, the enemy's strength is unclear, and it is not easy to confront them head-on. The clear choice is to avoid the edge for the time being. After giving Zhuo Qian the order to retreat, Shi Yuan immediately contacted the third-level talents of the Taotai Corps and asked them to bring people to support. After taking over Qingdi City and controlling 3 alienated areas in succession, Shi Yuan knew that he would be targeted sooner or later, so he prepared in advance and dispatched 10 third-level talents from the 9th Taotai Corps to take charge. Usually they do not show up in front of people, nor do they participate in the various actions of the Qingdi army. Even if someone planted spies in Qingdi City to inquire about the situation of the city lord's mansion, they could not get accurate information. When Zhuo Qian came back, she was seriously injured. Shi Yuan learned from her the details of the attack on the Luoxia Forest Station, so he let her go to rest first. The force that launched the sneak attack was the Red Fish Chamber of Commerce, which controlled the other 3 alienated areas of Jingu Star. The Red Fish Chamber of Commerce mainly deals in the sale of alien materials and star weapons. It is a large chamber of commerce ranked among the top in the Jinsha Ring Zone. It often travels between the Golden Carp constellation and the Chaos Star domain, and has very close business cooperation with the Xian family. After Sister Hong died, the Red Sand Mercenary Guild changed its owner, and Qingdi City was in chaos. During this period, Lei Wen caught a spy from the Red Fish Chamber of Commerce, but before he could interrogate him, he committed suicide. At that time, Shi Yuan was busy rectifying Qingdi City, and it was not good to provoke another Red Fish Chamber of Commerce, so he temporarily put the matter on hold. Later, she used thundering means to deal with the 3 major mercenary groups of Qifeng, Yinhu, and Jinxia, and took over their legacy in full, becoming one of the 3 major forces in Jingu Star. She also implemented a series of new policies in a strong way, making it difficult to tell her origin. The Red Fish Chamber of Commerce and Jingyan City, another major force in Jingu Star, probably could not be sure whether she had the support of a big family in the Chaos Star domain behind her, so they did not have a direct conflict with her, but chose to stay put. Now that they suddenly attacked, could it be that they had found out her background? Knowing that she was a wild person with no backing, Shi Yuan quickly came up with a response plan. 10 extraordinary 3rd-level talents were stationed in Qingdi City to prevent the Red Fish Chamber of Commerce, or Jingyan City, from taking the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Then, he asked Raven to select 10 more outstanding soldiers from the Qingdi army and personally lead them to Luoxia Forest. It was not yet dawn. It had been more than 3 hours since Qingdi City was attacked in the Luoxia Forest Station. The station was almost turned into a ruin under the bombardment of the Star Wheel cannon. The air was still filled with the smell of gunpowder, but tents had been set up on the flat ground. The commander who attacked the station was obviously not a reckless man. The other side cut down all the tall trees within a diameter of 3,000 meters, and set up sentries on all commanding heights. Occasionally, a team of 5 patrolled between the sentries to ensure that they could find out whether there was an enemy attack at the first time. Today, the gifted people who entered the alienated area to hunt alienated creatures and collect resources had their personal belongings confiscated and were imprisoned in a temporary fence. The camp was equipped with special star weapons that blocked mental detection. No matter how powerful Shi Yuan's mental power was, he could not observe the specific situation inside. After roughly confirming the number and location of the sentries, and the rotation frequency of the patrol team, Shi Yuan had a preliminary action plan. Under a big tree 5 kilometers away from the camp, Shi Yuan glanced at the 10 rather cramped recruits and slowed down her tone. "Don't be nervous. We only need to complete a small task tonight." She did not reserve time for the recruits to adjust their mood, and threw out her intention. "The enemy's strength is far superior to ours. We will only suffer if we confront them head-on. What we need to do now is to improve ourselves." "That's a lot of nonsense." A girl with short hair in the team couldn't help but ask, "City Lord, where do we have time to improve ourselves now? The power structure of Jingu Star changes almost every day. Since the Red Fish Chamber of Commerce has taken action against Qingdi City, they will never stop conquering after taking over Luoxia Forest. I'm afraid their next plan is to attack the other 2 alienated areas and erode the territory of Qingdi City until they swallow it all. All of the above can be done in just 1 or 2 months. It often takes 3 to 5 years, or even longer, for ordinary talents to advance from the first level of extraordinary to the second level of extraordinary. Even most people don't have the potential to be promoted to the second level of extraordinary." Shi Yuan looked at her twice more and asked, "What's your name?" The girl was very young, only 18 years old. Hearing her ask this, she felt a little more uneasy and answered respectfully, "My name is Qingyu." Shi Yuan nodded and coaxed, "What do you think we are missing now?" The recruits thought about it, and gave 2 answers uncertainly. Combat power and weapons. Combat power is difficult to improve in a short period of time. There are some weapons, which are all spoils of war obtained from the treasure houses of major forces some time ago, but there are not many above S level, which is not enough to arm the entire Qingdi army. Qingyu repeated these 4 words silently, and suddenly her eyes lit up. "We can rob." Qingdi City has no way to buy S-level star weapons, and even if there is a way, it may not be able to afford it. But now Jingu Star is not a place that follows rules, so why spend money to buy it? Why not just rob it from the enemy? Shi Yuan gave her an appreciative look and issued the task to be completed tonight, before dawn, attacked the patrol team of the Red Fish Chamber of Commerce. It was the Red Fish Chamber of Commerce that started the fight, so she naturally didn't want to be polite to them. Aren't they rich and powerful? Can't they equip every soldier with S-level star weapons? One word to solve it, Rob. Among the people brought by Shi Yuan, Qingyu is the youngest and the weakest, only level 5. She was chosen by Raven because she is quick-witted and good at observation. In the process of performing tasks, she can usually find some details that others can't find. If such a good seedling can grow up smoothly, she will definitely be the backbone of the Qingti army in the future. The remaining 9 people, the highest combat power is the first level of extraordinary, and the lowest is the 8th level. It is more than enough to carry out the robbery task against a patrol team composed of 5 people, led by a first-level extraordinary talent, and supplemented by talented people. At 2:20 a.m. in Jingu time, the number 6 post handed over to the patrol team, carried out the next patrol task, and went to the number 7 post for rotation. This patrol system can keep the patrol team and sentry alert, and will not cause task fatigue and relax vigilance due to long-term standing guard or patrolling. It can also determine whether the patrol team is attacked in the first time. Speaking of which, this patrol system was first used by the Taotai Corps, and later passed on to other Totem Corps. Unexpectedly, the Chief General of the Red Fish Chamber of Commerce also learned it. 2:24 a.m., Golden Valley time. The patrol team was attacked in a bush. The leader, the extraordinary first-level talent, was dealt with by Shi Yuan, and the remaining 4 were controlled by other members of the team. 2:26 a.m., Golden Valley time. The Qingdi City team carried the 4 prisoners, who were knocked unconscious, and a corpse, and quickly evacuated from the underground passage dug when they came. 2:30 a.m. Jingu time. Post 7 did not see the patrol team coming to take over, and quickly alerted the camp. The camp sounded the alarm, and the vanguard team filed out, surrounded the area between Post 6 and Post 7, and searched for traces of the enemy. 2:38 a.m. Jingu time. The vanguard team found an unfilled underground passage, chased to the other end of the passage, and was injured by the fire mine left at the entrance. When the passage was broken, the attacker had already fled. 2:41 a.m. Jingu star. Beware of any fish that slip through the net. The camp sent people to conduct a carpet search, but to no avail. 3:56 a.m. Jingu star. The camp held an emergency combat meeting to discuss the attackers. Because there was no solid evidence, it could only be suspected that it was Qingdi City, which had lost the Luoxia Forest Station. During the meeting, the commander when you received news of the missing patrol team again, and the vanguard team was dispatched again. Dawn drove away the darkness, and welcomed the glory of the morning sun. Birds chirped on the branches, and a gentle breeze blew through the treetops, playing a clear and pleasant forest tune with the flowing stream. In the valley 5 kilometers away from the Luoxia Forest Station, 8 Red Fish Chamber of Commerce captives wearing only underpants were tied up and gagged, shivering in a corner. Next to them, 2 naked bodies had been buried. Qingyu held the star armor and star weapons that were assigned to her, and she didn't know where to put her eyes. Although she also participated in the action last night, it was entirely because of the Earth-related talent of the mimicry, and she was responsible for digging the underground passage, and did not directly participate in the battle. Moreover, she only had a level 5 combat power, and it was a great profit to be assigned an A-level star weapon. How could she dare to expect to get a complete set of equipment from the captives? The rest of the people were also full of disbelief, carefully touching the star armor in their hands, their eyes almost shining. S-level star armor and star weapons, even those with extraordinary second-level talents without support from the power may not be able to equip them, but they have them so easily. Shi Yuan smiled and patted Qingyu's shoulder, saying to everyone, "In Qingdi City, we don't judge people by their combat power, but by their merits and demerits. Put your things away, go to rest first, and wear them when you act tonight." Everyone immediately nodded like chickens pecking at rice, spontaneously assigned the vigilance tasks, and went to sleep with the spoils. Shi Yuan found a hidden corner, and sent a message to Raven, asking him to take people to the other 3 alienated areas controlled by the Red Fish Chamber of Commerce to expand the armaments. After receiving the order, Raven was strangely silent. Who would have thought that the pure-blooded heir of the Taotai family, the eldest daughter of the Tianduji family, would not immediately contact the Taotai Chamber of Commerce to arm her own army upon learning that the enemy was well equipped, but would become a bandit and stealthily rob? Raven barely put his shattered worldview together, called his comrades from the 9th Legion of Taotai, selected mission members from the Qingti army, and rushed to the other 3 alienated areas controlled by the Red Fish Chamber of Commerce to carry out the mission of stealing secretly but not fighting. As night fell, the Qingti army squad, which had rested for a whole day, was full of energy, put on the equipment they had robbed last night, and quietly approached the Red Fish Army's camp. Compared to last night, the number of people in each sentry post doubled, and multiple teams patrolled together between the sentries. The bushes in the entire area were cleared cleanly, and several tents were erected, and the tents were pitch black. Sure Yuan took out the long-range thermal imaging eyepiece from the Tao Tai Corps' armament warehouse, looked at the tents from afar, and confirmed that there were 5 people in each tent, sitting in 5 directions. She frowned slightly. Qingyu also observed something and whispered, "City Lord, their vigilance is so tight, it is difficult for us to sneak attack successfully like last night. Indeed, it is almost impossible for such a patrol network to kill a few people without being noticed and then leave." Sure Yuan pushed up the eyepiece and said to the worried expressions of several people, "If we can't sneak attack, then we will attack by force." This made the 10 people fall into deep confusion again. Including the city lord, they now have only 11 people. How to attack by force? It's not a good way to send people to death. Even Qingyu, who has a quick mind, didn't understand what his city lord was keeping. Sure Yuan didn't explain, but took out a star wheel cannon from the space ring. When this guy appeared, the new recruits were stunned. Qingyu's mouth opened into an O shape, and she stammered, "City Lord, this is it a star wheel cannon? Where did you get it?" Before coming, Raven gave them a brief introduction to the Red Fish Army's equipment, including the star wheel cannon, which is known as a battlefield killer. The star wheel cannon is expensive and difficult to mass produce. The Red Fish Army only brought 3 when attacking the garrison, and just with this, the garrison led by Zhuo Qian was almost destroyed, which shows its power. Previously captured spoils of war. Sure Yuan made up an excuse. This star wheel cannon was swept from the warehouse of Xingwan City before she left Tiandu Star. It is not wrong to say that it is a spoils of war, but it is a spoils of war that Ji Wu seized from the Rose battlefield. The Red Fish Army's commander was different from the scattered soldiers Sure Yuan had met before. She knew what it meant to deploy troops and set up a patrol network in just one day, which made it almost impossible for the intruder to launch a sneak attack. If someone else was here, he might not know where to start, and could only return in disappointment. Unfortunately, she was unlucky and met Sure Yuan, who had both strategy, combat power, and a strong backer. She was destined to lose the battle. If she couldn't launch a sneak attack, she would create chaos. With the chaos, who would worry about the fat sheep being left alone? Jean Gu Star 2311. A low muffled sound came from the hill outside the patrol network. The patrol soldiers with keen perception quickly turned around and saw a bright star power aggregate falling from the sky. They had seen the appearance of the star wheel bomb after it was launched. After a moment of stunness, they quickly reacted to the enemy attack and immediately alerted the camp. As soon as the news came out, the star wheel bomb landed on the tent, bursting out a terrifying star power shock wave, raising the tent and the area within a radius of 50 meters to the ground. The 5 talents guarding the tent had not yet reacted to what happened, and they were directly faced with the impact of the star wheel bomb explosion and died on the spot. Another star wheel bomb fell on another tent, repeating what happened just now. Bang, bang, bang explosions sounded one after another, and with them came feather arrows carrying flames. The flames fell to the ground and burned with a whoosh. Enemy attack. There is an enemy attack. The patrol shouted at the top of their lungs, trying to find cover while shouting, but no matter whether it was rocks or bushes, they were removed by their commander because of the sneak attack last night, and there was no place to hide at this time. Jean Gu Star 2313. A large number of soldiers poured out of the camp behind the sentry network, preparing to meet the enemy, but found that no one was charging at all. The vanguard locked the location of the launch of the star wheel bomb and rushed to the scene. Jean Gu Star 2316. There was no one on the hill, and the vanguard team was empty again. Jean Gu Star 2325. The captain of the vanguard team asked the members to report the situation. All members were unharmed, and no trace of the enemy was found. Jean Gu Star 2336. The vanguard team handed over the task to the field department and returned to the camp, and found that 12 people were missing. When you learned about this, he was so angry that he kicked over the table in front of him. The generals who didn't even catch a hair dared not say a word. You don't even know who attacked? What's the point of keeping you? When you sneered and glanced at every general present. If his eyes could turn into knives, everyone would be covered in blood. The scene was silent for a full minute. Someone couldn't stand the depressing atmosphere and said, "General, the other party has a star wheel cannon. The probability of Qingdi City should not be high." Is it possible to be Jingyan City? The Redfish Chamber of Commerce received reliable information from the Xian family that Qingdi City was not the agent of any big family in the Chaos Star domain, so they attacked Luoxia Forest without hesitation. Who would have thought that they had lost 10 patrol soldiers in just a few hours after taking over Luoxia Forest, and tonight they were bombarded with star wheel cannons, losing 12 elite pioneers. This was simply a slap in Wenyu's face, mocking how ridiculous the patrol network she arranged was. In theory, Qingdi City, which lost Luoxia Forest, was the most likely suspect, but every star wheel cannon sold by the Xian family had a record of who the buyer was, and there was no one from the Golden Carp constellation among them, so the probability of drifting to the Golden Valley Star was very small. On the other hand, Jingyun City, which was also an agent, was backed by the Qinghua family. They had a general relationship with the Xian family, but they had purchased the star wheel cannon at the auction. It was not impossible that they were secretly attacking in order to compete for the interests in Jingdu Star. But was the Qinghua family so stupid? Using the star wheel cannon to attack the Redfish Chamber of Commerce was like engraving I did it. Come and hit me on their foreheads. Wenyu narrowed her eyes slightly. At this moment, her star conch rang. After hearing the contents, her face was extremely dark. If she had not been rational, the star conch in her hand would have turned into a pile of powder. The generals did not know what happened. Seeing her look so bad, they could guess that the news was bad news. Someone said tentatively, "General." Wenyu bit his back teeth and told the news he had received. Red Maple Valley, Fongstone Forest, and White Mist Swamp were attacked one after another, and more than 10 sentinels were lost respectively. It was not found out who did it. For a moment, the generals looked at each other in bewilderment. The places Wenyu mentioned were the 3 alienated areas controlled by the Redfish Chamber of Commerce. The garrisons were not all elite, but they were equipped with high-level star weapons. When they started fighting, they could definitely easily beat the talents of the same level, and it was common to challenge those who were higher than their level. They also adopted a patrol system of changing posts every 10 minutes. Since they were stationed, nothing had happened. But they were attacked on the same day. A young general frowned. "General, are they missing too?" Wenyu nodded with a dark face. The young general's brows piled higher and higher. "It is reasonable to attack and reduce our manpower, but why take the bodies away? Carrying people while running away is just creating a burden for yourself. If you have that much time, you might be able to kill more people." A word awakens the dreamer. Another general said, "Isn't their purpose a simple sneak attack, and our equipment? If they are missing, it is impossible to determine whether the soldiers are dead or alive, and naturally it is difficult to guess the real purpose of the sneak attacker. If so, doesn't it mean that the probability of Qingdi City taking action is higher? Although the Qinghua family is not as rich as the Xian family, they are committed to training star pattern masters, and the young master is a world-famous star seal master. It is really not necessary to offend the Xian family for the sake of star weapons and star armor." Wenyu sneered, "It doesn't matter who started it. Contact Redfish City and immediately dispatch all the star wheel cannons. I want to attack Qingdi City at night. Capture Inu alive. Defending blindly will only lead to passiveness. Only by taking the initiative can we disrupt the enemy's offensive rhythm. Qingdi City uses tricks or Jingyun City uses tricks. We will pick the weakest persimmons and kill Qingdi City first." Jingu Star 031. The elite of the Redfish army went out, gave up guarding Luoxia Forest, and advanced to Qingdi City at full speed. Shi Yuan and others observed the movements of the Redfish army from the commanding heights. Qingyu frowned. "City Lord? What are they going to do?" Shi Yuan couldn't guess. Based on the 2 brief indirect encounters, she could see that the commander sent by the Redfish Chamber of Commerce had a very good command level, and would not sit and wait for death, let alone give up Luoxia Forest and flee because of 2 sneak attacks. She must have come up with a way to deal with the sneak attacks. While thinking, Shi Yuan's star conch rang, and several messages came one after another, from Raven and his men. The Redfish Chamber of Commerce stationed in Red Maple Valley, Fongstone Forest, and White Mist Swamp's troops were all dispatched, and the destination was not yet clear. In a flash, Shi Yuan guessed a very bad possibility. It turned out to be the agent assigned by the Xian family to Jingu Star. This reaction speed and ability to break the situation are simply not comparable to those mercenaries, who only knew how to burn, kill, and plunder. Qingdi City was built there, and it couldn't be moved or run away. The other party didn't need to determine who the sneak attacker was. As long as Qingdi City was taken down, everything would be easy. Qingdi City was gone, and the foundation that Shi Yuan had worked hard for more than 2 months would be reduced to nothing. How to break the situation. Chapter 163. The Redfish army moved very fast, and was out of Shi Yuan's observation range in just over 10 minutes. If her prediction was correct, the Red Fish army would be assembled within 3 hours and launch a general attack on Qingdi City. They had the Star Wheel cannon in hand, and the 10 extraordinary third-level talents left in Qingdi City could not resist for long. The fledgling Qingdi army was even less likely to be the opponent of the well-equipped Red Fish army. This move was really like cutting off the firewood from the bottom of the pot, directly attacking the main artery of Qingdi City. Shi Yuan's brain was working rapidly, trying to find a way to solve this dilemma. Going back to fight the Red Fish army head-on would definitely not work. Although her combat power was far superior to that of ordinary people, she was not strong enough to fight against 10,000 people alone under the bombardment of the Star Wheel cannon. Send back a message to let the people in the city evacuate? Time was too tight. There were many ordinary people living in the city. Those with families could not go far at all, and they might be killed by the Red Fish army. Besides, where can we go after leaving Qingdi City? There is no absolutely safe place on Jingu Star. I am afraid that even without the Red Fish army taking action, those black talents and wanted criminals who are hiding and waiting for the opportunity will attack the evacuation team first. There are probably spies of the Red Fish army in the city, and they will probably take the opportunity to create chaos, which will make the situation worse. The message must be spread, but the whole city cannot be evacuated. Instead, the talents in the city must be organized to resist the attack of the Red Fish army. Thinking of this, Shi Yuan took out the star snail and sent out several tidal sounds in a row. Qing Yu and others have not yet realized the crisis that Qingdi City is about to face, but they feel uneasy instinctively. They look at Shi Yuan with a stern face and wait for her next order. Finally, Shi Yuan put down the star snail. She glanced at the nervous people and gave instructions. You go find Raven and go with them to the outside of Red Fish City. I will meet you there. As soon as these words came out, the rookies opened their eyes wide, completely unable to guess her intentions. Red Fish City was not originally called this name. It was the name changed after the Red Fish Chamber of Commerce occupied it, and it is also their current base camp. What are they doing at the base camp of the Red Fish Chamber of Commerce at this time? Shi Yuan did not answer their questions, but jumped off the cliff and disappeared from everyone's sight. The 10 people left behind looked at each other, and after a brief silence, they followed her instructions to find Raven. How is it? Can the defensive star array be activated? Shui Qian strode into the core area of the Qingdi City array. There was a lot of busyness inside. The star array masters that Shi Yuan had gathered recently were surrounding a boy of about 17 or 18 years old, talking about something. Various alien materials were placed on the ground, some of which had been scrapped during use, and some had not been processed yet. It looked very messy at a glance. Shui Qian's injury has not healed yet. To be precise, she needs to rest for at least half a month to recover to combat status, but the incident happened suddenly. The Red Fish Chamber of Commerce was eyeing her covetously, and Qingdi City was in danger, so there was no time for her to recuperate. Now that the city lord is away, Lei Wen and others are also on missions outside, and can't get back for a while. There are only a handful of people in the city who can serve as commanders. As one of the deputy city lords appointed by the city lord, she must stand up to stabilize the situation. Shui Qian's voice was loud enough, and she also used star power, which immediately attracted the attention of the group of star array masters. The leader was a middle-aged man with a square face. He quickly stood up and said, "It can be activated, but I'm afraid the defense ability is limited. Facing the non-stop attacks of the extraordinary third-level talents, it can only last for an hour at most. Qingdi City has a defensive star array, but it has been in disrepair for many years. When Shi Yuan took over, there were only a few broken array bases left. The grooves used to embed alien crystals were full of dirt, and could not be used at all. For more than 2 months, she has been vigorously recruiting star array masters, and barely gathered more than 20 people, most of whom are junior star array masters. The middle-aged man who spoke was the only one with a senior star array master license. 1 hour. Shui Qian frowned. This is too short. The middle-aged man smiled bitterly. There is no way. Our ability is limited. We cannot engrave high-level star patterns. We can only barely repair the most basic defense function of this star array. Shui Qian frowned even deeper, but knew that what he said was true. Most of the star array masters who gathered in Qingdi City had no background and limited abilities, otherwise they would have been supported by the big forces long ago, and how could they live a precarious life? How many star wheel cannons can this formation withstand? Shui Qian asked again. Star wheel cannon? The young star array masters looked at each other, and few of them knew what it was. The middle-aged man knew it, and a little shock appeared in his eyes. he asked tentatively. Someone wants to use star wheel cannons to attack the city? Shuiqian's sharp eyes swept over him. The middle-aged man's expression was stern, and he quickly put away the inquiring look in his eyes, and quickly calculated in his heart, if it is a star wheel cannon, it depends on the number. 5 cannons fired at the same time can only last for half an hour at most. If there are more. The words were not finished, but the meaning was very clear. Then the defensive formation of Qingdi City is no different from paper, and it can't hold up at all. Shuiqian bit her back teeth. The middle-aged man looked at her face and said cautiously, the star wheel cannon is very powerful. Each shot consumes a large number of high-level alien crystals. It should be unlikely to bombard in large quantities. Our formation can withstand the initial bombardment, and it should not be a problem to hold on for a while. The more he talked, the smaller his voice became, and he really had no confidence. How could someone who could afford the star wheel cannon lack alien crystals? It was not realistic to rely on the defensive formation to resist the enemy's siege. Shuiqian's brain was working rapidly, trying to find a way to delay time. At this moment, the young man who was surrounded by people just now stuck half of his head out from behind the middle-aged man and whispered, if it is to deal with the star wheel cannon, I may have a way. He was thin, but also about 1.8 meters tall, with a delicate appearance and a cold white complexion that looked a bit sick. He was obviously a little nervous at this time. He lowered his eyes slightly when he spoke, and did not dare to look at Shuiqian. He did not know where to put his hands, and pinched his fingers like a stupid student who was asked by the teacher in class, but did not know how to answer. Shuiqian looked at him. What can you do? The young man seemed to be frightened by her sharp eyes, and took a small step back, stammering, I know a star pattern that can absorb star wheel bullets. I can try to improve this star array. After saying a short sentence, seeing that everyone's eyes were focused on him, he quickly added, but I have never tried it before. I don't know if it will succeed. Star patterns that absorb star wheel bombs? Star wheel bombs are high-speed star power aggregates, and the power of the explosion is quite terrible. Even a third-level extraordinary talent dare not take it head-on, without igniting the star power shield. Shuiqian has never heard of any star pattern that can absorb star wheel bombs. Of course, she is not a star pattern master, so it is normal for her to be ignorant, but looking at the reaction of the middle-aged man, he was surprised and confused, and obviously did not know the star pattern that the boy was talking about. Shuiqian did not reject it outright, nor did she agree immediately, but asked, how sure are you? How long will it take? If the improvement fails, can this star array still be used? The boy was sweating when she asked him, and tried to stay calm and answered, I am only 60% sure. According to the scale of this star array, if it can be reduced to 1/3, it will take at least 5 hours. If the improvement fails, the star array cannot be used. This is simply a gamble. The middle-aged man swallowed his saliva, pushed the boy behind him, and laughed dryly. Deputy City Lord, don't listen to this kid's nonsense. Let's try our best to repair the star array and restore the original defense power. Improve the star array? It's easy to say, but it's harder than climbing to the sky. What's more, this star array has been aged and many of the array bases buried underground have not been replaced in time. Even if the star array master came here, it would be impossible to improve it into a top star array that can withstand the star wheel cannon in just a few hours. The boy heard him say this and slightly moved his lips, as if he didn't want to give up, but the middle-aged man kicked his toes with his heel, pursed his lips, and chose to remain silent. Shuiqian was also extremely anxious. No matter how much the aging defensive star array is repaired, it is impossible to repair it to be able to defend against the attack of the star wheel cannon in just a few hours. Let this young man in front of him, who looks unreliable, improve the star array. If he fails, Qingdi City will be completely exposed to the butcher knife of the Redfish Chamber of Commerce. Change or not, when it was difficult to make a decision, Shuiqian thought of what the city lord said to her not long ago. Major Zheng and his men are responsible for the city defense, and you are responsible for unified dispatch. You only need to delay the time as much as possible, and leave the rest to me. Don't be nervous, just do it. Before the most critical moment, victory belongs to us. Shuiqian closed her eyes tightly, and when she opened them again, the hesitation and entanglement in her eyes had disappeared. She said in a deep voice, change. The boy was ready to give up, but he didn't expect her to agree, and raised his head in surprise. Shuiqian looked at him seriously. 3 hours. You only have 3 hours. If the star array cannot be completed within 3 hours, there will be no Qingdi City tomorrow. She paused and asked the boy again, can you do it? The boy was startled. After reacting, his heart beat faster, his blood boiled, and a thin layer of blush covered his slightly pale face. "Can you do it?" Someone once asked him the same question. How did he answer at that time? The boy clenched his fists and said in a sonorous and powerful voice, "I can." His words shocked the middle-aged man. He turned around and wanted to ask him if he was crazy, but when he saw the determination in his eyes, he couldn't say the words on his lips. The boy gave him a comforting look, took a deep breath and said, "Deputy City Lord, if I do it, can you do me a favor after it's done?" Seeing that he was no longer as timid as before, Shuiqian put away the slight contempt caused by his appearance and made a promise. "I will definitely help you within my ability." The young man breathed a sigh of relief. "I need some high-level alien materials." Shuiqian simply said, "You can take whatever you want in the warehouse. Make a list of what you need, and I will have someone send it over." A few minutes later, she stepped out of the core area of the star array, summoned a team of trustworthy soldiers, and whispered, "Surround this place. No one can enter without my order." The whole city is now under martial law. The situation is temporarily under control, but there may be a ghost who is eyeing the core of the array and looking for an opportunity to make trouble. On the other hand, the young star array masters, who have not been involved in much work, are almost in a state of panic, asking the middle-aged man if something is going to happen in Qingdi City. They will stay in Qingdi City because they think it is safe enough and the rewards are generous enough to be a place to live. If Qingdi City falls, where can they go? Those bandits don't care who is a star pattern master or a star array master. They only see the benefits that are delivered to them. Those who can't create benefits for them can only be slaves. The middle-aged man didn't care about the anxious star pattern masters at all. He pushed away the people who squeezed over, pulled the boy aside, and said with gritted teeth, "Are you crazy? You dare to take the lead in such a thing? If you can't do it, they will not be polite to you with their knives." The boy knew the risks of this matter, but he still shook his head. "Uncle Lin, I'm not talking nonsense, I'm sure." The middle-aged man saw that he was stubborn and was half dead. Just as he was about to speak, the boy said, "You also know that I am looking for my sister. I don't know when I can find her by myself. If the mayor of Qingdi City is willing to help, maybe I can find her." Chapter 164. How is it? Deputy Commander M.O. took off his blood-stained coat and handed it to the adjutant who followed him, while asking about the battle situation today. The adjutant reported, "They seem to have someone behind them to support them. They are resisting stubbornly. Deputy Commander Zhao can't take them down for a while." After leaving Green Jade Star, Shi Yuan and the two deputy commanders split into two groups. She will lead people to Jindu Star to prepare to disintegrate the Jinsha Ring Zone from the inside. Deputy Commanders Mo and Zhao were responsible for clearing out the bandit forces along the way, and they attacked from both sides with the advanced core of the 9th Taotai Corps, but the progress was not smooth. The local mimic family was fine. When the 9th Taotai Corps was at the gates, they just gave in. The roving bandit forces composed of black talents and wanted criminals did not accept the amnesty at all, and even launched sneak attacks many times to block the advancement of the 9th Taotai Corps. They were very cunning. They did not engage in direct combat with the 9th Taotai Legion. They retreated after harassing and attacking them, making it hard to guard against them. More importantly, the bandits were well equipped and could not be caught up. Deputy Legion Commander Mo knew where their equipment came from, and he also knew that 90% of the resistance the Taotai Legion was facing now was deliberately created by the forces of the Chaos Star Domain in order to split the Golden Carp constellation. How is the Legion Commander? Compared to how to deal with those bandits, Deputy Legion Commander Mo was more concerned about this. The eldest lady's personal combat power was superb, and ordinary people were not her opponents, but the forces in the Golden Sand Ring Zone were complicated, and there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers. What she was doing now was so eye-catching. If she aroused jealousy, hired assassins to assassinate her, or ordered agents to march across the border, no matter how strong she was, it would be difficult to reverse the situation. When mentioning the Legion Commander, the adjutant frowned slightly. "I just sent the sound of Tide to Major General Zheng," but he didn't reply. As soon as he finished speaking, his star conch rang. It was the Major General Zheng he mentioned. Major General Zheng's name is Zheng Mengting, who has the combat power of the 3rd level of Extraordinary. He and 9 other 3rd level talents of Extraordinary were transferred to Qingdi City by Shi Yuan. Deputy Legion Commander Mo raised his chin slightly, and signaled the adjutant to answer the call. The adjutant directly played the sound of the tide, and the serious voice of Major General Zheng came from it. "Adjutant Zheng, Qingdi City may be attacked. The enemy is carrying a star wheel cannon. We may find it difficult to deal with it. The Legion Commander means that you need to rush to help. If you go through Luoxia Forest, can you arrive within 3 hours?" When Deputy Legion Commander Mo heard this, he paused to wipe the blood on his face with a hot towel, took the star comp from the adjutant, and said in a deep voice, "Star wheel cannon? She and family?" Major General Zheng didn't expect that the person on the other end of the star comp was him. He was stunned for a moment, and then said, "The current suspect is indeed the Xian family, but it has not been confirmed yet. Where is the Legion Commander?" Deputy Legion Commander Mo asked again. Major General Zheng thought of the voice of the tide he had received not long ago, and said with a stiff face, "The commander of the corps has taken people out to perform a mission. She also warned us that someone was going to attack Qingdi City. She didn't mention where she was going, but only told us to defend Qingdi City and delay as much as possible." Deputy Corps Commander Mo cursed. "What mission requires the commander of the corps to go out in person? What do you do for a living?" After cursing, he threw away the hot towel in his hand and strode out. "Wait! I bring people here right away. You contact the commander of the corps immediately and make sure she is safe." Just as Major General Zheng was about to speak, the sound of the tide was cut off. Deputy Commander Mo was not impatient, but when it came to a critical moment, he was also very decisive. He said he was going to support, immediately selected 300 people, quickly changed into disguises, and led the people out of the camp, leaving only the adjutant's mind echoing with the words, "You are in charge here for the time being." The adjutant wanted to tell Deputy Commander Mo that he wanted to go too. Outside Qingdi City, Major General Zheng looked at the star snail in his hand with a bitter expression. He also wanted to contact the commander of the corps and ask her to put his safety first, but he couldn't contact him at all. Hearing someone calling him, Major General Zheng put away the star snail, quickly adjusted his expression, and walked quickly towards the action team that was burying explosive bombs. Knowing that the enemy was coming, of course, we couldn't sit and wait for death. The defense formation of Qingdi City was one of the lines of defense, and setting an ambush outside the city was a necessary counterattack. After Shi Yuan's reminder, Major General Zheng knew that the Red Fish Army's commander was not just a paper talker, so he held a short and sharp combat meeting with other officers very cautiously, and finally decided that each of them would bring a part of the people to set up an ambush on the road leading to Qingdi City to delay time as much as possible. Fortunately, the Legion commander asked them to bring a lot of strategic materials when they came, and these explosive bombs were one of them. There were also a group of star pattern masters in the city who were rushing to make new explosive bombs, so they would not be left with nothing at this critical moment and let the enemy hit them. The soldiers outside the city were rushing to set up ambush points, and the atmosphere in the city did not become quiet and peaceful because of the arrival of late night. The additional patrol teams on the streets, the emergency notice that no one was allowed to go out, and the talents drawn from every household. This was the most serious situation faced by the people since Inu took over Qingdi City. They could not fall asleep at all. The whole family gathered together, counting and storing materials over and over again, and refreshed the closed star network anxiously. The disturbing silence continued to spread. During the second round of interactive patrols, someone suddenly rushed onto the street and loudly questioned the patrolling Qingdi army, asking why martial law was imposed. Why were people not allowed to leave the city? Was someone coming to attack? Where was the city lord? Why didn't he show up? Did he escape? His voice was high-pitched enough and infused with star power, ensuring that it could be heard everywhere. Immediately, several residents opened their doors and windows, looking anxious, asking what happened. Was it true that the city lord escaped? Others heard the noise and poked their heads out in confusion, following the patrol team that was stopped by someone, trying to get clear information. The patrol leader was specially appointed by Zhu Qian. After her advice, he knew that there were undercovers in the city, and they needed to act cautiously. Every question asked by this person, who suddenly appeared in front of him, hit the nail on the head. If one was not solved well, panic would occur. The patrol leader did not argue with him, and simply tied up all the people who led the trouble. Jindu Star, Redfish City. Under the dark night, a slender figure passed by the city wall, dodged the moonlight from the clouds, climbed up the city wall silently, avoided the patrol team in the city and the brightly lit casino, and came to a secluded neighborhood. The exploitation in Hongyu City is not as serious as that in Qingdi City before, but it is not much better. The prices are far higher than the normal level. The mimicry families in the city also opened gambling houses and tricked ordinary people into entering the casinos, owing huge debts, and working for them like slaves. After Shi Yuan established Qingdi City, he treated the gifted and ordinary people equally in the basic system, controlled prices, purchased alienated materials at normal prices, and opened alienated areas. Ordinary people and low-level gifted people are very willing to become permanent residents of Qingdi City. A large number of people returned, and it has become the most populous force under the jurisdiction of Jean Star. It stands to reason that other forces will lose a large number of people, but this has not happened in the cities under the jurisdiction of Redfish City. One of the reasons is that the Redfish Chamber of Commerce does not allow ordinary people to leave the city, taking them as hostages and forcing the gifted people with kinship to work for them. Another reason is that the rewards they offer are quite considerable, especially for high-level alien materials. The purchase price is 20% higher than the market price, and major shops will also sell star weapons that are not available outside. Higher-level gifted people are not exploited and are profitable, so they are naturally willing to stay in Redfish City and go in and out of the alienation area to hunt alien creatures. Sure, Yuan originally planned to stabilize the situation in Qingdi City, and then attack Redfish City and Jingyan City, and planted undercover agents in advance. After entering the city, she found an inconspicuous courtyard with ease, and climbed over the wall directly. The informant, who got the news in advance, was already waiting in the courtyard, and immediately invited her into the house after the secret code was exchanged. After releasing the star power shield to block eavesdropping, the informant first turned on the optical brain, spread out a topographic map, and got straight to the point. "Captain, this is the topographic map of Redfish City that I got. The layout of the outer city is no different from before. The inner city is the private territory of the Redfish Chamber of Commerce, not open to the public, and has been rebuilt several times. I went to explore it several times. The first few times were fine, but 3 days ago, I was almost discovered. I didn't dare to go there again in the past 2 days. I have only mapped 1/3 of the area so far." Sure, Yuan carefully read the entire topographic map, memorized it in his mind, and asked, "Do you know who almost discovered you?" Although the informant only has the combat power of the second level of extraordinary, his mimicry talent is related to camouflage, and he can even avoid mental tracking. Ordinary people with the third level of extraordinary talent can't find his existence at all. "I don't know. It was a strange aura that didn't belong to any of the senior members of the Redfish Chamber of Commerce. And the place I went to was originally unoccupied. Because the lights were on late at night, I thought it was a bit strange, so I went to take a look and found that the guards were quite strict, as if some important person lived there. The next morning, the number of patrols in the city doubled, and they would randomly check the identities of the residents in the city. It should be because of my spying that they were on guard. This set of informants is very familiar. In Tiandu Star, when encountering important days or welcoming important visitors, it will enter a semi-martial law state, and the Tao Tai Corps will patrol major cities in person." Sure, Yuan thought for a while, and quickly made a decision. "I go and see. You and others go, and kill a few important people from the Mimic family in the city to create some chaos. What's the point of inciting public opinion? If you cut off the firewood from the bottom of the pot and kill a few people in charge, the speed of chaos in Redfish City will definitely be faster than that in Qingdi City." The informant nodded, a little worried. "I suspect that the mysterious man has the top level of supernatural third-level combat power. If you go directly..." Sure, Yuan smiled comfortingly. "Don't worry, I won't fight him head-on. If I can't beat him, I run away. No one here can stop me." She was confident enough about this. Not to mention the skill she had trained in the Rose training camp, the stealth talent that the kitten got after swallowing when Sungchu's iris mark was difficult to detect under the Holy Land, which was enough for her to enter and exit the Redfish Chamber of Commerce's base camp. The informant was a soldier of the 9th Legion of Tao Tai. He had seen how fast Sure Yuan was when he was on Tiandu Star. Hearing what she said, he relaxed a little, and no longer wasted time. He immediately contacted other informants hiding in the city, and prepared for the next action. Sure Yuan also climbed over the wall and left, quickly approaching the inner city of Redfish City. The wind was left behind her, and all the places covered by darkness were her hiding places. When she successfully entered the inner city, Sure Yuan thought a little ramblingly, "I haven't done such sneaky things for a long time." The thought flashed through her mind, and was quickly left behind her. Having prepared herself mentally in advance, Sure Yuan was particularly careful when approaching the destination, and she really felt a hidden breath hidden in the dark, always alert to the surrounding situation. The place, the informant said, was a retro building with a large garden. The guards around it were at least extraordinary first-level talents, in groups of 4, and the guards were very strict. The people living here seemed to have fallen asleep, and the house was dim, with only a small night light emitting a faint light. Sure Yuan used the stealth talent of the iris mark to hide in the shadows, quietly approached the corridor, and took advantage of the shadow of the building to successfully slip into the room from under the door. The living room was particularly messy, with various high-level alien materials scattered around. Sure Yuan heard faint breathing sounds in the room, quietly approached the room where the sound came from, and got in from under the door. There was a big bed in the room, with a slight bulge in the middle, and someone was sleeping on it. 2 night lights were turned on at the head of the bed, one on the left and one on the right to illuminate the room. Except for the position under the bed, she could no longer move in stealth mode. If she turned back to human form, she would be too big a target. Sure, Yuen thought about it. A few seconds later, a palm-sized white kitten walked out of the shadow under the bed and approached with light cat steps. The person on the bed was breathing steadily, and did not find that someone had invaded his territory. Sure, Yuen silently jumped onto the bedside, with her kitten-like paw pads stepping on the soft sheets, sinking slightly into a barely noticeable arc. She looked very serious, wanting to see who was lying on the bed, but she found that the other person had completely wrapped himself in the quilt, with only a small tuft of soft black hair showing. Should I lift the quilt? As she hesitated, the quilt was pulled down without warning, revealing a pair of black eyes. Full of curiosity, not a trace of sleepiness. Because she had never expected that the person wrapped in the quilt would be a half-grown child, and the quilt was suddenly lifted, sure Yuen evaded backwards reflexively, avoiding all possible attack angles launched by the other party. The little boy blinked, made a small wow, and sat up with the quilt in his arms, and asked in surprise, "Kitten, where did you sneak in from?" Chapter 165. As the night deepened, the thick clouds completely covered the crescent moon in the sky, revealing no light. The world was dark and oppressive, with a sense of impending storm. Qingdi City covers a large area, enough to accommodate 1 million permanent residents. In order to build it, the Qingdi Mountains were flattened and built on the hillside. It was a famous scenic spot in the Golden Carp constellation, with mist in the morning and golden light in the evening. The well-equipped and well-trained Redfish army was divided into 8 groups, riding on the carrier-type star shuttles like long shadowy dragons, quickly approaching Qingdi City standing on the hillside. A muffled sound exploded, and before the Redfish army could react, the explosive bombs ejected from the ground swept towards the star shuttle formation like a torrential rain. The speeding star shuttle was hit by the explosive bomb and turned sideways in the air. The Redfish army sitting in the constellation was hit by the aftermath of the star power. Some of them were unable to react in time, and were shocked to the point of blood boiling. Some of them immediately ignited the star power shield to stabilize their bodies, and barely freed their hands to grab their comrades, who were about to fall to the ground. Someone shouted loudly, "It's an S-level explosive bomb! Disperse! Disperse quickly!" The scouts had clearly checked this area, but they didn't find an ambush here. Without waiting for the Redfish army's carrier star shuttle to disperse, the overwhelming explosive bombs were ejected from under the bushes, like a rainstorm hitting bananas, and the terrifying explosions came one after another, completely covering up the screams of the victims. At the same time, the speeding rockets shot out from the underground pits in the distance, like a star rain, and the fire element bird feather flames that could absorb star power fell on the star shuttle, and spread outward, with a prairie fire in the exploding star power wave. The marching Redfish army was forced to stop. Wen Yu's face was livid, but she was holding the star conch and giving orders to the other marching teams in a very calm voice. "Keep going, and make sure to capture Qingdi City as quickly as possible." After she finished speaking, she switched to the sound of tide and contacted the generals of the attack teams. Vanguard Team 2, Team 3, immediately launch gleaming star bombs on the road ahead. Clear all the explosive bombs. Field Team 1, Team 2, Team 3, Team 4, round up the sneak attackers. Commands came out of her star conch one after another, and the Redfish army, which was slightly in chaos due to the sneak attack of the explosive bombs, restored order. The field team at the back of the queue that was not attacked efficiently, and quickly counterattacked the ambushers of Qingdi City. But before they reached the target location, the dull explosion sounded again. Another team was attacked. Wen Yu frowned. Her adjutant asked curiously, "Where did Qingdi City get so many S-level explosive bombs?" The basic material of S-level explosive bombs is S-level fire, or thunder alien crystals. Although this level of alien crystals is not rare, it is an important material worth hoarding for major forces. Where did Qingdi City, which made its fortune by fighting bandits, get so many S-level alien crystals to make explosive bombs? More importantly, S-level explosive bombs require S-level explosive star patterns. There are only a handful of star pattern masters in Jinlizuo who can make S-level explosive bombs, and none of them are in Qingdi City. Wen Yu said, thoughtfully, "Perhaps there is a force behind Inu that we don't know. Otherwise, how could she have the courage to carry out major reforms in Jingu Star, and even overthrow the mercenary guild system that has been used in Yongnao Empire for 1,000 years? and promulgate a series of new measures such as the Talent Management Association and the Star Pattern Master Management Association. This is simply moving towards the national system. If she really gains power. The adjutant was surprised. But didn't the news from the Black Goat family say that Silver Moon does not belong to any force in the Chaos Star region? It is precisely because of this that the Red Fish Chamber of Commerce dared to directly attack Qingdi City. When you glanced at him, is the news from the Black Goat family necessarily true? If it does not belong to any force in the Chaos Star region, can't it have the support of the Totem family or the Winston Empire? At the end, she sneered. The golden carp seat is a big piece of fat meat. The Taotai family even sent Ji Qingyuan here. It is possible that other totem families are also coveting it, but it is not easy to turn against the Taotai family, so they are playing tricks behind the scenes. The adjutant's back was chilled by what she said, and hesitantly said, Then do we continue to attack Qingdi City? When you looked far in the direction of Qingdi City, her sight was blocked by the night, and she could not see the city on the hillside. Of course we have to fight. If we don't fight today, it will be Yinyu's turn to fight us tomorrow. The golden carp is so small that everyone wants to get a piece of the pie. If the Xian family is afraid to act because of the backing of a certain force, what is the point of the top 10 families in the chaotic star field? Give up the tentacles that extend outward as soon as possible and find a corner to hide, so as not to be remembered by others because of conflicts of interest and fear the crisis that may come at any time. When you picked up the star conch again and issued an order, the vanguard team opened the way in front and directly swept the ground with hail star shells to clear all possible ambushes hidden underground. The main force followed closely behind and rushed to Qingdi City at full speed. Major General Zheng listened to the battle report from the front, and his brows were almost knotted. The enemy's command was more difficult than he had imagined, and the firepower was beyond his expectations. With a hail of star bombs washing the ground, the explosive bombs buried underground for sneak attacks lost their original advantages, and could not reduce the main force of the Red Fish Army and delay time. It would be great if the position of the enemy's main general could be determined. Just find an opportunity to behead him. He pursed his lips, picked up the star snail, and sent a message to the team on the second line of defense. The Red Fish Army continued to advance, and the deafening sound of the bombing also spread far into the silent Qingdi City. The hail of star bombs bombed all the way, and the flat road surface was bombarded with potholes. The easily dispersed star power mixed with dust, igniting a hot fire. The vegetation on both sides of the road quickly turned yellow and withered under this high temperature, and was cut into fine grass debris by the aftermath of the star power. Suddenly, gray-brown dead vines emerged from the ground, one after another, intertwined and climbed, and in an instant formed a dead tree wall hundreds of meters high. The marching Red Fish Army did not expect that a plant would suddenly grow out of the ground, and grow so tall in just a few seconds. The carrier shuttle in the middle was directly overturned by the dead tree, and the people inside also fell out. The team behind was blocked in front of the tree wall, and almost caused a chain collision. Is this S-level dead fire tree? The dead fire tree is a very common plant in the S-level desert alienation area. It can grow wildly when absorbing a small amount of fire star power, and will gradually stop when it grows to 300 to 500 meters. This plant has no other advantages except that it is hard enough that even S-level star warriors cannot cut it off. Its greatest value is that it is used as star firewood when smelting star weapons, but this flame is usually not stable enough, and only low-level star warriors will use it to save costs. The Red Fish Army's hail of hail bombs smashed the seed shells of the dead fire trees, and created an external environment suitable for their growth, directly growing a large area of dead fire trees. The general who led the army forward couldn't help but curse, cunning. If there are dead fire tree seeds underground, it is not suitable to use hail bombs to clean the ground and eliminate possible ambushes. But if the underground is not cleaned up, how can the team move forward? It's impossible to be a target for explosive bombs, right? Who is the chief general of Qingdi City? It's okay to take out so many S-level explosive bombs, but he even got the dead fire tree, a useless alien plant that is everywhere in the desert, and the caravans don't even bother to look at it, to create such a tree wall. While cursing the enemy for being sick, the general ordered his men to control the carrier star shuttle to float up, preparing to cross the high wall from above. However, the carrier star shuttle began to shake left and right during the floating process, and lost control after a few seconds and fell vertically downward. The generals were confused at first, but then they realized that the star shuttle was disturbed by a special magnetic field and could no longer float forward. When alien plants grow in large areas outside the alienation zone, they will also produce a special alienation magnetic field, affecting the normal use of scientific and technological equipment. The core axis of the Star Shuttle automatic driving system will fail in the alienation magnetic field. Qingdi City created such a forest of dead fire trees. It was not to use the tree wall method to stop the Red Fish army for a short 3 to 5 minutes, but to make them lose the advantage of air combat and be forced to attack from the ground. What a good plan! One after another, the carrier Star Shuttles fell to the ground, making a series of bangs, and the choking smoke rose up. The Red Fish army ignited the Star Power shield and climbed out of the Star Shuttle. At this moment, a Star Wheel bullet as bright as daylight lit up from the horizon and fell rapidly towards the Red Fish army on the ground. The pupils of the crowd dilated, and the leading general shouted at the top of his lungs, "Disperse! Disperse quickly! Star Wheel cannon! How could Qingdi City have a Star Wheel cannon?" Boom! The huge noise, like a dragon turning over, startled the entire Qingdi City and attracted the attention of other Red Fish. Cat? The little boy, about 5 or 6 years old, tilted his head and blinked his big round eyes, with an innocent and curious expression. Sure Yuan had a well-behaved and harmless cat face, tilted his head, and did not move. How could he be such a young child? No matter how you look at it, he doesn't look like the important person mentioned by the informant. Or the important person she thought should be the representative of the Xian family, who can influence the Red Fish Chamber of Commerce, an adult with independent thinking. Such a young child, let alone affecting the situation of Jinggu Star, I'm afraid he won't understand what a battlefield is if you ask him. Seeing that the white kitten didn't move, the little boy tentatively stretched out his white and tender little hand, wanting to touch it. The little white cat stood there, not avoiding the hand that was getting closer and closer, still tilting its head, with a cute and well-behaved face. The little boy's hand touched it, gently stroking the soft hair under his palm. The strong sense of satisfaction made him look happy, and he whispered, "Little cat, can I hug you?" The little white cat raised its head and touched his palm. The little boy made a sound, happily supported its belly, and held it in his arms. His fingers, which were not threatening at all, stroked down from its head and touched its soft and slender neck. At the same time, the innocence in the little boy's eyes disappeared, and a hint of sarcasm appeared on his lips, and his tone was still full of deceptive innocence. "Little cat, how did you get in? The window of my room is not open, and the door is closed." His voice was light and soft, but the hand pressing on the back of the little white cat's neck was slowly tightening. The cool wind blew past his ears, and a strand of pure black hair fell down. Someone whispered to his ear, "Of course you came in openly." Suddenly, the little boy's pupils dilated, and he turned around without hesitation, but was strangled by the neck in an instant and thrown hard on the soft big bed. The little boy tightened his hand, but the little white cat, who was just soft and harmless, suddenly showed its fangs, turned around and bit his wrist, and easily escaped from his shackles. The hand strangling, the neck was slightly cold, and the breath of death was shrouded. What appeared in the little boy's vision was an ordinary face. The little white cat that had just escaped walked out from behind her shoulder leisurely and comfortably, holding the pair of soft little pads, looking down at him. The breathing space was continuously squeezed, and the little boy's face flushed red. He wanted to use his limbs, but found that he was restrained by an invisible force, and could not struggle at all. Sure Yuan looked at his overly childish face with interest, and uttered 3 words slowly, "Yen Zhuxi?" Everyone in the Chaos Star domain knew that the young master of the Xian family was named Yen Zhuxi. At the age of 20, he mastered the production method of the Star Wheel cannon and developed a variety of new star weapons, including but not limited to the mimicry of the low-level talents, so that they have the ability to challenge higher-level talents. Yen Zhuxi's pupils dilated slightly after his identity was exposed. Before he could react, Sure Yuan had already pinched his chin and looked at his face from left to right. "Old monster, how did you turn yourself into a 5 or 6-year-old? After she finished speaking, she asked herself and answered, "It is said that Xian Hua was once a totem mimicry, and possessed the power of reincarnation to rejuvenate. Through repeated transformations, the mimicry level and blood purity can be improved. After reincarnation 3 times, it can achieve the Holy Realm." She paused here and slowly added, "But your ancestor offended the founding empress of the Winston Empire, and she seized the Xian heart. Xian Hua has since fallen from the totem godhood and become an ordinary mimic. Looking at you, did you get the Xian heart back?" Yen Zhuxi, He never thought that the woman in front of him would know the secrets of the Xian family thousands of years ago, and he immediately had a bad premonition. Sure Yuan seemed not to sense Yen Zhuxi's emotional changes. He loosened his jaw, slid his 5 fingers down to touch his heart, and asked softly, "Xian's heart, is it here?" She had dug out the rose heart of the old Duke of Rose, and bound it deep in the spiritual power spring. From then on she could control part of the power of the rose totem. Shi Yan's heart that can achieve the Holy Land is really coveted. Yan Zhuxi seemed to have noticed her unfinished words. His chest rose and fell rapidly, and before she could move, he said sternly, "Ji Qingyuan, you dare." Chapter 166. After the Red Fish Army encountered the attack of the Star Wheel Cannon of Qingdi City, they also decisively took out the 8 Star Wheel cannons they carried, filled them with SS-level alien crystals, and aimed the muzzles at the dry fire forest in front and the ambush of the Qingdi army. Bang! 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 The Star Wheel bombs were like rounds of bright red suns, drawing perfect and dangerous parabolas in the sky, and when they fell to the ground, there was a deafening explosion. The star power surged, turning into countless tiny star blades that were invisible to the naked eye. Wherever the air waves swept, the hard dry fire forest was shattered inch by inch, and the seeds of the dry fire trees buried underground also lost their vitality under the strangulation of the star blades. Although the Qingdi army had long been prepared to deal with the enemy's attack with the Star Wheel cannon, they still couldn't help but be shocked when they saw the power of the Star Wheel bomb explosion. They deployed the Star Power shield to resist the aftermath of the explosion and quickly evacuated from the underground passage dug in advance. Yes, one of the tasks of the ambush team is to let the Red Fish Army activate the Star Wheel cannon in advance and consume their material reserves. The more Star Wheel shells the Red Fish Army fired outside the city, the fewer Star Wheel shells would fall on the defensive star array when they advanced to Qingdi City. The disadvantages of doing so are also obvious. The Red Fish Army's Star Wheel cannons almost razed the nearby area to the ground. Whether it was the vegetation withered under the high temperature generated by the hail star shells, or the rocks scattered on the roadside, they all turned into dust in the explosion. The road used for passage became bumpy and devastated. As the smoke rose, Major General Zheng received reports from various combat teams. Command? The enemy's firepower is too strong, and the third team can't stand it. Team 6 is the same. Those bastards are using Star Wheel cannons filled with SS-level alien crystals. They are so rich. Commander, Team 1 is being bombarded by sleep bombs. No one can continue to fight. Major General Zheng looked at the time with a gloomy face. It was dawn, and they had delayed half an hour longer than originally planned. According to the rules, the support of Deputy Commander Mo was coming soon, but he encountered a tide of alien beasts when crossing the Luoxia forest, which delayed him a lot of time. Now he just left the Luoxia forest, and it will take at least more than an hour to get here. If we retreat now, can Qingdi City stop the attack of the Red Fish Army? While hesitating, a new round of terrifying bombing began. Major General Zheng said decisively, "Retreat. We can't waste all the elite of the Qingdi army here, otherwise the defense in the rear will be as fragile as paper." The Qingdi army was established too recently, and the soldiers' ability to cooperate in combat is limited, and their level is relatively low, making it difficult to compete with the Red Fish Army armed with money. If Qingdi City is given another half year, with the leadership quality of the Taotai Corps, it will definitely be able to form an effective combat unit and give the enemy a hard time, instead of relying on sneak attacks and evasive combat to delay time like now. But war is like this, it will not give people enough preparation, and suddenness is its essence. In the position of the Red Fish Army. When you listen to the reports from all parties and ordered expressionlessly, keep moving forward. If you encounter obstacles again, use the Star Wheel cannon directly. Before sunrise, you must take Qingdi City. The most taboo in marching and fighting is to delay time. Since she has guessed that there is a mysterious force behind you, she must not give her a chance to turn over. She must defeat the Qingdi army as quickly as possible and occupy Qingdi City. The Red Fish Army, which reorganized its offensive, advanced forward like a steel torrent and arrived in front of Qingdi City in just 20 minutes. At the same time, Zhuo Qian, who stood on the city gate, gave an order, "Fire!" The talents who were temporarily recruited by the city lord's mansion and had only received simple defense training tried to control their nervous and fearful emotions. In this sonorous and powerful order, they threw the A-level explosive bombs in their hands. After the first round of throwing was completed, the shells had not yet contacted the enemy. The talents in the back row immediately took over and launched the second round of throwing, the third round, the fourth round. Countless explosive bombs flew out of Qingdi City, like meteors falling from the sky, rushing to attack the Red Fish Army that had stopped advancing, but a funny scene appeared. Many explosive bombs fell from the air before they reached the Red Fish Army camp, and exploded into ridiculous small pits on the ground. The Red Fish Army, who were preparing to deploy the Star Power shield to resist the explosive bomb, was stunned at first, then looked at each other and laughed loudly. This is the Qingti army? They can't even throw an explosive bomb clearly? They are probably a group of rabble. Could it be that the sneak attack was launched by other forces not long ago, when you, who was on high alert, couldn't help but show a surprised expression when she saw this situation? Could it be that she guessed wrong? Qingti City has no backers. Yin was able to take out the Star Wheel Cannon purely because of dog shit luck and rob a noble son of the Yongyao Empire, who had a Star Wheel Cannon, without giving her time to think carefully. The explosive bomb that fell halfway had hit her in front of her eyes. The round eggshell cracked into cracks, and the red explosive star power leaked out, and it exploded in an instant. The power of the A-level explosive bomb is less than 1/10 of the S-level explosive bomb, and its lethality is limited. This gave the Red Fish Army, which had been bombarded by the S-level explosive bomb in all directions, an unreal sense of comfort. Is this really the strength of the Qingti army? Is there a trap? When the Red Fish Army was in doubt, the talents in Qingti City also heard their laughter. A considerable number of them blushed and felt ashamed. There are a limited number of high-level talents in Qingti City, and most of them are low-level talents. The ambush mission outside the city is very important. All the talents above level 7 in the Qingti army have been transferred away, and only talents of level 4 to 6 are left. Most of the talents temporarily recruited from the city are not of high level, and have limited strength. It is difficult for them to throw explosive bombs 1,000 meters away, so the above funny scene appeared. Seeing them all lowering their heads and eyes, Shui Qian knew that their morale was suppressed, and immediately raised her voice. What are you thinking? It's wartime now, everyone cheer up. The enemy's equipment is better than ours, and their combat power is higher than ours. If we can't defend the city gate, they will enter the city with butcher knives, making us prisoners, kneeling at their feet and begging for mercy. She spread her voice into the star power, accurately sending it to everyone's ears, imitating her former superiors to boost morale, holding up the battle flag and shouting, "Fight!" Major General Zheng, who rushed back to the city with a dusty face, responded from a distance, "Fight! Fight!" Another general shouted loudly, "Fight! Fight!" The sound was like a huge bell, gathering into a surging fighting spirit, occupying the chest of every soldier going to battle, giving them boundless courage. People in the city were either trembling, or restless, or clamoring to leave the city. Everyone heard the sound of fierce fighting, and they all raised their heads, and looked at the towering city walls in the distance. The boundless fighting spirit gathered into a terrifying might, overwhelming the Red Fish Army outside the city, who were hesitating. When you narrowed her eyes slightly, and in a flash, she judged the situation in the city, and couldn't help but smile. She pulled up the Red Fish battle flag beside her, turned over and stood on the Star Wheel Cannon. The winded dawn blew her hair, bringing a hint of coolness. The dawn light quietly stepped into the earth, and I don't know who was celebrating the upcoming victory. The young female general faced the whiteness of the sky, raised the battle flag, stood at the highest point, and ordered the 3 armies. Red Fish Army, listen to my order. Attack! The Star Wheel Cannon was raised, and the SS-level alienation crystals were filled into the launch port, and began to accumulate power. Major General Zheng and others climbed over the city wall, and launched all the remaining S-level explosive bombs without saying anything, followed by countless A-level explosive bombs. In the rain of bullets, the only Star Wheel Cannon in Qingti City was set up, and a full 30 S-level alienation crystals were filled into it. 1 gun muzzle stood opposite to them. Other 8 gun muzzles, like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, but they also had to fight to the death. When accumulating power, the Red Fish Army was not to be outdone, and launched the Hail Star Bomb. The explosive bombs collided with the hail bombs that covered a very wide area, and the explosions were continuous, completely illuminating the gray sky. Hearing Yan Zhuxi's angry low roar, Shi Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly, and did not admit his identity, but asked back, "What Ji Qingyuan?" It is no secret that her Taotai mimics a little white cat. If someone wants to find out, it is easy to find out. Shi Yuan is not surprised that Yan Zhuxi can guess her identity from this. Seeing that she still did not admit her identity after being exposed, Yan Zhuxi gritted her teeth and sneered. Is it interesting to continue pretending when you know it well? Who doesn't know that Ji Qingyuan's pure-blooded Taotai is a little white cat? Having said that, it is really meaningless to pretend any longer. Shi Yuan smiled indifferently. If that's the case, why do you think I dare not dig out your Xian heart? The tyranny of the Taotai family is known to the world. Not to mention that the Xian family is a small family without even a Saint Domain strongman. Even the Totem family, Jiwu may not take it seriously. If Shi Yuan killed Yan Zhuxi here, Jiwu would not only not scold her, but also used this as an excuse to attack the Xian family and chop off their hands that reached the golden carved seat. This is the absolute status paid by the totem family with blood and butcher knives. Yin Jushi never expected that she would be so arrogant. His eyes widened, and he didn't know what to say for a while. In the Chaos Star domain, he is the lofty Xian young master. Who doesn't show a respectful attitude when seeing him? People with the same status as him will not put aside the false and whining mask and tear his face regardless of anything. Shuri Yuan was not partial to human cubs, and the little shell in front of her was filled with the soul of an adult male, so it was even more impossible for her to be merciful to him. But she had no intention of taking the heart of Xian for herself. The reincarnation ability of the heart of Xian was only useful for the pure blood of the Xian family. Even if others took the heart of Xian, it would at most be a trophy or decoration, and there was no other use. Compared with the series of troubles caused by killing Yin Jushi, Shuri Yuan believed that keeping him alive would bring greater benefits. For example, let the Xian family become her agent in the chaotic star field. This kind of thing cannot be done by talking or promising huge benefits. Shuri Yuan decided to use the simplest and most convenient method. Boom! A sudden loud noise broke the sweet dream of the people in power in Red Fish City. The informant used the star wheel cannon given by Shuri Yuan to blast open the inner city gate of Red Fish City, and quickly aimed the second round at the residential area on the central axis of the city gate. When Shuri Yuan heard the noise, she immediately realized that Chingy City had reached a critical juncture, and she had no time to entangle with the little guy in front of her. At this moment, the top extraordinary third-level strongman hidden in the dark sensed the danger approaching in the city, and quickly ran towards the room. Yin Jushi's eyes deepened slightly, and his legs, which were originally imprisoned by Shuri Yuan and unable to move, suddenly kicked up, and a soft but strong force was released from his heart, forming a transparent white shield to isolate the threat against his heart. He was reincarnated, not dead and reborn, and his original combat power was still there. Petals emerged and turned into the sharpest weapons in an instant, killing the pure-blooded glutton who dared to humiliate him. Unexpectedly, the girl with the mask just leaned back slightly to avoid his kicking, and smiled contemptuously when the petals of the evening rosy flower attacked her. Yin Jushi, who had gained freedom, had an ominous premonition for no reason. The petals that were about to cut Shuri Yuan's cheek lost their vitality without warning, and wisps of red blood climbed up and floated softly to the ground. As the controller of the evening rosy flower, Yin Jushi felt a pain in his heart, and a mouthful of blood rushed to his mouth, and he vomited it out with a wow. He pulled open his pajamas without hesitation, and saw an enchanting rose mark drilled out from under his skin. It was obviously very flat, but lifelike, and even had a faint rose fragrance. Yin Jushi suddenly looked up, and was caught off guard by a pair of smiling eyes. He squeezed out 4 words from his teeth. Rose mark. You are not Ji Qingyuan? You are a pure-blooded rose? The holy totem of the Winston Empire can plant the holy totem mark for its believers, giving them some power, while also controlling their lives. It is the most terrifying puppet-like mimicry in the universe. Shuri Yuan tilted his head. When did I say that I was Ji Qingyuan? Is Ji Qingyuan the only one in the world who can have a white cat mimicry? While speaking softly and slowly, she disappeared from the spot, and the lingering sound spread, easily avoiding the 5 fingers that were strangling her neck. But in the blink of an eye, she reappeared behind Yin Jushi, pressing her slender index finger on his temple, slowly sliding down like teasing a pet, and when Yin Jushi was horrified, she suddenly lifted his chin and leisurely looked at the old man with a sullen face in front of the door. You are too late. He is my servant now. As soon as the word servant came out, Yin Jushi closed his eyes tightly. Chapter 167. The high-flying star wheel bombs overwhelmed the sky illuminated by the explosion bombs and the gleaming star bombs, dragging the dangerous star-powered tail and smashing towards Qingdi City. Major General Zheng and other extraordinary third-level talents stepped on the ground and injected star power into the SS-level star armor they wore. Star arrows shot out one after another, forming a stable honeycomb transparent shield in the air. When the shield was formed, everyone bravely faced the star wheel bomb that was about to fall into Qingdi City. The fist wind collided with the star wheel bomb, exerting a terrifying pressure. In an instant, the earth-shaking explosion made the eardrums of ordinary people in the city hurt, but before they had time to fear the horror of the star wheel bomb, they saw Major General Zheng and others floating in countless tiny starlights. They were like towering mountains, firmly blocking the city walls, bravely and fearlessly rushing towards the enemy's artillery fire, doing their best to disintegrate the star wheel bombs that were about to raze Qingdi City to the ground, and protecting everything behind them. At the same time, in the core area of the Qingdi City defense star array, Several young star pattern masters listened to the explosions one after another, felt the violent vibrations like the ground dragon turning over under their feet, and were so anxious that tears rolled in their eyes. Not yet good. The defense star array has not been improved. They are low-level star array masters, with no advantages in mimicry and combat power. Excluding hobbies, it is because they think that star array masters earn more than ordinary low-level talents, do not have to go to the alienation zone to fight, and can usually get the respect of most people. But now is a chaotic world, and the bandits, who are bent on looting, will not think that they are rare talent resources at all, but will only treat them as slaves who can be trampled on at will, exploiting all the value they can contribute. Now there are only two choices for the star array masters: leave Qingti City immediately, get rid of the fate of being imprisoned, and race against time to help improve the defensive star array and resist the invasion of foreign enemies. The cruel thing is that they have lost the best time to leave Qingti City. Now there are all red fish army outside. Even if they find a loophole to leave the city, they will only die. Or if they are lucky enough not to be caught, where can they go after leaving Qingti City? The Golden Sand Ring area is controlled by major forces. It is almost impossible to go to other constellations through the alienation area. If they are caught, they will inevitably end up mining in the alienation area. There is no way to escape, nowhere to go, and they can only coexist and die with Qingti City. The Lord of Qingti City gave them a comfortable and free life, and let them read many star array books for free that they could not access with their identities and abilities. He even implemented the rule of old-timers and new-timers in the Star Array Master Association, so that young and low-level Star Array Masters can have a door to enter and a teacher to consult. Such things are the preferential treatments they have never enjoyed before. Qingti City cannot fall. Some people wipe their tears, suppress the fear in their hearts, and continue to help embed the processed star array materials into the array base. The young man sitting behind the workbench seemed to be unaware of the atmosphere of decadence and fear around him. His 5 fingers with distinct joints held a translucent green carving knife, concentrating on the smelted alienated materials in his hands, engraving complex and mysterious star patterns on them. The star pattern ring belt was formed, and an imperceptible vortex suction force spread to every corner of the alienated materials, and quietly absorbed the star power dissipated in the air. The boy put aside the alienated material with the star pattern engraved on it, and continued to pick up the remaining materials. The shaking ground, and the increasingly loud sound of artillery fire seemed to be eliminated in his world. His eyes were serious and focused, and his movements became more and more stable and faster, far exceeding the level of ordinary star pattern masters, and reaching the realm of star pattern masters. If someone looked directly into the boy's eyes at this moment, they would definitely find that a faint blue and white shadow appeared in his pupils. The middle-aged man who was smelting alienated materials, with a few slightly experienced star array masters, was sweating profusely with nervousness. Among all the star pattern masters present, only he could smelt alienated materials according to the requirements given by the boy. Others could only help out, and do some unskilled work at most. The high-intensity work for several hours exhausted him physically and mentally, but he didn't dare to relax at all. He just wanted to work faster and faster. He must successfully improve the defensive star array, and not let Qingti City become a ruin. The tense nerves made the middle-aged man's eyes red, and his face was a bit ferocious. Click! The boy in front of the workbench put down the carving knife in his hand, and walked towards the core array base of the defensive star array, with the alien material engraved with star patterns. Puff! Major General Zheng fell under the city wall, and was caught by 2 soldiers running over. The direct impact of the star wheel bombs caused his internal organs to shift, his blood and chi surged, and he spurted out a mouthful of blood. He took several steps back before he could barely stabilize his body. Commander Zheng. How are you? The soldier who was temporarily appointed as the adjutant asked anxiously, and the other quickly took out the healing potion from the space ring, and fed it to Major General Zheng. Before Major General Zheng finished drinking the healing potion, another extraordinary 3rd-level talent was injured by the star wheel bomb. On the half-collapsed city wall, the soldiers who had thrown all the explosive bombs were drawing their bows and arrows, trying to stop the invasion of the star bombs in this way. The enemy's weapons reserves were too abundant, and the inventory of Qingti City was simply not enough to fight a war of attrition with them. In addition, with the mass destruction weapon of the star wheel cannon, in just half an hour, Qingti City's defense line was disintegrated by 2/3, and Zheng Major General and other talents with extraordinary 3rd-level combat power were also seriously injured in the process of resisting the star wheel bombs, and it was impossible to carry out high-intensity combat. It won't be long before Qingti City's defense line will completely disintegrate, and the star wheel bombs will fall into the city, indiscriminately bombing ordinary people who have no self-protection ability, Zhuqian leaned on the battle flag, panting heavily, wiping the blood stains on his face, and staring at Wen Yu, who stood on the star wheel cannon in the enemy camp and commanded round after round of attacks. There is a very good general in the Red Fish army. She was not confused by the previous excessive sneak attacks, and launched the attack completely at her own pace. The defensive star array of Qingdi City has not been opened yet, and it is likely that the improvement has failed. She was to blame for trusting a young junior star pattern master, and gambled to hand over the last line of defense of Qingdi City to the other party. Zhuqian knew that it was useless to think about these things now. She swallowed her saliva to relieve the dryness in her throat, and shouted hoarsely, "Open the city gate. Meet the enemy." She is the main general in the battle, and must be responsible for every decision she makes. Since the city wall cannot be defended, then kill it, wait for the Legion Commander to control Hongyu City, and wait for the support of Deputy Legion Commander Mo to arrive. She can die, but Qingdi City will not perish. The Taotai Legion will unify the Golden Carp constellation. With the talent of the Legion Commander, the Golden Carp constellation will definitely become the second star crown constellation. Meet the enemy. The horn of the decisive battle sounded, and the Qingdi army, which had experienced the baptism of artillery fire, no longer had the initial fear. They threw away their longbows, picked up their weapons, and followed Zhuqian to jump off the city wall. Just at this moment, a pure white light column shot up into the sky, blocking Zhuqian and others in front of Qingdi City. Zhuqian was stunned at first, and then realized what the appearance of the light column meant, and was overjoyed. The defensive star array of Qingdi City was activated, the second one, the third one, the fourth one after another. Pure white light columns rushed out of the ground, surrounding Qingdi City to support a huge translucent star power shield. A tortoiseshell-shaped star pattern was wrapped in 2 circles inside and outside, looming on the star power shield, blocking the star wheel bomb that was falling obliquely towards Qingdi City at the critical moment. There was no deafening explosion. The star wheel bombs fell on the star power shield, and were quickly lifted up by a circle of tortoise-shell-shaped star patterns. They seemed to have broken free from the restraints of the defensive star array, and shrank up and down around the star wheel bombs. An incredible scene appeared. The star wheel bombs, that even the extraordinary third-level talents dared not take without protection, were shrinking inch by inch. The tortoise-shell-shaped star pattern seemed to be an abyss that could swallow everything, eating up the star wheel bombs one by one. The scene in the sky shocked Wen Yu so much that he suddenly clenched the battle flag in his hand, and in the next few minutes, he saw with his own eyes that the star wheel bombs that fell on the translucent star power shield were eaten one by one. The Red Fish Army's strongest attack method suffered a Waterloo. What kind of star array is this? There are many high-level defensive star arrays in the universe that can resist the attack of star wheel bombs, but they definitely do not include the star array in front of him that can destroy the star wheel bombs invisibly. Wen Yu gritted her teeth and searched for the corresponding information in her mind. No! No! Still no. Qingdi City has a third-level talent, which proves that there is someone behind Yin, but such a strange star array. Wen Yu can't match it with the major forces she has learned about. Could it be a hidden family? There are hidden families whose existence in the universe is not inferior to the totem family. There are very few and unknown families. They don't like power, and inheritance is difficult, but it is said that they will let young people go out to experience every once in a while. Will Yin be one of them? With a flash of thought, Wen Yu raised her head and looked at the defensive star array that looked like a bottomless pit. She raised the battle flag again and ordered decisively, "Keep firing." The endurance of any defensive star array is limited. Qingdi City can resist for a while, but not for a lifetime. The Red Fish Army has completely torn its face with Qingdi City. Now it can only temporarily not retreat. Whether it is a mysterious force or a hidden family, it must abide by the rules of the Golden Carp seat when it arrives at the Golden Carp seat. Today, she must take down Qingdi City. One after another, SS-level alienation crystals are filled into the star wheel cannon, and the muzzle is high, aiming at Qingdi City again. Servant. The old man with half-white hair and beard was furious to describe his noble young master with such contemptuous words. The star blade in his hand surged, and he was going to teach the ignorant woman in front of him a lesson without saying anything. But before his star blade could threaten the other party's life, Yin Zhushi let out a cry of pain. The young face was completely occupied by pain, and a faint blood color climbed up his white eyes, twisting irregularly. The lifelike rose on his chest seemed to be nourished by the top flower fertilizer, and it bloomed more and more beautifully. Yin Zhushi couldn't describe his feelings at the moment. The severe pain that invaded the depths of his soul made him shed physiological tears uncontrollably. Looking at Shi Yuan, who was controlling the rose mark, the contempt on his smiling face had not faded. His slender white fingers pinched Yin Jushi's chin, forcing him to raise his head slightly and kneel on the bed in a controlled manner, like a puppet controlled by a puppeteer. The old man's eyes were bloodshot, and he shouted, "Insolent!" Shi Yuan looked at him with interest. "You are the one who is insolent. He is my servant, and you are his dog. You should kneel in front of me and bark devoutly twice." Seeing that the old man was so angry that his face was flushed, she raised her chin slightly, pointing to the star blade condensed in his hand. "In such a small place, it is better not to touch such a dangerous thing. If you accidentally hurt your young master." There was no need to finish the words. The threat was fully revealed. The old man stared at her. Shi Yuan seemed unaware of his almost cannibalistic look. Amid the explosions in Redfish City, he half grasped Yin Jushi's chin, lifted him up from the bed, and gave orders coldly. "Contact the Redfish Army, and ask them to withdraw to a place 10 kilometers away from Qingdi City within 5 minutes. If they are 1 minute late, I will chop off one of your young master's fingers." As soon as the words fell, there was another round of explosions, occasionally mixed with sharp screams. The inner city of Redfish, where the powerful gathered, was in chaos. Many casinos and shops in the outer layer exploded, and people on the street were running around, all rushing to the city gate. The top leaders of the Redfish Chamber of Commerce tried to stabilize the situation and find the source of the chaos, but found that the launch site of the Star Wheel Cannon was deserted, and the explosion in the city was buried in advance with explosive bombs, waiting to be detonated immediately when the time came. The explosion was getting closer and closer. The patrol soldiers outside the house found that something was wrong. They knocked on the door and tried to call the old man to get clear instructions from him. Time passed by minute by minute. Shi Yuan did not show any anxiety. When 1/5 of the time had passed, she kindly reminded him, "There are still 4 minutes." She looked down at Yin Jushi, who was almost tortured to lose consciousness by the rose mark, and deliberately said, "You are not a loyal dog. Look at your young master. He is in so much pain. If I let him go now, he will definitely roll on the ground like a dead dog without any image. How about I let him go and take a video and post it on the star network of the chaotic star field, so that everyone can see the young master of the Xian family?" "Shut up." The old man was so angry that his chest rose and fell violently. Without delay, he took out the star snail and sent the sound of the tide to Wenyu. The sound of the tide was quickly connected, and Wenyu's doubtful voice came, "Old Yin?" The old man gritted his teeth and said, "Redfish City was attacked, and the young master is in danger. You must stop attacking Qingdi City immediately, and withdraw 10 kilometers away from Qingdi City." This simple sentence explained the crisis that Redfish City was facing now. Wenyu was stunned at first, then realized that Yin Yu had not appeared until now. She had not escaped, but had gone to Hongyu City with the strategy of besieging Wei to save Zhao, and even threatened the young master. Her cheeks twitched twice, and then she looked at the group of defeated soldiers stationed under Qingdi City with weapons, clenched the star snail, and squeezed out a sentence from her teeth. "All troops, listen to orders. Retreat immediately." Wenyu's order was transmitted to Shi Yuan's ears through the star snail, and the old man said in a deep voice, "I have done what you said. Let go of the young master." Shi Yuan said slowly, "I hate others ordering me the most." Crack! Yin Jushi's left forearm was twisted off by her, and the sound of the broken bones was transmitted to the old man's ears, almost making him feel heartbroken. Shi Yuan smiled. "Have you learned how to be a dog? Do you want me to teach you again?" She touched Yin Jushi's right arm meaningfully, eager to try. The old man was so angry that his chest was heaving violently, and he could hardly control the murderous intent that burst out. But Shi Yuan was not afraid of his momentum at all, and slowly walked towards the window with Yin Jushi, who had fainted. "If you want your young master to return to the Chaos Star region alive, let the head of the Xian family bring 10,000 Star Wheel cannons in person to exchange. I am waiting for you in Qingdi City." Chapter 168. Huff, huff, the long and heavy breathing sounds came one after another under the precarious city wall. The soldiers of the Qingdi army watched from afar as the Redfish army suddenly stopped attacking and began to retreat, and they were extremely surprised. Only Zhuo Qian and others, who knew that Shi Yuan had gone to Redfish City, were overjoyed. The Redfish army retreated so cleanly. Obviously the strategy of besieging Wei to save Zhao had been completed. In the midst of surprise and joy, Zhuo Qian looked at the defensive star array above his head that blocked the last round of strong attacks from the Star Wheel Cannon, and saved the lives of most of the soldiers of the Qingdi army, and smiled with relief. "Hold it." She took 2 steps at a time and flew over the city wall, holding up the intact battle flag in her hand, and announced to the whole city. The city lord took the lead and led people to harass Hongyu City. The plan has been completed. The Hongyu army has withdrawn. The crisis has been temporarily resolved, but the city defense has been seriously damaged. Please all citizens continue to stay at home. Her voice was infused into the star power, blowing through every corner of Qingdi City with a gentle wind. The first sun climbed up the hill, pushed away the mist, and sprinkled the vibrant morning light on the ancient city that survived the war. Major General Zheng covered his lips and coughed twice, regardless of the blood flowing from his throat, and raised a sincere smile. He was a major general of the regular army of the Taotai Corps. He had experienced no less than 100 battles of varying sizes. The defense battle of Qingdi City was not the most difficult battle in his military career, but it brought him completely different joy and comfort. Before this, Xueqian was just a rookie recruit. Although she had undergone rigorous training in the Taotai Legion, she had never been on the battlefield and lacked practical experience. Asking her to take on the responsibility of coordinating the overall situation was like putting a huge rock on her back that was far beyond her ability to bear. I thought Xueqian would not be able to bear the huge pressure and ask him for help, but she did not do so. Instead, she withstood the pressure, and every decision she made proved that she was a bold, careful, decisive, and brave person. She seized this opportunity, and will surely transform into an excellent general in the future. Not only Xueqian, but also other recruits of the Taotai Corps, the rookies of the Qingdi army who have only experienced bandit suppression and hunting of strange beasts, will have a place in Jingu Star after this battle. After Xueqian finished the last sentence, thunderous cheers rang out in the city, and the translucent defense star array enveloped everyone's head. Silently witnessing the rise of the strongest force in the Jinsha Ring zone, the young star array masters in the core area of the defense star array hugged each other with tears and laughter, and the boy who was limp at the edge of the array base wiped the fine beads of sweat on his forehead and showed a pale smile. He succeeded, turning the impossible into possible, and challenging his own limits. The middle-aged man also slumped beside the smelting furnace, like a dehydrated fish, breathing heavily, staring at the smelting furnace that was still emitting flames, his mouth moving as he murmured, There really is such a star pattern. Under the half-collapsed Qingdi City wall, Xueqian gulped down a bottle of water, wiped his mouth heroically, and ordered the adjutant to count the soldiers who were still capable of fighting, and took out the Star Snail Resonance title sound of Deputy Corps Commander M.O. Qingdi City is not a place where the Red Fish Army can come and go as they please. General 1. Why did you suddenly withdraw? The young officer pushed away the soldiers who blocked him, rushed to Wenyu without saying anything, and questioned in a bad tone. Qingdi City no longer had the power to defend. As long as they broke their defensive star array, they could enter the city, destroy their living forces, declare that Qingdi City had changed hands, and successfully take over all the cities and alienated areas controlled by Silver Moon. Not only the young generals were dissatisfied with Wenyu's sudden withdrawal, but others also complained about it, but due to her prestige and deep background in the Red Fish Army, they did not dare to jump out and express their dissatisfaction. After working hard for half a night, not only did they not get anything, but they also lost a large number of troops, and they didn't know how many rounds of Star Wheel shells they fired. No matter how rich Red Fish City is, it would not do this. But if you want to say who is the most frustrated in the entire Red Fish Army, it is definitely Wenyu, the commander. It was she who decisively dispatched troops to attack Qingdi City after she found out that the situation was not right, competing for speed and time, and wanted to use this battle to establish the absolute prestige of the Red Fish Army in Jingu Star. She did not doubt her strategic policy and vision, but she never expected that Red Fish City would be so bad that Enyu took advantage of the opportunity and intercepted the young master, making Old Yen afraid to act rashly, and forcing her to withdraw from Qingdi City. The Red Fish Chamber of Commerce was originally a force supported by the Xian family. Compared with the Qingdi City, which can be attacked again, the safety of the young master is of course more important. Facing the offense of the young officer, Wenyu was not angry, but said coldly, Enyu went to Red Fish City. Now Red Fish City is in chaos. The president and vice president and others are unknown whether they are alive or dead. The life of the distinguished guest is also threatened. The generals who can command troops under Wenyu, even if they are not famous generals, have some brains. How can they not understand her words? They are so angry that they want to curse their father. The group of idiots in Red Fish City clearly know their siege plan tonight. It's okay that they don't have support and don't pay attention to the battle situation, but they can't even defend a city? The young general got this answer, and was so angry that his fists creaked. He tried to take deep breaths several times before he could barely calm down, and didn't make any inappropriate moves. Before today's siege, the Red Fish Army relied on high-level weapons and equipment and abundant firepower to be invincible on the battlefield, and easily conquered one-third of the Golden Valley Star for the Red Fish Chamber of Commerce. They came to Qingdi City with the belief that they would win the battle, but they were ambushed by the Qingdi army on the march. After many twists and turns, they relied on the firepower advantage to reach Qingdi City. They thought victory was imminent, but suddenly received an order to retreat. Morale fell, and everyone was listless and in low spirits. At this point, there was no other choice but to retreat. I just hope that the Red Fish City will not collapse too badly, at least to let the young master escape from danger, otherwise the army will retreat in vain. In the moment of dejection, when you seem to have sensed something, and looked sharply in a certain direction in front of the right. Before she could catch the slightest sign of something wrong, a huge hexagram array was released from the Red Fish Army without warning, covering everyone from bottom to top. Immediately, a terrifying pressure descended on the shoulders of the Red Fish Army soldiers, as if the gods were punishing the evildoers who disrespected them, and their blood was boiling. All the transporting star shuttles failed and fell to the ground, causing a series of collisions. The people who escaped from the exploding star shuttles didn't know what happened, and they knelt on the ground in embarrassment, unable to use star power to resist the pressure from the sky, when you, who had the highest combat power in the army, had her pupils dilated. In an instant, she realized that someone was attacking her, and immediately shouted, "It's an enemy attack! Disperse quickly." As soon as she finished speaking, a breath of blood rushed to her throat, and the smell of blood filled her nasal cavity, making her dizzy and almost unable to distinguish the direction. In a trance, she saw dragon-shaped phantoms wandering on the hexagram array, and a high and fierce dragon roar sounded in her ears. Dragon? Star formation related to dragon. Even she, who has the third-level combat power of the extraordinary, was overwhelmed by this star formation. In a flash, when you had a bold and terrifying guess in her heart, it was the dragon binding formation. It was said that the top-level star formation strangled a pure-blooded Yinglong. No, the power was much worse than she knew. If it was really a 3S level dragon binding formation, the talents below the extraordinary realm in the formation would have died on the spot the moment they were impacted, but now they just lost their ability to move, and could not call on star power. It should be a simplified version of the dragon binding formation. Even if it was a simplified version of the dragon binding formation, when you was horrified. This level of star formation must be made by a star formation master, and when the Red Fish Army came, there was no such star formation on this road. It is impossible for a star formation master to set up this star formation in just a few hours. Could it be that the Grandmaster of Star Array, who has transcended the category of Grandmaster of Star Array, has made a move? But there have only been 5 Grandmasters of Star Array in the history of the universe, 2 of whom have been lost in the long river of history. The remaining 3, one is stationed in the palace of Winston Empire, one is on good terms with the Phoenix family, and the remaining one is a wandering cloud crane, who is rarely seen all year round. When you asked himself that he was cautious in his actions, and had never offended a Grandmaster or Grandmaster of Star Array, the possibility of being targeted and taken advantage of by them was very small. Recalling the mysterious defensive star array that rose when Qingdi City was in danger, when you slowly clenched his fist. It was Qingdi City. Not only did the Qingdi army not shrink in their tortoise shells, but they also dared to come out to pursue, when Yu's brain was working rapidly. Even though he was dizzy under the pressure of the dragon binding array, he still maintained his sanity, and scanned the surroundings with sharp eyes, trying to find the attacker. Finally, her eyes stopped on a hill. A rough-looking man came out of the bushes behind the hill. After noticing Wen Yu's sight, he stopped, raised his hand, and gave her a thumbs up, then turned 180 degrees and nodded downward. The meaning of provocation and ridicule was accurately conveyed to Wen Yu without words. Wen Yu's eyes were full of tears. Before coming to Qingdi City, in order to prevent Yu from sending people to ambush outside the city, she sent scouts in advance and deployed a large number of transport shuttles to allow the Red Fish Army to advance from the air to avoid being attacked on the ground and restrict the geographical advantage of Qingdi City, which is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Although the result was not satisfactory, the Red Fish Army did not lose its composure when it was ambushed. She never dreamed that someone would set up an SS-level dragon binding formation on the Red Fish Army's retreat route to wipe them out. The siege failed, morale plummeted, and her attention was focused on the situation in Red Fish City. She didn't care whether the retreat route was safe at all, which gave people a chance to take advantage of her. Seeing one person after another walk out of the surrounding bunkers, when you closed her eyes tightly, there was no familiar face. It was not Qingyun City, but Qingdi City. The reinforcements from Qingdi City are coming. Deputy Corps Commander Mo folded his hands, moved his knuckles, listened to the particularly pleasant click, and said to the general beside him, who was promoted to temporary adjutant by him, "It seems that he is not as smart as the Corps Commander said." The temporary adjutant was silent. Anyone whose base camp is about to be destroyed will find it difficult to remain calm and rational. Under this premise, how could the small shrimps of Jean Dustar be the opponent of you, the killing god who dared to go in and out of the Rose constellation 7 times with a vanguard team? Of course, it is easy to catch. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Deputy Commander Mo probably knew that he was criticizing him, and smiled indifferently. It has to be the commander. Young Master Xian has been arrested by her. This time, the main Xian family doesn't bleed, and the marshal will not be polite to him. In terms of the ability to get the wool, the marshal is second to none in the universe. The good things in the treasury of the Duke of Rose are still on display to the world as trophies in the Museum of Tiandu Star. I hope the commander can inherit the good character of the marshal, and get the Xian family as much as possible, so that the head of the Xian family will remember it for a long time and hide in his chaotic star field as a local snake, and stop stirring up trouble in the golden carp seat. The temporary adjutant didn't play dead this time, and said excitedly, "Then we have to discuss it with the commander." Exchange something that is more cost-effective. "What do you want to discuss with me?" A cold voice came from far away. Sure Yuan approached Deputy Commander Mo and his men in an open-top star shuttle. The star shuttle descended from the sky and stopped precisely in front of them. Raven followed closely behind, and Qingyu and other rookies were also among them. They were all covered in dirt and more or less injured, looking very embarrassed, but their eyes were bright, as if they could still fight the enemy. Yin Jushi, who had fainted, was thrown to the side by Shi Yuan, looking miserable with more breathing than breathing. When the temporary adjutant was speaking just now, he really didn't notice that the star shuttle was approaching. Suddenly, he heard a strange voice, and subconsciously took defensive actions. Then he realized that if it was a stranger, the sentry assigned by Commander Mo Fu to patrol nearby in advance would definitely give a warning. Thinking back to the sentence just now, it was obvious who the person in front of him was. He stopped his reflexive salute and said, "City Lord." When hiding their identities, the people of the 9th Tao Tai Legion called Shi Yuan the City Lord, so as to avoid being found out by following the clues. Shi Yuan nodded slightly to her, and Deputy Legion Commander Mo pushed open the car door and said, "Why did you come here in person?" Deputy Legion Commander Mo touched his nose, embarrassed to say that he was worried that she was inexperienced and afraid that she would be in danger, so he just said tactfully, "I just happened to have time, so I just came to see." He had guessed from Shi Yuan's behavior of bringing only new recruits to Jean Dustar that she wanted to train those little bastards, and he didn't feel that he was ignored, and even welcomed it. An excellent commander should not only be able to lead troops to fight, but also be able to train generals who can win battles, so as not to fall into the dilemma of being too big to be defeated. Shi Yuan didn't know whether she believed it or not. She just smiled and looked at the Red Fish Army, who were suppressed by the SS-level Dragon Binding Formation. SS-level Dragon Binding Formation? She was slightly surprised. Shi Yuan had heard of the reputation of the Dragon Binding Formation. Legend has it that 100 years ago, a free star formation master who came out of the Chaos Star domain had his eyes on the blood of the pure-blooded Yinglong, and wanted to improve the quality of his own dragon mimicry. He spent 10 years of hard work to develop a 3S-level strangling star formation specifically for the Yinglong bloodline, and killed a pure-blooded Yinglong with extraordinary 3rd-level combat power. When this happened, the universe was shaken, and the strangling star formation was named the Dragon Binding Formation. The Yinglong family was furious and dispatched all Yinglongs to hunt down the free star formation master, and finally killed him in the Chaos Star domain. There are rumors that the Yinglong family has destroyed the drawings of the 3S-level Dragon Binding Formation. Where did the 9th Legion of Tao Tai come from? Aren't they afraid of offending the Yinglong family? Deputy Commander Mo released a star power shield to prevent Qingyu and others from hearing his words, and explained to Shi Yuan, "Master Siyu left this when he was training in the Tao Tai Corps. It has been improved and is no longer targeted at the Yinglong bloodline. The name has also been changed to the Cage Array." At this point, he slightly straightened his chest and said proudly, "This is what our 9th Corps won from other corps in a fair and square manner. Moreover, this star array is arranged on a mobile array base, which is convenient to carry. It is inlaid with SS-level alienation crystals, and can be used by burying it in a suitable position." Shi Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. It turned out to be the work of GCU, and it was improved. Where did he get the drawings? Deputy Commander Mo certainly didn't know the answer to this question. He had to ask GCU, who was far away in Yunhe Constellation. Sure, Yuan didn't dwell too much on this matter. With GCU's cautious character, he dared to use this cage array, and it would not annoy the Yinglong family. She looked around and noticed Wen Yu, who stood up straight and had a resolute look on her face. She roughly guessed that she was the commander of the Red Fish Army. Wen Yu also saw Shi Yuan and Yin Zhuxi, who was unconscious in the open-top star shuttle. With the strength of old Yin, he didn't save the young master or capture Yin Yu. If she had known this, she shouldn't have followed old Yan's order to withdraw from Qingdi City, but should have attacked Qingdi City regardless of the consequences. At least she could have traded the people of Qingdi City with Yin Yu, and she wouldn't have become her prisoner. In the end, she underestimated the enemy, and didn't have the courage to fight to the death. Chapter 169. Redfish City, the headquarters of the Redfish Chamber of Commerce, was turned upside down by the Qingdi City Lord Yin Yu and his men. The news that the president was seriously injured and the 2 vice presidents died was like a hurricane, sweeping across the entire Jingdu Star. Not long after, Wen Yu, the chief general of the Redfish Army, led his army to attack Qingdi City but failed, and the fact that all the rebels were arrested was also presented to the desks of various forces one after another. These 2 things made Jingyan City, which had been watching the situation and trying to find an opportunity to take advantage of the situation, cautious. As long as Yin Yu is not stupid, he can see that the Redfish Army has the Xian family as its backer. The Xian family is not as famous as the Totem family and the Saint Totem family in the world, but it is also an existence that ordinary people dare not provoke. Agents of the same power also have to be a little bit afraid and dare not offend them blatantly. Judging from Yin Yu's behavior of taking over Redfish City and secretly kidnapping a distinguished guest, the word stupid is not related to her at all. Since she knew the inside story and dared to act regardless of the consequences, she must have the confidence to not fear the revenge of the Xian family. Before finding out her details, Jingyun City chose to keep the troops in place. On the way back to Qingdi City, Shi Yuan met Zhui Qian, who came with people to support. In order not to alert the scouts of the Redfish Army, they rushed on foot. Zhui Qian, who had not recovered from his injuries, was pale at this time, but still held a knife, looking fierce as if he was going to chop the Redfish Army. Shi Yuan walked over quickly. When Zhui Qian saw her, the fierceness hanging in his heart was loosened, and the hand holding the knife was a little weak. When she heard a clang, she lowered her head, and found that her whole arm was shaking, her legs were weak and powerless, and she could hardly stand. Although she was not such an emotional person, Zhui Qian suddenly felt a soreness in her nose. When Shi Yuan supported her, she called out to the city lord in a low voice. Her voice was hoarse, like a dull sickle sawing wood, and it was almost inaudible. "We have defended Qingdi City." She tried to swallow her saliva and finished her words. Shi Yuan half hugged her and patted her on the shoulder gently. "I know you are very strong, and you are the pride of Qingdi City." Zhui Qian's lips slightly raised, and she wanted to say something else, but she was exhausted to the extreme, and her eyes rolled over and she fainted. Lei Wen, who was following Shi Yuan, was startled and walked quickly to help Zhui Qian and take her to see a doctor for treatment. But as soon as he raised his hand, he saw his own Legion commander picked up Zhui Qian by the waist and put her on the star shuttle, asking the doctor in the queue to check her injuries. Raven touched his nose, feeling somewhat envious, and sincerely admired Zhui Qian. Not every general could bear the burden of death and the lives of the entire city to lead a city defense battle, not to mention that she was a newcomer who had only experienced a few small-scale bandit suppression battles before, and had no experience in coordinating large-scale city defense battles. Deputy Commander Mo also took the initiative to get off the star shuttle, giving his position to the soldiers who came to support, and ordered the Deputy General to call all the doctors over. When everyone escorted the captives back to Qingdi City, the sun was already high in the sky. Major General Zheng and others simply treated their wounds, drank the repair potion, and took over Zhui Qian's work, commanding the first and second level talents and strong laborers in the city to clean up the post-war mess. The old, weak, women and children helped the doctors treat and bandage the wounds of the wounded, and took out their own stored food to make a big pot of rice for those who participated in the battle and construction. The fragrant smell spread throughout the streets and alleys, and everyone's face was filled with the joy of surviving the disaster, and they felt a sense of belonging to the new Qingdi City from the bottom of their hearts. When Shi Yuan and others entered the city, everyone stopped what they were doing. Deputy City Lord Zhuo said that it was the Lord of Silver Moon City who personally led people to harass Hongyu City, forcing the Hongyu army to retreat from Qingdi City. Some soldiers who participated in the defense of the city noticed Wen Yu, who was escorted into the city by Deputy Corps Commander Mo himself. They were shocked and saw several familiar siege generals. The quick-witted ones had roughly guessed why Wen Yu appeared here. The new recruit, who had been contacted by Deputy Corps Commander Mo in advance, hung his right hand in a plaster cast and shouted. When the city lord and his men came back, they captured the entire Hongyu army. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. After a brief silence, Qingdi City erupted in earth-shaking cheers. Some people who were worried about whether the Red Fish army would attack again opened their eyes in disbelief, and tentatively approached the familiar Qingdi army in the queue, whispering to the other party whether this was true. After receiving a positive answer, Qingdi City was completely overwhelmed by the mood of carnival. Wen Yu, who became a captive, had a blank expression on his face, as if he could not feel the malicious or resentful gazes on him. He always straightened his back and walked forward step by step. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. There is no need to be angry or complain about yourself. She was defeated, but as long as she didn't die, there would be a day when she would make a comeback. Back to the city lord's mansion, Deputy Commander Mo avoided others and said to Shuri Yuan, "Does the city lord have any way to deal with Wen Yu? All the captives have been registered, and Deputy Commander Mo also knows Wen Yu's name." Shuri Yuan took a sip of tea and asked instead, "What do you mean?" Deputy Commander Mo said bluntly, "Wen Yu has command ability, decisive actions, and a strong character. She is a talented general. I see her behavior after being captured, and I am afraid she will not be discouraged." Here, he paused and made a knife gesture. This kind of person should either be killed or recruited. Killing is to eliminate future troubles, and recruiting can get a fierce general. Qingdi City is at its infancy and lacks talents. When the territory of external expansion becomes larger and larger in the future, Shuiqian and others will not be enough. It is not a long-term solution to keep drawing soldiers from the 9th Legion of Tao Tai. After all, the core mission of the Tao Tai Legion is to protect the Corona constellation, and it is impossible to garrison the Golden Carp constellation forever. The Golden Carp constellation must have its own backbone legion and generals. Shuri Yuan chuckled. She is loyal to the Xian family and is a determined person. I'm afraid it won't be so easy to persuade her to rebel. Deputy Commander Mo frowned. Indeed, when you must be loyal to the Xian family to give up the Qingdi City that was within her reach for Yin Jushi. It is not easy to subdue her. He sighed. What a pity, let's kill her. After going through this hardship, Wen Yu's talent must have been reborn. If she is not killed today, she will become a big problem in the future. Shuri Yuan shook his head. No, not only will I not kill her, I will also let her go back. Deputy Commander Mo was surprised. Why? Shuri Yuan said meaningfully. She was a defeated general and became my captive. She returned to Hongyu City safely after a few days. How do you think Hongyu City will treat her? Deputy Commander Mo's eyes lit up. When you brought so many Red Fish soldiers out, but didn't bring any of them back. No matter how much Red Fish City trusts her, they will still be dissatisfied with her. They may even doubt whether she can return to the city safely, and whether she has been bribed by Qingdi City. Even if they don't hold her accountable, they will not let her lead the troops to fight. Wen Yu is a proud person with ambition and talent. How could she be willing to lose everything? She will not sit and wait for death. She will either seize power or serve others. If Wen Yu chooses to seize power, the Xian family will have to drink a pot again, but without the support of the Xian family, no matter how capable she is, it will be difficult for her to gain a foothold in Jingu Star. If she chooses to serve others, there is a premise of betraying the Xian family, and the person she serves may not trust her wholeheartedly. Deputy Army Commander Mo couldn't help but give a thumbs up. This move is really great. 3 days. Wen Yu was locked up for 3 days. She thought that the Lord of Qingdi City would abolish her spiritual power spring and make her a useless person, or directly kill her to offer a chess game to comfort the Qingdi army who died in the siege. But Yin neither abolished her spiritual power spring nor killed her, but let her leave Qingdi City. The sky was white, and the mist was clearly covering half of Qingdi City. The world was about to wake up. Wen Yu, who had taken off the shackles, stood under the unfinished city wall. Looking around, she saw the pits and bullet holes on the ground, and the scattered shrubs and vegetation that survived the siege. She felt an indescribable confusion in her heart. She had led the Red Fish army step by step. She could not say that it was on par with the regular army of Yongyao Empire that had been strictly trained, but at least in Jingu Star, and even the entire Jinsha Ring area, it was not inferior to the army of other forces. Now, all the soldiers of the Red Fish army have become prisoners of Qingdi City, and she is a commander without troops. Seeing her standing in a daze under the city, Lei Wen said unhappily, "Go quickly, stop being an eyesore." He did not understand why the army commander let Wen Yu leave, but he knew that her move must have a deep meaning, so he did not dare to question it rashly. Wen Yu was startled back to her senses by his voice. She took one last look at the Qingdi city that was being rebuilt, frowned, pursed her lips, and walked down the mountain step by step, out of Raven's field of vision. She was ready to become an ordinary person to mine in the mines, and even thought about how to incite the miners in the mines to start a riot and escape the control of Qingdi city. But freedom came too suddenly, so suddenly that she felt that she was probably dreaming. When she reached the foot of the mountain, Wen Yu suddenly didn't know where she was going. Go back to Hongyu City? She was not confident that she would not be held accountable if she went back. With the temper of old Yen, he would never give her a good result after losing the young master, and would not reuse her in the future. But where else could she go if she didn't go back to Hongyu City? She was an orphan who came out of the slums of the Chaos Star region. Because she awakened a relatively good mimicry, she was funded by the Xian family, and had the opportunity to climb up. She is a dog raised by the Xian family. When the master needs her, she must do her best to chase the prey, bite the prey's throat fiercely, and complete a perfect hunt for the master. With her background, no force in the chaotic star field will accept her. It is more likely that she will be captured and sent to the master of the Xian family in exchange for equivalent benefits. The master of the Xian family will never tolerate a dog that has defected. There is only one way to go for her, and she will die. Leave the Golden Carp constellation and go to other constellations incognito? This may be a way out, but Wen Yu does not want to be a wanderer hiding from place to place. She wants to ride the wind and become a famous warrior. The chaotic Golden Carp constellation is the most suitable soil. She couldn't leave. The sun had climbed up to the sky at some point, and the bright morning light parted the clouds and fell on Wen Yu's face, which was a bit dazzling. She raised her hand a little uncomfortable and covered her eyelids. Through the gap between her fingertips, she glimpsed a ray of light. Suddenly, she seemed to understand something and began to step back step by step until she was completely bathed in the morning light. Wen Yu's heart beat violently, and she put down her hand and looked directly at the warm sun in the sky. The cold morning breeze in the mountains was driven away by the warm sun, guiding a bright and dazzling road. The next moment, she turned around without hesitation and ran towards the direction of Qingdi City. Since they were all dogs, why didn't she choose a smart master? Inu had a background and a brain. Under her command, at least she would not face the dilemma of being attacked from all sides. Go to his father's Xian family. Go to his father's Hongyu City. A bunch of self-righteous idiots. I won't serve you anymore. Wen Yu ran faster and faster, and the sun shone on her all the way to Qingdi City. Standing under Qingdi City again, Wen Yu supported her waist with one hand and panted slightly. Lei Wen had not returned to the city lord's mansion yet. He was standing on the city wall and talking to several star array masters who were planning the city defense. He suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure under the city in his peripheral vision. He thought he had seen it wrong and turned his head quickly. It was Wen Yu. Wipe his eyes and look again. It was still Wen Yu. Why did this guy come back again? Without waiting for Lei Wen to drive him away, Wen Yu raised her voice. Lord of Qingdi City, Wen Yu admires the Lord's broad-mindedness and his ability to govern the army and government, and comes to serve. The woman's clear voice blew into the city with the wind, and was sent into the city lord's mansion by the star power. Shi Yuan, who was doing morning exercises in the yard, turned around and raised his eyebrows in surprise. Chapter 170. Shui Qian had been lying in bed for 3 days. This morning, she finally got the doctor's consent to walk out of bed, so she wanted to eat breakfast in the sun in the yard. The sun kissed the ends of her hair, driving away the slight chill of the morning mist and spreading warmth. When she was halfway through her meal, Shui Qian heard Wen Yu's announcement of the city's surrender without warning. She sprayed the soy milk in her mouth without warning, and also agitated her injuries, causing her to grimace in pain. What's going on? Could she have fallen into a deep coma due to her serious injuries and had an unrealistic dream? No. Before she fell into a coma, she didn't even know Wen Yu's name was Wen Yu, and the agitated wound hurt so much, she shouldn't be dreaming. Shui Qian ate the buns in a few bites, drank the soy milk, and didn't care about the Legion commander's order for her to have a good rest. She quickly changed her casual clothes and walked quickly towards the office hall of the city lord's mansion. When she arrived, she saw Lei Wen, who looked depressed, bringing Wen Yu, who was full of vigor, in. Behind them were many soldiers from the 9th Legion of Tao Tai, who were looking around to see what was going on. Someone came over and asked her, Deputy City Lord Zhua, what's going on? Shui Qian spread her hands, saying that she didn't know. While talking, when you noticed the situation here, looked over, and found Zhuo Qian standing in the corner, and nodded to her. A general who attacked the city, and a general who defended the city met again in such a harmonious way. Zhuo Qian was stunned at first, and then nodded slightly in response. Then, when he was taken into Shi Yuan's study by Lei Wen, and everyone's curious eyes were blocked outside the door. Before starting the alienated area of Luoxia Forest, when you had people carefully investigate Qingdi City, especially the city lord Emu who suddenly appeared. An ordinary face, extraordinary third-level combat power, unclear mimicry, and the star power released is light green, which seems to be biased towards the Wood system, which does not match any of the children of a large family that one you can recite by heart. She rarely appears in front of people. From the serial traps set up against the three mercenary groups of Qi Feng, Yinhu, and Jin Xie, it can be seen that she is a scheming and resourceful person. She also has idealism that others think is very ridiculous. In this universe where the strong are respected, she treats gifted people and ordinary people equally, and tries to use rules to restrain gifted people and make them ordinary people who can be governed. Most idealists died on the road to practicing their ideals, and the few who survived were usually forced to perish in mediocrity due to the pressure of reality. At this time, the idealist Inu was sitting at the dining table in front of her, eating breakfast slowly. On the other side of the table, Yin Zhuxi, who was wearing a plaster cast and hanging his arm, looked at Wen Yu who walked in expressionlessly. Wen Yu was a little surprised that he would appear here, but she didn't feel guilty or ashamed. She had done everything she could, and it was Red Fish City that held her back. If Red Fish City hadn't been attacked and Yin Zhuxi hadn't gotten into trouble, Qingdi City would have been in her pocket. Of course, the past can't be pursued. Since it has happened, it's meaningless to discuss who is responsible. People should look forward. She announced to the entire Qingdi City that she would join Yinhui, which was to burn her boats and cut off her retreat, leaving no chance for regret. Sit. Shi Yuan pointed to the seat on his right and motioned Wen Yu to sit down. Her attitude was natural and gentle, without any condescension from the victor to the defeated. Wen Yu couldn't figure out her thoughts, so he thanked her and sat down cautiously. Shi Yuan smiled and said nothing, concentrating on eating breakfast. The room became quiet, and this atmosphere made Yin Zhuxi and Wen Yu feel a little uncomfortable. Jigu, someone's stomach growled. Shi Yuan didn't respond, but Wen Yu looked at Yin Zhuxi, who had a tight little face and slightly red ears. Before Lei Wen let Wen Yu go, he gave her 2 nutrient solutions, which she drank before coming here, so she didn't feel hungry now. Feeling Wen Yu's gaze, Yin Zhuxi looked over coldly with an extremely unfriendly attitude. Shi Yuan tapped the table with her fingers, smiling and saying, "What? You still want to act like a big boss in my territory?" Her words were not threatening, but they made Yin Zhuxi's back cold and his hand in plaster was slightly painful. This vicious woman did not allow the doctor to treat him directly, but only helped him to simply treat the wound, and let him recover slowly day by day like an ordinary person with a broken bone. These days, Yin Zhuxi was tortured by the wound on his arm, and couldn't fall asleep. He was always thinking about the rose mark growing from his heart, which was simply exhausted. Today's wound was a little less painful. Just before preparing to eat breakfast, he heard Wen Yu's declaration of betraying the Xian family and joining Qingdi City. Seeing Yin Zhuxi sitting there angrily, it was a very cute and pitiful scene, but Shi Yuan was not moved at all. "I heard that you overturned the dining table this morning?" Yin Zhuxi gritted his teeth and didn't say anything. Shi Yuan continued, "Being able to flip the table shows that you have plenty of strength. Let's starve for a day first." She had someone give Yin Zhuxi a potion specially made by the Ji family of Tiandu that could not condense star power. So now, except for his strength being a little stronger than that of an ordinary child, his cultivation in the extraordinary realm is almost the same as nothing. Yin Zhuxi had suffered a lot of injustice in the past few days, and now he was humiliated in front of the traitor. For a moment, his eyes were red, and he began to cry. He was good-looking, with fair skin, and the skin of a 5 or 6-year-old child. There was still baby fat on his face. Ignoring his psychological age, he was a high-quality human cub, who would be hugged and kissed by strange aunties walking on the street. Shi Yuan drank the last sip of breakfast milk, holding his chin with one hand and looking at him with interest. His expression seemed to say, cry louder, I will call the whole city lord's mansion to watch later. Yin Zhuxi couldn't cry anymore. The tears hung on his cheeks and slid down pitifully. Shi Yuan clapped his hands and laughed. Why don't you cry? Yin Zhuxi, Shi Yuan saw that he didn't say anything, and sneered. I thought Master Xian was very strong, but it's just like this. This remark was malicious, not only mocking Yin Zhuxi for not having the courage to pretend to be pitiful, but also for not being able to stand up straight from beginning to end, which was neither fish nor fowl. Yin Zhuxi was not a fool, and heard the hidden meaning in her words, and slowly tightened her right hand hanging by her side. Shi Yuan seemed not to notice his sudden anger, and changed the subject. Master Xian hasn't made any move until now. Is he reluctant to give up the 10,000 star wheel cannons? She didn't change her smile, but her malicious eyes slashed across Yin Zhuxi's cheek like a blade. If this is the case, Master Yin, you are worthless. What do you think I should do with you? Yin Zhuxi shuddered uncontrollably when she thought of the rose mark growing from her heart that day. Shi Yuan leaned against the dining table, lifted Yin Zhuxi's chin, wiped away the remaining tears on his face with his fingertips, and whispered, "Killing you is not worth it, but you have so many bad intentions. I am not at ease letting you make the star wheel cannon. Why don't you put it up for auction on the black market in the chaotic star field? The enemies of the Xian family should be happy to spend money to buy yours." Before the word life came out, Yin Zhuxi suddenly grabbed her wrist, and the word insolent was about to come out, but he swallowed it back, his lips opened and closed, and he resigned himself to his fate in those indifferent and ruthless eyes. "I can help you make star wheel cannons. As many as you want. I will never play tricks." Shi Yuan raised his eyebrows with interest. "So obedient?" Yin Zhuxi nodded vigorously. "Wouldn't it be better if we did this earlier?" Shi Yuan smiled brightly, leaned over slightly, and whispered in his ear, "I hate people who are hypocritical. If you dare to say one thing in front of me and another behind my back, I will crush your Xian heart and throw you into the slums of the chaotic star field." The gentle and smiling tone made Yin Zhuxi feel cold all over, and when you, who was watching, pursed her dry lips nervously. Shi Yuan let go of the trembling Yin Zhuxi, and when he looked at Wen Yu again, the coldness in his eyes had disappeared without a trace, replaced by the kindness of a boss to a capable subordinate. "When Jiang wants to join me?" When you knew that what happened just now was not only a warning to Yin Zhuxi, but also a show of power to her. What Yin Yu said to Yin Zhuxi can be applied to her completely. She used to be the commander of the Red Fish Army, and a loyal dog of the Xian family master. Suddenly, she turned against them, and surrendered to Qingdi City. Anyone would have to wonder if she wanted to endure humiliation, and become an undercover agent. He would give her a warning instead of kicking her out directly, which shows that surrender is feasible. When you stood up decisively and took a step back, kneeling on one knee in front of Shi Yuan, putting her fist to her chest, and said in a sonorous and powerful voice, "Qingdi City has a benevolent government, good generals and brave men. Given time, it will definitely unify Jingdu Star." Although Wen Yu is not talented, she believes that she is far better than mediocre people. She is willing to serve the city lord as her master and do her best. Wen Yu has a proud character, but that was in front of the enemy. Now she wants to join Yin Yu's army. Of course she can't put on an arrogant face. She must confess her loyalty. Otherwise, when Qingdi City becomes more and more powerful, how can she recommend herself to Yin Yu? Opportunities are only for those who are prepared, and being able to bend and stretch is the way to long-term success. Shi Yuan likes to talk to smart people, and is very satisfied with Wen Yu's tact. In this case, from tomorrow, you will join the patrol department of Qingdi City, and go out on patrol with your captain. She raised her hand slightly, and at force lifted Wen Yu up from the ground. Wen Yu clasped his fists to receive the order. From the commander of an army to a patrol soldier, it would be difficult for others to accept such a big gap. But Wen Yu is different. She was originally a wild dog crawling out of the slums of the chaotic star field. She learned the skills of competing with jackals for food. Now she is just starting over. She has a lot of knowledge reserves, life experience, and has commanded a regular army. Could she be better than herself, who was alone and acted only on instinct in the past? She wants to go from being a loser, who is looked down upon by everyone in Qingdi City with tinted glasses, to becoming the leader of the Qingdi army step by step, and once again have her own army. Shi Yuan saw the determination and ambition in her eyes, smiled and waved to her. Wen Yu bowed slightly, and left the study. Looking at Yin Zhuxi, who had shrunk like a quail, Shi Yuan said with disdain, "Didn't you say you would build me a star wheel cannon? What are you still squatting here for?" He is even more stupid than Ji Qinglian, whom she had just met when she returned to Tiandu Star. At least Ji Qinglian learned his lesson after being beaten by her. When she encouraged him to help her tame the wild unicorn, he knew to drag Ji Qinqi as a backer. Look at this one in front of him. He didn't know he was afraid until she beat him up for the second time. Sure enough, he was only worth exchanging for the star wheel cannon. At the same time, Ji Qinglian, who was hiding his identity as a consul, and went to the triangle star field on the border of the Corona constellation for training, sneezed heavily. He shook off the snow on his body, rubbed his nose and whispered, "Does my sister miss me?" Chapter 171. The triangular star field at the junction of Corona, Jinwu and Yucheong is called Sanlin Star Field. It consists of 3 medium-sized planets, each with 3 star gates, 2 of which are interconnected with the other 2 planets, and the 3rd star gate leads to the hinterland of the constellation to which it belongs. It is a very special star gate distribution structure among many star fields in the universe. In the pre-Yongnyu Empire period, the 7 totem families helped each other. Sanlin Star Field, as the inner star field of Yongnyu Empire, connected the hinterland of the 3 major constellations. Whether it was commercial trade or transportation transit, it was extremely developed. Since the Taotai family tore up the Totem Covenant, the Yongnyu Empire fell apart, and the Tongxi royal family blocked Jinwu constellation, the population circulation in Sanlin Star Field dropped sharply, the trade volume was halved, and many chambers of commerce were affected and faced bankruptcy crisis. Ji Qinglian hid his identity, and went by the alias Ji Lian. As an archon, he came to Shuanglin Star, which belongs to the Corona constellation. His mission was to help Shuanglin Star get rid of the economic crisis and population loss. Ji Qinglian liked to wield swords and guns since he was a child. He had no interest in government affairs, and was not good at intrigue. To him, revitalizing the economy of Shuanglin Star was simply a hell-level task. But his brother and sister accepted their mother's mission, and threw themselves into the battlefield without hesitation. He couldn't be timid and hide under his mother's wings all the time, living his life as he pleased. "Haven't you come yet?" Ji Qinglian stood on a rock covered with icicles, looking at the snow-covered forest in the distance, and couldn't help asking. Shinji replied, maybe he was delayed on the way. His combat power level was not high, and Rose 13 caught him without any effort. He was knocked unconscious, and carried away without injury. After being rescued by Adlet, Shinji planned to return to Xingyao Military Academy, but the situation changed too quickly. Before he left Tianyao Star, the Taotai family had a falling out with the Tongxi royal family. Tongxi Sheng died, and his undercover identity obtained from the Black Iris incident was automatically eliminated. Everyone knew that he was close to Ji Qingyuan, and in the eyes of outsiders, he was a running dog of the Tianduji family. It was impossible to return to Xingyao Military Academy as an ordinary student. He was afraid that he would be caught and threaten the boss if he ran around, so he had to withdraw to Xinghuan with the Taoai Chamber of Commerce in Jinwu. Before the boss left for Jinli, he told him not to go to Baishur to find Qilang, but took him to meet Ji Qinglan and asked him to come to Sanlin Star region together. To be honest, when he was in Xingyao Military Academy, Shenji and Ji Qinglan were not familiar with each other. At most, because of the boss, he barely got the qualification to nod and say hello to this young master. Shinji never expected to receive such a task, and was stunned at the time. He originally thought that Ji Qinglian would be difficult to serve, and would simply quit or use his power to oppress others in the face of various difficulties from the local officials of Shuanglin Star. Unexpectedly, the other party was much calmer than he imagined. Ji Qinglian has been the highest governor of Shuanglin Star for more than 2 months, but he has not made drastic reforms, or relied on his status as governor to dismiss officials without regard for anything, but let them sideline him. Every day, he either strolls on the street or enters the alienation zone. Occasionally, he will disguise himself as an ordinary gifted person and stroll to the mall and market of Lulin Star ruled by Yukiangzuo. Shinji believes that he is not a fool, but he can't guess what this young master is thinking for a while. Broken jar broken? It doesn't look like that. Before he came, he asked Marshal Ji Wu for the intelligence network that Tianduji clan had set up in the Sanlin Star region. After being excluded, he began to ask them to search for evidence of the crimes of Shuanglin Star officials. Another plan? Perhaps Shinji had a deep impression of the young master's impulsive and irritable character, and instinctively felt that he was not so flexible. Of course, he absolutely dared not say this in front of Ji Qinglian. 2 days ago, Ji Qinglian asked him to send a secret letter to the newly appointed governor of Lulin Star, asking him to meet in the Frost Snowfield alienation zone shared by Shuanglin Star and Lulin Star. It was already the agreed time, and the governor of Lulin Star had not appeared yet, probably because he didn't want to see him. Just meet. Why choose the alienation zone? The Taotai family and the Qilin family have not fallen out. Although the commercial trade between Yucheong and Xinghuan was affected by the Tianyao incident, it was not to the point of mutual defense. Why make it so mysterious? While muttering, there were deep and shallow footsteps in the snow forest. Shinji looked and saw the governor of Lulin Star walking out of the forest with a person. Really coming? Shinji quickly cheered up and reminded him dutifully, "Star Captain, here he comes." The highest governor of a planet is called the Star Captain. Ji Qinglian's combat power is higher than Shenji, so he naturally noticed it. He nodded, patted off the snow that had fallen on his shoulders, put on a serious attitude, waited for the governor of Luolin Star to approach, and reviewed what he wanted to say to the other party in his mind. Wait. That person's steps seem a little familiar. Ji Qinglian narrowed his eyes slightly and asked tentatively, Yushi Zhe? Luo Lingxing Archon suddenly stopped and looked over. He stared at Ji Qinglian with his disguised dark eyes, and raised his eyebrows slightly, and asked, Ji Qinglian? Shenji, Oh! Is it really you? Marshal Yu Lao sent you? Ji Qinglian stopped pretending to be serious, and walked around Yushi Zhe twice. Yushi Zhe was speechless. What else? Aren't you sent by Marshal Ji Wu? After the Totem Covenant was torn up, the Sanlin Star Field is no longer the prosperous commercial and trade center of the past, but will completely change its nature and become an extremely important border junction of the three forces. Whoever captures the Sanlin Star Field can reach the hinterland of the three major constellations at the fastest speed, directly take the main star, and threaten the Marshal's mansion. The Qilin family has no intention of competing with the Tingsha family for control of the White Lion constellation, and there is no Golden Carp constellation to conquer, nor does it border the desolate star field, so it does not have to face the harassment of star pirates. The most important thing now is to lie dormant, and wait for Yushi Zhe to grow into a leader who can stand on his own, build the Yuqiong constellation into an iron bucket, and then seek opportunities for external expansion. So Marshal Yu Lao sent Yushi Zhe to the Sanlin Star Field for training. Obviously, Marshal Ji Wu and Marshal Yu Lao had the same idea. Ji Qinglian stood in front of Yushi Zhe, spread his hands and said, If it's you, the next thing will be easy. Yushi Zhe looked at him with his arms folded. What do you mean? Like Ji Qinglian, Yushi Zhe, who had just arrived, was also excluded, but his methods were much more radical than Ji Qinglian's. He had dealt with several officials, who were playing tricks behind the scenes. As a result, he was excluded more seriously. The decrees he wanted to implement could not be issued at all, and even many unfavorable remarks were spread. Ji Qinglian blinked, killing with a borrowed knife. The Qilin family is the weakest among the totem families. Marshal Yu Lao is getting older and older, and Yushi Zhe has not yet grown up. Tian and Yu clan does not want to be involved in the disputes between totem families, so they are naturally willing to restore the economy of Sanlin Star region that has been hit, and make it an iron bucket. Yushi Zhe is the heir of the Qilin family. His purpose in coming to the Sanlin Star region is the same as his. Since the goals are the same, the obstacles to cooperation are much smaller. At first, Ji Qinglian was afraid that the governor who came was difficult to deal with, so he carefully made many alternative plans. Now that he saw Yushi Zhe, he could naturally use the best plan. Yushi Zhe did not express his opinion immediately, but looked at Ji Qinglian for a few times before slowly saying, Borrow a knife to kill? To be honest, he was quite surprised that these 4 words would come out of Ji Qinglian's mouth. After all, in his impression, Ji Qinglian did not seem like a person who would have these 4 words in his mind. While speaking slowly, Yushi Zhe also glanced at Shenji, who was standing honestly beside him. Shenji also disguised himself, and Yushi Zhe did not recognize him. He wondered if he was the external brain that Ji Wu gave to Ji Qinglian. Ji Qinglian did not know that he was secretly criticizing him in his heart. He raised his chin slightly, and whispered a few words. Yushi Zhe raised his eyebrows higher and higher as he listened, and then he showed an expression of interest. He also imitated Ji Qinglian's previous appearance and walked around him twice, deliberately saying, Did you change your mind this time when you returned to Tiandu Star? Ji Qinglian. What do you mean? Yushi Zhe whistled. Or did you learn from Ji Qinglian? Ji Qinglian heard what he meant and sneered. If you are not interested, I will go to find Tangxia. He just doesn't like to use his brain, not that he has no brain. He has been with his sister for so long. Even if he is not good at conspiracy, he has learned a little about how to turn the tables from adversity, and attack the other's shield with his own spear. Anyway, he will never tell others that after returning to Tiandu Star from Tianyao Star, he has been cramming political science, economics, military science, operations research and other heavenly books that he was too lazy to even look at before. Tangxia? Yushi Zhe was immediately distracted by him. What do you mean? Ji Qinglian raised his chin slightly, stepped on a rock covered with snow, and said condescendingly, Didn't you receive the news? The governor sent by the Tangxi royal family to the Sanlin Star Field is Tangxia. Yushi Zhe really didn't receive the news, and immediately frowned. Why is it her? The strategic significance of the Sanlin Star Field is self-evident, but everyone knows that Tangxia is a useless princess, who has no knowledge and skills. She did take over most of Tang Xixing's power after his death, but who doesn't know that she is a puppet in the hands of the queen? Not to mention the proper governance of the planet and defense of the border, I'm afraid she can't even figure out how many departments the planet government has. Emperor Yongyao sent her here. Isn't she afraid of being taken advantage of? Ji Qinglian pretended not to know. You have to ask her. How would I know? At first, he didn't know why his sister always brought Tang Xiao with her, but after experiencing the Biqiongxi points competition, he vaguely guessed it. Sister wanted Tang Xiao to wake up from the fantasy of the group's favorite princess, recognize Tang Xixing's true face, and even replace Tang Xixing as the crown prince. Yu Shiza narrowed his eyes. You all fell out with the Tongqi royal family? Will Tang Xiao still cooperate with you? Ji Qinglian lightly clicked his tongue. If you were Tang Xiao, what would you do in her situation? There are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Tang Xiao has been pushed into the game by Queen Yongyao. No matter whether she wants to fight for the throne or not, she can no longer be the useless princess she used to be. The struggle for power has always been a life and death struggle. It doesn't matter whether she wants it or not. What matters is that if she doesn't hold power, she will die. Yu Shize was completely surprised this time. He walked around Ji Qinglian several times again and suddenly said, You are not pretending to? Ji Qinglian? Yu Shize smiled and said, Didn't Ji Qingyuan deceive us with the image of a pure little white flower at the beginning? You and her are twins. The meaning was obvious enough before he finished speaking. Ji Qinglian suddenly felt a little proud, but was embarrassed to show it. He pretended to be calm and said, Of course, Qingyuan is my sister, so we are naturally the same. Shenji, What are you looking at? Ji Qiqi yawned and walked to Jisiu and glanced at the star conch in his hand. He looked extremely embarrassed at the moment. His golden hair was stained with blood and gunpowder, his military uniform was cut by a sharp weapon, and his forearms, thighs, and calves were wrapped in 5 bandages. He no longer had the cold and distant image of a nobleman. His temperament also changed, less indifferent and more majestic and solemn as a warrior on the battlefield. Jisiu sighed, Ji Qinglian's mumbling. Ji Qiqi, ? That kid had already contacted him? That sister. Jisiu laughed. She has made some progress. Ji Qiqi, what do you mean? Jisiu threw the star snail to him and let him read it himself. Ji Qiqi caught the star snail and clicked on the long title sounds one after another with doubts. Jisiu took out a piece of translucent white jade from the blood-stained space ring, looked around for a charred rock, and sat cross-legged on it. He touched the top-grade white jade that had just taken shape as a kitten, and wondered if he could be forgiven by using this little thing to apologize the next time they met. Xianzhu spontaneously revealed a little tip of the knife from his military uniform pocket. Jisiu reached into his pocket, took Xianzhu, and carved out a kitten that had just taken shape in this corner where no one noticed. The sound of the tide played automatically, and Ji Qinglian's chattering voice sounded, saying that he had already arrived in the Sanlin Star region, and that the local officials bullied him because he was young and didn't know about government affairs, and dug holes for him to step on every day. He also said that he had thought of a brilliant plan to pull out those parasites, who were just sitting there doing nothing. When he was on Tiandu Star, Ji Qingqi didn't like to listen to Ji Qinglian's fussing and nagging, and always walked around him. Today, for some reason, he suddenly felt a little comfortable, and the fatigue that had surged after the war was slowly dissipating. He sat down next to Jisiu, propped up his legs and sat on it, and replied to the sound of the tide with a very malicious heart. Noisy, there was no movement at the other end of the star snail, probably busy. Ji Qingqi exited the note list, and was about to return the star snail to Jisiu. When he accidentally saw the top pin sound of tide, the corners of his eyes slightly raised, and he glanced at Jisiu with his peripheral vision. Someone who was carving a kitten without raising his head said, "What bad things have you done?" Ji Qingqi said calmly, "What?" Jisiu sneered at him. The night wind blew past, ruffling the hair of the two people, and blowing away Ji Qingqi's low-voiced teasing words. Behind them was a scorched earth wrapped in thick black smoke. Bloody bodies fell in the ruins, injured soldiers treated their wounds, with the help of medical staff, homeless refugees curled up in the corner and cried softly, and several young children took the remnants of the fallen soldiers on the battlefield and stabbed them into the bodies of the star pirates. Looking around, the scene was devastated. At the same time, an urgent war report was presented to the desks of the major totem marshals. The second line of defense of the Woodhorn Star was lost, Qi Feng was killed in battle, Qi Xinmiu was seriously injured, and the Baizhe Corps rushed to the aid of the Gold Horn Star besieged by the Star Pirates, barely holding the first line of defense of the Gold Horn Star. Chapter 172. Qi Feng died in the battle? Qi Shimiu was seriously injured? Sure Yuan frowned, with obvious surprise in his tone. Deputy Commander Mo nodded. This is the battle report that Master Qi sent back to Tiandu Star yesterday. It is really surprising. Qi Feng and Qi Shimiu are both pure-blooded tongue snakes, with the powerful combat power of the third level extraordinary. In addition to the power of the tongue snake totem, they have mastered the domain and are as strong as the top third level extraordinary talents. They can also fight against the holy domain. Where did the star pirates come from that are so powerful that they can force them to this point? Where is the totem blessing? Didn't Marshal Qi Jing put the totem blessing on them? Sure Yuan asked. Although the totem blessing cannot resist all attacks 100%, the totem mark left by the strong in the holy domain will be broken, forming a totem star gate. Marshal Qi Jing can arrive at the scene in the first time. If he can't save Qi Feng, he can kill the person who attacked him. Deputy Army Commander Mo's eyes darkened slightly. The strange thing is here. Qi Feng's totem mark was broken, which blocked a fatal blow for him, but did not form a totem star gate. In the cognition of all the gifted people in the universe, the power of the totem comes from the ancient gods, which is above all power. No power can block the formation of the totem star gate. This matter has not been spread yet, but what it means is self-evident. The heirs of the totem family no longer have a fearful trump card. As long as someone masters the method of blocking the formation of the totem star gate, the little gluttons and little snakes that have not yet grown up will be in danger. The totem protected Qi Feng from a fatal blow, but he was already at the end of his strength and could not cope with the subsequent attacks from the star pirates, and eventually died of exhaustion. Qi Shimiu was also imprisoned. In order to retrieve Qi Feng's body, he burned the blood of the tongue snake and stepped into the realm of the half-step saint domain, fighting his way out. The second line of defense of the Woodhorn Star was lost. Not only that, the first line of defense of the Golden Horn Star was also attacked fiercely by the star pirates at the same time. Ji Qingqi and the 10th Legion of Tao Ai were in a bitter battle. Fortunately, the Baizhe Legion patrolling the star field near the Snake Lance in Yunhe constellation heard the battle report and rushed to help in time, so that the 10th Legion of Tao Ai did not suffer too much loss. The Tang Snake family and the Tao Ai family had already torn their faces with the Tongshi royal family. How could the Baizhe Legion deployed by Tongshi Su support Ji Qingqi? It is easy to guess who played a role in it. After this incident, Ji Siyu was afraid that he would be in trouble. However, with Shi Yuan's understanding of that guy, he dared to do this, and he must not be afraid of Tongshi Su's blame. She asked again, didn't Marshal Qi Jing send strong men from the Holy Domain to the Triangle Star Domain to take charge? How could the battle be so tragic? The pure-blooded tongue snake in the Holy Domain realm has a combat power that can be imagined. Ordinary Holy Domains are no match for him. Deputy Commander Mo, this is the second strange point. The Star Pirates invaded until Qi Feng died in battle, and the second line of defense of Mujiu Star was lost. Qi Duo did not appear, and there has been no news so far. There are only three possibilities for this situation. First, Qi Duo colluded with the enemy and deliberately gave up the second line of defense of Mujiu Star. Second, he was trapped somewhere and could not take action. Third, he died. The first possibility is too low. Qi Duo can even give up the position of the head of the totem family, and has made a vow to the tongue snake totem. Even if he kills Qi Jing, he will no longer be qualified to command the tongue snake legion and cannot inherit the tongue snake family. Collaborating with the enemy will not benefit him. Furthermore, he has achieved the holy domain, and he doesn't like the intrigues of the Tingsha family. He can leave Tianqiong Star and travel around the mountains and rivers, living a free life. Qi Jing will not restrict him. In addition, the strong men of the holy domain are not so easy to die, and the one who can kill the holy domain must be the holy domain. The battle between the two will make too much noise, and it is impossible for no one to discover it. Therefore, the second possibility is the highest. But then again, it is as difficult to trap a strong man of the holy domain as to kill him. There is no such dangerous place on the Mujiu Star, so it must be man-made. The question is back again. Who can trap him? Shi Yuan frowned deeply, unable to give a reasonable explanation for the above speculation. She asked again, doesn't the Totem Legion clear the desolate star domain every once in a while? How can the star pirates develop to such a strength now? The desolate star domain is short of resources. Unless there is no other way out, who would be willing to survive in a place where they can't even get enough food and need to rely on looting to obtain supplies? Without supplies as support, no matter how powerful the general is, he can't train a strong army. Deputy Commander Mo shook his head. This is the most strange thing. Half a year ago, the star pirates in the desolate star region were small groups, and they were independent. Sometimes they would fight each other for supplies. But recently, they suddenly united and carried out organized and premeditated looting. Many leaders with extraordinary combat power of level 1 and 2 have been promoted to level 3. The combat power of their minions has also been greatly improved. When charging, they are fearless and fearless, which is very different from their previous style of running away when they can't win. Unity without signs, unusual level promotion. Desolate Star Region, half a year. Sure Yuan's pupils dilated slightly, and he stood up suddenly. Deputy Commander Mo was startled by her action, and stood up as well, subconsciously asking, "Commander, what's wrong?" Sure Yuan didn't say anything, but her heart began to beat violently, the blood flowed faster, the heat climbed all the way to her cheeks, and gathered into fine and dense cold sweat on her forehead. Half a year ago, she and Inghang and others accidentally broke into the mysterious illusion of the Biqiong Sea. After the illusion was broken, Yuan Qin disappeared from the teleportation star array under the sea, and the branches of the sacred tree that relied on her spiritual power spring were rejuvenated, and she also got the qualification to allocate the power of the sacred tree. At that time, she had guessed Yuan Qin's identity, and she and Inghang disguised themselves as him to hunt alien creatures in the outer sea of Biqiong Sea, wash off the suspicion of inheriting the sacred tree, and use Yongyao Emperor to investigate Yuan Qin. But Yuan Qin seemed to have disappeared, whether it was the intelligence network of the Tao Ai family, Qi Qian's information channel, or Yun Xing's. By Zai Tianji, they couldn't find him. If he went to the desolate star region, that would make sense. The Totem family's spies had not set foot in the desolate star region, so naturally they could not get the exact news there. Sure Yuan lowered her eyes. She had not told Ji Wu about the inheritance of the sacred tree. Ji Qinglian and Ji Qingqi might know something, but they kept it secret. Deputy Commander Mo had never seen her so out of control, so he asked tentatively, "Commander, are you okay?" Sure Yuan took a deep breath, raised his hand to wipe off the sweat on his forehead, shook his head and said, "It's okay, the Golden Carp constellation needs to speed up, and the desolate star region may be in big trouble." Yuan Qin was sealed by the sacred tree, and the black star power he controlled was exactly the same as the one on the demon god's order. He must have a close relationship with the demon god. If the changes in the desolate star region were really related to him, who knows what would happen? Deputy Commander Mo saw that she was reluctant to say more, so he said, "Then I will go back now. You should be careful. The group of kids who came with me will stay here, right? You have captured young Master Xian, and the head of the Xian family will definitely take action. It is safer for them to stay here." Sure Yuan nodded, "Be careful along the way." After the door of the study was closed, Sure Yuan sat back in the chair and closed her eyes tightly. She might have really released something extraordinary during the trip to the illusion, but she did not regret it. If she did not break the illusion, she would die in it. If she broke the illusion and released Yuan Qin, even if she knew the result in advance, she would firmly choose to break the illusion. After calming down a little, Sure Yuan took out the star snail to contact Ji Wu, weakened the fact that she had obtained the inheritance of the sacred tree, and told her about her suspicion of Yuan Qin and the desolate star field. Ji Wu did not seem to be surprised by what she said, and asked her to focus on the golden carp seat and not worry about the rest. After finishing the conversation with Ji Wu, Sure Yuan took the star snail and thought about it and reminded Ji Xiu. Tidal Voice did not reply, perhaps he was busy. She put away the star snail, stood up and walked out of the study. Before Deputy Commander Mo came, her original plan was to meet the Star Array Master who improved the defensive star array. Not only she had never heard of the existence of star patterns that could devour the star wheel cannon in the universe, and she must meet the Star Array Master. Ji Wu and others were worried about the desolate star domain, so it was not her turn to worry. The most important thing now was to cut off the claws that stretched out from the Chaos Star domain, take over the Golden Sand Ring Zone, and unify the Golden Carp constellation. The walls of Qingdi City needed to be rebuilt, and the aging star array bases had to be dug out and replaced with new ones. At this moment, the star array masters in the city gathered in the core area of the array, holding the planned defense array map, and gathered together for a fierce discussion. Yin Zhuxi, who was sent here yesterday, sat on a bamboo chair with his hands in his pockets, listening to the chattering over there with a look of disdain on his face. When Sure Yuan came over, he happened to see this scene, and sighed in his heart. Sure enough, you can't expect a dog to change its habit of eating shit. Perhaps he noticed that someone was looking at him. Yin Zhuxi turned his head, and was caught off guard by Sure Yuan's gaze. His whole body stiffened instantly, His feet were not stable, and he swayed left and right, and fell off the bamboo chair. It didn't matter if he fell, but his posture was wrong, and he just pressed on his injured hand, and he cried out immediately. This movement successfully attracted the Star Array masters sitting around the table. Everyone turned their heads, and before they could see what was happening, someone found Shi Yuan standing at the door, jumped up like a grasshopper, and shouted "City Lord" in a panic. The City Lord kept calling out to him. Shi Yuan nodded slightly, motioning to Yin Zhuxi, who was lying on the ground crying with tears in her eyes. "Who of you can help him?" The middle-aged man came back to his senses the fastest, picked up Yin Zhuxi by the back of his collar, and put him back on the bamboo chair. To be honest, he didn't understand why a half-grown child was sent here, but when he heard that it was the City Lord's order, he had to suppress his doubts and feed this little guy with good food and drink. Who knew that this little thing had a bad temper? When he saw the defense formation diagram they had painstakingly modified, he said rubbish without saying a word. This is good. All the star formation masters have been offended. No one has paid attention to him since yesterday. If it weren't for the City Lord's order, he would have been thrown out. Yin Zhuxi had never been carried like this before, and his eyes were red again with anger. Tears rolled in his eyes, and his eyes were watery and pitiful. Shi Yuan didn't even look at him, but looked at the Star Array masters who lowered their eyebrows and asked, "Who is Wen Ci?" Wen Ci was the young man who improved the defensive Star Array. The middle-aged man hurriedly said, "City Lord, Wen Ci went to get the materials and will be back soon. Do you have anything to do with him? I let him see you when he comes back." Shi Yuan walked in. "Nothing, I just heard that he improved the defensive Star Array and wanted to meet him. Since he will be back soon, I wait here for a while." The Star Array masters quickly stepped aside, and the middle-aged man also quickly moved a large chair over and placed it respectfully in front of the table. Before this, the Star Array masters had only seen Ying Yu's image on the Qingdi City Star Network. They were grateful for the policies she implemented, and they were curious and admired because she personally led people to Hongyu City to solve the siege. Now that she was in front of them, the Star Array masters couldn't help but secretly look at her. Shi Yuan seemed not to notice their vague scrutiny, and sat down calmly. The blueprint of the defensive Star Array happened to be at hand, so she picked it up and took a look. Ever since she discovered the ancient teleportation Star Array under the Sea of Biqiong, Shi Yuan has deliberately leaned towards the Star Array in her study of star patterns. Because of the huge mental power accumulated in her previous life, her memory is particularly strong, almost to the point of photographic memory. After Tianyaxing defected from the Tianduji family, she read all the books collected by GCU. Although her experience in arranging star arrays may be insufficient, in terms of knowledge reserves, she is definitely not inferior to the master of star arrays. Shi Yuan easily judged that the blueprint in her hand was a mid to high level defensive star array, which had been improved according to the terrain of Qingdi City. It looked fine overall, but there were still flaws. When she was learning star patterns from GCU, he often gave her incomplete chain star patterns, ring star patterns, etc. to repair, and would deliberately give her star arrays with errors and omissions, so that she could find the problem, which was very interesting. She became interested and picked up a pen to make changes directly on the drawing. Shi Yuan's action shocked the star array masters in the room. No one expected that she had dabbled in star arrays, and they looked at each other in surprise. Even Yin Zhuxi, who was still pretending to cry, showed a little surprise. Forgetting that she was still pretending to be pitiful, she jumped down from the bamboo chair, supported her body with her intact hand, climbed onto the chair and looked around. Shi Yuan naturally noticed his actions, but still didn't even give him a glance, focusing on the star array drawing in his hand, writing quickly and neatly without any hesitation. She didn't look like a rookie, and the middle-aged man was frightened, and his eyes on her wandered. Yin Zhuxi half lay on the table, looking more and more surprised, and couldn't help asking, "Are you a star array master?" From the little white cat, it can be inferred that the vicious woman in front of him is most likely Ji Qingyuan, but the rose mark on his chest cannot be faked, and it should be a pure-blooded rose from the Winston Empire. He has been thinking about it these days, but he hasn't found a pure-blooded rose that meets the requirements. Shi Yuan glanced at him. "Why? I can't be." Yin Zhuxi shook her head, stretched out her hand and pointed to a place she had just changed, saying, "This is wrong. It will conflict with other star patterns." Shi Yuan ignored him, and continued to change. Yin Zhuxi gritted his teeth. "Don't show off if you don't have the level." Shi Yuan still ignored him. Yin Zhuxi was angry, and was about to make a few more sarcastic remarks, but his eyes paused after seeing the content she had just changed. The middle-aged man who was watching also opened his eyes wide. Can it be like this? At the same time, the young man who came in from outside with a lot of alien materials was a little confused at first why the room was so quiet, and when he saw Shi Yuan sitting at the table and seriously improving the star array drawings, he was stunned for a moment. Chapter 173. City Lord? Why is she here? When Ci walked into the room with a large box of alien materials, everyone's attention was focused on Shi Yuan, who was modifying the defensive star array, and they didn't notice his arrival. He found an empty table, put down the things in his hands, and walked over quietly, just in time to see Shi Yuan modifying the last flaw of the defensive star array. Before he could see the whole drawing clearly, Yan Zhuxi couldn't wait to put his head over, muttering something like, "This is also possible? No way. Can it be like this?" The middle-aged man also stretched his neck, but he didn't have the courage of Yan Zhuxi, so he didn't dare to put his head in front of the city lord, so he had to tiptoe to see more clearly. The other star array masters also wanted to get closer to see, holding each other. Shi Yuan pushed Yan Zhuxi's head, which was getting closer and closer, away without hesitation, scanned the improved drawings onto the optical computer, enlarged the optical screen for stereoscopic projection, and showed it to all the star array masters. The star array masters immediately gathered in twos and threes and discussed in a low voice. But they were from the wild, and had not systematically studied the relevant knowledge of star arrays. Their foundation was not solid, and they had little knowledge, so it was difficult to expand upward. Many people did not understand the part that Shi Yuan had improved, and they had more doubts than understanding. The middle-aged man was one of the few people who could understand. He muttered something in his mouth, and took a piece of paper to calculate. The more he calculated, the brighter his eyes became. Shi Yuan noticed him when Ci came in. Seeing that he was also looking up at the optical screen, he pulled Yan Zhuxi, who was half lying on the table beside him to look at the drawings, away, ignored his fluttering, put him back, and said to Ci, "Is it convenient for us to chat?" Ci was called back to his senses by her voice, and found that she was standing 2 steps away from him. He nodded quickly after reacting. Shi Yuan walked out first, and Ci hurriedly followed. Yan Zhuxi rubbed his neck that was hurt by the collar, and his eyes rolled. He was about to follow, but before he jumped off the chair, he felt a dull pain in his injured arm. Thinking of how his left arm was broken, Yan Zhuxi shuddered and gave up the idea of following. No, that vicious woman can do anything. He can't let her mess with him again. Suppressing the idea of committing suicide, Yan Zhuxi looked at the drawings on the table again and pursed his lips slightly. This improved style is really unique, and ordinary people can't think of it at all. Who is Yin Yu, Ji Qingyuan, or Pure Blood Rose? No matter which one, they all have the background to cultivate a master of star patterns, but he has never seen this style of star array design. Could it be that she created it herself? Shi Yuan did not take Ci away, but found a pavilion outside, and slowly brewed tea. Ci was obviously a little restrained, and kept his eyebrows and eyes down. After sitting down, he put his hands on his knees very politely, showing a very quiet posture. Shi Yuan felt his nervousness, but did not point it out. She brought the brewed tea to Ci and asked gently, "I heard that you are looking for someone." Shi Yuan heard Zhuo Qian's detailed account of what happened on the day of defending the city, and also knew Ci's request. The reason why he waited until now to see him was completely because he was too busy. Ci did not expect that she would not ask about the defensive star array, but would mention her own affairs first, which was a bit unexpected. He nodded honestly and stammered, "I'm looking for someone, looking for my sister." It's not accurate to say sister. He actually didn't know her. They had only met once, and he didn't even know her name. Shi Yuan took a sip of tea. "Would you mind telling me her name and appearance? Or some more detailed information, so it would be easier to find her." Ci raised his head, which had been hanging down, and his eyes sparkled. He quickly opened his light brain, and showed Shi Yuan a sketch. "This is my sister. I only saw her once 5 years ago. I don't know her name, but I know she came to Jinlizuo." His voice was a little tense, and he was obviously quite excited. When Shi Yuan saw the portrait, she paused for a moment in serving tea, but her reaction ability was far beyond that of ordinary people, so Ci didn't notice anything unusual. Her eyes passed over the girl's high ponytail, and fell on the mask that had appeared in her distant memory. She said calmly, "I will help you find it." When she was under the control of the Rose Mark, in order to obtain high-level alienation crystals to quickly improve her combat level, Shi Yuan accepted many bounties, and went to many places, including the Chaos Star Domain. And every time she performed a mission, she would wear a different mask to hide her identity. Coincidentally, the sister that Ci was looking for was exactly the same as a mask she had used before. Her mask was made by randomly combining facial features, and it should be unlikely that someone would happen to have the same face as that mask. 5 years ago, she did go to the Chaos Star domain, but she had been to many areas, and had no impression of the boy in front of her. Sure, Yuan calmly probed, is there only this portrait? No more detailed information? For example, what did she do in the Golden Carp? What kind of mimicry does she have? When CI shook his head and said a little disappointedly, I have only seen her once. Sure, Yuan followed up and asked, where did you see her? Were there other people at the time? Can you provide more detailed clues? When CI did not answer immediately. He hesitated for a long time before saying, in the Qinghua family. I am a poor person supported by the Qinghua family. She is not my biological sister, but a guest of the Qinghua family. She saved my life. I want to find her and thank her in person. Qinghua family. Sure, Yuan quickly searched in his memory. He had indeed been there, but he did not remember who he had saved, and he had no impression of Wen Xi's appearance. Wen Xi was wearing a mask, or did he see her that year and come to the Golden Carp Seat to find someone to repay his gratitude? Was it a lie, or was it true that he had other intentions? She calmly drank the remaining tea in the cup. I see, I will help you find it. You can stay in Qingdi City without worry. However, with only one portrait, the possibility of finding it is not high. Wen Xi was not surprised to get this answer, and stood up and bowed heavily to Sure Yuan. Thank you. It's great that you are willing to help. If I rely on myself, I may never find her in this lifetime. Sure Yuan raised his hand lightly and helped the man up. It's nothing, just a little help. She took out the star snail, contacted Raven, and passed the portrait given by the boy to him, asking him to check the information of the people who have registered their identity IDs in Qingdi City. Wen Xi was overjoyed to see that she did it as soon as she said it, and thanked her several times. Sure Yuan smiled and changed the subject. I heard from Zhuqian that you improved the defensive star array and blocked the attack of the star wheel cannon? Wen Xi knew that the highlight was coming, and he didn't want to hide it. He said directly, it's not my credit. I accidentally found the mysterious star pattern in an ancient book. I studied it for a while, but I was not absolutely sure at the time. I took a risk and succeeded. Ancient book? Sure Yuan asked back. Wen Xi didn't seem to be on guard. Seeing her curious face, he directly reached into the inner pocket of his coat, took out a withered yellow leaf from it, and put it on the table. That's it. It was a palm-sized leaf, as if it had been crushed by a heavy object. The leaves were neat and straight, and the distinct veins of the leaves were flowing with a light green light. From the inside out, there was a mysterious breath, but there was no star power fluctuation. Sure Yuan's eyes were slightly deep. This leaf is almost identical to the leaf of the sacred tree growing in her spiritual power spring, except for the color. Is it the leaf of the sacred tree? Chapter 174. Sure Yuan released her mental power and carefully probed the withered yellow leaf, especially the light green light flowing between the leaf veins. After a moment, she retracted her mental power. No response. There was no breath of the sacred tree. Sure Yuan looked at Wen Xi, pointed at the leaf and asked politely, can I see it? Wen Xi generously pushed the leaf in front of her. Please. This attitude is too straightforward. No matter how innocent a person is, he should have the most basic perception of danger. She has no relatives or friends with Wen Xi, so why does he trust her so much? Moreover, this is the Golden Carp Seat, the Golden Sand Ring area that has experienced robbery and exploitation by bandits. Wen Xi can survive until now, and it is impossible for him to be a naive person who believes everything he hears. Sure Yuan did not pick up the leaf immediately, but asked with interest, just give it to me like this? Aren't you afraid that I will take it for myself? Wen Xi smiled shyly. You are a good person, and you promised to help me find my sister. If you want it, I am willing to give it to you with both hands. Good person? Sure Yuan chuckled. Really? Her attitude was unclear, and she did not give a definite answer. She directly picked up the leaf, and put it in front of her eyes to observe carefully, and rubbed the surface of the leaf gently with her fingertips. The touch was no different from that of ordinary dead leaves, but the texture was very tough, and would not be easily damaged. When you touched the veins of the leaves, you could feel a slight coolness, like water flowing through them. There was no text on the surface of the leaf, and it had nothing to do with the words ancient books. Wen Xi took the initiative to say, if you inject star power into it, words will emerge. Sure Yuan did not use the power of the sacred tree, but gathered the star power that escaped from the air and injected it into the leaves. As expected, the light blue light on the leaf veins flowed faster, and an invisible force swallowed the star power she gathered in big mouthfuls. which lasted for 5 or 6 minutes before stopping. Then a light blue light and shadow emerged from the leaves, forming a row of complex and difficult to understand ancient star patterns. Sure, you had raised her eyebrows slightly and said to Wen-ci, "Can you understand these star patterns?" She had read quite a few books and had a good knowledge reserve, but she could only barely recognize a few ancient star patterns, and the meaning was intermittent, making it difficult to form a coherent sentence. Wen-ci nodded. "My teacher is a researcher of ancient star patterns. I learned a lot of knowledge from her. This leaf was also given to me by her." Ancient star pattern researcher? This is a very rare profession. Xingyang Military Academy has a related major, but the number of students who apply for this major every year does not exceed 2 digits, and there are even fewer who have achieved success. Sure, Yuan said. "May I ask where the teacher is?" Wen-ci's eyes showed a little sadness. "She has passed away." "Sorry." Wen-ci shook his head. "Nothing. You want to know the meaning of these ancient star patterns? I can translate for you." "How considerate." Sure, Yuan said. "That's troublesome. To be honest, I am quite interested in the way of star rays. Can you transfer this ancient book to me?" Regardless of whether this dead leaf is a leaf of the sacred tree that survived in ancient times, since there is this possibility, she can't let it drift outside. Wen-ci was not at all unhappy about the treasure being taken away, and smiled and said, "If you need it, just take it. I have memorized the content above, and will translate it for you later." He was gentle and humble, and his smile was sincere enough, without any negative emotional fluctuations. He did not lie. "Thank you. Is there anything else you need? I can try my best to satisfy you within my ability." Sure, Yuan never believed that pie would fall from the sky, and only a transaction of money and goods could make her feel at ease. Wen-ci shook his head. "Just help me find my sister. Let's put it in a different way. Helping you find your sister is the reward for your improvement of the defensive star array." Sure, Yuan did not take advantage of him. Wen-ci saw that she was determined, thought about it with some entanglement, and asked tentatively, "Can I read the books on star patterns in Qingdi City first in the future?" Sure, Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. "Is it that simple?" This means that he agreed. Wen-ci was overjoyed. "I just want this." Sure, Yuan was also very straightforward. "Okay, then from today on, you are the president of the Qingdi City Star Pattern Master Association, and the star pattern books in the City Lord's Mansion will be sent to the Star Pattern Master Association for backup copies. They will be managed and distributed by you. What do you think?" After Inu entered Qingdi City, he promulgated many policies and established many associations. Among them, the Gifted are the organization with the largest number of people and the widest business. The second is the Star Pattern Master Association, which is divided into Star Array Masters, Star Martial Masters, and other associations. Wen-ci had never expected that the position of the president of the Star Pattern Master Association would fall on his head. He was stunned for a moment, and after reacting, he stammered, "Me? You want me to be the president of the Star Pattern Master Association? But I have no experience in this area. I don't know how to manage an association. My strength is low. I'm just a junior Star Array Master. I'm afraid it will be difficult to convince others." The more he talked, the weaker his confidence became. He almost wrote, "I can't do it" on his forehead. Sure, Yuan said indifferently, "Which junior Star Array Master can improve the defensive Star Array that resists the Star Wheel Bomb? I'm afraid that the Star Array Master dare not boast. I believe in your ability." After giving encouragement, she used a few simple words to resolve Wen-ci's concerns. "As for the Management Association and some trivial matters, you don't have to care about them. If you are interested, you can do it yourself. If you are not interested, you can promote the vice president and leave the matter to them." Seeing that Wen-ci still had a sense of uneasiness on his face, Sure Yuan smiled. "If anyone dares to embarrass you, just come to me directly." She took out a star snail from the space ring and threw it to Wen-ci. "There is my title sound in it. You can find me anytime. I will reply when I see the message." Wen-ci hurriedly caught the star snail. The joy in his eyes covered up his previous worries. He nodded vigorously, and did not refuse the position of president of the Star Pattern Master Association. Looks innocent, but actually has a plan in mind. Knowing that improving the defensive star array will definitely attract the attention of others, it is better to take the initiative to hand over the treasure, and transfer the risk to the powerful and influential Qingdi City Lord instead of guarding the treasure day and night to guard against others prying. Anyway, Wen-ci remembers everything on the leaf clearly. Handing it over can not only avoid the risk for himself, but also do her a favor, which can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. And she must not want to lose a capable and promising Star Array Master, so showing goodwill to win over is inevitable. Smart, know when to advance and retreat. I am afraid that when Qingdi City encounters a crisis, taking the initiative to improve the defensive star array is also a well-thought-out move, not a rash act. Wen Ci didn't know that Shi Yuan had figured out her thoughts and plans in a few words. She obediently put the star snail into her pocket and watched her leave. That afternoon, the city lord's mansion issued a notice that Wen Ci would serve as the president of the Star Pattern Master Association. Also appointed were a middle-aged man called Uncle Lin by Wen Ci and a senior star array master who came to Qingdi City with Deputy Army Commander Mo. The middle-aged man's real name was Lin Zhe. He was a free star array master in the Chaos Star domain. He encountered the Golden Carp constellation fusion less than 3 months after settling in Jingu Star. Since then, he has stayed in Qingdi City until Shi Yuan took care of Hongwei, and then he accepted the recruitment of the City Lord's Mansion to join the Star Pattern Master Association. The Star Array Master who came with Deputy Army Commander Mo was named Wu Qin, one of the senior Star Array Masters responsible for arranging the SS-level Cage Array, Dragon Binding Array. While most people were still envious of Wen Ci for being the president of the Star Pattern Master Association at such a young age, surpassing Lin Zhe, a senior Star Array Master, some people learned that Wu Qin, who suddenly appeared, had the qualifications to enter and leave the City Lord's mansion freely, and had already guessed that he was the City Lord's confidant. Wu Qin was the eyes of the City Lord, watching over the entire Star Pattern Master Association, and would not allow anyone to make trouble. This is a later story, so let's not talk about it for now. Yin Zhuxi had already mastered the defensive star array improved by Shi Yuan, and sat cross-legged on the wide chair that the middle-aged man had just moved over, waiting for someone to come back. But after waiting for a long time, Shi Yuan did not come, and only saw Wen Ci walking in with his eyebrows lowered. He poked his head out, but did not see anyone following him in, so he immediately jumped off the chair and blocked Wen Ci. Where is she? Wen Ci was not familiar with Yin Zhuxi, and only brought him half a plate of cakes when the latter was ignored. Are you talking about the City Lord? She left first because of something. Yin Zhuxi was not satisfied with Shi Yuan's behavior of giving up halfway, and pointed to the blueprint on the table. What about this? She doesn't care? Wen Ci didn't mind his bossy attitude at all, and said in a good temper, hasn't the City Lord improved the blueprint? It's perfect, without any flaws. We just need to arrange the star array according to the blueprint. Why does she need to do everything herself? His tone was very natural, but Yin Zhuxi felt something was wrong. Didn't this guy just glance at the drawings a few times? How does he know there are no flaws? It's impossible that he can see the trick with just a few glances, right? Wen Ci looked at the little guy in front of him with his cheeks puffed up, which was really cute. He couldn't help but touch his head. Is your injury better? Does it still hurt? Yin Zhuxi was stunned by his touch. He took back his scattered thoughts and immediately slapped his hand away, saying unhappily, how dare you touch my head? Wen Ci thought he was just a child throwing a tantrum, and didn't take it seriously at all. He smiled and coaxed him. Sorry, I'm rude. He took out a piece of candy from his pocket, half knelt down, and put it in Yin Zhuxi's hand. Here you go. Yin Zhuxi. When she looked down, she saw a candy in the shape of a puppy. She was immediately furious. You think I'm a 3-year-old child? Wen Ci caught the candy thrown back and blinked. No, aren't you 5 years old? Yin Zhuxi, This young master has a great reputation. Damning you. You wait for me. When Shi Yuan returned to the City Lord's mansion, Wu Qin, who had received the news in advance, was already waiting in the study. When he saw her come in, he quickly stood up and said, City Lord. Deputy Commander Mo returned with a team. After that, he will contact several other deputy commanders of the 9th Taotai Army to discuss countermeasures, speed up the advancement along the way, and complete the encirclement of the Jinsha Ring area. The cage array was temporarily left in Shi Yuan's hands in case of emergency. Since the cage array was arranged on a mobile array base, it could be activated without too many troublesome steps, but it would be damaged during use. Wu Qin, as one of the star array masters who maintained the cage array, also stayed in Qingdi City. Sit down. Shi Yuan raised her hand. Have you read the information of those star array masters? She asked as she walked in. Wu Qin sat down and answered, the level is too low, and they are from wild backgrounds. It is difficult for them to become successful in a short period of time. It is not easy for the City Lord to use them to accomplish things. In your opinion, how should it be solved? Shi Yuan asked. The head of the Xian family has not made any moves so far, and it is hard to say what he is planning, but with Yin Zhuxi in hand, Shi Yuan is not afraid that he will stir up trouble. After all, the head of the family is famous for his deep love. After his first wife passed away, He doted on their only son, and made his temper even worse than Ji Qinglian. The supporter behind Jingyan City is the Qinghua family. The Qinghua family has trained a large number of star array masters, focusing on the direction of star arrays. Qingdi City will sooner or later confront them, so we must prepare early, and not fall into the star array. Wu Chen thought for a while. The Taotai family does have many high-level star array masters, but a large number of star array masters coming here are too conspicuous, and cannot be hidden from the eyes of the Black Goat family, which will easily expose our identities. The Golden Carp Sea does have some star array masters, but they are scattered on various planets. It is not easy to gather them all at once. Wu Chen is not very good at making plans, and his thinking has reached a deadlock. Sure Yuan didn't embarrass him and chuckled. I heard that many star array masters came to Jingyan City, all of whom were carefully trained by the Qinghua family. They built Jingyan City like an iron barrel, and even the entrances to the 3 alienated areas they controlled were arranged with star arrays, making it difficult for people to start. Wu Chen hesitated and said, You mean? Sure Yuan smiled and said, Picking peaches. She has no one, but Jingyan City has people, so she can just kidnap them. Chapter 175. Going to Jingyan City to kidnap people was not a sudden idea of Sure Yuan. When she learned that there were only a few star array masters in Qingdi City, and it was difficult to fully repair the long-damaged defense star array, she thought about how to solve this problem. Deploying star array masters from Xinghuan constellation is one option, but senior star array masters have names and surnames. If a large group of them suddenly disappear and appear in another place, it is easy for people to find out their origins. Recruiting from Jinli constellation is not very realistic. Qingdi City is only slightly famous in Jingdu Star. Looking at the entire Jinli constellation, it is not even on the list. Who will come to work for her? After making a choice, only picking peaches from the Qinghua family is the fastest and most profitable. The reason why Jingyan City has not been attacked until now is because the Red Fish Chamber of Commerce is watching closely. If you act rashly, you will easily fall into a dangerous situation of being attacked from all sides. Now that she has captured Yen Zhuxi, the Red Fish Chamber of Commerce will not easily attack Qingdi City, and it is time to put the matter of dealing with Jingyan City on the agenda. Wu Chen understood what she meant, and was so surprised that he could not help but admire her, and immediately said, I am willing to participate in this mission. It has only been a few days since the Red Fish Army attacked the city, and Qingdi City is in a state of disrepair. Who would have thought that the city lord has already set his sights on Jingyan City? Sure Yuan smiled, Don't worry, I will let Lei Wen make a detailed mission plan, and you will be busy. Originally, she did not plan to attack Jingyan City so quickly. After all, Qingdi City has a weak foundation and insufficient manpower. If there is not enough confidence, it is easy to make things worse. If Jingyan City is on guard, it will not be easy to sneak people out from it. But Deputy Commander Mo brought a group of veterans, who had experienced hundreds of battles. The difficulty of sneaking into Jingyan City to steal people decreased sharply. Why not move now? Wu Chen saw that she had already made a plan, so he stopped talking and turned to the issue of the city defense layout of Qingdi City. Before dinner, Sure Yu had received GCU's title sound. This time, there was something serious to discuss. She did not ignore him. When the kitten came over and meowed, she grabbed its neck and signaled it not to make trouble. The kitten was obviously not happy. It scratched its 4 short legs, and continued to meow. GCU heard the kitten's voice through the star snail, and laughed softly. Yuan Yuan? What are you calling? So anxious? His voice was a little hoarse. Although he tried his best to cover it up, he still couldn't hide his fatigue. Sure Yuan paused holding the star snail, and let go of the kitten. How long have you not slept? GCU didn't expect to hear her voice, and was slightly stunned. After reacting, he subconsciously asked, Qing Yuan? Sure Yuan raised his voice slightly in response. GCU didn't know what he was thinking, and called out again, Qing Yuan. What? Sure Yuan asked curiously. It's not that I can't even recognize her voice after not seeing her for several months, right? And GCU's next sentence was beyond her expectation. I didn't do the Tainyoxing thing. It was obviously something that happened several months ago, and everyone already knew it, but his tone of explanation was particularly serious, as if he was afraid that saying a wrong word would cause a bigger misunderstanding. Sure Yuan didn't know how to respond for a while, and after a long while, he said, Tongshi Jin explained this to me. Since the meeting in Luoxia Forest, Tongshi Jin has been in contact with her. At present, the Winston Empire has sent troops into the Starry Sky Grand Canyon and harassed the Golden Crow Legion's garrison many times. Although a full-scale conflict has not yet broken out, The gunpowder smell between the two sides is getting stronger and stronger. It is only a matter of time before a war breaks out. GCU listened to her serious answer and silently curved his lips. That is his explanation, not mine. I must personally clarify this misunderstanding with you. Sure, Yuan deliberately stabbed him. What? Don't you continue to pretend to be deep? In the assassination of Rose 13, she just wanted to get a definite answer, but GCU seemed to have no mouth, saying that everything should be careful, and even cut off the sound of the tide. GCU touched his nose. There were too many things squeezed together at that time, and my mind was a little confused. I was afraid that I would say something that I shouldn't say and make you angry. Don't take it to heart, okay? He deliberately softened his voice, with a little regret and a little pleading, which was very different from the crazy and indifferent person in Sure Yuan's impression. Somehow, Sure Yuan moved the star conch farther away to prevent the hoarse voice from lingering in her ears. She changed the subject abruptly. Have you read the message I sent you? I suspect that the changes in the desolate star domain are related to the people who left the ancient teleportation star array under the sea. The legends related to the demon god are mostly scattered in the desolate star domain. There is no specific historical record of how the desolate star domain was formed and how long it existed. Speaking of business, GCU put on a serious attitude. I will investigate this matter. A saint domain did suddenly appear in the desolate star domain, but he has not shown up so far, and we cannot confirm his identity. Has anyone seen him? Sure Yuan asked. GCU replied. Chi Duo once entered the desolate star field to investigate the situation and accidentally fought with that person. Chi Duo said that the person was hiding in a ball of black star power, and his face and body could not be seen clearly. The star power he used had a terrible swallowing effect. When he was about to make further attempts, a black storm suddenly blew up. When he avoided the black storm, he had lost the other party's trace. Swallow? Sure Yuan frowned slightly. In the universe, there are only a handful of mimics with swallowing talents, and Tao Tai is one of them. Although she watched the battle between Yuan Qin and the old woman in the illusion, she could not judge whether the black star power controlled by Yuan Qin had a swallowing effect. Where was Chi Duo when the second line of defense of Mujiu's star was lost? GCU sighed. He disappeared, and there has been no news since then. Chi and I both have a bad feeling about him. In addition, the star pirates we captured said that the leader of the Black Shark Star Pirates suddenly became more powerful. He led his men to defeat all the star pirate organizations in the desolate star region, gathered all the star pirates, and provided them with a black crystal that could quickly increase their combat power for free. In this battle, I found that they looted not only supplies, but also people, gifted people, and ordinary people. Sure Yuan frowned even more. For the vicious star pirates, population is a burden. It is better to slaughter and eat cattle and sheep. Why do they want to rob people for no reason? Ordinary people have no mimicry, cannot absorb star power, and naturally will not be affected by black crystals. It is impossible to use them to make up for the loss of troops. GCU said his guess. Perhaps there is a star seal master among the star pirates, or perhaps that special black crystal can make ordinary people become mimicry talents. Only in this way can we explain why the star pirates want to rob ordinary people. The two asked and answered each other, and time passed unknowingly. After understanding the specific situation of the desolate star field, Sure Yuan mentioned the ancient book he got today. You have studied a lot about ancient star patterns. Help me translate something when you are free. How could GCU not agree? Seeing the projection of the dead leaf, his eyebrows slightly raised. I also have a leaf of this leaf. Sure Yuan did not expect such a coincidence, and immediately asked, can you show it to me? This thing cannot be stored in space equipment. After I wrote down the content above, I put it in the study room of Tiandu Star. I didn't bring it with me. If you are in a hurry, you can ask Adlet to find it. Not in a hurry. Sure Yuan pinched the leaf stem of the dead leaf and turned it slowly. She had observed it for a long time today. Not only did this dead leaf not respond to her spiritual power, but it also didn't work when injected with the power of the sacred tree. It seemed to have no other use except for recording. While talking, GCU had already translated the contents on the dead leaf and sent it to her using the sound of tide, including the contents on the dead leaf he had. They were all records related to the star array, but they were incomplete. Some of the ancient star patterns had more special properties, and could be integrated into the current star array. Sure Yuan simply sent the star pattern that when CI had improved to GCU, so that he could see the situation. When the topic was over, the moon was already dim. The two fell silent, and could hear each other's breathing through the star snail. Sure Yuan was not used to such an atmosphere, and was ready to say something to end the conversation. GCU suddenly said, "Qingyuan, are you outside?" Shi Yuan replied in confusion, yes. She was in the garden, outside the study, listening to the quiet cicadas and the gurgling rockery stream, and felt like she was back at Xingyou Military Academy. At that time, she would go to GCU after finishing a day's class, and ponder the star pattern in his small courtyard. Occasionally, she would hear him scold Song for always fighting with Ling Dang, messing up his mane, and asking him to spend time and effort combing it. Song would usually snort and turn his head away arrogantly, disdaining the education of friendly Ling Dang, but he would not run away and insist on him combing his hair. Lingling followed Ji Qi to the desolate star region, and the baby was left by her in the 9th Legion of Tao Tai. Song should be in Xingwan City now, disliking the marshal, who always gets close to it. Shi Yuan was slightly absent-minded. "Qingyuan, look up." GCU's words interrupted her thoughts. Shi Yuan looked at the night sky. "Did you see the Corona constellation? Today is the Corona day, the most brilliant moment of the Corona constellation. You can observe the Corona constellation without an astronomical telescope. It looks like a crown and is very beautiful." GCU's voice was very light, hiding an imperceptible nostalgia. Shi Yuan had heard of the Corona day, but had never observed the night sky on this day. She looked in the starry sky according to GCU's words. Soon, her eyes stopped on a group of shining stars. The night sky became the best background, depicting the most gorgeous crown in the world. "I see it," Shi Yuan said softly. The kitten followed suit, raising its head from her legs and looking at the night sky. It looked left and right, and seemed to think that this position was not good. It jumped onto her shoulder in a few seconds, squatted down next to her cheek, and raised its head to make a small cry. GCU said softly, "The brightest planet on the top of the crown is Tiandu Star." They were separated by billions of light years, and under the same starry sky, they looked at their home. Shi Yuan told him, "Before I left, Adlet made an extra breakfast, and Ji Qinglian helped eat it." The night wind blew, and GCU smiled and said, "Next time I go back, I will eat his breakfast." Shi Yuan thought that Ji Qinglian would definitely not give up. The horn sounded without warning, and stopped her from saying what she was about to say, and the sharp word enemy attack cut through the sky. GCU said hurriedly, "I have something else to do, you should go to bed early." He put the star snail into the space ring. The sound of waves replaced the noise of the battlefield. Chapter 176. The dusk fell, and the golden rays of light spread all over the earth, passing over the hills, and following the winding valleys to the open plains. Looking around, the prosperous and magnificent Jingyan City stood in the triangular river valley area where the rays of light gathered, and various star shuttles rose and fell at the port. Unlike the Qingdi City and Hongyu City with city walls, Jingyan City was open on all sides, with roads extending in all directions, and presented an urban architectural style of high in the middle and low on all sides. In the center of the city, there is a twin building towering into the sky, and rows of buildings are built to protect it, with a clear distinction between the primary and the secondary. It is the original government building of Jingyan Star, the core of Jingyan City, and the only SS-level defense star array on Jingyan Star. Jingyan City is the city where the Order of Jingyu Star is maintained most completely after the division of various parties. Because of the existence of the SS-level defense star array, it has not been occupied by bandits. The governor of Jingyu Star saw that the Tongxi royal family was unable to maintain its rule over the Jinli seat, and decisively joined the Qinghua family. Since then, the stable order of Jingyan City has made it a gathering place for non-combat talents. As long as the SS-level defense star array is intact, Jingyan City is as solid as a rock, and it is almost impossible to capture it from the outside. As the sun sets in the west, the busy and noisy city gradually becomes stable and peaceful. When the moon is at its zenith, several drunken men walk out of the bar playing explosive music. They support each other, say goodbye with big tongues, and stagger towards the parking lot. There is a snoring sound in the star shuttle, and the automatic driving function is activated, but it does not follow the established route, but turns into an unfamiliar road. At the same time, several shadows sneaked into the high-end residential area of Jingyan City, accurately found the target's residence, entered the room quietly, released colorless and odorless drugs, and immediately packed and took away the people in the bedroom after they fell asleep. Similar scenes were staged in various areas of Jingyan City. No one noticed, and no one escaped. When the last target was brought to the reception point, and sent the prearranged transport shuttle, it happened that the sky was white. The staff of the city inspection office yawned, without even looking at the several garbage trucks queuing out of the city, and used the detector to scan the carriage as usual. No danger warning was received, and a pass was given. The transport shuttle left Jingyan City smoothly and rushed all the way to the garbage dump. When it arrived at the destination, someone was there to meet it. Raven and others transferred the Star Array Master hidden in the garbage truck to the underground tunnel for transporting minerals. They didn't care about the dirt and stench on their bodies, and quickly returned to Qingdi City. The Taotai Corps soldiers, who had sneaked into Jingyan City to perform the mission, also mixed in a team going to the alienation zone to hunt the alienated creatures, and successfully left the city. Everything went smoothly. Jingyan City did not discover the abnormality until near noon, and at this time the missing Star Array Masters had arrived in Qingdi City, and were imprisoned in the underground air raid shelter of the City Lord's mansion. Shi Yuan's method of dealing with these Star Array Masters was simple and rough. He said nothing and asked nothing. He just threw the alienated materials that needed to be processed to them, and told them what to do. The Star Array Masters could not be sure who had captured them, so they naturally did not dare to act rashly. There were also thorns with bad tempers, and no regard for others. Shi Yuan did not need to worry about these. The Taotai Corps had many ways to deal with the prisoners, and they could completely deal with people without torture. With the addition of more than 100 senior Star Array Masters, the defensive Star Array of Qingdi City was quickly put into construction. Shi Yuan had no intention of building an SS-level defensive Star Array comparable to Jingyan City. That level of defensive Star Array has high investment costs, and is difficult to complete in a short period of time. It is not suitable for Qingdi City at this stage. She did not plan to stay in Qingdi City all the time. The Jinsha Ring area was too large, and Jingu Star was not a transportation hub. It was not suitable to be the heart of Jinli constellation. It could only play a transitional role at most. Arranging an S-level defensive Star Array was enough. In addition, she supported Qingdi City to rebuild the defensive Star Array, and also had the purpose of training Star Array Masters. No matter what profession, practice and experience are the most important. She hopes to cultivate a group of talents who have a sense of belonging to Qingdi City and Yinhui, and the easiest way to cultivate talents is to provide resources and opportunities. In the future, the City Lord's Mansion will issue corresponding construction tasks to the Star Pattern Master Association, concentrate talents in the hands of the government, and make unified deployment to break the current situation where senior Star Pattern Masters are hired by private individuals at high prices, and do not serve official organizations, and low-level Star Pattern Masters are difficult to improve. This will affect the interests of many people, but Shi Yuan is not afraid. To put it bluntly, she has the Taotai family as a backer, and the Golden Carp seat is the place for her to practice her skills left by Ji Wu. The nobles here are no longer nobles, and the rules here can be redefined. As long as her fist is strong enough, she has the final say on what to do and how to do it. The disappearance of hundreds of senior Star Array Masters has made Jingyan City a mess. More than 2/3 of the missing Star Array Masters are from the Qinghua family. They came to Jingu Star to make Jingyan City and the alienated area under its jurisdiction into an iron barrel, so that the Star Wheel Cannon of the Xian family cannot threaten the interests of the Qinghua family in Jingu Star. Who would have thought that someone would set their sights on these Star Array Masters, and it was not murder, but kidnapping? The value of high-level Star Array Masters is self-evident, and the value of hundreds of high-level Star Array Masters is inestimable. Jingyan City suffered heavy losses this time, and what was even more embarrassing was that they didn't know which force stole the people. Shi Yuan listened to Lei Wen's report and walked on the city wall that was about to be repaired. Occasionally, he tapped the newly built city wall with his fingers to test whether its structure was solid. After Lei Wen finished his report, he worriedly said, "City Lord, do you think Jingyan City will suspect us?" All the bandit forces, with a little strength in Jingu Star, were wiped out by Qingdi City. Some of the vicious criminals were sent to White Lion Constellation for Qi Huan to mine, with abandoned spiritual power springs. The rest were received by Major General Zheng and managed by the soldiers of the 9th Legion of Taotai. They went to the alienated area every day to perform hunting tasks. After obtaining enough task points, they would be converted into citizens of Qingdi City, and could come and go freely. The remaining scattered bandits are not a force to be reckoned with, so how dare they provoke Jingyan City? The only force that dares to go to Jingyan City to kidnap the Star Array Master is Qingdi City, in addition to Hongyu City. Hongyu City lost Yanzhushi, and even the alienated area within its sphere of influence was taken over by Qingdi City without any reaction. So why would it go to Jingyan City to make trouble? Excluding all possibilities, Qingdi City, which had just dealt with the Red Fish Army, was the most suitable suspect. Shi Yuan asked back, "What if we know?" Lei Wen didn't understand what she meant. Jingyan City is good at defense but not attack. We even wiped out the Red Fish Army. They have to think about whether they will end up Like the Red Fish Army, if they rashly send troops? Besides, Yanjushi is in our hands, and the Xian family dare not sell them large siege star weapons. As long as Jingyan City is afraid, it can only shrink in their tortoise shell, and can't do anything. At this point, Sure Yuan spread his hands. Of course, we can't do anything to them. The strength of the SS-level defensive star array is no joke. When the star wheel cannon comes, hundreds of cannons can last for several hours. Levin scratched his head. Isn't that a stalemate? Jingyan City doesn't dare to send troops to Qingdi City, and Qingdi City can't deal with Jingyan City. How can Jingu Star be unified, and the entire Jinsha Ring area be recovered? Who said that? Sure Yuan blinked. What is Jingyan City doing now? It was in the report just now, and Lei Wen took it out directly and said, block the whole city, search for the missing star array master, and capture the suspicious people hiding in the city. How to block it? Sure Yuan asked again. Some functions of the defensive star array have been turned on, prohibiting everyone from entering and leaving. Raven answered. The walls of Qingdi City and Hongyu City are not for show. They are equipped with special magnetic fields that can interfere with the normal operation of the star shuttle. They are usually closed and will not affect the passage of the people. Once an emergency occurs, the interference magnetic field is turned on, and the star shuttles along the entire route will be paralyzed. If the criminals want to escape, they can only rely on their legs. Once the city gate is closed, unless the gifted person of flying mimicry is awakened, it will be like closing the door and beating the dog. Jingyan City also has buildings equipped with interference magnetic fields, but the city roads are connected in all directions. Without the obstruction of the city walls, it is not easy to block the entire city. Only by opening the defensive star array can the people of the city be restricted from entering and leaving. Sure Yuan patiently coaxed. What does it cost to open the defensive star array? Alienation crystals. Levin answered honestly. After saying that, he immediately realized you mean? Sure Yuan said slowly, let them open it back and forth. I want to see how many alienation crystals Jingyan City has that can sustain the consumption of the SS-level defensive star array. Levin was stunned. City Lord, you are too mean, aren't you? The SS-level star array covering the entire Jingyan City, even if only part of the function is turned on, will consume a large amount of alienation crystals. It's okay to open it once, but if it is opened continuously or multiple times in a short period of time, Jingyan City can't afford it no matter how rich it is. The talents said by Qingdi City to steal people have returned, but there are still quite a few lurking in Jingyan City, waiting for the city lord's next instructions. It's easy to do something small. Huh? Sure Yuan looked back at him. Levin quickly covered his mouth. Seeing Sure Yuan continue to move forward, Levin hurriedly chased after him. What if Jingyan City gets angry and creates chaos in Qingdi City? Jingyan City has undercover agents from Qingdi City, so why doesn't Qingdi City have spies from Jingyan City? Sure Yuan unfolded his optical brain and casually sent a document stored on the desktop to Lewin. Lewin opened it, and his eyes almost popped out. Qingdi City Star Weapon Management Regulations. He quickly read the contents and stuttered this. City Lord, will this work? Any citizen of Qingdi City who holds the star weapons listed in the management regulations must report to the Talent Management Association. Those who conceal and fail to report and cause malicious incidents will have their star weapons confiscated, their Qingdi City citizenship deprived, and they will be imprisoned for investigation and other penalties. Sure Yuan said indifferently, those who do not obey the regulations can leave Qingdi City. The Golden Carp seat is very large and can go anywhere. She only asked for registration, and not to use it in Qingdi City and its subordinate cities, but she didn't say that it was not allowed to be purchased or carried. Raven's mouth twitched. We will unify the Golden Carp constellation in the future. Where can they go then? Sure Yuan smiled and said, leave the Golden Carp constellation, or become a citizen of the Golden Carp constellation. Raven was convinced. The Legion commander wanted to completely overthrow the old system left by the Yongyao Empire, and build a brand new Golden Carp constellation. If the policies implemented in Qingdi City can be implemented in the Golden Carp constellation, it will definitely be able to build an iron barrel that is no less than that of the Star Crown constellation. No matter how arrogant the wanted criminals and free killers are, they will no longer be able to enter the Golden Carp constellation as if they were unmanned. It will be much more difficult for Jingyan City to make trouble. Sure Yuan continued to check the structure of the city wall. Halfway through, her star conch rang. Chua Qian's voice came from inside. City Lord, Qian's family master is here to visit, and is now at the East City Gate. So sudden? Sure Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. Who did he bring? Chua Qian said. He came alone on the Star Shuttle. If it weren't for the ID required at the city gate, he would have entered the city. Ask him to go to the city lord's mansion and bring Yen Jushi with him. I'd be there soon. After the conversation, Sure Yuan patted Lei Wen on the shoulder. You go and publish this document, and complete the registration within 3 days. Lei Wen responded quickly, and watched her leave respectfully. Before Sure Yuan entered the reception room, he heard Yen Jushi's coquettish voice with a hint of tears. Father, why did you come just now? I was almost starved to death by that woman. She also forced me to make the Star Wheel cannon. Look at my hands, they are all worn out. She paused slightly. The low voice of the head of the Xian family came out at the same time. Shibao, it's all your fault. We searched our warehouse, but couldn't find the alien materials to make 10,000 Star Wheel cannons. We had to rob the warehouse of the Jui family overnight. Who knew that old man Yifeng was poorer than us, and couldn't even get the alien materials for 500 Star Wheel cannons? There was no other way. Father had to rob the Tianwu family again. Who knew that Tianwukan was poorer than Yifeng? Sure Yuan, She touched her ear suspiciously, wondering if she didn't sleep well last night, and had auditory hallucinations. He robbed the Qinghua family, and the Tianwu family again. He didn't look like the head of the Xian family, who would never do anything if he could spend money to get things done. At this time, another sentence came from the room. Oh, those old guys are too poor. If it weren't for the fact that we can't afford to offend the Tianyuan family, robbing them would actually be the fastest. But the head of the Tianyuan family has been in a good mood recently, and promised to lend me the materials for making 5,000 Star Wheel cannons. Damn, he's really rich and wants to rob. Sure Yuan, The alien materials for making 10,000 Star Wheel cannons, let alone the Xian family. Even the Tao Tai family can't come up with them. She said this number was to make things difficult for the head of the Xian family, to give him a warning, so that he would lower his posture when he came to Qingdi City to redeem people. He actually went to get them? Chapter 177. Sure Yuan never expected that the head of the Xian family, who was famous for being low-key in the Chaos Star domain, would have such a personality in private. The atmosphere of the conversation between the father and son in the house was just right. She stood in the yard, hesitating whether to go in and disturb their emotional exchange. While thinking, the voice stopped. Sure Yuan knew that the head of the Xian family had discovered her. She walked into the house, and saw Yen Jushi sitting in the arms of the head of the Xian family, about to cry. Noticing Sure Yuan's gaze, Yen Jushi nestled in her father's arms in a coquettish manner, looking like she had been bullied. Sure Yuan was too lazy to expose his little thoughts, and looked at the head of the Xian family, who was sitting at the top with a swagger. The head of the Xian family looked only in his early 30s, with a resolute face, deep features, and a rough temperament. He had a carefree and heroic aura, and a very difficult-to-provoke aura, but the posture of holding Yen Jushi to sit on his lap added a bit of fatherly gentleness to him. He clearly saw Sure Yuan, but he had no intention of getting up, and he didn't even raise his head. He just lowered his head to check Yen Jushi's plastered arm, and the blood-red rose blooming on his chest. His expression was very cold, and he didn't look like the person who complained about the excessive poverty of other families in the Chaos Star region before. Sure Yuan understood. This was because he was dissatisfied with her for hurting Yen Jushi, and planting the rose mark on him to show his power. She was neither annoyed nor angry, and sat down at the guest seat, and slowly brewed tea. The tea used is very common in the market, not as good as the Yunding Luching from Tiandu Star, but when it is poured with boiling water, the tea fragrance fills the air, which is not too inferior. Sure Yuan is not picky about food. She didn't drink tea much before. After returning to Tiandu Star, GCU and others took her to drink Yunding Luching, and gradually developed the habit of tasting tea. At this time, she seemed not to see the other two people in the room. She drank tea, and looked through the information on the light brain. The head of the Xian family narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't expect Sure Yuan to react like this, but he didn't break the silence. Instead, he looked at her straight. As time passed, the atmosphere in the room became more and more depressing. Yen Jushi didn't know what Sure Yuan was up to, so he gently pulled the sleeve of the head of the Xian family. The head of the Xian family looked at him. Yen Jushi suddenly realized that he was impatient, and lowered his head. At this moment, Sure Yuan put down the teacup in his hand, looked at the father and son in front of him, and said calmly, as if nothing had happened, "Have you two finished catching up?" She suddenly spoke, and the stiff atmosphere in the room instantly dissipated, and it was much more relaxed than before. The Xian family can stand firm in the chaotic star field. Of course, it is impossible to rely solely on the ability to make star weapons. On the contrary, the huge wealth brought by extraordinary technology is more likely to attract the covetousness of others. If the head of the Xian family did not have some real skills, he would have been gnawed to the bone under the rule of the jungle. Now Yan Jushi is indeed being held hostage by Shi Yuan, but he cannot show his weakness, otherwise he will be treated as a soft persimmon and squeezed as he wants. So he must show his attitude and show his inner displeasure. But he can't put his attitude too high, after all, he is controlled by others. After learning from old Yan the entire process of Yan Jushi's capture, he had a general understanding of Yin Yu's character, and knew that an overly tough attitude would not make the other party surrender, and might even have a counterproductive effect. So the current situation came about. He first deliberately talked about his own efforts to collect 10,000 star wheel cannons on Yin Yu's territory, and then expressed his dissatisfaction with the threat. With two approaches, if Yin Yu is smart, she should know what it means to stop when she sees the good, and both sides should take a step back and talk about the matter. The short test has ended, and the head of the Xian family narrowed his eyes. The city lord is quite happy. The room was full of tea fragrance, and the graceful people did not look like a tense negotiation scene. The Xian family is the largest supplier of star weapons in the universe. The head of the Xian family has seen all kinds of people. Some are arrogant and domineering, with deep scheming. Some are humble and respectful, straightforward and simple, and some. Yin Yu does not belong to any of them. She is arrogant and domineering. She dared to break Jushi's arm in front of old Yin, and even dared to ask for a ransom of 10,000 star wheel cannons, like a successful villain. Such people usually don't know what is the limit, and they are always impatient. But after Yin Yu came in, she faced his intimidation and calmly made tea, without any anger. Such a calm response makes it difficult to see what she is planning. Is it a pretense before the attack, or a careful forbearance with other plans? Shi Yuan smiled and said, "It's not as calm as the head of the Yin family. He dared to come to my territory alone." Hearing this, Yan Jushi subconsciously clenched his father's sleeves. During the days when he was captured in Qingdi City, he tried both soft and hard means to test Yin Yu's bottom line and purpose, but Yin Yu was unyielding and very petty. She used various means to torment him. He was really afraid that this vicious woman would turn against him, and target him, and his father regardless. Her words sounded no different from threats at this moment. The Xian family head patted Yan Jushi's waist with his hand, signaling him to calm down, and then laughed heartily. "I, Yin Wu, am a rough man. I don't understand those roundabout words, so I won't keep you in suspense. I don't have the 10,000 star wheel cannons you want for now, but I have gathered enough manufacturing materials, and it will take some time to make them. I will take Shushi away today, and the star wheel cannons will be delivered to Qingdi City in the next 6 months. What do you think, City Lord?" Shi Yuan tapped the table with her fingers, and the crisp knocking sound was particularly clear in the room, making people unconsciously shift their attention to her hands. The slender and white 5 fingers seemed like the finest mutton fat jade, which should be the hands of people who have been pampered for many years, and they were incompatible with that ordinary face. The atmosphere in the room did not become lively because of the sudden change in the attitude of the Xian family head. Yan Jushi himself felt that Yin Yu would not accept the conditions proposed by his father. Sure enough, Shi Yuan's clear voice came. "I thought the head of the family should understand what I mean. I don't want 10,000 star wheel cannons, but the entire Xian family." As soon as these words came out, the head of the Xian family slammed the table and glared at Shi Yuan. "What a big appetite! Aren't you afraid of eating yourself to death?" The Xian family has been up and down in the Chaos Star domain, and it is not without crisis, but since the Xian family has been in power, no one has dared to be so presumptuous in front of him. Even though he had made preparations for the difficulties of this trip in advance, he did not expect Yin Yu to be so arrogant. Shi Yuan was not at all intimidated by his momentum. In her original plan, the Xian family could not produce 10,000 star wheel cannons, so she could take the opportunity to ask the Xian family to become her agent in the Chaos Star domain. Who knew that the head of Xian family did not play by the rules, and robbed and borrowed enough materials to make 10,000 star wheel cannons, blocking her idea of going further. In this case, she might as well speak frankly. Whether it can be supported to death is not up to you, but I know when the young master will die. The head of Xian family was furious, and the pressure of the top extraordinary third-level talent came suddenly. The furnishings in the room could not withstand the impact of his momentum, and began to shake violently. Seeing that the vase in the corner had a crack, a breath like spring breeze swirled up, easily dissolving the strong wind and stabilizing all the shaking furnishings. Shi Yuan, who was the first to bear the brunt, was not affected at all. He sat steadily on the chair, and even had the leisure to pour another cup of tea. The two breaths formed a counterattack, and for a while, no one could do anything to the other. Yuan controlled the star power to bring the cup filled with hot tea to the head of the Xian family, and made a gesture of invitation. Why is the head of the family angry? You should blame yourself for giving birth to a son who is not worthy of you. I have held his life in my hands. If you want to save him, you will naturally have to pay the corresponding price. This was said straightforwardly and directly, almost making Yan Zhuxi faint. He came to Jingu Star to stabilize the interests of the Xian family in the Jinsha Ring zone, and brought Yan Lao, who has the top third-level extraordinary combat power. Who knew that a silver moon would appear in the middle of the journey, not only sneaking into his room under Yan Lao's nose, but also planting the rose mark on him when he was not prepared. The Golden Carp constellation does not have a star gate bordering the Winston Empire. How did the pure-blooded rose cross the many barriers of the Perched Phoenix constellation and the Star Corona constellation and come to the Golden Carp constellation in the current situation of panic? Seeing that the head of the Xian family had a cold face, Yuan sent the hot tea to him again, still with that smiling look. The head of the family does not need to look at me like this. Don't you want the Xian family to become the family with the most say in the Chaos Star domain? The head of the Xian family sneered. What a big tone. Even if it is Ji Wu standing in front of me today, he would not dare to speak so arrogantly. The Chaos Star domain has a long history, and has never been unified. It is not that the Yongnao Empire and the Winston Empire do not want to expand outward, but that there is a behemoth in the Chaos Star domain that they dare not easily provoke, the descendants of the ancient true gods, the Tianyuan clan. The Tianyuan clan is not ranked among the top 10 families in the Chaos Star domain. The clan members are very low-key and their whereabouts are treacherous. They never participate in the territorial disputes in the Chaos Star domain. They only built a Tianyuan palace in the extreme north of the Chaos Star domain. Hundreds of years ago, a Saint Domain wanted to find out the truth about the Tianyuan clan. He rashly broke into the Tianyuan palace, but his neck was twisted and thrown out. No one dared to collect his body. He is still lying there, maintaining his appearance before death, immortal and incorruptible. Even the Black Goat clan, which ranks first in the Chaos Star domain, dare not surpass the Tianyuan clan and claim to have the most say. Yuan had naturally heard of the name of the Tianyuan clan, and knew that the Xian clan deliberately mentioned Ji Wu's name to test her origins. She did not say anything and continued the previous topic. How many people in the Chaos Star domain know the Tianyuan clan? After asking, she answered herself, less than 1 in 10,000. The Tianyuan clan has always been low-key. As long as you don't offend them, they won't even look at you. What the Xian clan wants to do is not to provoke the Tianyuan clan, but to replace the Black Goat clan. The head of the Xian family stared at her. Everyone knows this truth, but who can do it? The Black Goat family got its start by selling information, and their spies are all over the world. Who doesn't have something they want to know? Everyone is willing to give them face, and make friends with them. Those who have a grudge against them are either listed on the wanted list of the Star Sea and hide everywhere to save their lives, or live under their surveillance and can never turn over. I'm afraid that when he went out today, the news of coming to Qingdi City would enter the Black Goat family's information database, and their analysts would speculate various possibilities and prepare response plans. Whenever the Xian family has the possibility of being manipulated by others, it will be targeted by other families in the Chaos Star domain. Everyone wants to break the existing pattern of the Chaos Star domain and stand at the top, but no one wants to break the delicate balance of the Chaos Star domain and be replaced by others. If you can solve the Black Goat family, my Xian family is willing to bow down to you. The head of the Xian family held the teacup that had been floating in the air for a long time. The question was thrown back to Yuan. The Xian family would not become the vanguard of the person in front of them, clearing the way for her in the chaotic star field, and finally end up being abandoned. Yuan said lightly, didn't you get the manufacturing materials for 10,000 star wheel cannons? Can't 10,000 star wheel cannons blow open the door of the Black Goat family? People will help others when it does not involve their own interests, or even can get some rewards. The Black Goat family uses this to make friends with all forces in the universe. When disaster is imminent, who dares to stand up for the Black Goat family under the firepower of 10,000 star wheel cannons? As his mind raced, the head of the Xian family unconsciously clenched the teacup in his hand, and when he looked at that smiling face again, he felt a chill all over his body. What a cruel method! If he didn't agree today, would it be the Xian family that was razed to the ground by the star wheel cannons? Chapter 178. For thousands of years, it is not that no one dared to touch the Black Goat family. It is because the Black Goat family has made friends with the untouchable forces above, never violated their taboos, and bestowed favors on the talented people from all sides, and used its intelligence network to suppress all those who hated the Black Goat family and took care of many aspects. In this way, people who have no mortal hatred with the Black Goat family will naturally not risk offending a family that is difficult to eradicate and create a strong enemy for themselves. What the major families in the Chaos Star domain want to do but dare not do. Why does Inu say such a simple word as crushing an ant so lightly? Before coming to Qingdi City, the head of the Xian family carefully investigated Inu, especially after knowing that she planted the rose mark on Yin Zhuxi. He focused on investigating the Rose family of the Winston Empire, and purchased information related to Inu from the Black Goat family. The time was too short, and the Xian family's intelligence network found limited things, and it was impossible to determine whether Inu is related to the Rose family. As for the intelligence provided by the Black Goat family, there was only information about Inu after she appeared in Qingdi City, and there was no mention of who she was, or where she came from. Patriarch Xian did not believe that the Black Goat family had not investigated Inu, but the intelligence they sold to the outside world was only so much, which showed that they encountered two situations during the investigation. First, they found out about Inu's origins, but because they could not afford to offend, they only dared to sell some irrelevant intelligence. Second, they did not find any information about Inu's past. With the intelligence capabilities of the Black Goat family, the second situation is very rare. Even if they really cannot find out, they will not have no corresponding suspects. Under this premise, the head of Xian family had to consider the consequences of offending Inu. It was okay if it was a pure-blood rose from the Winston Empire, but it was out of reach. I was afraid that it was from the Corona constellation. What do you think, head of Yin family? The voice that sounded again interrupted the thoughts of head of Xian family. He looked at the woman sitting calmly below him and felt his throat dry. The Xian family has been forced into a dilemma. If they refuse Inu, they will face the wrath of Corona constellation. If they agree to Inu, they will become enemies with all the families in the Chaos Star region. In a flash, head of Xian family made a decision. He clenched the teacup in his hand, drank the full tea in it, raised his hand, and wiped his mouth. It's natural to cooperate with the city lord, but the city lord has to tell me the bottom line, who is standing behind you. He had no choice in this negotiation, but he couldn't be manipulated like this. Shi Yuan smiled, and the color of his pupils suddenly changed. The deep black gradually faded, revealing a clear silver-blue color. The faint light that lit up at that moment made the pupils of the Xian family head shrink suddenly. The milky white kitten that walked out from behind her shoulder met the sight of the Xian family head, tilted its little head, and looked extremely cute. Shi Yuan touched the kitten's soft fur and asked again, "How is it?" Anyone who is well informed knows that Ji Qingyuan's mimicry is a little white cat. Coupled with a pair of silver-blue eyes, Inu's identity is self-evident. It is indeed her, Ji Qingyuan. Ji Qingyuan, who followed the 9th Legion of Tao Tai all the way to fight, is fake. The tense shoulders of the Xian family head slowly relaxed. Master Ji. Shi Yuan nodded slightly, as if responding to his address. Yin Zhuxi, who had been keeping quiet but listening carefully, could not help but purse her lips. It was really Ji Qingyuan, the hypocritical and scheming woman. The head of the Xian family put down the teacup in his hand, walked down from the main seat, sat down in the seat next to Shi Yuan, changed his angry attitude just now, and said with a smile, "If it is Master Ji, everything is easy to talk about." He changed his face so quickly, he really deserved to be the head of the family, who could lead the Xian family from the bottom of the top 10 families in the chaotic star field to the top 5. He could see the situation clearly, and put down his body. Shi Yuan poured another cup of tea, and pushed it to him. Patriarch Xian drank it cheerfully. "It is an honor for our Yin family to serve the Tao Hai family, but I am old and I don't know if I can shoulder the responsibility given by the young master." He called the young master, and his ability to climb up the ladder was not inferior to Qi Qian. Ordinary people who reached the high position of Patriarch Xian might not be so humble. Shi Yuan knew that Patriarch Xian was not only trying to build relationships, but also asking for benefits, so he said, "Please tell me what you are worried about. I will not refuse what I can do." He had already slapped the Patriarch Xian in the face before. Patriarch Xian was so tactful, so Shi Yuan certainly didn't mind giving him a big sweet date. Patriarch Xian looked down at Yin Zhuxi in his arms, and sighed deeply. Shi Yuan suddenly had a bad premonition. As expected, the head of Xian family said, "Young master also knows that my Zhuxi is not a smart person. Now the chaotic star field is turbulent. I thought that the golden carved seat would be safer, so I sent him here. I never thought that he would foolishly offend the young master. It really makes me ashamed." Yin Zhuxi, lie. His father clearly said that he was very talented and could come to the Golden Carp constellation to show his talents and control some planets for the Xian family. The head of the Xian family held his son's soft little hand, not allowing him to spoil the show, and continued, "The young master is extremely talented and smart. Xushi has admired him for a long time. He has mentioned him to me many times before, and wanted to see the young master's style. I heard that the young master is not married yet. Take a look at my Xushi. Her appearance is not unique in the world, but she is also the first in the chaotic star field. I wonder if I am lucky enough to become the young master's confidant." Sure Yuan, Yin Jushi's pupils trembled, and he moved his lips to speak, but was covered by the Xian family. Seeing that she didn't respond, the head of the Xian family said, "I know that Jushi is not worthy of the young master, and I dare not covet the position of the young master's wife. I just hope that the young master can remember Jushi's sincerity, and come to Chaos Star region to see him more often in the future." Sure Yuan, Yin Jushi, Who admires this vicious woman? Let me go. Let me go quickly. The head of the Xian family covered his mouth tightly with a smile on his face. The picture was so beautiful that Sure Yuan couldn't bear to look at it. Why do these two people want to send men to her? She coughed lightly. The head of the Xian family immediately put on an attitude of listening attentively. Sure Yuan pointed at Yin Jushi, who lost the right to speak. "Your son seems to have something to say." The Xian family lowered their heads and met Yin Jushi's gaze, with warnings in their smiling eyes. Yin Jushi was weak for a moment and whispered, "I'm only 5 years old." Sure Yuan, If you want to refuse, just speak louder, the head of Xian family said with a smile. "What's the big deal? You are looking at Shaquan now, because of Xian's heart. It will take less than 3 years to restore your original appearance. In terms of age, you are 3 years older than the young master. A man 3 years older than his wife is just right for holding a golden brick." Sure Yuan, Is that what he said? Yin Jushi, Seeing that the head of Xian family was getting more and more excited, Sure Yuan quickly refused. "I don't have such intentions towards Jushi. The head of the family does not need to mention it again." The head of Xian family was very disappointed. "Young master, don't you consider it again? My Jushi can go to the hall and the kitchen, and her attainments in Xingwu are not inferior to mine. She is definitely a good wife." Sure Yuan refused sternly. "Sorry. She is not interested in stupid people." This statement is hurtful, so she chose to keep the reason. Seeing that she was not pretending to refuse, the head of Xian family sighed regretfully. "Young master has no such intention, and I can't force it, but Jushi's admiration is evident to all. I wonder if he can stay with you to learn, to improve his memory and brain. This is obviously not a direct ball, and he is ready to use a roundabout way to boil the frog in warm water. If he refuses again, it will be a lack of face." Yin Jushi is a high-level star martial artist. With the background of Xian family, it is estimated that he will become a star martial arts master in a short time. Qingdi City is in need of such talents. Sure Yuan has no reason to refuse, so he nodded and agreed. The head of Xian family is not afraid that she will use Yin Jushi as a hostage to threaten him, so why should she lose her manners for a little self-recommendation? The head of Xian family is so straightforward. Sure Yuan no longer acts as a villain, and pours a cup of tea to Yin Jushi. Yin Jushi was so depressed that she wanted to die. When she saw the tea being placed in front of her, she raised her head listlessly. After being pushed by her father, she picked up the cup and drank it reluctantly. After drinking the tea, the warm and thick breath spread in his body, and the bloodthirsty breath hovering in his chest began to fade. Yin Jushi quickly pulled open his collar and looked inside, only to see that the rose mark on his chest was disappearing bit by bit. The head of the Xian family also saw it. His eyebrows moved slightly, and he smiled again, this time with a little more sincerity than before. "Young master is magnanimous." He was indeed dissatisfied with Ji Qingyuan's dominance and tyranny, but as she said, he raised a useless son, and was caught as a bargaining chip to threaten himself. He couldn't bear to part with his son. He admitted defeat, and was willing to be driven by Ji Qingyuan. But doing things under threat is completely different from cooperating with discussions, although the initiative of this cooperation is in Ji Qingyuan's hands, and he doesn't have much say. But at least it proves that she is sincere and willing to talk to him face to face, instead of treating the Xian family as running dogs. "We are one family, so we should not talk about different things." Sure Yuan took a sip of tea. Yin Jushi felt that the aura of the rose totem had completely disappeared, and looked at her in surprise, probably because she couldn't believe that she really took back the rose mark. After solving the big stone that was weighing on the heart of the Xian family head, Sure Yuan talked about the Chaos Star domain again. Do you know which forces in the Jinsha Ring Zone are supported by the various families in the Chaos Star Domain? Xian family head didn't know everything, but he knew 80 to 90% of it. Based on the dark mentality that I have been dragged into the water, there is no reason for others to be free and easy. He told everything he knew, and was determined to make his mortal enemies lose all their interests in the Jinli seat. This conversation lasted for most of the day. At dusk, the head of the Xian family carried his drooping baby son back to the residence arranged by Shuri Yuan. After making sure that there was no one around, Yan Zhuxi stood up suddenly, grabbed the head of the Xian family's cheek with his hand, and said angrily, "Father, why do you say that I admire Jiqing Yuan? That vicious woman. She doesn't give me food. She also doesn't let people heal my wounds. I'm crazy to marry her." The head of the Xian family was pinched by him and cried out, "You stupid boy, that's Jiqing Yuan, the heir of the Taotai family. Does it matter whether you like her or not? The power she has should be what you really like." Yan Zhuxi was stunned. In the chaotic star field, he is the high and mighty young master of Xian. It has always been the case that others only please him, and there is no reason for him to be servile. The plump and slim beauties came to him, all for the purpose of becoming the future wife of the Xian family master. They never thought that one day, they would need to covet the power in the hands of other women. The Xian family master tapped his forehead unhappily. "I really spoiled you too much. You can't see through this little thing. Do you know how many men in the world want to marry Jiqing Yuan? There are countless men from the Corona to the Chaos Star field. You don't have a girl you like. If you have this opportunity, don't you grab it quickly and give it to others?" Yan Zhuxi grabbed the corner of his clothes and said hesitantly, "That can't be." "Why can't you?" The Xian family master asked back. "Do you see what kind of person Jiqing Yuan is?" Yan Zhuxi whispered, "Arrogant and domineering, insidious and vicious." Afraid of being scolded by his father, he quickly added, "She is quite generous and removed the rose mark on my body." After being glared at by his father, Yan Zhuxi said unhappily, "She is very powerful, I can't compare with her." The head of the Xian family said with a slightly relieved expression, "Jiqing Yuan is a person who cannot be described in a few words. You must remember that you can't be friends with her, but you can never be an enemy." At the end, he said with determination, "During the time you stay in Qingdi City, remember to go around in front of her. If you can make her feel good about you, not to mention the Golden Sand Ring District, the entire Golden Carp seat will be yours in the future." Yan Zhuxi, Chapter 179. Shuri Yuan could see the little thoughts of the head of the Xian family at a glance, but he was not too surprised because Qi Jing brought Qi Huan to Tiandu Star to discuss the marriage. It is normal for people to be attached to others when they are in a high position. The head of the Xian family has the intention to attach to others, which shows that he is willing to establish a cooperative relationship with the Taotai family. After that, the Xian family stayed in Qingdi City for 3 days, and before leaving, they repeatedly begged Shuri Yuan to take care of their stupid son. The news of the change of ownership of the Red Fish Chamber of Commerce spread throughout Jingu Star, and the forces belonging to the Xian family also withdrew from the Golden Carp seat. Not long after, the news that the head of the Xian family was in seclusion to manufacture 10,000 star wheel cannons became known to everyone in the Chaos Star region. Therefore, everyone knows that the beloved son of the Xian family master was captured by a small force in the Jinli constellation, and they demanded 10,000 star wheel cannons as a ransom. If they didn't pay, they would not release him. The Xian family master went to negotiate in person, but got nothing. It is no secret in the Chaos Star domain that the Xian family master dotes on Yan Zhuxi, but with the foundation of the Xian family, they should not be afraid of a newly rising small force and let it control them. Many people with keen sense of smell noticed the unusualness of this matter. After inquiring from many sources, they learned that Yin, the lord of Qingdi City in Jingu Star, is a top-level extraordinary third-level strongman, and his combat power is not inferior to that of the Xian family master. However, in just a few days, the small Qingdi City broke into the vision of all families in the Chaos Star domain. There are a total of 9 planets in the Jinsha Ring area. Jingu Star is the smallest and most marginal planet among them. It is not the resource star that the major families in the Chaos Star domain are primarily competing for. The reason why the head of the Xian family chose Jingu Star as the base camp for external development in the Jinli constellation is because one of the alienated areas of Jingu Star can directly reach Baiwu Star controlled by the Xian family in the chaotic star field. It has convenient transportation and is conducive to marching and transportation of materials. The compromise of the Xian family head put the Qinghua family, which also has minions in Jingu Star, in a dilemma. As one of the best families in the Chaos Star domain, the Qinghua family is good at training star array masters. Their young master is a world-famous star seal master, and has also trained a large number of talents who have awakened to mimicry. In terms of overall strength, the Qinghua family is not inferior to the Xian family, which can produce a large number of high-level star weapons. The situation of the Golden Carp is related to whether the major families in the Chaos Star domain can get a share of the feast of the disintegration of the Yongnao Empire. The head of the Qinghua family pays special attention to whether the expansion of Jingyan City is smooth. Now that Yin Yu, who made the head of the Xian family afraid to act rashly, suddenly appeared, the head of the Qinghua family had to doubt whether the backer behind her was a behemoth that even the Xian family dared not provoke. When she hesitated, she thought of the hundreds of high-level star array masters who suddenly disappeared. The Golden Carp seat is too chaotic. No one can guarantee whether someone has taken advantage of the situation to fish in troubled waters and kidnap the star array master of the Qinghua family for their own use. Although Qingdi City is among the suspects of the Qinghua family head, it is not the most suspicious one. When the young master Xian was captured by Yin Wei, the Qinghua family head regarded Qingdi City as the primary suspect. There is a great possibility that Yin Wei is repeating the old trick. But after that, Qingdi City had no intention of provoking Jingyan City at all, and focused all its attention on taking over the territory left by the Red Fish Chamber of Commerce. The Qinghua family head knew very well that based on the ambition exposed by Yin Wei in the matter of capturing Yan Zhuxi to threaten the Xian family head, Qingdi City would never be able to live in peace with Jingyan City and let Jingdu Star be divided and ruled. Sooner or later, the two sides will confront each other. Now there are only two options left for the head of the Qinghua family. Either withdraw from the forces deployed on Jingdu Star to avoid offending the mysterious Yin Wei, or defeat Qingdi City in one fell swoop before it completely rises and defend the interests of the Qinghua family on Jingdu Star. The former is to retreat without a fight. If the news spreads, the Qinghua family will lose all its reputation and face, and the prestige established in the chaotic star field for many years will be questioned, and the morale of those who are loyal to the Qinghua family will also be hit. In the end, the head of the Qinghua family chose the latter. The Qinghua family has stood in the chaotic star field for thousands of years, and has survived many storms. It does not rely on timidity and self-preservation, but on the determination and perseverance to face difficulties, and the strong strength brought by the family heritage. So what if the origin is mysterious? We are all trying to grab the meat from the mouth of the Tao Tai. So who is more noble than who? If something really happens, won't we all be dealt with by the Tao Tai army? City Lord, Jingyan City has sent people to compete with us for the control of the White Mist Swamp. Raven reported with a frown. In recent days, the undercover agents of Qingdi City who stayed in Jingyan City have been diligently creating chaos, making them very busy. Things should have gone smoothly according to plan, but just yesterday, someone from the Chaos Star region came and took over the position of the City Lord of Jingyan City. He dispatched the army to regulate the order of the whole city with thundering means, forcing the undercover agents lurking in the city to temporarily stop. No one expected that the next move of Jingyan City would be to seize the White Mist Swamp originally controlled by the Red Fish Chamber of Commerce, and also clashed with the Qingti army in the Red Maple Valley. The decisiveness of the action is hard to guard against. Sure Yuan leaned back in the chair, tapping the tabletop with her fingers. The kitten squatted beside her, eating a mutant crystal with a crunching sound. It seems that the Qinghua family is determined to fight her to the death. That's right. How could a family with a Star Seal Master be afraid to act rashly just because the Xian family withdrew? If the news gets out, will they still be able to survive in the chaotic star field? While thinking, someone knocked on the door outside. Chui Qian's voice came. City Lord, Wen Ci wants to see you. Her injuries have mostly healed, and she has been helping to handle government affairs in the City Lord's mansion recently. Wen Ci? What is he doing here at this time? Sure Yuan was slightly surprised and said loudly, let him in. After she finished speaking, she said to Lei Wen, if Jingyan City wants the White Mist Swamp, then give it to them. There is no need to confront them head-on. Just send a small force to harass them. You lead the team yourself. The focus of the fight for Jingdu Star is not the several alienated areas left by the Red Fish Chamber of Commerce, but the power to control the alienated areas. After dealing with Jingyan City, whether it is the White Mist Swamp or the Red Maple Valley, it is all in the pocket of Qingdi City, so there is no need to care about temporary gains and losses. Lei Wen understood her meaning, and was about to leave after receiving the order. Sure Yuan called him, take Wen Yu with you. Lei Wen was a little surprised. Don't you observe her more? After all, Wen Yu was a warrior trained by the Xian family. It is possible that she came to surrender with the intention of sleeping on straw and eating bitter food. Sure, Yuan smiled. Employ people with confidence, and don't employ people if you doubt them. One Yu has talent and brains, and knows what she wants. Since she dared to declare her intention to surrender to the people of the entire Qingyi city, why didn't she dare to use her? Trust is mutual. Lei Wen seemed to understand, and no longer expressed doubts. Shui Qian left after sending Wen Ci. As the sphere of influence of Qingyi city becomes larger and larger, more and more government affairs need to be handled, and the implementation of various policies needs to be implemented. She has been very busy recently. If Wen Ci had not successfully improved the defensive star array in the previous city defense battle, she really wouldn't have made time to do such a small thing. Sure, Yuan gestured to the slightly reserved young man to invite him. Wen Ci respectfully called the city lord and sat down obediently. What do you want to talk to me about? Didn't I give you the star snail? Why don't you contact me directly? Sure, Yuan sent a cup of hot tea to him, and his tone was natural as a casual chat. Wen Ci took the teacup, took a sip of the tea, and said a little embarrassedly, I heard that you are very busy. Some things cannot be explained clearly in the star snail. I am afraid of wasting your time, so I had to ask Deputy City Lord Zhua first, and I want to tell you in person. What is so troublesome? Sure, Yuan asked. It's about the defensive star array of Jingyan City. Wen Ci said straightforwardly. Sure, Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly, indicating that he should continue. Wen Ci had obviously organized his words before coming here, and stated, You also know that I am a poor person who has received financial support from the Qinghua family. I am fortunate to learn star arrays in the school they opened. I know how to crack the defensive star array of Jingyan City. This simple sentence made Sure Yuan even more surprised. She never showed any sign on her face, and asked back with interest, You have received the favor of the Qinghua family. Even if you don't want to repay, you shouldn't kick them when they are down, right? SS-level star array, broken just by saying it, the star array master wouldn't dare to say such a big thing, right? You know, even if it is the same star array, arranged by different star array masters, it will not be exactly the same as the one on the drawing, because you have to prevent it from being cracked. The higher the level of the star array, the more difficult it is to change, and once it is arranged, the difficulty of cracking will increase exponentially. The Qinghua family relies on star arrays for their livelihood. How could they make such a low-level mistake as copying? When the more than 100 senior star array masters were kidnapped, Sure Yuan tried to learn from them how to crack the SS-level star array in Jingyan City. But this star array was set up by the then Jingyan City Lord 100 years ago, at a high price to the Qinghua family, in order to resist the tide of alien beasts. They were not the ones who arranged the defensive star array. They participated in the maintenance, but did not know the vital point of the star array. The core was in the hands of the Qinghua family master. Wen Ci's drooping eyelashes trembled slightly, and he whispered, They killed my teacher, and wanted to take away the inheritance left by the teacher. I came to Jinlizuo to escape. Inheritance? Sure, Yuan found it more and more interesting. The inheritance that even the Qinghua family covets must be a very extraordinary thing, right? You told me just like that? Aren't you afraid that I will snatch it? The so-called inheritance, could it be the dead leaves he handed over last time? Sure enough, Wen Ci said, the inheritance left by the teacher is already in your hands. Why should I worry about this? The content on the dead leaves is not much. GCU has translated it all, and it is consistent with Wen Ci's translation. Sure, Yuan has read it carefully, but her attainments in star arrays are not enough, so she can only barely understand part of the content. Although it is only a small part, she can also see that the star pattern recorded on the dead leaves is indeed an extraordinary thing. Seeing her silent, Wen Ci said anxiously, Do you think I am ungrateful? After all, it was the Qinghua family who funded him, so he was qualified to learn the star pattern and met the teacher. Wen Ci looked gloomy. The Qinghua family had done him a favor first, and then the treasure was taken. Sure, Yuan saw that his emotions were all written on his face, so he did not respond and asked, Who is your teacher? She investigated Wen Ci, but did not find this person. She also sorted out the whole process of going to the Qinghua family to perform the mission 5 years ago, and could not match him with the person who had crossed paths with him back then. Wen Ci said softly, Qi Mei? Sure, Yuan's fingertips paused slightly. What a coincidence. The person she went to the Qinghua family to kill 5 years ago was Qi Mei, the younger brother of the Qinghua family master. Looking at the uneasy boy again. Sure, Yuan's eyes slightly raised. What about looking for a sister? I'm afraid he is here to seek revenge. Chapter 180. Sure, Yuan herself has a lot of fake identities, and she is a master at telling lies to different people. She never easily believes others' one-sided words. Even though she knew that there was a 90% chance that she was the sister that Wen Ci was looking for, she never thought of confessing her identity and always remained vigilant against him. This decision was obviously correct. Do you want revenge? Shi Yuan asked. Qing Mei is a well-known master of star arrays in the universe, and one of the pillars of the Qinghua family. He specializes in the development and research of new star arrays. He rarely appears in front of people, and there is very little information about him. It is even difficult to find out his personality. At that time, she spent a lot of effort to pretend to be a guest of the Qinghua family and sneak into the Qinghua manor to kill him. In her memory, he was a man with outstanding appearance, but his behavior was a bit strange. The place where he lived must be brightly lit at night, and the yard was full of blue and white vines. Compared with ordinary blue and white flowers, the blooming flowers were particularly delicate. Shi Yuan didn't like that delicate feeling, because it was very similar to the man-eating roses cultivated by the old Duke of Iris, with human blood and ashes in the Rose Manor. Also, because there was little information about Qing Mei circulating outside, she didn't find out that he had accepted students, and she really couldn't match Wen Ci in front of her with someone in the blue and white manor. Wen Ci didn't seem to expect her to ask this question. There was a moment of daze on his face, and he pursed his lips and said, I don't know. Shi Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. If you want to, you want to, and if you don't want to, you don't want to. What does it mean to not know? Wen Ci said hesitantly, I have nothing. I finally escaped from the Qinghua family. I just want to survive, and find my sister who saved me. I never thought about revenge. Then why did you come to me today? Shi Yuan said with a smile. She is good at playing tricks on others, but it doesn't mean she likes others to play tricks on her. She has no privileges for being a naive person, and it's useless to pretend. From the first time they met until now, I'm afraid 9 out of 10 sentences he said were false, and his honest and simple character was even more of a disguise. After all, people are always easy to let down their guard against honest and harmless people. If they have a pitiful life experience, they will unconsciously show pity and lose their due vigilance. Wen Ci said cautiously, I heard that the city lord expelled the Red Fish Chamber of Commerce. I guess you will not stop here. The method to crack the SS-level star array in Jingyun City may help you. He paused for a moment and explained why he could offer a solution. The star array was arranged by the teacher's mother. I have seen the detailed drawings from the teacher. What a coincidence. Shi Yuan lowered her eyes and thought for a while, then waved to Wen Ci and said, Come here. Wen Ci didn't quite understand what she meant, but still put down the teacup in her hand and walked slowly to her. Shi Yuan suddenly raised his hand and controlled the star power to throw Wen Ci hard on the table in front of him. The sudden pain made Wen Ci open his eyes wide, and the cold temperature of the table made him tremble with fear. Shi Yuan saw him trembling slightly, as if frightened by the sudden change, and said quietly with a slightly curved lip, Qing Mei is a lunatic. He likes to hang up girls in their early teens and let their blood flow, and then burn their ashes and scatter them in the flower bed after their blood is drained. You are his student, and you admire him so much. Are you also a lunatic? Wen Ci does not have the strength to be feared by her. Why should she waste time playing tricks with him? Just expose his true face and find out what she wants. The slightly cool fingertips touched Wen Ci's temple, causing his eyebrows to jump suddenly. Before he could react, the bionic mask covering his face revealed a flaw. The feeling of his skin being torn was very uncomfortable, and Wen Ci closed his eyes tightly. When the bionic mask was completely removed, Shi Yuan looked at the extremely ordinary face, even with a large burn on the right cheek, and turned her eyes to look at the tear sliding down the corner of Wen Ci's eye. She whispered, So you are disfigured? There was no warmth in her tone, and she was as cold as a bastard. Wen Ci tried to turn his face away to cover the burned area, but found that the force on his body was so strong that he couldn't move at all, and could only say in a hoarse voice, Sorry, I didn't mean to hide it. Seeing his miserable state, even the hardest-hearted people would have some sympathy. What did he do wrong? He just wore a bionic mask to cover his ugly face. Maybe he also had some tricks to kill someone with a borrowed knife, but who doesn't have selfish motives? How can he always be glorious and upright? Unfortunately, Shi Yuan was not a kind-hearted person. She pinched Wen Ci's chin and forced him to raise his head to face her sight. The dark eyes turned aside in a panic, and the drooping tail of the eyes suddenly looked a little aggrieved. It was obviously an ugly face, but it made people feel reluctant to hurt it for no reason. He really knew how to pretend to be good and clever. Shi Yuan chuckled and told Wen Ci in his slightly panicked eyes, If you really want to live, you won't care about a lifesaver you only met once, when you can't save yourself, let alone expose your outstanding talents. Next time you pretend to be pitiful, remember to hide your ambitions, hide in a place where no one can see, and control everything quietly. Her eyes were full of smiles, and her cold fingertips slid over Wenxi's bumpy face. When he was stiff, she tore off the second simulation mask. Wenxi suddenly clenched his fists. The ugly mask was unveiled, replaced by a gorgeous and almost demonic face. Such a face on a man is somewhat surprising, but it is just right. Perhaps because of the fear of the terrible situation at the moment, the boy's expression was slightly pale, his long eyelashes trembled slightly, and his eyes were full of tears, but he stubbornly refused to let them fall. That beautiful face, because of wearing the bionic mask for a long time, was violently torn off by Shi Yuan, which injured the capillaries on the face and gradually showed a light red color. Shi Yuan had never expected that under the second simulation mask, there would be such a rich and pitiful face, which was in sharp contrast with the ugly face just burned by the fire, creating a great visual contrast. She blinked in surprise, and finally matched the person in front of her with a girl in her memory, who was almost bled to death. Shi Yuan subconsciously said, "Are you a woman?" That was what she saw when she sneaked into Qingmei's residence. 9 girls aged 13 or 14 were wearing skirts embroidered with blue and white marks, tied their hands and hung in the air, blood oozing from their cut ankles, flowing through their exposed feet, and dripping into the shallow channel dug into the blue and white pattern on the ground. They were like crazy believers trying to pray for the evil god's power, and offering sacrifices, waiting hopelessly for the blood in their bodies to drain out drop by drop, and finally being made into fertilizer, and spread in a flower bed full of blue and white flowers. If I remember correctly, the 9 girls were already dead, especially the most beautiful one who was hung in the middle. Her wrists were even cut open to bleed, and when she untied the rope and let her down, her skin was pale and gray and transparent, and her whole body was cold without a trace of temperature. Wenxi originally maintained a pitiful look of being controlled by others, but after hearing her question, his eyes showed a puzzled look, and then he seemed to think of something, and suddenly met Shi Yuan's probing gaze. He had a face that most women could not reach, but it was not so good that people would recognize him as a woman. Would ask like this, unless someone has seen him dressed as a woman or... In a flash, Wenxi grabbed Shi Yuan's wrist and said incredulously, "It's you." The slightly dim eyes lit up with a faint light, not like joy, nor hatred, but more like finally seeing someone who has always wanted to see but has never been found. "Sister?" Wenxi asked tentatively. The overly intimate address made Shi Yuan frown, and at the same time he knew that the question just now exposed his identity. Shi Yuan did not respond to Wenxi's words, and said coldly, "Who are you?" Wenxi saw that her eyebrows were sparse, as if she didn't like his address. Her eyes became dim again, and her voice was full of loss. "Don't you remember me? I and many others were locked up in an underground cell by Qingmei. It was you who opened the cell and saved us. You also accidentally touched the star array set up by Qingmei, and were almost caught by the Qinghua family." This statement was completely different from the previous one, but it left a little impression on Shi Yuan. After killing Qingmei, she searched for valuable items in the house, and accidentally triggered the mechanism, and found that there were many half-grown boys in the underground cell. They also wore robes embroidered with blue and white marks, but unlike the girl who was hung up and bled, the boys all wore blue and white masks and sat at the desk, trying to ignore the disgusting smell of blood in the brightly lit prison to learn about the star array. Blood seeped down from the shallow channel above, and gathered underground to form a strange summoning star array. Above the star array floated a non-existent human figure, emitting a strange tone that was incomprehensible. The scene was too creepy. Shi Yuan still felt that the Qinghua family was filthy and disgusting when he thought about it. There were dozens of teenagers in the underground cell. All of them were as pale as ghosts. Shi Yuan didn't remember them specifically, and because she accidentally touched the dark array set by Qingmei, she couldn't protect herself. She only remembered to grab a teenager and let him take the lead in breaking the star array. Of course, she didn't put her hopes on those half-grown teenagers, but directly planted the rose mark in the blood pool, using the power of the rose totem to suppress the upper position of the blue and white mark, destroying the star array built on the basis of the blue and white power, and escaping before the people of the Qinghua family arrived. She thought that Wenxi might be a teenager in the underground prison that year, but thinking of the ruthless style of the Qinghua family, it is highly likely that they will not spare their lives, and the possibility of these people escaping is very small. In addition, Wenxi didn't say a word of truth, so she didn't believe the excuse of looking for sister, but thought that he was Qingmei's favorite disciple and wanted to avenge his teacher. It was more reasonable. Anyway, he used a fake identity back then, and now he has the Taotai family as his backer. Sure, Yuan is not afraid of the Qinghua family, and is not afraid of offending people. She simply admitted, "It's me. How did you survive?" She just avoided the question, but now she readily admitted it, which made Wen Ci a little unbelievable. He carefully looked at Sure Yuan, trying to find a possibility of lying from her face. Unfortunately, her expression was impeccable, not guilty, and not close, as if it didn't matter whether he believed it or not. Sure Yuan looked down at him, and threw the bionic mask, with excellent texture in his hand, into his arms. "Why? Don't believe it?" Wen Ci whispered, "No. What is your relationship with the girl, who looks exactly like you?" Sure Yuan gave him a reassurance. It's not quite accurate to say that they are exactly the same, and after many years, Wen Ci's face has grown up, no longer looking like 13 or 14 years old. At most they are 70% similar, probably by blood. Wen Ci pursed his lips and said, "She is my sister. We are a branch of the Qinghua family. Our bloodline is already very weak." She awakened the Qinghua mimicry, and her bloodline was strengthened. She was offered as a sacrifice to the Qinghua totem by Qingmei. Qinghua totem. If I remember correctly, Qinghua does not seem to have a totem godhood, and is not an ancient totem. Wen Ci glanced at her secretly, and after she caught his sight, he lowered his head and whispered, "I don't know the details, but Qingmei once respectfully called a phantom summoned by the blood formation the god of totem. The totem summoned by such an evil method is probably not a good thing. How did you survive?" Sure Yuan asked this question again. Wen Ci lowered his eyelids for a long time before saying, "I told him that I got the inheritance of the Qinghua totem." Sure Yuan looked at him with a little surprise. Wen Ci seemed to have given up the idea of playing tricks and said frankly, "I can understand what the phantom said, and can read the ancient star pattern without any obstacles. The dead leaf was not given to me by Qingmei, but the treasure of the Qinghua family. After they knew that I could read the ancient star pattern, they asked me to translate a lot of things, including the content on the dead leaf." At this point, he curved his lower lip in a small arc and said in a just right tone, "I deliberately translated the details wrong for them, and they didn't notice." Sure Yuan also smiled and said, "The things you translated for me, isn't it a little wrong?" Wen Ci didn't expect to shoot himself in the foot, and immediately shook his head like a rattle. "No. I didn't adulterate the things I translated for you. The Qinghua family harmed my sister and imprisoned me. I have a grudge against them, so of course I don't want to work for them. You are different. You are a good person. You saved me, and saved so many people in Qingdi City. I have no reason to lie to you." His voice was very nervous, and his eyes looked at Sure Yuan somewhat helplessly, and he was afraid to look at her, and he didn't know where to put his eyes in a panic. Pure and clear eyes with a gorgeous face. If someone else stood here, I'm afraid it would be difficult to resist such a strong contrast in temperament, and would be impressed by him. It's a pity that Sure Yuan is not romantic. Can someone who can escape from the cannibalistic place of the Qinghua family be a little white rabbit? I'm afraid it's a poisonous poppy. However, the content translated by Wen Ci from the dead leaves was consistent with GCU's translation, so there was no trick. As soon as this thought came up, Sure Yuan couldn't help but frown. Is GCU's translation necessarily correct? When did she trust him so much? She didn't have any doubts from beginning to end, and it was obvious that the dangerous man was the one she should be most vigilant against. It was this moment of distraction that gave Wen Ci the opportunity. He half knelt down and hugged Sure Yuan's waist without saying anything, and said with a little cry, "Sister, I didn't lie to you. I didn't know that the Lord of Silver Moon City was you, so I didn't tell you my true origins." Chapter 181. Sure Yuan was interrupted from her thoughts, frowned slightly, and looked at Wen Ci, who looked pitiful. To be honest, she entered the underground cell by chance, and destroyed the blood array set up by Qingmei out of disgust. In order to save her life, she left alone before the Qinghua family found Qingmei dead, and ignored the group of teenagers who stayed in the cell. She did not save Wen Ci's life at all. No normal person would have too high expectations for such a passerby. It's fine that he called her sister affectionately, but why is he pretending to be pitiful now? She was about to kick him away, but Wen Ci seemed to have sensed her thoughts, so he let go of her hand in advance, knelt straight in front of her, wiped his tears, and said, "Sister, I know you must be suspicious of me, but I really don't want to hurt you. The Golden Carp constellation is so chaotic, and the Qinghua family has been hunting me. They control Jingyan City, and the next step is to swallow up the entire Jingdu star. My origins are unknown, and I can't pass the identity verification. I can only hide quietly in Qingdi City to go to a safer constellation. If it weren't for the Red Fish army attacking the city last time, the people in the city were in danger, and I couldn't stay out of it. I wouldn't have exposed my strength to improve the defensive star array for Qingdi City. Shi Yuan leaned against the desk, crossed his arms, and watched him cry quietly. When CI said hesitantly, "The news that Qingdi City has a defensive star array that can withstand the star wheel cannon will soon spread to the Qinghua family, and they will definitely guess that I am in Qingdi City. I don't want to be caught, and I think the city lord will not compromise with Jingyun City, so I want to present the drawings of the defensive star array to the city lord." A beautiful woman's tears always make people feel pity. Shi Yuan had no intention of pitying her. You can escape from the Qinghua family, so where in the world can you not go? When CI smiled bitterly, escape from the Qinghua family is difficult but also simple. You know, there are star arrays everywhere in the Qinghua manor. Outsiders who enter without guidance may step into the killing array if they are not careful. This is the danger. But I am a star array master. As long as I find the trick, it is not difficult to crack those star arrays. During the 5 years under their control, I have thoroughly understood every star array set up in the Qinghua manor, and quietly changed the core of the array, so that I can escape when the guards are lax. Shi Yuan still didn't buy his account. You hold the Qinghua family. With a treasure of his own and the ability that is not inferior to that of a master of the star array, why not just go and join the Taotai family? Why do you have to stay in this small Qingdi city and seek the protection of an unknown person? When CI was speechless, his eyes blankly stayed in the air for a moment, and he said after realizing it, "What you said seems to make sense." Shi Yuan sneered, leaned over slightly, and lifted the boy's chin, and mercilessly exposed his lies and his stunned and slightly shy expression. "Still pretending? You clearly saw through my identity, and pretending to be pitiful in front of me will get you more rewards than surrendering to the governor of the Taotai family." When CI didn't expect to be seen through so thoroughly, and his body was half stiff. After a long few seconds of silence, he wiped his tears, changed his pitiful appearance just now, and became a little calmer. "You saw through it. I didn't want to expose such a despicable and dirty side to others." He still knelt straight, like a pine tree that refused to be bit by a blizzard, and confessed to Shi Yuan, "I did think about surrendering to the Taotai family, but before I could take action, you occupied Qingdi City and gave all ordinary people a way to survive. The Taotai family is indeed a good backer, but a man is innocent, but guilty of possessing a treasure. How do you know that after I surrender to them, I will not face the same difficulties I encountered in the Qinghua family in the past?" At this point, he smiled self-deprecatingly. "After all, a small person like me has always been just a fish on the chopping board, and has never been qualified to negotiate with the superiors. I don't want to be a chess piece in the hands of others, so I want to stay in Qingdi City and take a look. If I can live a free and stable life, why should I rely on others?" This statement seems much more reasonable and normal than the previous show of weakness and pity. The Red Fish Army's attack on the city happened too suddenly. I couldn't leave at that time, so I could only stay and fight with Qingdi City. I originally thought that if I could save my life, I would leave Qingdi City and go to find the Taotai Legion. At this point, he said helplessly, "The situation has not developed to the worst point. Your origin is far more mysterious than I imagined. You even dared to capture the young master of the Qinghua family. What really made me confirm your identity is the attitude of the Xian family. Looking at the entire Chaos Star domain, there are only a handful of forces that can make the Xian family hesitate to act rashly, and now the Taotai family is gradually recovering the golden carp seat." He raised his head and met Shi Yuan's gaze. "I think about it. Only Ji Qingyuan's identity is the most suitable for you. The Taotai family's vicious reputation is known to everyone in the world. Inu does not belong to any force in the Chaos Star domain, and has launched so many policies to rectify the old system. If she is just an agent of a certain force, she will not and does not need to do such a thing. Only those who want to establish a new order and regard the Golden Carp seat as their own territory will spend a lot of time doing this." Shi Yuan looked at him for a while, and suddenly laughed. "You are very smart." When CI exhaled, "It's just some small thoughts. I'm afraid that many people have begun to doubt your identity besides me. The group of old foxes in the Chaos Star domain are more cunning than each other. Once they are sure that Inu has no connection with the Chaos Star domain, they will soon guess that it is the Taotai family. Ji Qingyuan's identity can't be concealed for long. Then what do you think those people in the Chaos Star domain will react after knowing my identity?" Shi Yuan threw the question to Wen Ci with interest. Wen Ci couldn't guess her thoughts. After thinking about it, he said honestly, "There will be no reaction." "Oh!" Shi Yuan pretended to listen attentively, and wanted to hear his reasons. Wen Ci didn't think she wouldn't be able to think of the answer to this question, but she still explained her thoughts obediently. The Taotai family is indeed a threat to the universe, but it is impossible for them to take down the entire Chaos Star domain on their own. Otherwise, there would not be the Jinli Constellation Rebellion. The major families in the Chaos Star domain have never put themselves in the open. They manipulate the situation in the Jinli constellation by sending agents, or secretly supporting bandits to prevent the Star Crown constellation from controlling the Jinli constellation. The Taotai family can't use those agents and bandits to question the Chaos Star domain. You came to the Golden Sand Ring Zone with a fake identity, probably because you were worried that the various forces in the Chaos Star domain would unite and fight against the Taotai Legion together. As long as you don't reveal your identity, the Chaos Star domain will pretend not to know about this matter, and may even send someone to assassinate you, causing the Jinli constellation to fall into chaos. The death of the pure-blooded Taotai will certainly arouse the anger of Marshal Ji Wu, but the turbulent situation that follows is what every family in the Chaos Star domain that wants to expand outward wants to see. The more chaotic the situation is, the more fat the jackals can get. With the Tianyuan clan in charge, Marshal Ji Wu can't massacre the entire Chaos Star domain no matter how crazy he is. If the Taotai family and the Tianyuan clan can be allowed to fight against each other and both lose, no matter which behemoth falls completely, the hungry jackals will immediately rush up to eat it. The totem covenant of the Yongyao Empire is no longer there. Provoking the Taotai family will not attract another 6 behemoths. The universe will usher in a new pattern, and everyone wants to become the next Taotai family. Chaos. The Chaos Star domain is eager for the arrival of chaos, which is also the root cause of the chaos in the Golden Carp constellation. Shuri Yuan heard his unfinished words and laughed softly. She looked down at the young man kneeling in front of her, and said with a hint of meaning, "The Qinghua family did not train you as an heir, which is really the most stupid thing. With ability, vision, and a clear view of the situation, he knows how to advance and retreat, which is many times better than Yin Jushi. Sure enough, it is difficult to cultivate an excellent heir in a smooth life. All those who crawled out of the quagmire are ruthless." When Ci lowered his eyebrows and eyes and said, "In the mimic family that can inherit by blood, how many people can abandon the natural advantages brought by the purity of blood and judge purely by ability? Even Ji Qingyuan, didn't he replace Ji Qingqi and Ji Qinglan as soon as he returned to Tiandu Star and became the undisputed heir of the Taotai family? This is a world where the strong are respected, and it is also a world where bloodline is the basis of superiority. Pure blood is naturally inferior to other species, and more competitive than ordinary side branches with thin blood." Shuri Yuan did not comment and went back to the original question, "Do you want revenge?" This time, Wen Ci did not talk about other things, and said frankly, "Yes, I dream of crushing the Qinghua family into dust, and there is no possibility of threatening me anymore." This straightforward words fell into Shuri Yuan's ears much more pleasant. "Then I will give you this opportunity. I will take over Jingyun City within 3 days. Can you do it?" Wen Ci said without hesitation, "Yes." Shuri Yuan was quite satisfied with this answer. "Then you pack up and go out with Raven to perform the mission." She raised her hand gently, and an invisible force lifted Wen Ci up from the ground. Wen Ci's shoulders relaxed slightly, and the clothes on his back were almost soaked with sweat. "Anything else?" Shuri Yuan seemed not to notice his little action, and asked indifferently. Wen Ci shook his head, raised his eyes hesitantly, and said hesitantly, I am sincerely looking for you. You should not know that when you destroyed the summoning star array 5 years ago, part of Qinghua's power was placed in me, so I have an extraordinary talent for star arrays, can easily read ancient star patterns, and become the only person alive in the prison." He took a step back, bowed to Shuri Yuan seriously and devoutly, and turned to walk out without waiting for her reaction. When he was about to push the door and leave, he heard someone behind him calling him, "Wait a minute." When Ci stopped and turned around obediently. The woman wearing a bionic mask was still leaning against the table. Her posture was careless, but she asked, "What was your name before?" A person's affection for another person begins with curiosity. When Ci whispered, "Qingqiu, my name is Qingqiu." "Qingqiu." Shuri Yuan slowly read these 2 words and smiled. "I remember." Qingqiu turned around and left the city lord's mansion. When he sat on the star shuttle, the corners of his lips slowly rose, and the tip of his tongue swept across his slightly dry lips, and his beautiful eyebrows and eyes were stained with a touch of unprecedented flamboyance. He repeatedly whispered on his lips, "Ji Qingyuan." He smiled again, "Sister? People don't have only one mask. Just like a bionic mask, you can wear a second one after wearing one. And most people usually trust the liar's next words very much after exposing a lie." Chapter 182. Shuri Yuan originally thought that it would take some time to take over Jingyun City, but Qingqiu's appearance greatly accelerated the progress. He said that he was not aimless when he cracked the SS-level defensive star array of Jingyun City. Sure enough, on the second night of the deadline, the defensive star array that could resist the attack of SS-level alien creatures stopped working. Sure Yuan personally led people to attack Jingyun City, and dealt with a group of people in charge at lightning speed, easily taking control of Jingyun City. The main force of the Jingyun army was still playing guerrilla warfare, with the Qingti army in the White Mist Swamp and the Red Wind Valley. They did not expect that there would be a sudden change in the base camp. When they received the news, it was too late. Jingyun City had already changed hands. Raven changed his previous hide-and-seek fighting method with the Jingyun army, and set up a star wheel cannon to bombard them fiercely. The Jingyun army did not have a general as outstanding and sharp as Wen Yu, and made mistakes in combat decisions. The entire Jingyun army was bombarded by the star wheel cannon and fled in panic. It lost its resistance soon, and became a prisoner of the Qingti army. Before the Qinghua family had time to invest more resources in Jingu Star to deal with Qingti City, they were defeated and abandoned their weapons. The news was passed back to the Chaos Star region, and the head of the Qinghua family was so angry that he overturned the table in the study on the spot. Sure Yuan sat in the top floor office of the Twin Towers, leaning against the soft back of the chair, overlooking the entire Jingyun City. After she led people into the city, she temporarily sealed off the city. The well-connected traffic arteries were now empty. The largest and most prosperous city on Jingu Star was bathed in rare silence, and only occasionally a star shuttle with the Qingti army emblem passed by on the low-altitude route. After finishing the combat mission, Lei Wen and others stood in a row in the office. Shui Qian quietly looked at Qin Qiu, who was standing one step behind the others with his eyebrows lowered and eyes lowered. He put on the bionic mask, with a little paleness in his handsome face again. His well-behaved and simple temperament was no different from before. He was still called Wen Ci to the outside world. Who would have thought that such a young man was a master of star arrays, and it took him less than 2 days to crack the SS-level defensive star array of Jingyun City. If this news spread, it would probably cause a lot of waves in the universe. Wen Yu had a very outstanding performance in this battle, and was qualified to report the mission to Shui Yuan. At this time, he stood on Lei Wen's right hand, and was organizing his words, to give a perfect mission report to draw a perfect end to this operation. There were also several soldiers, who performed well together. Compared with the calm Lei Wen and others, they were obviously a little nervous. When they hung by their sides, they pinched and released them, quietly took deep breaths, and swallowed the excessive saliva secreted due to nervousness. The joy brought by the victory gradually settled down in the quiet atmosphere. Shui Yuan retracted his gaze, tapped the table with his fingers, focused everyone's attention, said some encouraging words, and then signaled Raven to start the mission report. Raven was a graduate of Xingyo Military Academy, and was quite good at this kind of thing. He briefly talked about the gains and losses of this operation, the difficulties encountered and the lucky successes. In less than 5 minutes, he said everything that needed to be said. After that, he had to write a combat report and give targeted solutions to the problems that occurred in this operation. Each person's speech was not long, and in less than an hour, Shui Yuan had almost understood the entire process of the operation. After giving a simple and clear evaluation, she issued a new order. Lei Wen, issue a recruitment notice to the entire Jingu Star. I need to establish a Jingu army. In addition, the defense of the alienated zone cannot be relaxed. The Qinghua family will not easily withdraw from Jingu Star, and will most likely make another move. Shui Qian, you draw up a list for me. The governors of the major cities of Jingu Star should be replaced. I want the policies of Qingti City to be fully implemented throughout the entire Jingu Star within 3 months. Wen Ci, you are responsible for modifying the core of Jingyun City's defensive star array. You cannot let the star array master of the Qinghua family take advantage of the loophole. Wu Chen, you will be in charge of all matters related to the Qingti City's defensive star array. Wen Yu, I will promote you to the rank of major and establish a new Jingyun army. I need them to have the strength to fight the Qingti army in 3 months. One order after another was issued, and Jingu Star, which had been fragmented for several months, finally began to carry out unified and regular production like a huge machine that was reassembled. In less than 3 days, the Qinghua family's counterattack came. The remaining 5 alienated areas of Jingu Star, except for the several alienated areas connected to the safe areas such as Corona Constellation and Baiwu Star, were harassed by bandit forces and black talents entering from the other side of the Star Gate. They did not attack the Qingti army station near the Star Gate head-on, but launched sneak attacks from time to time, plundered the resources mined by the talents of Jingu Star in the alienated areas, and killed them. This sneak attack method is simply hard to defend against, and the Qingti army did not dare to rush to pursue. Because once you enter the alienation zone, you will not only have to face bandits, who may have been lying in ambush, but also dangerous alien creatures, which is several times more difficult than fighting outside the alienation zone. After all, Raven and others have limited combat experience, and they dare not take risks with the Qingti army, which also has limited combat experience. If they fall into the strategy of making a feint to the east and attacking the west, and lose control of the Stargate, the Qinghua family will never be polite, and will definitely let a large number of bandits into Jingu Star, disrupting the social order that is finally stabilized. But blindly defending is not realistic. The alienation zone is in a state of chaos, and the gifted dare not enter it to collect resources, and the resource output of Jingu Star will be greatly reduced. It's okay in the short term, but in the long run, the non-renewable resources in the alienation zone will be looted by bandits, and controlling the Stargate will lose its meaning. Sure, Yuan has never been a character who allows others to bully him, and he can't stand others stealing things from his territory. She asked the more than 300 regular soldiers of the 9th Legion of Taotai to split up into small groups, each of whom led 4 Qingti soldiers into the 5 alienated areas, using the high-level star weapons provided by the Xian family to search for the traces of the bandits, carry out targeted sneak attacks, and take back the resources they had robbed, and plunder in reverse, tit for tat. All the captured bandits had their spiritual power springs destroyed, and were packed and sent to the White Lion constellation to work as miners, and then exchange some mineral resources from Qi Huan, and put them into the market of Jingu Star. Qi Huan was also willing to use the mineral resources from the White Lion constellation to exchange alienated materials with Shi Yuan. After many transactions, the two parties simply signed a trade contract to exempt part of the tax on goods entering and leaving the Stargate and increase trade volume. When Shi Yuan ate meat, he did not forget to bring the Xian family some soup. After reaching a consensus with the head of the Xian family, he wholesaled a large number of star weapons from the Xian family and sold them to White Leo. He also wholesaled a large number of mineral resources from Qi Huan and sold them to the Xian family, forming an effective and convenient market cycle. The Xian family is indeed the largest supplier of star weapons in the universe, but in order to protect the interests of its own Star Martial Arts Chamber of Commerce, the Yongnao Empire will impose high tariffs on the star weapons exported by the Xian family and limit their export volume. Therefore, the Xian family does not make much profit from selling star weapons in the Yongnao Empire. When the head of the Xian family received the star weapon order from the White Lion from Shi Yuan, he took a deep breath, and the dissatisfaction in his heart about being forced to be a younger brother to the Taotai family disappeared. As expected of the Totem family, if they don't make a move, it's fine. Once they make a move, it's comparable to the order volume of the Xian family in the past year. I really can't imagine how much money the Totem Chamber of Commerce can make every year. After careful consideration, the head of the Xian family secretly came to Qingti City again, and gave his stupid son a word of advice, so that he could have some vision. Even if he couldn't become the wife of the Taotai young master, he could at least earn the identity of the young master's lover. Yan Zhuxi rolled his eyes almost to the sky, but he couldn't resist his father in the end, so he was sent to Jingyan City to participate in the SS-level Star Array transformation of Jingyan City. He was not as talented in Star Array as in making star weapons, but he had a father who wanted him to be successful and piled a lot of resources on him. So he had dabbled in star arrays and star seals, and was already a high-level star array master, not inferior to his peers, who were concentrating on studying star arrays, and even better. Seeing Wen Ci surrounded by a group of star array masters, Yan Zhuxi felt a little unhappy. He looked only 5 years old, and although he was sent by the city lord himself to participate in the star array research, not many people took him seriously, and they all focused on their own work. Whereas Yan Zhuxi been treated like this since he was a child, he did not waste time competing with Wen Ci for the recognition of the group of star array masters, and directly sent a title sound to the head of the Xian family. The next day, the head of the Xian family sent 30 real senior star array masters to Jingyan City. Shi Yuan sent them all to Yan Zhuxi, and changed his opinion of the uselessness of the young master Xian. He felt that he could be more competitive, and let the Xian family send more talents. As a result, 2 voices appeared in the star array improvement team of Jingyan City. They slammed the table and pointed at their noses all day long, trying to refute the other party's theory with their own theories, which made a large group of new star array masters who had just joined the Jingyan City Star Pattern Master Association stunned, and their professional quality was also increasing at a visible speed. Not long after, Wu Chen also built the defense star array of Qingti City, and came to Jingyan City with his star array masters. The Star Array Masters with him were not the rookies at the beginning, but also the senior Star Array Masters transferred from the Taotai Corps later. The addition of a third party caused chaos in the Star Array Masters residential area of Jingyan City every day, and different Star Array schools were formed. Sure, Yuan didn't care about them. As long as they did their job well, they could argue as much as they wanted. Whoever had a higher performance would be allocated more by her. While Jingdu Star was thriving, a brand new Star Gate was quietly forming in the forest less than 100 kilometers away from Qingdi City. Sure, Yuan was shocked when she received the news and personally led people to the scene. The frequency of Star Gates forming in the universe is not high. Most of the time, one appears every 10 years. Now it has been less than 2 years since the Star Forest appeared on Xiaomong Star. Logically, a new Star Gate should not appear so quickly. When she arrived, the nearby area had been isolated by Zhuo Qian and his people. Sure, Yuan saw the Star Gate being formed for the first time, and curiosity rarely appeared in his eyes. It was a ball of light, not as dazzling as sunlight, and it was transparent white. If you look closely, you will find that the halo actually has a shape, like a diamond crystal, slowly expanding between contraction and expansion like breathing. The appearance of a new Star Gate means that Jingdu Star will have an additional external channel, and the other planet that this Star Gate leads to will also bring new challenges to Jingdu Star. Where will it be? The southern part of the constellation of Ophiuchus, the Triangle Star region. Ji Qiqi sat in front of the fire, carefully roasting the meat of the exotic beast he had hunted not long ago. There was still dust on his face that had not been wiped off, and the blood stains on his military uniform had dried up. His handsome face no longer had the ease and comfort of a nobleman, but a bit more of the vicissitudes of a soldier. He cut a piece of roasted beast meat into several slices, and just in time saw Gcu, who was also in a mess, coming from a distance, and asked casually, "How is it? What is it?" "It should be a Star Gate that is being formed." Gcu sat down beside him, picked up a piece of beast meat with a bamboo stick, and put it into his mouth, not being polite to him at all. Ji Qingqi was about to eat meat, and he almost lost his grip on the dagger and stabbed his mouth. He immediately turned his head. "Star Gate. Star Gate that is being formed?" Gcu nodded. "We are saved. The Golden Horn Star was completely lost half a month ago, and the Star Gate from the Silver Horn Star to the Wood Horn Star was also seized by the Star Pirates. They became an isolated army, and they have been fighting to exhaustion. Without supplies, they will find it difficult to resist the frequent attacks of the Star Pirates. Hope that this newly formed Star Gate can lead to a planet outside the desolate star field." Chapter 183. It takes time for a Star Gate to form, and this time is usually unpredictable. Sometimes it takes half a year to a year, and sometimes it only takes a few days. You can only wait patiently. Sure, Yuan was not idle either. He had contacted the intelligence network of the Taotai family and Shi Qian to inquire about which planet in the universe had a Star Gate being formed, but he did not receive any news for 3 consecutive days. This situation would happen either because someone deliberately hid it, or the other end of the Star Gate appeared on an uninhabited planet. If it is the latter, the territory of the Jinli constellation will expand, and Jingdu Star can develop new planets. Sure, Yuan is not in a hurry. When the Star Gate is fully formed, the result will be known. Now, he just needs to prepare and defend step by step to avoid a large number of alien creatures from pouring out when the Star Gate is formed, so as not to cause a big mess. The expansion plan of Jingdu Star is underway. In addition to a powerful army, the implementation of the plan also requires indispensable intelligence. Qi Qian's intelligence network in Jinwu and Bale constellations has been perfected, but the White Goat family has only just emerged in other star regions, or has not set foot at all. After careful consideration, Sure Yuan decided to transfer him to the Chaos Star region, taking advantage of the fact that the main attention of the major families is on Jinli constellation, to quickly take root and grow. She believed that with Qi Qian's smoothness and experience, and with her generous financial support, he would soon have a place in the Chaos Star region. As for the intelligence network of Bale constellation and Jinwu constellation, Yunxing and Jing can be responsible for it. The two are not as sharp and sophisticated as Qi Qian, but their abilities are not bad. Since the establishment of the White Goat family, they have been seriously learning how to handle various affairs, and it is more than enough to manage the already formed intelligence network. At the same time, a team of 1,000 people appeared silently in the alienated area of Luoxia Forest, rushing towards the direction of Jingdu Star at a very fast speed. Wen Yu is now in charge of guarding Luoxia Forest. She just received the information reported by the scouts, and before she could react, the mysterious team was like a sharp bayonet, fiercely stabbing into the garrison. In less than half an hour, it swept the entire garrison and seized control of the Star Gate with an unstoppable momentum. This is the second time that Wenyu has been defeated in a battle, even more embarrassing than the last attack on Qingyi City. When she was tied up and brought to the enemy general, she was still unable to wake up from their aggressive offensive. The Qingyi army was established not long ago. Due to the limited quality of the soldiers, the combat power of most soldiers is between level 5 and level 9, and there are not many people with extraordinary combat power. But after the previous operations of encircling and suppressing thieves, and the frequent training of rotating into the alienated area to hunt alien creatures, the Qingyi army has reached the average level of the regular army of the universe. But a team of 5,000 people was beaten by 1,000 people. No, there were only about 500 people who took action, and they were beaten by 500 people without any ability to fight back. When he was in turmoil, the slender woman in tight combat clothes walked around her, touched her chin and said to the handsome young man next to her, "This is too weak, there is really no challenge at all. Isn't it that Lao Mo is old and his eyes are blurry?" The young man was wearing the same combat uniform as her, and shrugged his shoulders after hearing the words. "Do you dare to say this in front of Lao Mo?" The woman immediately clicked her tongue twice. "Forget it, that guy smiles all day long like a good man, but he is not vague when he holds a grudge. I don't want to be remembered by him." The young man reminded, "Before coming here, Lao Mo specifically told you not to cause trouble. Not only did you not contact the Legion commander, but you also made this place look like this." He didn't finish his words, but his meaning was very clear. When you heard this, her brows were already furrowed. She couldn't figure out the origin of this mysterious army, but after the other side attacked the station, they didn't massacre, but knocked out the Qingyi army, leaving the soldiers without combat capability. It didn't quite fit the enemy's style of doing things, but more like a surprise inspection by friendly forces. As expected, the woman's next words were, "What's wrong with me? I just wanted to test the ability of the Qingyi army, which was personally organized by the Legion commander, who knew that they were like a piece of tofu dregs and couldn't even last half an hour under my hands." The young man was speechless. Is it fun to bully children? What level are they? What level are you? If this word gets out, don't let people laugh at you. When you quietly looked at the two people who were bickering in front of her, suppressed the feeling of powerlessness that arose in her heart due to the tragic defeat, and came up with a bold idea. They are the City Lord's people. The dragon-binding formation that trapped the entire Redfish army left a deep impression on Wenyu, and he has not forgotten the mysterious officer who appeared briefly in Qingyi City for a few days and disappeared. Just as he was thinking, the neatly lined soldiers suddenly separated into a path, and the woman and the young man stopped talking at the same time and looked outside the garrison. Wenyu saw her own city lord, who was supposed to be in Jingyun City, walking slowly. When the other party saw her tied up with ropes and kneeling on the ground, he slightly raised his eyebrows. She raised her hand, and the star blade condensed out of thin air flew in front of Wenyu in an instant, trying to cut the ropes on her body. At this moment, a star power barrier that was invisible to the naked eye suddenly rose up, blocking the star blade that was about to cut the rope. The two collided in the air, creating a cool airflow that blew Wenyu's hair. The two forces competed with each other, and neither of them gave in. The strong fighting spirit that burst out was frightening. Wenyu, who was at the core of the competition, was stunned and couldn't help wondering if she had guessed wrong just now. If this mysterious team was the subordinate of the city lord, how could their leader conflict with her? While thinking, Wenyu felt her numb wrists loosened, and the rope that bound her fell softly to the ground, and the block star power circulation in her body returned to normal. Freedom came too suddenly. Wenyu raised her eyes and released her mental perception, and found that the star power barrier that was just evenly matched with the star blade had climbed up the fine and dense spider web. The situation in front of her also made the slender woman raise her eyebrows slightly. Immediately, she raised her lips and smiled, knelt on one knee in front of Shi Yuan with her fist against her chest, put away her cynical attitude just now, and said in a serious tone, "Ling Yao greets the Legion commander." The young men followed closely. "By Hao greets the Legion commander." The two people were two of the 6 deputy Legion commanders of the 9th Legion of Tao Tai. They came to the Golden Carp constellation with the Archon of the Star Crown constellation. In the past 6 months, they have controlled half of the star field of the Golden Carp constellation. I heard that the eldest lady took over the 9th Legion of Tao Tai and led the remaining soldiers to march into the Golden Carp constellation. I have always wanted to meet her, but I haven't found a suitable opportunity. At present, the planets of the Golden Carp constellation except the Golden Sand Ring area have basically restored their original order. When the two heard that the eldest lady needed manpower here, They met with Deputy Legion Commander Mo and brought people here. As mentioned before, the officers and soldiers of the 9th Army of Tao Tai are all troublemakers, and they cannot be subdued without absolute strength. Ling Yao is even more troublesome. After hearing that the eldest lady's fighting power is not inferior to that of Deputy Army Commander Zhao, she wants to try it herself. Ling Yao did not use all her strength in the brief confrontation just now, but not everyone can easily resolve it, especially in just a few seconds. She keenly judged that Shi Yuan's fighting power was above hers, so she was naturally convinced. Shi Yuan did not expect that she had such a hot-tempered personality. She was still testing herself in the last second, and respectfully called the army commander in the next second. She certainly did not mind Ling Yao's little test. She smiled, and lifted them up and exchanged a few words. Now that she controls the Golden Valley Star, the next step is to erode the entire Golden Sand Ring area. The troops in her hands are not enough and not good enough, so she naturally has to dispatch the main force from the 9th Army of Tao Tai to participate in the next action. All the Qingdi soldiers in the garrison were knocked unconscious. Only when you remained awake. Seeing this scene, she was slightly shocked. The title of leader of the Legion is not used by ordinary armies. At least when she was in the Chaos Star region, she had never heard of the private armies of major families calling a general like this. This is a position that only regular legions of the Empire have. When you thought quickly that she might know something extraordinary, she controlled her emotions that were about to run away and silently hid her guess. As cautious as Yin, how could she not know that the title of leader of the Legion might expose her identity? Her subordinates dared to call her like this in front of her, obviously not afraid that she would go out and talk nonsense. Then look at the fainted Qingdi army on the ground. When you didn't dare to have any bad thoughts. Shi Yuan seemed not to notice her chaotic mood, and asked her to rest first, and he took Ling Yao, and by howling to the main tent of the base. She asked about the situation of the governor, and talked about the next march plan. Just as she was about to discuss the next step, Shui Qian sent a message. The Star Gate has been formed. The initial judgment is that it is a rainforest, and it is not clear what level it is. The speed of the Star Gate formation was far beyond Shi Yuan's expectations, and she had to postpone the plan to march to the next planet. She thought about it, and took Ling Yao, and by how directly to the entrance of the Star Gate. Since the Star Gate appeared, Shui Qian and the soldiers of the Tao I Legion have been guarding here, not letting people get close, and avoiding unnecessary trouble caused by the leakage of information. Seeing Ling Yao beside Shi Yuan, Shui Qian was stunned at first, and didn't expect her to come to Jingu Star. When she turned her eyes away, she found Bai Hao walking slowly behind her. Her scalp tightened immediately, and she walked over quickly to salute the three people. City Lord, according to your instructions, I sent a team to check the situation. Everything is normal at present, and no large number of alienated creatures have been found. When the Star Gate is connected to the planet, due to the change of the magnetic field, it is easy to cause a large number of alienated creatures to gather, forming a beast tide to rush out of the alienated area, causing a large-scale beast disaster. If the magnetic field of the alienated area is consistent with the magnetic field of the external planet, this situation will not occur. Shi Yuan nodded. Are there any signs of the appearance of the Star Key? Not every alienated area will form a Star Key, but if a Star Key appears, it means that there are Star Gate relics in the alienated area. Shi Yuan didn't care much about the inheritance in the Star Gate ruins, but he would never allow the Star Key to fall into the hands of others. It was like entering an empty space on Jingu Star. Shui Qian shook her head. Shi Yuan patted her shoulder. You continue to lead people to guard here. We will go in and take a look. It is not certain which planet the other end of the Star Gate is connected to, so the speed of exploring the alienated area must be fast. If there is a Star Key, it will be best to take it. Of course, if there is no Star Key, it is best. Shui Qian nodded in response. Entering the Star Gate, the bright sunlight disappeared, replaced by a gloomy sky. Raindrops fell from the sky, accumulating into puddles of muddy water on the muddy ground. The lush bushes stretched their bodies in the rain, and the sound of frogs came from all directions. Shi Yuan opened the star power shield, and soon noticed something strange. The rain falling from the sky is slightly corrosive, which will not immediately break the star power shield, but it will accelerate the consumption of star power. Ordinary alienated areas rarely have star power erosion formed by such natural conditions. Bai Hao caught a drop of rain and crushed it in his hand, reminding, it is an S-level alienated area. He made a judgment so quickly that Shi Yuan looked at him more. Bai Hao smiled and explained, I have studied this a lot, it should not be wrong. Before Shi Yuan took over the 9th Legion of Tao Tai, he read the information of all officers. Bai Hao is the youngest of the 6 deputy legion commanders, and the weakest one in combat power. This may not be appropriate, because his mimicry is not combat-oriented, but healing-oriented. Soldiers with healing-oriented mimicry are mostly responsible for logistics and rescue work, but Bai Hao is not. He is unwilling to be restricted in combat power and development prospects by mimicry. When upgrading the mimicry level, he did not choose the alienated crystals suitable for him, such as wood and water, but absorbed the rare poison-oriented alienated crystals. Everyone who knew about this thought he was crazy. Isn't it courting death for a non-poison mimic to absorb poison-type alienated crystals? But Bai Hao didn't die. He survived the poison attacks again and successfully guided the mimic mutation, possessing 2 talents, healing and poison. In a serious battle, Bai Hao might not be the opponent of talents of the same level, but if he didn't use any means, a 3rd-level extraordinary talent would be knocked down by his poison. Sure, Yuan nodded. Let's split up and search the entire alienated area as soon as possible. If there is anything, contact Xinghua. Ling Yao and Bai Hao had no objection, and each led a part of the soldiers to search in the other 2 directions. Sure, Yuan glanced at the sky through the rain curtain, touched the kitten that poked its head out from behind her shoulder, and after it rubbed her cheek and made a small howl, she tiptoed onto the tall bushes. The S-level alienated area covers a very large area. Sure, Yuan and others ran for an hour without touching the boundary of the Star Gate. You know, the soldiers of the 9th Legion of Tao Tai who were with her had at least the combat power of the 2nd level of Transcendence, and their marching speed was quite fast. Normally, 1 hour was enough to cross the regular S-level alienation zone. Just when Sure Yuan was considering whether to act alone, the rain suddenly intensified, like a downpour, and the intensity of the corrosive star power doubled. The mental power was compressed to within 100 meters, and could not extend outward. This was not a good sign. Sure Yuan had to stop, and take 200 soldiers to find a place to hide from the rain, and wait for the heavy rain to pass. But there were thunders in the sky, and looking around, there were tall trees everywhere, and there was no place for 200 people to hide from the rain. Not long after, Sure Yuan discovered that when rain fell into the forest, the corrosive substances in the rain would be absorbed by the bark, and the bark would become extremely hard, and even S-level star warriors could not break its defense. She took the soldiers to temporarily hide in this endless rain forest, dispatched some people to be vigilant around, and the rest of the people rested on the spot to restore their physical strength and star power. Sure Yuan had the God Tree Totem, and the Tao Tai Totem to provide star power continuously, and the consumption was not large, so she simply went alone to explore the situation nearby. She found that the rain on the ground that had lost its corrosive power began to gather star power, and gathered into streams, rushing in a certain direction. Suddenly, the God Tree that had been staying in Sure Yuan's spiritual power spring moved. Go! There was no sound, like guidance from the dark. Sure Yuan was shocked. Since the God Tree Totem appeared in her spiritual power spring, he pretended to be dead if he could, and never took the initiative to express anything to her. If he had not given enough benefits, and his power was not biased towards growth and healing, Sure Yuan would not have allowed such a totem of unknown origin to grow in her spiritual power spring. She used the star snail to send a tidal sound to the soldiers, who were resting on the spot, stepped on the wantonly growing shrubs, and quickly approached the place where the streams gathered. At this moment, at the other end of the rainforest, GCU, who was pinching a piece of bark to check, turned around suddenly. Ji Qingqi was startled by his sudden action and asked, "What's wrong?" GCU frowned and thought for a while, then threw the bark in his hand to him. "It seems that something is calling me. I go and see, you be careful." Ji Qingqi quickly grabbed him. "This is an alienated area. What can call you? Don't be something dangerous, you and I." Before he finished speaking, Ji Qingqi looked up in surprise. "I seem to feel it too." The two looked at each other, let the soldiers rest on the spot, and ran one after another to the place where they were guided. The swift wind passed by their ears, heavy rain poured down, and the rumbling thunder sounded like the anger of the gods. Closer, closer and closer. A slender figure broke into their field of vision after crossing the last cluster of tall bushes. Chapter 184. When their eyes met, both sides showed vigilance at the same time, and their respective star powers quietly floated, ready for a conflict at any time. Before they could take action, Ji Qingqi's figure passed through the bushes and appeared in Sure Yuan's field of vision. She raised her eyebrows in surprise. When she looked at the unfamiliar man again, there was a little more scrutiny in her eyes. She knew that GCU led the Baizé Corps to support Ji Qingqi, and she also knew that after that, they were trapped in the Triangle Star field together by the Star Pirates. Ji Qingqi appeared here, and the identity of the person traveling with him. "GCU?" Sure Yuan asked tentatively. She did not use her original voice. If it was really GCU, he would definitely guess who she was immediately. As expected, the man was startled at first, then he smiled. "What are you calling me? You are disrespectful." Chi, Sure Yuan, She was at least 20 years older than this guy in her past and present lives, so how could he say he was disrespectful? While the two were speechless, the kitten half poked its head out of Sure Yuan's pocket, opened its big round eyes, and looked at GCU, who had taken off his guard, seeming to be a little puzzled as to why this strange-looking man made a familiar sound. After observing quietly for 2 seconds, the kitten tilted its head and made a full-throated howl. GCU noticed the kitten when it poked its head out, and now seeing it being fierce to him, he couldn't help laughing and generously threw a piece of S-level alienation crystal to it. The kitten is never polite when it comes to delicious food, and it jumped out of Sure Yuan's pocket with its short legs, accurately grabbed the S-level mutant crystal in the air, but before it fell to the ground, it was caught by Xianzhu, who appeared from nowhere. The kitten held the alien crystal in its mouth and looked down. It happened to see the blood-red ruby on the handle of Xianzhu. Perhaps it thought it was beautiful, so it stretched out its furry short legs and stepped lightly on the ruby. Xianzhu was shaken by it, and almost lost its balance and fell from the air. The kitten also swayed, but its chassis was stable, and it did not fall down. Ji Qingqi saw the interaction between the two, and the corners of his lips rose slightly, and he also called out, "Yuan Yuan." He called the kitten like this many times. The latter looked over and was ready to woof, but with the alien crystal in his mouth, he had to move his little ears to him. Ji Qingqi laughed and waved to Xianzhu, who immediately flew towards him with the kitten. As soon as he approached, the kitten jumped onto Ji Qingqi's shoulder and rubbed his cheek very obediently, with a little look of "I am a good cat," which made people's hearts soften. Without disturbing the three of them loving each other, Sure Yuan looked up and down at his two younger brothers, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. His combat uniform was still intact, but he couldn't hide the tiredness between his eyebrows. His hair was a little messy, and his beard was untidy. It was obvious that he hadn't taken care of his personal hygiene seriously for several days. Sure Yuan met GCU's gaze, and was about to speak when he heard him say first, "Qing Yuan, I'm sorry, I didn't explain the situation to you immediately at Ti Now Star." Although he had apologized on Xinglua, GCU always believed that some things should be said in person, and can't be fooled away. Ji Qingqi heard this, glanced at him, deliberately looked around and said, "Why didn't Lingling catch up? Could it be that she got lost? I go look for her." After saying that, he held the kitten, took Xianzhu, and disappeared from Sure Yuan's sight in a few seconds. Both of them were smart people. How could they not see that Ji Qingqi deliberately left them a space to be alone? Sure Yuan muttered something in his heart, and then looked at GCU, who didn't say anything to embarrass him, just said, "This matter has turned the page, no need to mention it again." GCU followed his advice. "Next time I encounter this situation, I will explain it to you as soon as possible." Sure Yuan. Not necessary. It seemed that explaining to her was a very important thing. She was not the kind of fool who believed everything she heard. How could she turn against him without solid evidence and just based on some speculation? GCU smiled and said, "Yes, I can't fall into other people's tricks to sow discord. I don't want to be your enemy." His tone and demeanor were no different from usual, but somehow, Sure Yuan felt something was strange. But there is a saying that is right. She does not want to be an enemy of GCU. They have no reason to turn against each other, and they even have the same goal. Even if they cannot become like-minded friends, they can at least walk side by side for a while before achieving their goals. Sure Yuan simply said, "Then next time, don't be hypocritical. Don't delay the explanation for 2 or 3 months, when you can explain something in a few words." GCU, The word hypocritical that Ji Qingqi had once put on his forehead hit him in the face again. He rarely felt embarrassed and touched his nose and said, "I remember it." Sure Yuan rarely saw him like this. Although it was a strange and not so handsome face, she seemed to be able to see the real GCU's embarrassed expression. Rare. She raised her lips slightly, and then quickly straightened her expression. "Why are you here? Is the other end of the star gate on the Wooden Horn Star?" She had heard that GCU and Ji Qingqi were trapped on the Wooden Horn Star, but the Snake Lance and the Golden Carp were far apart, and she was out of reach. Besides, with Ji Wu and Qi Jing around, it was impossible for the Star Pirates to expand their territory at will. The danger of the Triangle Star Field would not last too long, so she did not pay too much attention to it. GCU nodded and asked, "Is this the alienation zone connected to the Golden Valley Star?" "Yes." Sure Yuan gave him an affirmative answer. GCU suddenly smiled. Sure Yuan asked curiously, "What's wrong?" GCU did not answer but asked, Is there anything to eat? I'm a little hungry. He walked to Shi Yuan and stood in front of her. The raindrops hit the leaves, making a crackling noise, but his world was very quiet, and his tense nerves were slowly relaxing. The two stood face to face. GCU was a head taller than Shi Yuan. He looked down at her with a serious and focused look, which made her feel at a loss. Shi Yuan looked away and said uncomfortably, "What do you want to eat?" GCU chuckled, "Anything except gerbil meat." During the half-month of being trapped on Muju Star, the supplies were exhausted, and the soldiers could only hunt gerbils to maintain food and clothing. The meat of gerbils was hard and woody, and there was a strong smell of mutton. Even the most skilled cooking masters could not make it into a delicacy. GCU and Ji Qingqi, two young masters who had been pampered for many years, almost vomited. Shi Yuan knew that gerbils were common alien creatures in the desert. They had no edible value. At most, they could fill the stomach. Eating too much would hurt the stomach. She took out a box of juicy star fruits and a whole bag of dried meat from her space ring and handed them to GCU. "Here, Edlit's dried meat, the last bag." GCU expanded his star power shield, enveloping her in his aura, took the dried meat, tore open the package, took out a piece and bit it, squinting his eyes happily. "Edlit's craftsmanship is still the best." Shi Yuan glanced at him, condensed into a star blade to cut the stomach-nourishing star fruit into small pieces, and then sent the fruit box to him. GCU did not eat it immediately, but took a piece of dried meat, and put it to her mouth, raised his eyebrows slightly, and said, "The last bag." Shi Yuan looked at the dried meat close at hand. Although he felt a little strange, he still couldn't resist the temptation of the meat fragrance, lowered his head and bit it, and ate it in a few bites. GCU brought another piece. After eating several pieces in a row, Shi Yuan grabbed GCU's wrist in a bad mood, and put the meat jerky into his mouth. "You think I'm Yuan, who only knows how to eat all day long." GCU bit the meat jerky obediently, and said after eating, Yuan? Shi Yuan made a puzzled sound. GCU laughed again. But he didn't explain why he laughed. Shi Yuan said speechlessly, "I haven't seen you for half a year. What's wrong with you? If you have something to say, just say it, don't play dumb." GCU coughed awkwardly twice, and made excuses for himself. "I want to say that Yuan is not that greedy. When he first fed the little guy with the alienated crystal, it didn't even raise its eyelids, and raised its little chin slightly, very proud. He didn't know when it started, but it no longer disliked his touch. Sometimes, when he touched its soft fur, it would take the initiative to rub its little head against his palm. It was so well behaved that people couldn't let it go." Shi Yuan had no doubts. The kitten was indeed not that greedy. At least when strangers tried to feed it, it didn't even bother to look at it. It was also familiar with GCU, eating and taking food, without any courtesy. The two chatted about Muju Star, Jingdu Star, and Ji Qinglian, regardless of which topic, and could talk about anything. When Ji Qingqi came back with the kitten and Xianju on Lingdang, they saw them sitting on a tree trunk, talking and laughing, and occasionally GCU would feed his sister with dried meat, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. He blinked and gently pulled Lingdang's reins. Lingdang understood and swooped down towards the two, and when it was about to hit them, it raised its front hooves and stopped in the air. GCU almost stood in front of Shi Yuan reflexively. When he realized that it was Ji Qingqi who was playing a prank, he narrowed his eyes dangerously. Ji Qingqi leaned forward as if nothing had happened, took a piece of dried meat, and put it into his mouth. The familiar taste made him sigh comfortably. "It's delicious." Lingling also smelled the smell, twitching her nose, staring at the dried meat in GCU's hand with a sharp gaze. When Ji Qingqi reached out to take the dried meat again, GCU dodged to the side and glared at him. Ji Qingqi didn't care about his little move at all. He took the big box of star fruits handed over by Shi Yuan, and fed one to Lingling, who was drooling with greed. He didn't forget to criticize GCU. "Sister is still good, unlike someone who is stingy and doesn't even want to give me a piece of dried meat." GCU, Is this kid itchy? Chapter 185. When Shi Yuan was at Xiamengsing, he discovered that Ji Qingqi was not as cold as he appeared to be. Due to his personality, he did not like dealing with people. If he could solve the problem by taking action, he would never say a word. However, in front of familiar people, he would often reveal his true nature. When Ji Qingqi was acting like a young master, he would try to trick him into going to the training ground, beat him up openly, bring her some delicious food, and grab GCU's pigtail to tease him mischievously. This kind of close, but not boring way of getting along was something Shi Yuan had never experienced before. Seeing GCU choking, Shi Yuan smiled and fed Lingdang a star fruit. Lingdang had been starving recently. Her originally smooth and translucent mane had become dull, and her hooves, which had always been neat and white, were covered with a lot of dirt. The whole horse had aged by at least one age. It usually doesn't eat star fruits fed by people other than Ji Qingqi, but now it is very familiar with Shi Yuan. It smells the sweet smell at the tip of its nose, rolls its tongue to hold the star fruit, and eats it in a few crunches. It is so happy that the golden horn on its head is brighter. The kitten sat beside its horn and spread its two short legs to chew the alien crystal. Seeing this, it leaned its soft little body over, rubbed the horn twice, and ate it with its short legs up and grunted with relish. It looked so cute that Jisoo couldn't help but reached out and touched its twitching little ears. The kitten paused for a moment, looked up at him, and continued to eat its alien crystal. After a few simple jokes, Ji Qingqi asked, "Qingyuan, how is the situation on Jingu Star?" Shi Yuan talked about the current situation of the Jinsha Ring area and asked, "You came from Muju Star. Have you found any traces of the star key?" Ji Qingqi shook his head. This alienated area is very large. We initially determined it to be S level. We have only explored a small part of it in more than an hour. We want to get some supplies, and see if we can get out of Muju Star and pass on the news here. GCU added some information about the current situation of the Triangle Star Field for him. I don't know what means those star pirates used to block the transmission of the tidal sound in the Triangle Star Field. We still don't know the situation of Qixinyu and others, and we don't know when support will come. The geographical location of the Triangle Star Field is very important. Now a star gate leading to the Golden Carp constellation has been formed. We can't just give up. We need to replenish supplies from you. Originally, if the Triangle Star Field was lost, the southern star field of the Snake Lance constellation would suffer, but the appearance of this ultra-long-distance star gate directly affected the star pirates to the Golden Carp constellation, and the Jinsha Ring area with the most developed transportation in the Golden Carp constellation. Once the Jupiter star is lost, the pirates will cross this rainforest alienation zone to reach the Golden Valley Star, and endanger all constellations through the Golden Valley Star. Obviously, the appearance of this star gate has made the Golden Valley Star leap from the planet at the edge of the Golden Sand Ring Zone to one of the most important strategic geographical locations in the Golden Carp constellation, and even the entire Yongyao Star region. Shi Yuan frowned slightly when he heard this. It's really an internal and external trouble. The problem of the Golden Carp constellation has not been solved yet, and the problem of the pirates has come again. She is better at solving problems than complaining. I will contact people to prepare supplies for you immediately. Don't spread the news about what happened in this alienation zone for the time being. Jingu Star must be defended, and Muju Star cannot be lost. GCU nodded. This is not a problem. The 10th Taotai Corps led by Ji Qingqi is extremely powerful, and it is difficult for the star pirates to swallow them in one bite. This is why they adopted the method of cutting off the supply route and trap them on Muju Star, preparing to launch a general attack when their supplies are exhausted. The Baizei Corps has also matured in the experience of recent months. Although it is not as powerful as the famous Taotai Corps, it is not inferior to the affiliated regular army of the Totem family. The cooperation between the two sides is more than enough to defend Muju Star, as long as the leader is not a strong man from the Holy Land. Shi Yuan asked again, "Can your star conch be used now?" She took out her star conch and sent the sound of the tide without any problem, but GCU and Ji Qingqi shook their heads at the same time. GCU said, "When we entered the alienation zone, we tried to send the sound of tides to the outside world, but we didn't get any response, and the same is true now. It is obvious that the star pirates did not simply block the transmission of the sound of tides, but damaged the star conch." Shi Yuan took GCU's star conch and looked at it. She found nothing unusual. She tried to send the sound of tides with her own star conch, but couldn't receive it. The star conch is the safest information exchange tool in the universe. It is not subject to any conditions, and will not be intercepted by anyone. It is not only a treasure in the palm of the hand of criminals, but also the favorite of major forces. The star conch can be tampered with and destroyed, but how did the star pirates damage it without touching it? While thinking, the sacred tree in Shi Yuan's spiritual power spring moved again. A light green star power emerged along her fingertips, and drilled into the star conch lying quietly in her palm. The kitten sitting on Lingdong's head seemed to have sensed something, and stopped chewing the alien crystal. It immediately stood up, kicked its short legs and jumped onto Shi Yuan's wrist, leaned down slightly, put its nose in front of the star snail, and sniffed left and right. Its actions attracted the attention of the three people. Ji Qingqi asked curiously, "What's wrong? Did Yuan find anything?" As soon as the voice fell, a light black star power rushed out of the star snail without warning, and the light green star power that had just entered flew out after it. The kitten was prepared, and bit the light black star power that was about to escape, and chewed it twice, and swallowed it into its stomach. The speed between flying and jumping was too fast. Before the three people could see the light black star power clearly, it was swallowed by the kitten, and they looked at each other for a while. The kitten burped, swayed in Yuan's palm like a drunk, and lay down lazily. The light green star power that lost its target turned twice in the air, turned into a flexible green leaf, and hit its forehead. At the same time, the kitten's pure white fur was covered with a layer of light green light, flashing a few times like breathing, and gradually calmed down. Ji Qingqi glanced at his sister, who frowned slightly, and hesitated. Just eat it. Although he awakened the subspecies Taotai mimicry, Ji Wu treated all children equally. He must learn what he should learn and read the information he should read. Ji Qingqi knew a lot of secrets related to pure-blooded Taotai, but the situation just now was really beyond his cognition. Taotia's devouring talent doesn't seem to include devouring black star power, right? Yes. The star power that just flew out of the star snail is the black star power that can quickly increase the level of the gifted person and make him become manic and irritable. This kind of star power is everywhere in the desolate star field. Normal talents, who don't want to become black talents, cannot absorb the star power in the air, and can only rely on alienated crystals to replenish the star power loss. Ji Qingqi thought about it carefully, and felt that the black star power just now was different from the ordinary black star power. After all, he had never heard that black star power could damage the star snail. Yuan didn't intend to reveal too many secrets. He didn't mention Taotai swallowing, a talent that had never appeared in the historical materials of the Taotai family, but put the blame on the sacred tree totem. It should be related to the inheritance power I got in the Biqiong Sea. Anyway, GCU and Ji Qingqi knew that she got the inheritance of the sacred tree, so she was not afraid of them knowing it. It was indeed the power of the sacred tree that worked just now. Ji Qingqi heard this and stopped asking. GCU looked at the kitten lying in Yuan's palm with its limbs spread out, looking full, and gently held one of its short legs and squeezed it. Does it have any effect on it? Yuan shook his head. The kitten is very good at seeking benefits and avoiding harm, and with the care of the Taotai totem, it will not eat things that it cannot digest. GCU felt relieved and took back the star snail to try to send the sound of the tide. This time it worked, and a bunch of messages rushed out, which were the sound of the tide that had been lost in the sea for some time. After taking the kitten back to the spiritual power spring, Yuan took the initiative to say, I will prepare another batch of star snails for you. Please take the batch with problems, and bring it to me. I will see if I can analyze the reason why the black star power affects the transmission of the sound of the tide. You should also be careful not to be affected by it. Ji Qingqi responded with a yes. The desolate star region has always been a mysterious existence. No one knows how vast it is. Someone once wanted to draw a complete map of the desolate star region, but they never appeared again after they went deep into the desolate star region. Yuan Qin's disappearance and the sudden rise of the star pirates made Yuan have a bad feeling. The three discussed some follow-up matters. Ling Yao and Bai Hao, who received Yuan's message, came to meet up first with the materials they could raise. They were stunned when they saw Ji Qingqi, who looked embarrassed, and then realized that the other entrance to this rainforest alienation area was on the Wooden Horn Star, and they took a breath of cold air one after another. The Golden Carp constellation and the Triangle Star region are separated by the entire Corona constellation, 2/3 of the Serpent Lance constellation, and most of the Cloud Crane constellation. The universe has never had a star gate that spans such a long distance before. Ji Qingqi knew the two of them, and after a simple greeting, he took the materials and returned to the Wooden Horn Star with GCU. As for GCU, he also knew them, but he was still hiding his identity, and simply nodded as a greeting. Watching the two leave, Ling Yao couldn't help but say, Captain, this star gate appeared simply. Too bad. Yuan knew what she meant. I will report this to my mother. The most urgent thing is to search the entire alienation zone to see if there are other star gates. This must be controlled by us, and other forces must not be allowed to intervene. Most of the star gates that have appeared in the universe are two-way star gates, connecting two planets. There are also one-way star gates, similar to the alienation zone used by Xingyao Military Academy for military cadets to train, and there are very few multi-directional star gates, such as the Xingqiang Grand Canyon that connects multiple planets at the same time. Ling Yao and Bai Hao both realized the seriousness of the matter, and did not dare to delay for a moment, and continued to lead people to conduct a carpet search. Yuan contacted Zhuo Qian and asked her to prepare supplies as quickly as possible to support the Tao I 10th Legion and Baizé Legion in the battle on Muju Star. At this moment, in the unknown darkness of the desolate star field, under a waterfall, a slender figure holding a sword slowly opened his eyes, and tiny black stars spread from the bottom of his eyes, revealing a dangerous chill. The man pursed his thin lips and lowered his eyes to look at the stream rolling forward. After a while, a wicked dragon covered with black hair turned out from the water, came under the rock where he stood, coiled on the pair of black and gold brocade boots, and meandered all the way up, climbing over the tight and powerful back, and finally stopped beside the man's ear, making a low dragon roar. Chapter 186. The appearance of a star gate leading to the Triangle Star region on Jingu Star has both advantages and disadvantages. The Triangle Star region is an important pass in the southern part of the Snake Lance to resist the invasion of star pirates. There are many star gates leading to the desolate star region, but there are only a few star gates leading to the safe star region. That is why the star pirates were so easy to cut off the connection between the Wooden Horn Star and the outside world this time, and wanted to exhaust the 10th Tao Tai Legion. The appearance of this stargate now not only gives the soldiers stationed on the Wooden Horn Star an additional retreat route, but also allows them to obtain stable supplies during wartime, especially when Shi Yuan is the backup and can directly dispatch the Tao Tai Legion for support. The risk of losing is greatly reduced. The supplies that Shi Yuan gave Ji Qingqi were all the supplies that the 9th Tao Tai Legion brought before they came. Needless to say, the quality of various weapons and equipment is enough for them to use on the battlefield of the Wooden Horn Star. The supply of weapons alone is obviously not enough. The 10th Tao Tai Legion has almost consumed supplies such as medicines, and needs to be replenished. After a careful calculation, Shi Yuan suddenly felt pressure. The problem of the Golden Carp constellation has not been solved. Most planets have experienced this turmoil, and all resources have been almost looted. As wanted criminals and black talents flee from the Golden Carp constellation, a considerable part of the resources flow to the Chaos Star domain and fall into the pockets of the 10 major families. After carefully sorting out the current situation, Shi Yuan first contacted Ji Wu and informed him of the situation of Jingu Star and Muju Star, preparing to dispatch the Tao Tai Chamber of Commerce from Xingguan constellation to transport the materials needed by Ji Qingqi to overcome the current difficulties. After Ji Wu reconnected with Ji Qingqi and GCU, he had learned about the situation in the Triangle Star domain and had no objection to Shi Yuan's arrangement. He secretly dispatched the Tao Tai 6th Corps, which was mainly responsible for logistics, to Jingu Star to guard the entrance of the Star Gate to ensure the smooth supply of materials. The alienated area in the Star Gate was named Erosion Rainforest by Shi Yuan. In addition, Shi Yuan ordered a batch of S-level and even SS-level star weapons from the Xian family for the 10th Legion of Tao Tai and the Baizé Legion at a very favorable price, and gave 2/3 of the Star Wheel cannons on hand to Ji Qingqi and GCU. The Star Wheel cannon is an SS-level star weapon with great power. The alienated crystals consumed by firing Star Wheel bombs are also considerable. Alienated crystals below S level cannot even make it fire. Although the expensive firing cost makes it difficult to use on a large scale and in large quantities, it can play a very important role at critical moments. In view of the fact that the Star Conchs of GCU and others were tampered with by the Star Pirates without knowing it, Shi Yuan decided to go to Muju Star in person to see if he could find out the problem. So, after the 6th Legion of Tao Tai arrived at Jingu Star with a large number of supplies, Shi Yuan temporarily put aside the things at hand and crossed the Erosion Rainforest to Muju Star. The climate of the Jupiter Star is very dry, which is completely different from the Erosion Forest. Looking out from the Star Gate, there is loess and rocks everywhere. Looking further away, there is an endless desert with faint sandstorms. GCU heard that she was coming and waited here early in the morning. Both of them disguised themselves and didn't want to be too intimate. They greeted each other in a proper manner and went to the tent at the base together. The soldiers of the 6th Legion of Tao Tai began to distribute basic supplies. Whether it was the 10th Legion of Tao Tai or the Baizé Legion, each combat unit received the same supplies, which aroused the doubts and surprises of many soldiers of the Baizé Legion. On the surface, the Baizé Legion belonged to the Yunhe constellation and was under the jurisdiction of the Tongxi royal family. During the period of fighting in the Triangle Star field, although the Tingsha family also provided them with supplies, it was not comparable to the 10th Legion of Tao Tai. It's not the first time that the Baizé Corps has been treated differently. When they were under the jurisdiction of the Jinwu Corps, they could only take the leftover supplies from the Jinwu Corps. It was only later when GCU and Ji Qingqi met that Ji Qingqi treated the two corps equally and moved the supplies of the 10th Corps of Tao Tai to the Baizé Corps, and the Physique Corps was able to fight a relatively prosperous war. They were also led by GCU to rob the Star Pirates in reverse, fighting to support the war. Boxes of supplies were piled on the ground. When the boxes were opened, they were complete sets of S-level Star armor and Star weapons, which made the soldiers of the Physique Corps stare with their eyes wide open. Hearing the boiling cheers in the camp, GCU handed a cup of hot water to Shuri Yuan. "How long will you stay here?" Shuri Yuan took a sip of the water. "One day." The recovered kitten jumped off her shoulder, sniffing the dry air left and right, looking like a little guy working seriously. Shuri Yuan said, "I read the information of Juju Star before I came here. 3 months ago, the content of black star power in the air was only 11.2%. Now I roughly feel that it has exceeded 20%. Talented people below the extraordinary realm will easily lose their minds if they stay here for a long time." GCU nodded. Talented people in the extraordinary realm cannot stay here for a long time. Now we have to spend a lot of alienation crystals every month on refining star power. Refining star power is to extract star power impurities in the body of the talent by absorbing fire or thunder star power, which has the effect of expelling black star power. This method is only useful for people who are not deeply affected by black star power, and it consumes a lot of alienation crystals. Shuri Yuan raised her hand, and the light green star power gathered in her palm. The black star power floating in the air was like a frightened fish, retreating to all directions. The light green star power did not give up because of their evasion, but quickly flew into the air, forming a spherical star power weave, trapping the black star power that had no time to escape and compressing it inward. The black star power had nowhere to escape, and it gathered from the hazy gray that was hard to see with the naked eye into a thin light black. The kitten immediately raised its head, kicked up its short legs, and bit the black star power that was floating in the air like a headless fly. The black star power was bitten by it, and tried to struggle twice but failed to escape, and was swallowed into its stomach. The light green star power completed its mission, and returned to the kitten's body. Its hair was like the black star power that escaped from the star snail before, with a faint green light. This time, the kitten did not burp because of being full, but jumped back to Shuri Yuan's shoulder with vigor, and rubbed her side face with its head affectionately. This scene was seen by GCU. He frowned slightly, released his mental power and star power, and tried to gather the black star power floating in the air, but he couldn't do it at all. Obviously, the light green star power released by Shuri Yuan is special, and only it can expel the black star power. She gave her own judgment. If I'm not wrong, the star snail cannot be used because it has been in the current environment for a long time. These black star powers will silently affect the surrounding things. GCU frowned even more. The situation is tense now, and we can't rotate on duty. All along, the major fortresses in the Triangle Star region have adopted a rotation garrison system, once every 4 months, to prevent the soldiers from being in an environment with black star power for a long time and degenerating into black talents. Before Shuri Yuan came here, he had guessed about the situation here, and naturally thought about how to solve this problem. "I have a way." GCU looked over. Shuri Yuan took out a blueprint from the space ring and threw it to him. GCU took the blueprint and looked at it carefully, and found that it was a star array. He had dabbled in the various uses of star patterns, and immediately saw the function of this star array, and raised his head in surprise. "Isolation?" Shuri Yuan spread his hands. "To be precise, it is purification. Most of the alienated areas in the universe are within the Stargate, but there are also quite a few alienated areas directly exposed on the planet, such as the Bloody Forbidden Land adjacent to Xingyao Military Academy. The Bloody Forbidden Land is expanding outward every year, and Xingyao Military Academy chooses to effectively control it by hunting high-level alienated creatures. In addition to hunting high-level alienated creatures, there is actually another way to curb their growth: arranging an isolation star array. That is, to arrange a large star array that can cover the entire Blood Forbidden Land, isolate it from the outside, so that it cannot absorb ordinary star power and convert it into black star power, and expand outward. However, black star power is very corrosive, and the isolation star array needs to consume a large amount of alienation crystals to maintain normal operation. This method is too costly, and was abandoned by Xingyao Military Academy. GCU was quick-witted and guessed Shuri Yuan's idea at once. "You mean to arrange a large star array that isolates black star power for the soldiers to rest, and the core of the star array uses the special star power you have. It's easy to talk to smart people." Shuri Yuan nodded, released a ray of light green star power, and controlled it to float in front of GCU. "It can move freely without me. I will leave some at the core of the star array, and let them drive the black star power together." I will bring Yuan here every 3 days to get rid of the black star power. GCU looked at the light green star power that exuded vitality, and stretched out his fingertips to touch it. But as soon as he touched the star power filaments, a tingling pain came from his fingertips, and instantly spread to his heart, like a sharp blade piercing, making him almost unbearable. GCU suppressed the urge to withdraw his hand, just flexed his fingers, avoided the light green star power, and said calmly, "Will it be too troublesome?" Sure, Yuan did not notice his abnormality. No, with a star ship, it only takes more than an hour to go back and forth. She continued, "I have no experience in arranging such a large star array, and I am not too confident to hand it over to others. If possible, it is best for you to be in charge. In addition, I want to build a chain star array at the Star Gate and turn it into a defensive fortress." This was inspired by the Qinghua family's construction of large defensive star arrays at the entrances of various alienated areas on Jingu Star. With the star wheel cannon in hand, building a large defensive star array is not afraid of star pirates' strong attacks, and can guard the Star Gate to the maximum extent. GCU imagined the grand plan she had described. The chain defense star array plus the isolation star array that purifies the black star power, and the continuous supply of materials, can indeed make this place a strategic fortress. It should be no problem. I will discuss the specific arrangements with Qinchi later. He lowered his head and drank a sip of hot water, as if nothing had happened just now. The light green star power wandered in the air, and once again caught a trace of light black star power. The kitten and it had a tacit understanding, and ate it again. GC watched it jumping around in the tent in high spirits, silently twisted his slightly numb fingertips, and a smile appeared on his lips. It seems to be more energetic than before. Sure, Yuan said helplessly. Since I went to Jingu Star, I have no time to play with it, and it is not good to let it run around. It will make it sick. The kitten heard them talking about him, and turned around while chewing the black star power. It tilted its head, and thought for a while, then jumped in front of GCU and hid in his pocket. Both of them were stunned. Chapter 187. The fortress construction method proposed by Shi Yuan is very feasible, and once built, it can greatly relieve the defense pressure of the 10th Legion of Tao Tai. Especially the erosion wood rainforest is an S-level alienation area, where there are a large number of S-level alienated creatures. When the 10th Legion of Tao Tai lacks high-level alienated crystals, it can directly enter the erosion wood rainforest to hunt alienated creatures to replenish supplies. After discussing with GCU, Qinchi agreed to this matter, and took advantage of the fact that the Star Pirates did not know that there was an extra Star Gate on Muju Star, and led the 9th Legion of Tao Tai to launch sneak attacks on the Star Pirates one after another, creating the illusion that they were out of ammunition and food, and could not wait to seize supplies, trying to find a breakthrough. At the same time, GCU changed his disguise, and followed Shi Yuan to Jingyan City to prepare for the layout of the isolation star array. Shi Yuan was speechless about the kitten's behavior of staying in his pocket, and not being able to get out no matter how hard he tried, and then simply ignored it. GCU was very happy, and was generous with the S-level alienation crystals, feeding it one by one as if it was free. Shi Yuan had a lot of things to do, and had no time to keep an eye on them. Anyway, GCU was cautious, and would not easily reveal his whereabouts, so she didn't need to worry about him being recognized and causing unnecessary trouble. GCU wanted to go to the Star Array Master Station in Jingyan City to take a look, and by the way, select some Star Array Masters, who could help him set up the isolation Star Array. Shi Yuan certainly would not object, and was about to ask someone to take him there, when the office communicator sent a message prompting that when CI was waiting outside. She simply asked someone to come in. GC was quite curious about her experience on Jingu Star, and had no intention of avoiding suspicion at all. He sat at the reception table next to the floor-to-ceiling window, and slowly brewed tea. When CI and Yin Jushi came in, they saw a young man, with ordinary appearance, but outstanding temperament bathing in the afternoon sun, washing tea sets with hot water in an elegant posture, and a palm-sized white cat lying beside his hand snoring. This scene made the two people who didn't know what was going on stunned, and they reflexively looked at Shi Yuan, who was sitting at the desk signing documents. They all knew that Yin was Ji Qing Yuan, so they naturally recognized that the kitten was her mimicry, and it was the notorious pure-blooded Tao Tai in the universe. Who would have thought that a vicious Tao Tai would lie so obediently beside the hand of a non-master, like a real little kitten, and when the other party was bewitched by its cute appearance and reached out to touch it, there was no resistance. Shi Yuan looked up at them. Didn't you say you had something to report? What are you standing there for? When Ci quickly retracted his gaze, hiding the surprise and complexity in his eyes, and respectfully called the city lord. Yin Jushi is not as good at pretending as he is. Ever since he was told by the head of Xian family to show his value, he often showed up in front of Shi Yuan, and took advantage of his 5-year-old body to act like a spoiled child to her again and again. Shi Yuan was too lazy to expose his little thoughts, and did not say anything about his coquetry. This time, Yin Jushi also pretended to be cute, pouted and pointed at Wen Ci to complain. He bullied me. His tone was too intimate, which attracted GCU's sidelong glance. After just a few seconds of observation, he recognized Yin Jushi's identity, and slightly raised his eyebrows at an angle that Shi Yuan could not see. Shi Yuan seemed to be naturally immune to cute human cubs, and said without even raising his head, "Speak human language." This was not the first time that Yin Jushi had flirted with a blind man. She continued to act cute according to her father's instructions. The original defensive star array of Jingyan City had a single purpose. I thought it could add offensive functions to some areas, but President Wen thought that pure defense was enough, and he even mocked me for having a brain the size of a peanut kernel. It's fine if he disagrees with my direction of improvement, but why did he attack me personally? I didn't even laugh at his ugliness. Shi Yuan, Wen Ci pursed his lips. With obvious uneasiness in his tone, Vice President Yin must have misunderstood. I never ridiculed him, let alone said that his brain is only the size of a peanut kernel. He paused deliberately, looked at Shi Yuan with tears in his eyes, and said meaningfully, "The city lord has seen my appearance, and it is not ugly at all. I hope Vice President Yin will not bring personal emotions to work and drag me to the city lord for such a small matter. The city lord is busy with all kinds of things. How can he have so much time to waste on the conflict between you and me?" Shi Yuan, What is going on? Yin Jushi is obviously not Wen Ci's opponent. He was very angry at his insinuations, and said with a frown, "Why are you pretending? If you have the guts, tell the city lord what you said in my ear." Wen Ci continued to pretend to be innocent. "What did I say in your ear?" Yin Jushi was angry, and didn't want to repeat Wen Ci's mocking words in front of the strange man by the window. She barked and ran to Shi Yuan's feet, hugging her knees and crying. "Father said that if you encounter something you can't handle, you can cry to Ji Qingyuan. Ji Qingyuan still needs the Xian family. As long as the trouble he made didn't step on Ji Qingyuan's bottom line, Ji Qingyuan wouldn't really do anything to him. If he was really wronged in some things, Ji Qingyuan would not only not wrong him, but also help him vent his anger. Yin Jushi has a bad temper, but he never disregards his father's words. He knows very well that his father is the only one in the world who will not harm him. These two actors are getting more and more addicted to acting, right?" Shi Yuan was about to lift Yin Jushi away from his feet, when a slender hand reached out and mercilessly lifted him up by the back of his collar. Yin Jushi was startled when his body suddenly flew into the air. He fluttered his limbs, but before he could react to whether Shi Yuan had done it, he flew backwards as if he had lost weight and landed on a chair next to the desk. He turned more than 10 times under the action of the pulley, and almost fainted. Shi Yuan's raised hand stopped in midair, and he glanced hesitantly at GCU, who had come over at some point. GCU seemed unaware, and put the brewed hot tea on the desk, looking decent and calm, as if he had done nothing just now. "Here." Wen Ci's eyes fell on him again, and after a glance, he looked at the tea rising from the table. The fragrance was refreshing and sweet, and just smelling the tea fragrance made people feel relaxed and happy. It is the Yunding Luqing, a specialty of Tiandu Star, which is only provided to the core members of the Taotai family. Ordinary people can hardly buy a cup even if they spend a sky-high price. This person not only stayed in Ji Qingyuan's office when she met with her subordinates, but also dared to swagger and interfere in her affairs. "Who is it?" Wen Ci looked at GCU's ordinary face without leaving any traces, trying to find the corresponding person in his memory. Unfortunately, he didn't find it. He immediately realized that the man in front of him was also wearing a bionic mask, covering his true appearance. Shi Yuan saw GCU put down the teacup and went back to sit down, and it was not good to ask him why he suddenly came in front of two outsiders. She glanced at Yin Jushi, who was slumped in the chair and had not yet recovered, and said indifferently, "Speak nicely, don't act pitiful, don't get too close to me, or I will pack up and send you back." Yin Jushi's head was still dizzy. He was caught off guard by these words. The words "pack up" and "send you back" kept circling over his head. He finally understood the meaning of Shi Yuan's words, and almost fell off the chair. He felt wronged and looked at Shi Yuan pitifully. Seeing that she was unmoved, he had to turn his head, and glared at Wen Ci fiercely. Wen Ci looked at his nose and his heart, with an expression of "You can glare at me as much as you want, you can slander me as much as you want, anyway, I have a clear conscience, which almost made Yin Jushi fall backwards in anger. Why didn't he realize before that this kid was so good at pretending? If he looked pitiful, it would be fine to put on such a posture. After all, it would be pleasing to the eye. In fact, there was nothing to praise about his appearance. He was far inferior to me. What kind of beauty had Ji Qingyuan not seen? Could you drink his mediocre green tea? Don't make a fool of yourself. When he smelled the faint fragrance of Yunding Luqing, Yin Jushi realized that the person who had just picked him up was not Ji Qingyuan, and suddenly looked at Ji Siyu, who was drinking tea leisurely. Where did this kid come from? As if he noticed his gaze, the man turned his head slightly. A very simple look, without any emotion, just like looking at an insignificant dust, could not stir up any waves in his heart. High and mighty, full of contempt. Yin Jushi felt a blockage in his heart, and gnashed his teeth secretly. Ji Qingyuan is so attractive? No, why are there so many people in the world who want to get something for nothing? Is the position of the wife of the Taotai young master so attractive? Yin Jushi didn't say anything, but the word rebellious was written all over her body. When Ci calmly withdrew his eyes from looking at Ji Siyu, and said to Shi Yuan, City Lord, I have a slightly different opinion on what Vice President Yin just said. Jingyan City is located in the plains, and is the first of the 10 main cities of Jingdu Star. If it is really besieged, it will not be able to hold out for long. Instead of transforming the current all-defense star array into an offensive and defensive star array, it is better to change the core settings according to the original design, mainly to resist the impact of the beast tide. He made sense and displayed the light brain, listed the benefits of transforming the star array, the cost comparison chart, and refuted the waste of the offensive and defensive star array. He didn't say a word to belittle Yin Jushi, but criticized the other party's assumed transformation opinions as useless. Yin Jushi couldn't help but retort, what if we encounter a situation of separatism in the future? Jingyan City must have the ability to protect itself. When Ci said indifferently, do you think that with the city lord here, Jinli Seat will still be divided by various forces? The fundamental reason for the chaos in the order of Jinli Seat is that Yongnao Empire regards it as a buffer zone with a chaotic star field and does not strictly manage it. In order to compete for interests, the nobles have placed their own people in Jinli Seat to gain benefits for their families and destroy the social ecology of Jinli Seat. Now, Jinli Seat has been included in the jurisdiction of Taoai family, and Ji Qingyuan has been sent to rectify and implement a series of new policies. The attitude is self-evident. Taoai family wants to build Jinli Seat into the second Xingwan seat. Looking at the importance Ji Qingyuan attaches to the army after arriving at Jingdu Star, it is possible that she will have a second Taotai corps in the future. One Taotai army has already intimidated the world. If a second army comes, who dares to compete with the Taotai family, if nothing unexpected happens, the rise of the Taotai family is unstoppable, and the glory of the Tongxi royal family is about to come to an end. When Ci didn't say it out loud, but Yin Jushi wasn't a fool, so how could she not hear the hidden meaning in his words? She bit her lip and cursed him as a flatterer in her heart, but she didn't argue anymore. Seeing that he had stopped, Shi Yuan felt that what Ci said made sense, but she didn't express her opinion directly, but pointed at Ji Siyu. It's up to him to decide how to change it. Ji Siyu heard her point to him, put down the teacup in his hand, and smiled gently at the two of them. Hello, my name is Ji Yu, and I'm also a star array master. His attitude was too calm and frank. He introduced himself, but didn't say what level of star array master he was. Shi Yuan handed the dispute between the two to him for arbitration, which made people want to know his true identity. When Ci introduced himself appropriately, Yin Jushi greeted him reluctantly. Shi Yuan didn't want to deal with green tea and troublemaker anymore, so he waved his hand and said, whatever he says, we do it. If anyone objects, I pack him up and send him out. The word out established Ji Siyu's right to speak. He raised his lips and smiled like a spring breeze, made a gesture of invitation to the two, picked up the kitten lying on the tea table, and didn't like to move, and put it in his pocket in the shocked eyes of Ci and Yin Jushi. The kitten woke up a little, poked half of its head out of his pocket, looked left and right, and when it saw that it was going out, it retracted into the pocket, turned over and continued to sleep. Chapter 188. When the office quieted down, Shi Yuan stretched and sighed that they were not easy to deal with. She thought that her cheap brother could deal with Ci and Yin Jushi with just a flick of his finger, so she let him go without worry and focused on the business. She summoned Ling Yao and others to prepare for a combat meeting, and put the matter of recovering the next planet on the agenda. Ling Yao, and by how he completed a comprehensive search of the erosion rainforest, and found no star key or star gate to other planets. At present, it can be confirmed that the erosion rainforest only connects Jingdu Star and Muju Star, and there is no hidden danger of third-party intervention. This is undoubtedly good news. Sure, Yuan does not need to divide his attention to solve more variables. After leaving the top-floor office of the Twin Towers, Wen Ci took a slightly bigger step, walked beside GCU from a position one step behind, and asked tentatively, "May I ask, what level of Star Array Master is Mr. G?" GCU glanced at him, still with the same gentle and calm attitude as before. "I am a self-taught person, I have never taken the exam, but I know a little bit of star arrays of all levels." This is interesting. Star Array Masters, who are self-taught, are mostly synonymous with weak foundation and poor ability. They have not taken the exam. The Yongyao Empire holds a Star Array Master qualification exam every year. You can participate by paying the registration fee. Under normal circumstances, how could you not take the exam? But he ended with a sentence, "I know a little bit of star arrays of all levels," which made the previous two sentences quite intriguing. The star arrays of the universe are divided into levels from D to 3S. A senior Star Array Master must be able to at least arrange a small S-class star array independently, and a Star Array Master must be able to arrange a small SS-class star array independently. As for the 3S level, no one except a Star Array Grandmaster can get involved. Throughout history, there have been only a handful of Star Array Masters who can independently arrange a 3S level star array, and there is none today. Wen Ci is good at finding other people's flaws in their conversations and turning them into his own advantages, but now facing this answer, he can't even figure out the character of the person in front of him. If someone can behave in front of Ji Qingyuan, he is not arrogant or proud, and he is not a person who is not as good as Wu Chen at present, and he is not easy to deal with. Direct testing cannot tell the depth, so when Ci changed his method, Mr. G knows all star arrays, which is great. Jingyan City has been recovered not long ago, and the number of star array masters gathered is limited. Everyone is very troubled about how to improve the original defensive star array. With Mr. G here, we will definitely see results soon. First, praise the person, and then test his true ability. Seeing GCU silent, Wen Ci continued, "I wonder what your opinion is on the transformation of Jingyan City's defensive star array." GCU saw it. "This is a real green tea. Your plan is very good, I have no other ideas." He kicked the ball back calmly. Indeed, there is nothing wrong with Wen Ci's improved plan. As he said, Jingyan City is located in a plain area. If it encounters a large-scale attack, it cannot be defended by force. The original purpose of building this defensive star array is not to prevent foreign attacks, but to resist the tide of alien beasts. What's more, this is an SS-level defensive star array with sufficient functions. There is no need to make major changes. It is better to completely overturn it and arrange a new star array than to force it into a dual-purpose offensive and defensive star array. The purpose of my sister's improvement of this defensive star array is not to build Jingyan City into a copper wall and iron wall, but to prevent the core of the star array from being recontrolled by the Qinghua family and causing unnecessary trouble. This answer once again made Wen Ci feel difficult. Under normal circumstances, people who hold power will establish their authority and consolidate their position as soon as possible when they arrive in a new environment. Wu Chen did this when he was arranged by Ji Qingyuan to serve as vice president of the Star Pattern Artist Association. He did this, and soon established his position in the Star Pattern Artist Association with his outstanding ability. Ji Yu was obviously more favored by Ji Qingyuan than Wu Chen, but his way of doing things was completely different, making it impossible for people to understand his thoughts. Wen Ci knew that he could not dominate the Star Pattern Artist Association alone. The superiors were good at using the art of balance. Ji Qingyuan was the heir of the Tao Ai family, and was more familiar with this. He didn't care how much power he could get in the Star Pattern Artist Association. Compared with this, it was obviously more important to be a well-behaved and sensible subordinate to win Ji Qingyuan's trust. But he couldn't understand why Ji Qingyuan had to send another Ji when he had already set Wu Chen to share his power. In the brief silence, GCU spoke first. Where did President Wen work before? Why did he come to Jingdu Star? Without waiting for Wen Ci to answer, he stopped and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Are you admiring the city lord?" He emphasized the word admiration very much, and when Wen Ci looked at him vigilantly, he deliberately showed a meaningful look, as if saying, "I know everything." When their eyes met, Wen Ci thought of the kitten that Ji Yu had put in his pocket not long ago. His movements were so natural, as if he had done it countless times. Ji Qingyuan did not express anything about it, and was obviously used to his presumptuous behavior. How could an ordinary subordinate touch the mimicry of his superior like a pet? That was obviously something that only people with a close enough relationship could do. In a flash, Wen Ci had a bold idea. The man in front of him was not here to seize power, but to assert his sovereignty. He had a close relationship with Ji Qingyuan. The moment this thought came up, Wen Ci's eyes flickered, but his face showed the helplessness of being exposed without any defense. His lips opened and closed, as if he wanted to say something, but because he was too shocked, he couldn't utter a complete word for a long time. Ji Qiu sighed in his heart. After his sister returned to Tiandu Star, many people came and went around her. The arrogant and hypocritical Tang Xixing deliberately expressed his affection for her. The cynical Ing Hung never concealed his appreciation for her. And the useless Qi Huan also wanted to stay by her side, with the word friend. Not to mention those admirers, who can be named or not, there are countless. This type of green tea, Ji Qiu really saw it for the first time. He got a little interested and deliberately asked, "Have you confessed your feelings to her? Aren't you here to claim your sovereignty? Why aren't you angry? No contempt? No ridicule for wanting to eat swan meat? This doesn't seem to be the reaction of a legitimate wife." Wen Ci couldn't figure out Ji Qiu's thoughts more and more. He didn't know how to answer for a moment, so he pretended to be panicked and waited for the other party's next reaction. Ji Qiu didn't let him down. "If you didn't say it, do you need me to say it for you?" Wen Ci said hesitantly. I don't know what you mean." Ji Qiu sat in the star shuttle and patted the seat next to him, motioning him to come in. Wen Ci suppressed the strange feeling in his heart and sat next to him, and didn't forget to dodge the other party's eyes, as if he had done something to let him down. Ji Qiu was severely teased, and sighed, "The city lord doesn't like you being so ugly." He closed the door of the star shuttle, blocking Yin Zhuxi, who was running with short legs and preparing to come up with him, outside. He completely ignored his wide eyes, and woke up the automatic driving function of the star shuttle, letting it drive to the Star Array Master's residence. Wen Ci was hit in the face by the word ugly, and almost laughed out loud. Fortunately, he had a good ability to disguise, and did not lose his composure on the spot. He thought this madam was very high level, but it turned out that she was just pretending, and her true face was exposed so quickly. He hesitated and said, "But your appearance doesn't seem to be so amazing." This was to laugh at Ji Qiu for not jumping out of the ranks of ugly. But they all knew that the other party was wearing a bionic mask, and the face to the outside was fake, but no one pierced this paper, and they even started to fight back. Ji Qiu hinted, "I'm different from you." Wen Ci looked blankly, "Do you mean I have no status?" If Ji Qinglin was here, he would have punched him in the face to let him know what the fate of being nameless and without status is. Ji Qiu teased him, "You want status?" Wen Ci blushed slightly. Who doesn't want to be the young master's confidant? Ji Qiu found it even more interesting. "Does she know you're saying this in front of me?" Wen Ci was hesitating about how to answer, when he saw a furry little ear sticking out of Ji Qiu's pocket, and it moved cutely, as if saying, "What secret are you telling? I want to listen to it too." He suddenly tightened his 5 fingers, looked at Ji Qiu again, and said a few words with a red face. "You are so insidious." "Still pretending?" Ji Qiu looked him up and down. "What is your relationship with Qingxia?" When discussing the arrangement of the isolation star array, his sister mentioned that a certain star pattern on the dead leaves could be used, and mentioned Wen Ci's identity by the way. Ji Qiu remembered it at the time. Qingxia is the name of the young master of Qinghua. The man in front of him was originally named Qingxiu, which made it difficult not to make more guesses. He knew that his sister knew what was going on, and knew that Qingxiu was a person who was good at disguise, and would not be unprepared for him, but he still wanted to nip the danger in the bud. Wen Ci's tightened 5 fingers slowly loosened, and he couldn't help thinking in his heart that Ji Qingyuan had even told Ji Yu about his original identity. The other party might not be as simple as a simple genuine wife. He changed his pitiful look when he was humiliated by the genuine wife just now, and turned his head slightly, and said, "You want to know?" Ji Qiu looked at him, and said nothing. Wen Ci smiled maliciously, "Why should I tell you?" The tail of his eyes slightly raised, his eyes were full of provocation and contempt, and he was completely different from a minute ago. But the person in front of him did not show any anger at all. This man had the same ordinary face as him, sitting in the star shuttle with his legs crossed, but he did not look ordinary at all. Instead, he looked like a nobleman who was about to attend an important banquet. His temperament, experience, and background were his capital for attracting everyone's attention. His outstanding appearance would only add brilliance to him, but would not be used to measure his value. Wen Ci suddenly felt like something stuck in his throat. Even though the other party did nothing, he made him look like dust in this narrow corner. He suddenly realized why Ji Qingyuan was unmoved by his outstanding appearance. It was not that she was used to the beauty of the world, and was not interested in the same beauty, but that the brilliance of the world she lived in was never simply limited to personal appearance. If he wants to win Ji Qingyuan's favor, it's not enough to rely on his face, he has to be irreplaceable in her world. Ji Xiu heard his slightly heavy breathing and glanced at him. You should be glad that you are still useful to her. This casual sentence, like a heavy mountain, suddenly came and pressed hard on Wen Xi's shoulders. Chapter 189. The Holy Angel Legion and the Golden Crow Legion had a fierce conflict in the Fallen Leaf Swamp in the north of the Xingqiang Grand Canyon in the early morning yesterday. The dark-skinned young man walked out of the kitchen with a plate of fruit, listening to the news broadcast on the light brain while eating sweet fruit. When he heard that the two legions had broken out into a war, he tooted and muttered, "Are they really going to fight?" Before he could listen to the details of the news, the sound of the rapid tide sounded, taking away his attention. The young man sighed secretly, and put the star snail to his ear. An anxious voice of a subordinate came from inside. "General. It's bad. Our garrison in the White Mist Swamp was attacked." It was people from Jingxing. The young man ate a piece of fruit without changing his expression. Jingxing? The subordinate listened to his steady voice, and became calmer for no reason. He continued to report to him. "Yes, the initial guess is that it is the Qingti army. They are currently launching a fierce attack on the garrison. They are well equipped and well prepared. I'm afraid the garrison will not be able to hold on for long. Please give the next instructions." The young man ate another piece of fruit and said calmly, "Gather all the soldiers and take action in half an hour." The subordinate was stunned for a moment and hesitated. "General, is this too much of an exaggeration? The Qingti army is indeed aggressive, but it is only fighting for the garrison in the White Mist Swamp. The troops invested are limited. No matter what, it does not need a quarter of the troops of the Jinyuan army." The young man did not give any explanation, just follow my orders. Hearing him say this, the subordinates did not dare to ask any more questions, but replied respectfully, and assembled their soldiers according to his orders. After finishing the conversation with his subordinates, the young man tossed the star snail in his hand, and suddenly laughed out loud. The tone was so pleasant that it was not difficult to see that he was in a good mood at the moment. Then, he resonated with a certain tidal sound in the list that had no notes. The sound of the waves rose and fell layer by layer, and soon a cold voice came from the other side. "What's the matter?" The young man raised his eyebrows slightly. "Old Mia, can't I find you if there is nothing?" The voice on the other side was even colder. "Stop talking nonsense. If you have something to say, just say it. I'm busy, and don't have time to waste time with you." It's not that he is unkind. It's really that Lei Lai sends him tidal sounds whenever he has something to do, and talks about a lot of trivial things. Nye Linghan had little contact with Lei Lai before, and didn't know that he was still a chatterbox. He was really poisoned by him during this period. If it weren't for the fact that the two of them were undercover together and many things couldn't be said to others, and could only be digested internally, he would have blocked this guy long ago. Yes, the two were Lei Lai and Nye Linghan, who left Xingyao Military Academy and came to Jinyuan Star half a year ago. After several months of development, they were no longer the poor people who were chased by black talents and could only dig sand pits to avoid being hunted down. Instead, they were the ruling class that had a place on Jinyuan Star. Hearing the complaints in Nye Linghan's voice, Lei Lai blew a whistle and turned the topic to business, saying concisely, "The president is coming to kill us." The two words president successfully stopped Nye Linghan's idea of cutting off the sound of the tide. He immediately asked back, "Where?" Lei Lai answered with his feet up, "White Mist Swamp." The fact that Jingu Star was ruled by a mysterious force not only caused waves in the chaotic star field, but also other planets in the Jinsha Ring zone. The major forces were secretly vigilant and kept observing the movements over there, trying to find opportunities to exploit loopholes. Lei Lai had long guessed that Shi Yuan would come to the Jinsha Ring area, and had been paying attention to the movements of various planets. When he learned about the information related to Jingu Star, he roughly guessed that Qingti City was most likely under her control, and waited for this day to come. Nye Linghan went straight to the point. "When will we start?" Lei Lai raised his eyebrows. "You are really straightforward." Nye Linghan said speechlessly, "Don't tell me that you are very happy here? That's really not the case. Although the treatment is no longer the same as before, I have to wear a mask and pretend to be nice to others all day long, which is really tiring, and it is not as free and easy as before under the chairman." Lei Lai didn't say any more nonsense. "I will lead my people to raid Jinyuan City in half an hour. You should act according to the plan we have made before, and it is best to control Mr. Ming. At present, Jinyuan Star has been unified by Jinyuan City, supported by Mr. Ming. Lei Lai and Nye Linghan are his two great generals, each in charge of two main cities, and a quarter of the Jin Yuan army. Once a coup is launched, Jin Yuan Star will inevitably be in chaos. Mr. Ming is protected by powerful people, so it is not easy to catch him. The remaining half of the troops are also controlled by Mr. Ming. The commanders are all his confidants. Lei Lai and Ye Linghan are the only two senior officers he promoted from the ordinary people of Jin Yuan Star. Mr. Ming is indeed good at appointing people, but he is also suspicious by nature. In addition to delegating power, he has placed many low-level and middle-level officers under the two men to share power. Lei Lai and Ye Linghan are not easy to deal with. Knowing this, they certainly cannot allow themselves to be constrained by Mr. Ming. When the news of the action here comes out, the people he has arranged in the dark will immediately take action against the people Mr. Ming has placed. Mr. Ming would be furious if he knew about his rebellion, and would send people to suppress him. Ye Linghan, who was not his confidant, was the most likely target of the action. Even if the other party had planned everything, he probably would not have thought that he and Ye Linghan would be in the same group. Since Ye Linghan joined Mr. Ming, he had been at odds with him. Every time they met, they would make sarcastic remarks, and they had fought several times over the division of resources. Everyone in Jin Yuan City knew that the two of them were enemies, and they would only restrain themselves slightly in front of Mr. Ming. Ye Linghan responded with a yes, and immediately began to arrange the follow-up actions. City Lord, great victory. Lei Wen's excited voice came from the Star Snail, and Shi Yuan slightly bent his lower lip and praised generously. Well done. Since she took control of Jingyan City, the star gate leading to Jin Yuan Star from Jindu Star has been unilaterally closed by the rulers of Jin Yuan Star, and ordinary people are not allowed to come to Jindu Star from Jin Yuan Star. On the contrary, a large number of black talents and wanted criminals entered the White Mist Swamp and harassed the station of Jingu Star every other day. After Ling Yao and Bai Hao arrived, they cleared the black talents and wanted criminals in the White Mist Swamp one after another, and used their star conch to send wrong information to the mastermind behind the scenes, making the ruler of Jin Yuan Star think that the two sides were still entangled in the White Mist Swamp. The regular army of the 9th Legion of Tao I personally took action, and the station of Jin Yuan Star in the White Mist Swamp had basically no resistance, and control was taken away in less than half an hour. Shi Yuan was not going to waste time. She wanted to control the two star gates connecting Jin Yuan Star and Jindu Star in one go, and get the qualification to enter Jin Yuan Star. After arranging the next battle plan for Raven, Shi Yuan was ready to go to the front line to supervise the battle in person, and the star conch that had just been put down rang again. It was Bai Hao. He sneaked into the Jin Yuan Star station 3 days ago, and entered Jin Yuan Star with the soldiers, who were changing shifts. Shi Yuan walked out while putting the Star Snail to his ear. Bai Hao's calm voice came. Captain Zhang Lei, one of the 4 great generals of Jin Yuan Star, rebelled. Shi Yuan was surprised. Rebelled? Bai Hao was no less surprised than her. Yes, the White Mist Swamp is an alienated area under his jurisdiction. Calculating the time, he should have rebelled after receiving the news of our attack on the station. This news is really intriguing. Zhang Lei is the confidant and beloved general of the Star Lord of Jin Yuan Star. He has come all the way from an ordinary soldier to the present, and his experience is legendary. From the information collected so far, he fought for most of Jin Yuan Star. He is a heroic and honest person, and is highly valued by the Star Lord of Jin Yuan Star. If he had a rebellious heart, he could have established himself as king before Jin Yuan Star was unified. It is completely unreasonable to rebel now. Shi Yuan lowered her eyes and thought, Zhang Lei. Suddenly, she realized something, narrowed her eyes slightly, and said to Bai Hao, You continue to lurk, I will inform you if there is accurate information. Bai Hao replied with a yes. After the conversation ended, Shi Yuan found Lei Lai's name in the notes list and laughed softly. Before she could resonate with the other party's title sound, the star conch sounded. The caller was Lei Lai. After Shi Yuan returned to Tiandu Star, she had a conversation with Lei Lai. Originally, she thought that if he could not stay in Xingyou Military Academy under her influence, he could come to Xingguan Constellation, and she could arrange for him to join the Tao Tai Corps or other positions. Lei Lai's answer was vague at the time, and she thought he had some concerns, so she did not force him. 3 months ago, that guy suddenly sent her a tidal voice, saying that he had a big surprise for her. Shi Yuan was originally wondering if he was going to come find her, but she waited and waited but he didn't show up. Then a lot of things happened, so she forgot about it until now. Zhang Lei, is that you? She asked straight to the point. Lei Lai laughed at the other end of the Star Snail. You are worthy of being the president, you guessed it. Shi Yuan closed his eyes slightly, and raised the corners of his lips. You are really my most caring assistant. Lei Lai was immediately flattered, of course. After saying flattering, he got down to business. Old Nye is also here. We have planned the next action. Please dispatch all the troops you can use. We will directly take over the entire Jinyuan Star. Shi Yuan did not ask him what the specific action was, and said directly, okay. She trusted him so much. Lei Lai was even more flattered. I wait for you in Guyun City. Guyun City is his base camp, and one of the 8 main cities of Jinyuan Star. Shi Yuan responded again, and immediately contacted the combat troops that could be mobilized at present, and rushed straight to the entrance of Jinyuan Star in the White Mist Swamp. This time, they did not encounter any resistance. Not only that, a part of the Jinyuan army that wanted to resist was controlled by Lei Lai's confidants. At the same time, Mr. Ming, who was in Jinyuan City negotiating cooperation with the envoys of the Qinghua family, angrily threw the teacup in his hand, and urgently summoned the 3 generals except Zhang Lei to discuss the matter. Chapter 190. Who can tell me why Zhang Lei rebelled? In the spacious and bright conference room, after a brief but extremely oppressive silence, a question that made one's scalp numb rang out. Mr. Ming slapped his palm, and a dense spider web instantly climbed onto the desk made of S-level star ore. Whether it was the garrison officers of Jinyuan City who came to the conference room in person, or the officers who participated in the meeting through holographic projection, their nerves were tense, and they dared not speak rashly. Who knew that Zhang Lei would rebel? The young man with a silly face always rushed to the front when there was a mission, and was seriously injured to save Mr. Ming. He was a stubborn character, as stubborn as a donkey in serious matters. When he conflicted with Mr. Ming's ideas when formulating a battle plan, he could blush and slap the table in front of Mr. Ming. How could such a straightforward person suddenly rebel? Mr. Ming couldn't figure it out, and the officers attending the meeting couldn't figure it out either. But now is obviously not the time to discuss why Zhang Lei rebelled. His Lonely Cloud army has already begun to attack Jinyuan City, and some cities have surrendered to him without resistance. The reason for this is that Zhang Lei always rushes to the front when expelling and arresting bandits. He never exploits ordinary people after winning a battle, but restores normal social order as soon as possible. He recruits ordinary people and low-level talents who have nowhere to work, gives them the opportunity to get paid to support themselves, and helps the scattered people find their families. He also suggested that Mr. Ming vigorously promote the above policies. Mr. Ming never felt that this behavior was wrong, because Zhang Lei's family was separated from him in the previous turmoil, and he wanted to find his relatives in this way. Mr. Ming has a special status. He is afraid that the Tao Tai family will settle accounts with him later, so he cannot act in a high-profile manner. He tacitly pushes several capable subordinates to the front. Who would have thought that Zhang Lei would take advantage of this loophole, plot against him, and use his influence among the people to easily seize control of various cities? At this point, Mr. Ming has guessed that Zhang Lei's rebellion is not to seek power and usurp the throne. He is very likely a hidden chess piece that a certain force has lurked in early. What a good pretender! Mr. Ming took a deep breath, suppressed the surging anger in his heart, and swept his sharp eyes across every face in the conference room, but saw that everyone lowered their eyebrows and eyes, and dared not make a sound. The sound of the vibration of the star snail filled the entire meeting. Every officer received more or less the battle report from the front line, but in this depressing atmosphere, no one dared to take out the star snail. Finally, after a breathtaking stare, Mr. Ming turned his gaze to Nye Han, who was also in disguise, and said in a cold tone, Han Feng, are you sure you can take down Zhang Lei? If Zhang Lei is honest and straightforward, Han Feng is famous for his hot temper. He does things in a bold way and rushes to the battlefield as soon as he gets his weapons, which is completely different from Zhang Lei's steady fighting style. It is precisely because of this that the two often have conflicts when formulating combat plans. Zhang Lei thinks Han Feng is brainless and will only act recklessly, while Han Feng thinks Zhang Lei is timid and delays military information and opportunities. Mr. Ming put the two people's jurisdictions together, fearing that they would not fight. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that this is to make them hinder each other. Zhang Lei suddenly rebelled, and Han Feng's situation immediately became delicate. The current order is undoubtedly a test for him by Mr. Ming. Everyone in the conference room immediately focused their attention on Nye Han. He seemed unaware and bowed slightly to Mr. Ming on the virtual projection screen. I will definitely complete the task. Mr. Ming finally showed a relatively satisfied smile and continued to give orders to other generals. The meeting lasted less than 10 minutes. The entire Jinyuan Star was like a large machine. Every area began to operate rapidly. The garrisons of each main city quickly gathered and launched an attack on Guiyun City. At the same time, the combat teams of Jingu Star had also assembled. They put on the Guiyun Army uniforms that Lei Lai had prepared long ago, disguised themselves as Guiyun Army, and began to act according to the strategy formulated in advance by Lei Lai and Nia Linghan. This time, Shi Yuan did not stay in the rear, but personally led a part of the soldiers of the 9th Legion of Tao Tai to find Lei Lai. Lei Lai had sent her the relevant information about Mr. Ming. Shi Yuan was quite interested in this young man, with a mysterious origin and very cautious behavior. She especially wanted to know which force was behind him. If his identity was important enough, she would not mind arresting him, as she did with Yen Zhuxi to threaten his family. Lei Lai was a little excited when he learned that she was going to bring the 9th Army of Tao Tai in person. He showed his best spirit and commanded the soldiers to fight. He wanted to show his face in front of the 9th Army of Tao Tai. After all, his goal was to become the most capable general under his own president, and he must not let the 9th Army of Tao Tai outperform him. Nia Linghan received Mr. Ming's order, turned around and informed Lei Lai, and led his soldiers to march towards Guiyun City. Of course, they were not going to fight to the death. On the surface, he led his army to Guiyun City, but secretly he had already sent his confidants to change into Guiyun Army uniforms, and go to the various alienated areas on Jinyuan Star to seize control. The 12 alienated areas of Jinyuan Star were attacked at the same time, and the news reached Mr. Ming. Guiyun Army. Guiyun Army. Guiyun Army again. Where did so many Guiyun Army come from? The young man, who had always been mature and prudent, vaguely realized that something was wrong, but he was stationed in Jinyuan City, and did not participate in the battle in person. Most of the generals and soldiers under his command were bribed by Lei Lai and Nia Linghan. The news he received was true and false, making it difficult for him to distinguish the real situation. Once the crisis broke out, it was almost impossible to control it. Shi Yuan did not go to the front battlefield where Lei Lai was, but led a combat unit of the Tao Tai Legion with Ling Yao to attack the team led by the other two main generals of Jinyuan Star. They led a small number of people, but each of them was the elite of the elite. Not only were they outstanding in their personal combat power, but they also had rich practical experience. They did not need to give detailed instructions, like leading recruits to know what to do next. Independent combat teams could make the best judgment based on the current situation, set traps, confuse the enemy's sight, and hinder the enemy's march. Shi Yuan wanted to fight a blitzkrieg, and was not stingy with resources. When he received the news from the scouts that he had found the enemy's traces, he decisively set up 5-star wheel cannons. When the enemy's star shuttle passed by the horizon, he fired round after round of star wheel bombs. The enemy did not expect to be attacked midway, and it was a blow from the star wheel cannon, and they were stunned on the spot. By the time they reacted, the star shuttle formation had been disrupted, and one after another of the destroyed star shuttles fell to the ground like falling meteors, making bursts of explosions. The commander at the back of the formation reacted and ordered the star shuttle to retreat, but it was too late. The soldiers of the 9th Legion of Tao Tai, who had ambushed underground in advance, revealed the camouflage on the ground, each holding a large box of S-level explosive bombs, and threw them in unison at the carrier shuttle that was preparing to evacuate. The power of the explosive bomb is not as strong as that of the star wheel cannon, but it is better in number, with a fast projection frequency, and does not require energy storage. It directly smashes the marching team that was already in chaos due to the sneak attack, and makes it even more chaotic. Raven turned on the loudspeaker function of the optical brain and shouted loudly, "Those who surrender will not be killed. Those who join the Lone Cloud Army will retain their original treatment and double their basic salary. Everyone knows General Zhang's style, and he will keep his word." The deep voice resounded through most of the sky, covering the violent sound of the explosive bomb explosion, and drilling into the ears of every soldier who was desperately avoiding the artillery fire. Soon someone could not withstand the bombing of the explosive bomb and raised the white flag. Once there is one, there will be two. Within 5 minutes, more than half of the survivors turned against their side, took the initiative to put down their weapons, and lay on the ground, no longer resisting. Immediately, a gifted person hiding underground lifted the soil layer, pulled the surrendered people into the pit, put special handcuffs on them to limit the flow of star power, and quickly left the center of the battlefield. This move shocked those who were still hesitant. When another round of star wheel bombs were charged, the suddenly lit muzzle scared them so much that they jumped out of the star shuttle decisively, regardless of whether it hurt to fall to the ground, and shouted, "I surrender." Under the absolute firepower suppression, they didn't even have the qualifications to fight hand-to-hand with the 9th Legion of Tao Tai, and were beaten into chickens and pottery dogs, completely losing their combat capabilities. After the initial victory, Shi Yuan arranged for some people to knock out the captives, send them to the transport star shuttle, and follow the team to move forward. Ahead was a city. After receiving the news of the rebellion of the Lone Cloud Army, a level 1 alarm was sounded. Every household closed its doors and windows. Ordinary people did not dare to go out at all. There were only patrolling garrisons on the streets. For a city where a large number of ordinary people live, of course, the Star Wheel cannon could no longer be used for indiscriminate bombing. Shi Yuan thought about it, and asked all the soldiers to change into the enemy's uniforms, make simulated masks temporarily, disguise themselves as being attacked and fleeing back, and ask for help from the city. With the captured Star Snail and the optical brain, identity recognition was not a problem at all. More than a dozen transporting star shuttles, with traces of artillery fire still left, entered the city in a swagger. Shi Yuan and 2 soldiers were taken to the garrison command office to inquire about the situation. As soon as she left, the soldiers who stayed at the star shuttle berth immediately took action. According to the information learned from the captives, they went to various important areas in the city. Some people cut off the star network and energy supply in the city, and the other part controlled the arsenal. Everything was done quietly. Only 10 minutes had passed since Shi Yuan arrived in front of the city lord. She didn't say a word and directly captured the city lord. The soldiers ambushed outside the city received the news and rushed into the city. In just 1 hour, the whole city fell into Shi Yuan's control. For most of the next day, the 9th Tao I Legion was unstoppable, not only blocking the enemy's support, but also killing all the way to the enemy's main city. One piece of bad news after another came to Mr. Ming's desk, making him completely lose the confidence to suppress Zhang Lei. It was impossible for Guyun City to have so many troops to support Zhang Lei's multi-line operations. There must be something wrong. Where is it? Mr. Ming sat behind his desk, looking coldly at the map of Jinyuan Star unfolded in front of him, repeatedly observing Zhang Lei's jurisdiction. His sight swept through every city, every alienated area, over and over again. Suddenly, his sight stopped, fixed firmly on the White Mist Swamp. The White Mist Swamp is connected to the Golden Valley Star, and the Golden Valley Star had previously taken down the Xian family, and expelled the Qinghua family. Their Star Master Yingwe and the Tao Tai family are closely related. Mr. Ming thought of the Qinghua family envoy, who came to seek cooperation, and took a deep breath. It's Jingdu Star. It's the Tao Tai family. Zhang Lei is from the Tao Tai family. The Tao Tai family is going to attack Jinyuan Star. Mr. Ming stood up suddenly, took out the Star Snail and ordered, "Call the Jinyuan army to attack the White Mist Swamp." Such a simple order made the people on the other end of the Star Snail speechless. After a while, they tentatively said, "Star Lord, the Guyun army is fiercely attacking our area of influence. If we mobilize troops to attack the White Mist Swamp at this time, the rear will inevitably be empty. Once it becomes a protracted war, we may lose control of Jinyuan City." Mr. Ming certainly can see the risks involved, but he knows better that once the Tao Tai family takes action, it will be unstoppable, and will never give him a chance to regroup. He doesn't know Ji Qingyuan, and his understanding of her is limited to her performance after attending Xingyao Military Academy, but he has carefully studied the Tao Tai Legion. Every senior general of the Tao Tai Corps is a top-level warrior who has experienced hundreds of battles. They have a keen sense of smell, and a breadth of thinking that can think 10 steps ahead. Even if Ji Qingyuan lacks experience, he will not make low-level mistakes with the assistance of those senior generals. This is a tough battle, which is related to whether he can continue to stay in the Jinsha Ring area and enjoy the feast that he has waited for with great difficulty. The subordinates heard the determination in his tone, and knew that it was useless to persuade him. They accepted the order, and deployed the army according to Mr. Ming's intention. Mr. Ming wanted not only Jinyuan Star, but also the entire Jinsha Ring zone and other planets in Jinli constellation. After unifying Jinyuan Star, he expanded his military force. The quality of the soldiers was not mentioned, but the number was quite large. He was not stupid. He knew that quality was far more important than quantity. Therefore, the combat quality of the Legion under his direct command was relatively high. Almost all the newly recruited soldiers were under the command of the 4 great generals. Since Zhang Lei and Han Feng were generals he promoted in the middle of the term, the number of recruits to be trained was even higher than that of the other 2 generals. Mr. Ming could see that Zhang Lei had outstanding military talents, but he still sighed at his ability to train new recruits in just a few months. If such people could be loyal to him, what would happen if Ji Qingyuan came in person? But Zhang Lei could not become his subordinate. He had been in Chaoling for nearly half a year, and still did not forget his old master. Mr. Ming gradually calmed down and took out the Star Count to contact the envoy of the Qinghua family. The Qinghua family was dissatisfied with Yin for expelling them from Jingu Star, so they came to seek his cooperation. After all, the two sides share the same fate, and they should do something to deserve the word cooperation. The sound of the tide sounded for a few seconds, and a clear female voice sounded, "Mr. Ming, what's the matter with you looking for me now?" The commotion in Jinyuan City was so big that no matter how slow she was, she knew that this rebellion was not simple. In addition, the Qinghua family also had spies on Jinyuan Star, so she didn't need to wait for Mr. Ming to tell her, and she roughly understood the current situation of Jinyuan Star. If we talk about who has developed the most smoothly in the Jinsha Ring Zone in the Chaos Star domain, it is undoubtedly Mr. Ming. In just a few months, he has taken over the largest planet in the Jinsha Ring Zone and expelled the forces planted by another family in Jinyuan Star, truly becoming the only one in power. But who could have thought that his capable generals would suddenly rebel and force him to ask for help from the Qinghua family? Yes, asking for help. Originally, the Qinghua family should have asked Mr. Ming to deal with Jingu Star together. Now that this has happened, the situation of both parties has reversed. Mr. Ming does not want to return to the Chaos Star domain in disgrace. The best way is to cooperate with the Qinghua family and share the interests of Jinyuan Star. Hearing the hidden meaning in Qingmi's words, Mr. Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. He has dealt with the Qinghua family many times and knows that they are a group of crazy predatory vultures. Once they get the chance, they will plunder to the utmost. If possible, Mr. Ming didn't want to have anything to do with the Qinghua family, but in this situation, it was no longer a question of whether he wanted to or not. If he didn't cooperate with the Qinghua family, he might really lose the family fortune he had accumulated with great difficulty in Jinyuan Star. Having already prepared himself mentally, Mr. Ming didn't bother to act pretentiously and said directly, "If we can get through this difficult time, how about you and I each own half of Jinyuan Star?" Qingmu didn't expect Mr. Ming to be so straightforward. She was surprised and couldn't help but sigh at his decisiveness. She didn't drag her feet and waste time for the Yongnao Empire. Mr. Ming is really courageous. What do you want? If I'm not mistaken, there should be many stores in Jinyuan City that are controlled by the Qinghua family behind the scenes, right? Without waiting for Qingmu to answer, he sneered, "I want Zhang Lei to die." Chapter 191. As the Jinyuan army prepared to march towards the White Mist Swamp, a new battle report reached Mr. Ming. Han Feng successively captured 3 medium and large cities in Zhang Lei's jurisdiction, and was heading towards a large city only 100 kilometers away from Guiyun City. If it could be captured, it would be able to directly approach Guiyun Army's base camp. Along with the victory report came Han Feng's tidal voice, "Sir, if nothing unexpected happens, I can capture Luojiang City within 3 hours. In order to ensure the smooth progress of the subsequent plan, can you ask the Jinyuan army to put pressure on Zhang Lei on the front battlefield? Once I take Guiyun City, I can form a pincer attack with the Jinyuan army, so that Zhang Lei, that bastard, will be attacked from both sides and will have no chance to turn over." His tone was fierce, as if he couldn't wait to see Zhang Lei crawling at his feet and kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. Han Feng has always had this kind of personality. He looks down on civilians. When he catches bandits who dare to be his enemy, he doesn't give them a chance to reform. He destroys their spiritual power springs and makes them slaves in the mines. The relationship between Han Feng and Zhang Lei was not as bad as it is now. During a mission, Han Feng wanted to destroy the spiritual power springs of the captives as usual, but was stopped by Zhang Lei, and a big conflict broke out between the two. Finally, Zhang Lei was so angry that he said, "According to what you said, I shouldn't have kept you in the first place, and you are not qualified to be so arrogant in front of me now, but you should dig in the mining area." This is terrible, and it hits Han Feng's sore spot. Han Feng is a person who cares about face very much. Although many people know that he was once a captive of Zhang Lei, the matter has passed. The two are now officials in the same court. No one is blind enough to touch his reverse scale, but it happened that Zhang Lei, who captured Han Feng at the beginning, said this. Han Feng turned hostile on the spot, and had a fierce fight with Zhang Lei. It was only when someone saw that something was not right, and notified Mr. Ming that no one was killed. From then on, the two of them started fighting. However, Zhang Lei had a good temper. Later, he probably realized that he had said the wrong thing at that time, and he even asked Mr. Ming to come forward to mediate and make peace with Han Feng. But Han Feng's heart was smaller than a needle tip. He was grudged and didn't even give Mr. Ming face. He directly ridiculed Zhang Lei for being hypocritical. Zhang Lei was not a person who could still smile when being scolded by others, especially when he took the initiative to offer a way out, and the other party didn't appreciate it. Since then, he never thought about resolving the conflict with Han Feng again, and even trampled on Han Feng's face many times in combat meetings. Mr. Ming didn't say it on his face, but he was happy to see it happen in his heart. He was suspicious by nature, and at this critical moment of power struggle, he felt more at ease when his subordinates had conflicts than when they were good and could wear the same pants. Lei Lai saw this character of his, so he deliberately played a scene with Niao Linghan. We will never have anything to do with each other, and I will definitely take advantage of you if you have any problems. In this way, his rebellion against Mr. Ming would not only not implicate Niao Linghan, but also make Niao Linghan more valued by Mr. Ming. As for the cities that Niao Linghan captured, they were naturally part of the plan, just to show. As expected, after hearing Niao Linghan's plan, Mr. Ming only thought about it for a while, and decided to allocate some troops to put pressure on Zhang Lei, and he continued to lead the remaining soldiers to the White Mist Swamp. The plan went smoothly, and the people arranged by the Qinghua family also began to act. Lei Lai personally led his men to supervise the battle at the front line. The Lone Cloud army advanced all the way, and was invincible. Although they encountered obstacles along the way, they were not enough to slow down his pace. After more than 10 hours of high-intensity marching and fighting, the soldiers of both sides were exhausted. After conquering another large city, Lei Lai ordered his soldiers to rest on the spot. The dark night gathered the cities rich in color. Suddenly, a numbing explosion sounded in the quiet city, waking up all the sleeping people. Lei Lai had just dozed off for half an hour. He didn't care about anything when he heard the noise. He immediately summoned soldiers to investigate the situation. After a while, he received news that terrorists had dropped explosive bombs in the city. Many civilians were affected. Some people also shouted that the Lone Cloud army wanted to massacre the city. Now there was chaos everywhere, and everyone wanted to escape from the city. One after another, the star shuttles floated up to the low-altitude orbit, but before they could leave, they were knocked down by the out-of-control carrier star shuttles, rolled on the ground for several circles, and finally hit a tall building. The tall building could not withstand the impact of the crash of the star shuttle. After shaking violently, it collapsed with a loud bang, causing a large number of screams of fear. Warm blood flowed from under the ruins. Some people cried bitterly, and some cursed. Not only that, the modified star shuttle extended its muzzle and bombarded the ground indiscriminately, trying to prove that the Lone Cloud army had massacred the city. The city was in complete chaos. Ordinary people who were powerless could not resist the artillery fire from the sky. The gifted were busy protecting themselves and their families, and no one had time to deal with the star shuttle that was throwing explosive bombs indiscriminately in the air. A child was separated from his parents in the chaos. The chaotic crowd and the deafening sound of artillery fire scared him to cry loudly. When the star shuttle, which was firing non-stop, was about to release a more powerful explosive bomb, an invisible star force shield suddenly unfolded, blocking the bombardment of the bombardment for the screaming crowd. The expected pain and death did not come. Someone opened his eyes in a scream, and saw a solid and reliable figure blocking him. Thunder exploded and struck the star shuttle in the air. The power system of the star shuttle immediately stopped working and fell straight from the sky. Another figure easily lifted the star shuttle before it hit the people on the ground, swung it around like a sandbag, and smashed it into other star shuttles in the air. A series of collisions sounded, and the star shuttles exploded in the air one after another. Another group of Lone Cloud army came and immediately recovered the fragments of the star shuttle after the explosion. Lei Lai turned around and looked at the frightened people, and poured his voice into the star power, which spread throughout the city. I am Zhang Lei, the commander of the Guiyun army. I hereby inform the whole city that the Guiyun army never massacres the city. There are terrorists hiding in the city, intending to disrupt order, and put the blame on the Guiyun army. He did not explain any more, and further said, if you trust me, please follow the Guiyun army to retreat to the east of the city. If anyone wants to leave the city, they can also leave in an orderly manner along the main road of Xiyin Road to the south. Don't lose your composure. One after another sonorous and powerful words resounded in the ears of the people. The Guiyun army, which followed closely, quickly eliminated the hidden dangers hidden in the crowd and arrested the dangerous elements, who tried to continue to cause trouble. The execution of the Guiyun army was eye-catching. The situation was under control in just half an hour, and the crisis in the city was resolved in less than 3 hours. Lei Lai knew that the terrorist attack tonight must be related to Mr. Ming. While secretly scolding him for being insidious and vicious, he couldn't help but reflect on his carelessness and let the other party take advantage of this loophole. But now is obviously not the time to dwell on such things. When Lei Lai was about to contact Yuan to ask about her situation, a cold light suddenly appeared. A silver needle as thin as a hair was hidden in the darkest sky before dawn, pointing directly at Lei Lai's temple. The instinctive perception of crisis made his hair stand on end, but the silver needle was hidden in the cold wind mixed with gunpowder smoke, making it impossible to determine its specific location. Lei Lai released the star power shield to prevent the sneak attack in his intuition, but the silver needle ignored the existence of the star power shield and went straight to his life. At the critical moment, a dark green light suddenly lit up, and Lei Lai smelled a sweet smell of grass before he could react to what happened. Immediately afterwards, he saw the dark green liquid attached to more than 10 silver needles, making them nowhere to hide, and the sharp edge pierced his eyes. In a short breath, the silver needle melted inch by inch in the dark green liquid, making a corrosive sound. Lei Lai's scalp tightened, and he felt like he had survived a disaster. After the dark green liquid corroded the silver needle, it did not disappear, but condensed into a palm-length arrow, which was fiercely shot at someone hiding among the refugees. Plop! Someone fell to the ground in response. The person next to him did not notice the arrival of the dark green arrow, and was startled. Just as he was about to ask what happened to the person who fell to the ground, he was blocked by his shoulder, and stepped back a few steps. I saw a man wearing the uniform of the Guyun army, and with an ordinary appearance, half crouched down, checked the person who fell to the ground for a while, and then commanded 2 soldiers to carry him away. Lei Lai kept staring at the man when he walked out. He had no impression of this person. Judging from his uniform and rank, he was just an ordinary soldier. However, he easily blocked a sneak attack that he could not even detect. He could not be an ordinary person. Seeing that he was staring at him with a vigilant look, Bai Hao shrugged and took the initiative to avoid the crowd and walked to a relatively open place. Lei Lai saw that he had something to say to him, so he followed him to avoid being seen by others. Bai Hao briefly introduced himself. My name is Bai Hao, and the commander sent me here. After Lei Lai knew that Shi Yuan took over the 9th Army of Tao Tai, he specially checked the information of the 9th Army of Tao Tai, and knew that one of the deputy commanders was called Bai Hao. Looking at the other party's leisurely and calm attitude, it was probably the same person. He cautiously probed, Deputy Commander Bai? Bai Hao slightly raised his eyebrows, which was regarded as a response to the title. Lei Lai took a deep breath in his heart, and put on a respectful attitude on his face. Saluting Bai Hao, Lei Lai meets Deputy Commander Bai. Thank you for helping me just now. Bai Hao waved his hand. It's just a small favor. The commander thought someone might harm you, so he asked me to follow you in secret. If you want to thank him, then win a battle and thank the commander. Lei Lai was very moved. The president actually asked the deputy commander of the 9th Army of Tao Tai to protect him closely. He is indeed the president's favorite child. Oh no, subordinate. Lei Lai saluted Bai Hao again. Learn from you. I will not fail you. Bai Hao also saluted him. Let's encourage each other. At the same time, on the only way from Jinyuan City to the White Mist Swamp, Mr. Ming looked at the unicorns shaking their wings in front of him, and his face was extremely ugly. Yes, the unicorns. The one-horned Pegasus with pure white hair is the symbol of the Ji family of Tiandu, and is also the mount of the regular army of the Tao Tai Legion. The transport constellation group of Jinyuan City was forced to stop, and the open field fell into a dead silence until the one-horned Pegasus group separated to both sides, and a high-pitched neigh reached Mr. Ming's ears. He gritted his teeth and looked. I saw a newly adult one-horned Pegasus flying out of the Pegasus group, with its head held high, and its chest puffed out. The silver-gray hair rolled in the air, and the girl's smiling face broke into Mr. Ming's field of vision. Facing the pair of silver-blue eyes, Mr. Ming closed his eyes hard. Chapter 192. Although Mr. Ming had anticipated that there would be a tough battle when he guessed that Zhang Lei was a spy planted by the Tao Tai Corps in Jinyuanzhou, he never expected that Ji Qingyuan would personally lead the Tao Tai Corps to come, and fortunately, they would block him. He had been in Jinyuanxing for so long, and had always used a fake identity to disguise himself, and acted as low-key as possible, so that he could have a chance to fake his death and escape when he had a direct conflict with the Tao Tai family. Now that he was caught on the spot, he couldn't leave even if he wanted to. He was really in a difficult situation. Should he surrender or fight to the death? Hiding in the pitch-black darkness before dawn, Mr. Ming struggled strongly in his heart. On the one hand, he didn't want to offend the Tao Tai family completely, and on the other hand, he was unwilling to surrender to Ji Qingyuan easily. The girl who rode on the unicorn and looked down at him from a high position had an indifferent expression. There was no emotion in her beautiful eyes, and it was impossible to figure out what she was thinking at the moment. Suddenly, Mr. Ming's unwillingness was infinitely magnified. So what about the totem family? So what about the pure-blooded Tao Tai? Why should he be timid? Since he had decided to snatch meat from the mouth of the Tao Tai, he would only look ridiculous if he was submissive. He was not afraid of Ji Qingyuan. The reason why the Tao Tai family was feared was because of Marshal Ji Wu and the entire Tao Tai Corps. In the final analysis, Ji Qingyuan was just a little Tao Tai who had not yet grown up. She relied on her mother's protection to gain prestige that did not belong to her. She had to fight in person to know how much she really weighed. Mr. Ming curled the corners of his mouth and met those arrogant and cold eyes again. The panic in his heart caused by the sudden change disappeared completely, and was replaced by a strong desire to fight. He didn't have to rest on his laurels. Wasn't it just the 9th Tao Tai Legion with only 2,000 people? What if Ji Qingyuan was added? The Jinyuan army following him had 30,000 people, and at least they were at the first level of extraordinary combat power, not much inferior to the Tao Tai Legion. After making a decision, Mr. Ming ordered the transport shuttle to dock on the ground, but as soon as the message was sent out from the Star Conch, the convoy that had been frozen after the Tao Tai Legion appeared realized what they were about to face, and caused a commotion. Some star shuttles started to move according to the order, some star shuttles were still in the air, and some star shuttles ran back in panic after hesitating. This incident not only made the soldiers of the 9th Legion of Tao Tai stunned, but even Mr. Ming did not expect that there would be deserters. He was so angry that blood rushed to his throat and spurted out on the spot. Some people even shouted to the star shuttles that stayed in place, "This is the Tao Tai Legion. Do you want to die? Dare to fight them head-on?" The panicked voice resounded throughout the empty wilderness. Before Mr. Ming could catch his breath, he was choked by these words, and his nose was full of blood. The two words "it's over" kept circling in his mind. He finally understood why the Jinyuan army, which he had taken in the bandits, was defeated repeatedly on the battlefield. They are bandits, not soldiers. They are afraid of death, and only rush forward like jackals when they see benefits. Once they find their lives are threatened, they will betray their so-called masters without hesitation. Mr. Ming wiped the blood from his lips, and looked at Ji Qingyuan, who was riding a unicorn and looking at him with a playful look in the air. He suddenly felt like a ridiculous clown. Tao Tai Army. Ji Qingyuan. The silver bone sickle was swung, and the cold sickle blade and the first ray of light that fell on the earth in the early morning shone together, stinging Mr. Ming's eyes. Two cold and majestic words overwhelmed all the sounds: charge. The unicorn raised its front hooves, and its pure white wings completely drove away the gray night. The high-pitched neighing sound was like a surging wave, and the deafening sound of the charge scared the hesitant Jinyuan army to death. The army commander personally led people to intercept Mr. Ming. Lei Lai was shocked by the news that Bai Hao told him, and hurriedly asked, "How many people did she bring?" Mr. Ming has at least 30,000 Jinyuan soldiers, and they are all gifted people in the extraordinary realm. Do you know the specific location? I will bring people to support them immediately. Bai Hao signaled him to be patient. Don't worry, the Legion commander is the regular army of the 9th Legion of Tao Tai, and he has not concealed his identity. It is not difficult to win, and good news should be reported soon. The shadow of the tree is the name of the person. The Tao Tai Legion is notorious in the universe. No force is willing to have a direct conflict with them. Even the top 10 families in the Chaos Star domain dare only send agents to the Golden Carp seat to disrupt the already fragile social order here. During the period of occupying the Golden Carp seat, a large amount of resources were plundered back to the Chaos Star domain, instead of sending regular troops trained by the family to carve land here. They knew very well that with the Tianyuan clan in charge in the Chaos Star region, even if the Tao Tai clan was dissatisfied with them for reaching out too far, they would not send the Tao Tai army to attack and wipe out the 10 major clans. But when they came to the Golden Carp seat, they were the lambs under the iron hoof of the Tao Tai army, and how many of them died was entirely up to the mood of the Tao Tai clan. Bai Hao dared to say that if it was the marshal instead of the miss who came to the Golden Carp seat, the agents of the 10 major families would have packed up and run away long ago. In the final analysis, those people bullied the miss because she was young and wanted to step on her to achieve their own reputation in the universe, but they could not see that they were just a grindstone, and were still complacent about the kingdom they had established in the Golden Carp seat. The situation in the Golden Sand Ring Zone was becoming increasingly clear. The bandits, who had been rampant before, were incorporated into the garrison of each planet by the forces supporting them. Now that the Tao Tai Corps was attacking, there was no need to play hide-and-seek guerrilla warfare with them. They could just wipe out the agent forces in one fell swoop, and the problem would be solved. After listening to Bai Hao's words, Lei Lai opened his mouth into an O shape. So the reason why the Legion commander stayed in Jingdu Star for so long is not because the Xian family and the Qinghua family are difficult to deal with, but because he is waiting for the opportunity. Bai Hao nodded. More than that, the Tao Tai Legion can unify the Jinli constellation, but it cannot protect the Jinli constellation forever. The Jinli constellation must have its own legion. The Legion commander stayed in Jingu Star to lay the foundation for the future construction of the Jinli Legion. Whether it is the various new policies implemented from Qingdi City, or the Qingdi army selected and trained according to the standards of the Tao Tai Legion, they are all preparations for making the Jinli constellation into the second Xingguan constellation. It is better to teach a man how to fish than to give him a fish. When the Jinli constellation is unified and the new policies are fully implemented, the Legion commander will get rid of the biased label of little Tao Tai, who has not yet grown up, and become the real marshal of the Jinli constellation. Lei Lai couldn't help but be amazed. The president is really as far-sighted as ever. If someone else came, I'm afraid, he would only think about leading the 9th Tao Tai Legion to kill people in the Golden Sand Ring Zone, violently expel the forces of the Chaos Star Domain, and consider how to clean up the mess after driving them away. But the Chaos Star Domain is determined to do bad things. So how can it concentrate on handling internal affairs after driving them away? The Golden Carp and the Chaos Star Domain have long been inseparable because of the large number of connected alienated areas. If you want to completely get rid of the shortcomings of the Golden Carp, you must overthrow the old system and establish a new order. But without the obvious external threat, overthrowing the old system is not something that can be done by issuing an announcement or changing the law. The more Lei Lai thought about it, the more frightened and excited he became. He was frightened that Shi Yuan had seen the shortcomings of the Golden Carp early on, and when others still thought her reforms were wishful thinking, she had already rooted the idea of how good the new policy is in the hearts of the people of Jingu Star. The people of Jinli Constellation, who have experienced war and mercenary chaos, will definitely not want to repeat the same mistakes. Their acceptance of the new policy will rise sharply, from Jingu Star to Jinyuan Star, and then to the entire Jinsha Ring Zone, and finally radiate Jinli Constellation. When wanted criminals and black talents can't move in Jinli Constellation, when the garrison is no longer a mess, but aims to become the second Tao Tai Corps. Lei Lai seems to have foreseen the prosperous future of Jinli Constellation, and he will be a member of its construction, and a witness to this history. He can hardly suppress his excitement and admiration, and clenched his fists. Nia Linghan has heard about the terrorist attack on Lei Lai's side, and was about to ask him how the situation was, when he received a tidal sound that lasted more than 10 minutes. Thinking of the experience of Lei Lai nagging about all kinds of trivial matters, his eyelids twitched. He felt that Lei Lai was not directly resonating with his tidal sound, but recording such a long message, there should be nothing urgent, most likely scolding Mr. Ming for being shameless and having no bottom line, and actually carrying out terrorist attacks in the city. But now it is wartime, it is really hard to say whether there will be important things. If he misses important information and causes military delays, Lei Lai will chop him down later. So, Nia Linghan listened to this tidal sound that lasted for more than 10 minutes, with a very complicated mentality. At the beginning, it was indeed scolding Mr. Ming for being a rotten person. Nia Linghan frowned when he heard all kinds of dirty words. When he heard the latter part, not only did his brows relax, but his eyes also bloomed with brilliance. His nerves, which were exhausted after a day of fighting, suddenly became extremely excited. After hearing the last sentence, Nia Linghan was in high spirits, and quickly unfolded the map of Jinyuan Star, and began to formulate the next battle plan. Who doesn't have an ambition to expand territory? Nia Linghan was able to establish an organization as large as Hanmei and Xingyao Military Academy, where nobles were everywhere. Both ability and ambition were indispensable. His original plan was to unify the Yaguang camp. The appearance of Ji Qingyuan shattered his future blueprint. Later, he surrendered to her with more or less reluctance. To this day, that reluctance has long been forgotten by him. He thought that after graduating from Xingyao Military Academy, he would most likely join the Tao Tai Corps, and in the future, he would most likely become a senior officer of the Tao Tai Corps, and live a life that he could see the end of at a glance. Nia Linghan actually doesn't like a monotonous life. He likes challenges, the unknown, and the unpredictable. He had a secret in his heart that he could not tell others. The disintegration of the Yongyao Empire made him extremely excited, and the independence of the Totem family made him tremble with excitement. When the existing pattern was broken, everything was possible in the future. So when Lei Lai asked him if he wanted to come to the Golden Carp seat, he agreed without hesitation. He didn't want to be a stereotyped non-commissioned officer under Ji Qingyuan's command. He wanted to be a top-level warrior that the world feared. The name Nia Linghan must go down in history. When Mr. Ming was brought to Shi Yuan, his hair was disheveled and his face was dejected. He probably never thought that he would be caught by the Tao Tai Legion in such an embarrassing posture, and appeared in front of Ji Qingyuan like a stray dog. In the past half an hour, he fully realized what it meant to be a mess. The Jin Yuan army, which he was proud of, was an army that relies on combat power, does not pay attention to the shaping of military style, has no centripetal force, and naturally cannot be loyal to him. When facing the weak, their butcher knife is unstoppable. When facing the equally matched, they can still fight. When facing the Tao Tai Legion, they become ridiculous and pathetic deserters. Mr. Ming has never realized so clearly how ridiculous it is to think that he can fight the Tao Tai Legion. Putting aside external factors such as weapons and equipment, the victory or defeat on the battlefield depends not on personal will, but on the belief of the entire legion. He hung his hands dejectedly, waiting for execution, and his appearance was too sad, but no one in the tent sympathized with him. Shi Yuan sat on the upper seat, looked at the distraught young man, and chuckled, "Mr. Ming?" Mr. Ming was called back to his senses by her voice, raised his head, and looked at her. Unlike her previous cold and aloof attitude, Ji Qingyuan now had a more approachable and gentle manner, especially her harmless face, which made people unconsciously immersed in the peaceful atmosphere she created and let down their guard. Mr. Ming looked at her without saying anything. Shi Yuan saw that he was ready to be slaughtered, and laughed. "Don't be so nervous, I won't kill you." Mr. Ming sneered in his heart. Of course she wouldn't kill him. He was not an ignorant and foolish mediocre person. He had figured out that Ji Qingyuan personally led the 9th Legion of Tao Tai to overthrow his rule on Jin Yuan Star with a crushing force. Combined with Yan Zhuxi's arrest, and the fact that the head of the Xian family was afraid to act rashly, it was not difficult to guess what he would face next. Unfortunately, he was not Yan Zhuxi, and he didn't have a father who loved him like his life. Ji Qingyuan couldn't repeat the same trick. Seeing that the young man was still unmoved, Shi Yuan sighed and pointed at his ordinary face and said, "Would you like to take off your bionic mask?" Mr. Ming was not surprised that she knew he was wearing a bionic mask. Now, when you go out, whose identity is not given by yourself? Who would wear their real face when doing bad things? He was too lazy to talk about those things, so he tore off the bionic mask. Unlike Wen Xi's stunning face, Mr. Ming's appearance was at most handsome. Because he tore it too hard, his skin surface turned light red. He looked only in his early 20s, and under the background of the mature bionic mask, he looked even younger. Shi Yuan quickly searched for the face corresponding to him in his mind, and finally stopped at a certain keyword. "So he is the young master of the Black Goat family," she said Mr. Ming's identity in a slightly surprised tone, but there was no surprise in her expression. Luo Ziming sneered. "What young master? He is just an illegitimate child." He bit the word illegitimate child, and looked at Shi Yuan provocatively, as if to say, "I am not valuable for you to use, don't waste your time on me." Indeed, the reproduction method of the Black Goat family is quite similar to that of the Tongue Snake family. The successive heads of the family are romantic, and have children one after another. But unlike the harsh and cruel law of the Tongue Snake family, the Black Goat family emphasizes strength in numbers, and will spread the blood of the same family except the head of the family to various constellations in the universe to operate an intelligence network. Shi Yuan seemed not to hear the provocation hidden in his words, and deliberately said, "What's wrong with an illegitimate child? The illegitimate child of the Tongue Snake family can still inherit the Tongue Snake Legion and command the Snake Spear seat." Luo Ziming instinctively felt that there was a trap in her words, but he carefully considered every word and did not find any loopholes. In order not to jump into the trap, he did not respond to Shi Yuan's words. Shi Yuan looked at him and said calmly, "But you are right, the Black Goat family is not as good as the Tongue Snake family. The combat power of pure blood and subspecies is not much different. Whoever is better can inherit the family position without being restricted by bloodline. This is the inheritance rule of most mimic families. For example, the Black Goat family, their first generation of the family has the Black Goat mimicry, but as the successive family heads married wives and husbands, the Black Goat bloodline became increasingly thin, and the current family head's mimicry is not even a sheep. Ability and power are the key to determining who can succeed the position of the family head." Luo Ziming couldn't figure out what she wanted to say, and couldn't help but frown slightly. Shi Yuan continued, "I remember that the Black Goat family is very generous to its members. You are the son of the head of the family. It shouldn't be difficult for you to get the information, right? How come my people use so many tricks under your nose, and you didn't notice it?" Luo Ziming, His eyes twitched slightly, and he wanted to say something, but he still suppressed the urge to speak. As long as he remained silent, no matter how much Ji Qingyuan said, she would not be able to achieve her goal. Sure, Yuan said, "Why do you think you are worthless? It turns out that you are really worthless." This was said inexplicably. Not only did Luo Ziming not understand what it meant, but Ling Yao beside him was also confused. Just as he was wondering, Sure Yuan said again, "For someone like you who didn't even notice that his own nest was hollowed out, it's not a simple problem of ability. The head of the Black Goat family probably saw that you have no future, and knew that I would soon take action against the Golden Sand Ring Zone, so he simply abandoned you." Luo Ziming's expression of never give up even if you die froze. Sure Yuan seemed not to notice, and continued to stab him in the heart. "If I'm not mistaken, since you came to Jinyuan Star, you have been supplying supplies to the Black Goat family, right? Jinyuan Star should have been emptied by you. This is what every family that sends agents to the Golden Carp seat will do. After all, no one knows when Marshal Ji Wu will lead the Taotai Legion to attack, and of course good things must be put into their own pockets to be safe." But after she said this, and then used her words to infinitely magnify Luo Ziming's dissatisfaction with being treated differently in the family, and his desire for power, and the position of the head of the family, even the most solid defense should have a crack. Yes, when Luo Ziming said that he was just an illegitimate child, Sure Yuan saw the most vulnerable part of his heart. For the major families in the Chaos Star domain, this dispute in the Golden Carp seat is by no means a simple resource plunder. They are testing the bottom line of the Taotai family. If the Taotai family gets involved in a dispute with the Tongxi royal family and fails to regain the Golden Carp seat, they will rush in and divide this piece of fat meat in one fell swoop. The person who executes the task cannot be a dispensable transparent person in the family. He must be smart enough to see the situation clearly, and be able to compete with agents from other families. But this task is dangerous. If you are not careful, you may die in the Golden Carp seat. According to the survival rules of the Black Goat family, people with a stable status do not need to take this risk. Only those who suffer from a low status, and want to go further need this opportunity to change their fate against the sky. Luo Ziming ridiculed himself as an illegitimate child, but he was unwilling to be a mediocre person. He came to Jinyuan Star, and spent a lot of time and effort to build his own team to prove that he was ambitious, and did not really think he was worthless. Sure Yuan saw through the secret in his heart, and hinted that an illegitimate child could also inherit the family. When he was unprepared, he gave him a major blow of being abandoned by the family. Luo Ziming's unwillingness was completely aroused. He would want to refute Sure Yuan's words, and angrily scold her for knowing nothing. He would recall the past and verify that he was not abandoned by the family, and her ridicule was nonsense. Once he had the above thoughts, he fell into the trap set by Sure Yuan. There is no absolutely perfect thing in the world. Subjective emotions will greatly affect a person's judgment, especially Luo Ziming, who is determined to do a great job in Jinlizuo, but was hit hard. He will lose his normal judgment ability, and be led by Sure Yuan. Ling Yao glanced at Luo Ziming, whose eyes were bloodshot, and was shocked in his heart. No wonder the marshal dared to let the eldest lady take over the 9th Legion of Taotai to recapture the Golden Carp seat. Putting aside the powerful combat power, this ability to easily find the opponent's weaknesses in conversation and break the defense of the heart with a few words is simply chilling. Not to mention Master Qinglian, even Master Qi Qi is probably far behind. Sure Yuan smiled at Luo Ziming and asked, "Am I right?" She also used a rhetorical tone to let the other party decide whether the previous analysis was correct, which was simply playing with people's hearts. Luo Ziming's face was pale, his eyes were covered with red bloodshot, and his pupils stared at a certain point on the ground without focus. There was no point in keeping silent. The moment his identity was exposed, he was already a plaything in Sure Yuan's hand. The tent was terribly quiet, and time seemed to stretch infinitely. After an unknown amount of time, Luo Ziming said in a hoarse voice, "So what? I am the abandoned child of the family. So what?" He shouted the last 4 words hysterically, and glared at Sure Yuan. "How can you, who was born to inherit the family because of your noble blood, understand the feeling of being an abandoned child? Look at me like this now, are you happy? I am as humble as a maggot, so what? At most, I will die. Looking for a sense of existence in front of someone like me? Ji Qingyuan, don't you think you are ridiculous?" His spirit was close to collapse, and he was yelling until his eyes were red first, and he felt extremely boring. This is the world, the strong prey on the weak. He has no powerful mimicry, no noble birth, and is destined to crawl at the feet of others. Even if he works hard, he can only have a short-lived splendor. Everything is just a mirage. Luo Ziming collapsed and fell to the ground. He had a knife hidden in his sleeve, but he couldn't muster up the courage to stab it into his heart and get rid of this fucked up world. He thought he could face the humiliation after the defeat calmly, but he was a coward after all. Sure Yuan looked down at him, without any ridicule or sympathy. Only after his emotions gradually calmed down, he said calmly, "People always go to higher places." Luo Ziming was stunned, and an incredible idea came from the bottom of his heart. He looked at the girl who was half leaning on the table, with one hand on her chin in disbelief. Sure Yuan smiled. "I like smart people, don't you?" At that moment, Luo Ziming thought of the head of the Xian family. His breathing became uncontrollably rapid, veins on his forehead bulged, and he moved his lips to say something, but he was afraid that he was just being sentimental. Sure Yuan said slowly, "On the morning of May 27, 1316, Jin Yuan Star, Ji Qingyuan personally led the 9th Army of Tao Tai to ambush the Jin Yuan army in Cape Plain. The Jin Yuan army was defeated, and the commander Ming escaped by chance. Now an S-level bounty order is issued. Anyone who provides his whereabouts can receive the bounty." She bit the word escape, and every time she said a word, Luo Ziming's eyes widened a little, and his lips trembled slightly. Ling Yao clicked his tongue in her heart, and made a gesture of invitation to the door. "Ming, please." Luo Ziming turned his eyes to her somewhat at a loss, and then quickly looked back at Sure Yuan, and received her bright smile. His heart trembled violently, and he swallowed several mouthfuls of saliva with difficulty, before staggering to his feet, and tentatively stepped back a few steps. Just then, Yuan's star snare rang. It was Ji Qingqi. She turned her chair, and put the star snare to her ear, not looking at Luo Ziming again. She only heard her call him second brother in an intimate tone, like an innocent little girl. It was hard to tell that she was the young warrior who rode a unicorn an hour ago, and led the 9th Legion of Tao Tai to smash the Jin Yuan army, with a cold expression. Ling Yao once again made a gesture of invitation to Luo Ziming, motioning him to go out. Luo Ziming left with 1 footstep deep and 1 footstep shallow. When he went out, the morning sun was all over the sky. The dazzling light made him close his eyes subconsciously, and physiological tears slid down from the corners of his eyes uncontrollably. After a few seconds, he wiped his face with his sleeve and whispered to Ling Yao, "My star snare is broken. Can you borrow one?" Ling Yao raised his eyebrows slightly, did not refuse the unreasonable request of the captive, took out a star snare from the space ring, and threw it to him. Luo Ziming took the star snail and said, "Thank you." But the next second, he took out another star snail from the space ring, touched it with the star snail Ling Yao gave him, and threw it back. Without waiting for Ling Yao to speak, Luo Ziming walked out of the camp, step by step, from hesitation to determination, from slow to fast, and finally even ran. The soldiers stationed in the camp seemed to be unable to see him, patrolling, counting supplies, and no one stopped moving. Ling Yao shook the star snail in her hand, and saw a sound of tide, without any remarks in the empty list. She said, "He is really someone from a big family, and he is very sensible." He gave his sound of tide to her. It will not be long before the other party sends a message for help, and he will become the most loyal lackey of the Legion commander in the Black Goat family. The moment he rushed out of the camp, Luo Ziming's lips couldn't help but rise up. If he could, he wanted to laugh out loud. Ji Qingyuan. Now he wanted to see what Luo Zeka could do to fight him. Collaboration? The Black Goat family never fought against the Tao Tai family, so how could it be called collaboration? Is there a better deal than exchanging a small Jin Yuan star for the entire Black Goat family? Yes, Ji Qingyuan didn't say it clearly, but he was a smart man. He knew that when she said the battle report, she wanted him to become her running dog and interfere in the internal affairs of the Black Goat family. She was right. People always go higher. What? How is he now? Sure Yuan stood up from the chair, with a bit of urgency in her tone that she herself didn't realize. Ji Qingqi sighed. It's a bit serious. We will temporarily suppress it with ice-type alien crystals. But the climate on Muju's star is bad, and the temperature is high. I don't think it will last long. I asked him to go back to Tiandu's star to ask his mother for help to suppress him. He didn't listen. Do you have any Mo Hanyu? Ji Qingqi knew that he was by Zhe, and that he still had the unsolved Jinwu curse after Jisiu was assassinated by Tiandu's star. He had never seen Jisiu's curse attack, and thought it had been suppressed. Who would have thought that when he was talking to him about arranging the star array today, he suddenly saw his blood surge up, his star power dissipated, and it was difficult to hide the Jinwu fire breath, and even his eyes turned golden red. Sure Yuan slightly tightened his 5 fingers, and then loosened them. Mo Hanyu is useless, I come right over. When she first met Jisiu, she saw that he brought a whole string of 3S level Mo Hanyu to suppress the high body temperature caused by the Jinwu curse. so that the curse itself could not be affected. Didn't Tang Shijin swallow Tang Shiza's mimicry and get all his power? Why didn't he remove the Golden Crow curse for GCU? Sure, Yuan didn't have time to think too much. He ended the conversation with Ji Qiqi, said a few words to Ling Yao who had returned, handed the subsequent finishing work to her, and rode the baby back to Jinyuan Star quickly. When the unicorn flew at full speed, it flashed across the sky like a pure white stream of light, and it was almost impossible to capture its appearance with the naked eye. In less than an hour, the baby entered the Erosion Wood Rainforest. After more than 10 minutes, Sure Yuan left the Erosion Wood Rainforest and saw GCU, who was soaking in the ice-type alien crystals, with frost all over his body and his eyes closed. He only wore a thin pair of underpants, with his upper body naked, revealing his strong arms and distinct muscles. The high body temperature made the frost covering his body surface melt continuously, and the clustered ice star power made the melted ice water condense into frost, and the cycle repeated. Ji Qiqi stood beside the ice pool, his brows furrowed so much that they could kill a fly. He could not help GCU suppress the surging Golden Crow curse, and could only constantly gather ice star power and fill it with ice alienation crystals to try to relieve the pain caused by the rapid temperature rise of his body. Hearing the footsteps, Ji Qiqi turned around and saw Sure Yuan raising his hand to wipe the sweat on his forehead. So fast? He didn't know much about the curse, but he knew that his sister had been hit by the Golden Crow curse before and suppressed it quickly, so he thought there should be a way. The baby brought me here. Fortunately, Deputy Commander Mo brought it here, otherwise I would not be able to make it. Sure Yuan answered with a slight breath. She walked quickly to the side of the ice pool, touched GCU's forehead with her hand, and shrank her fingers because of the scorching temperature. If the body temperature of an ordinary person reached this level, he would have died long ago, and ordinary talents would not be able to hold on. GCU was obviously delirious with fever, his eyes were closed, as if he was trapped in a terrible nightmare, his lips moved as if he was mumbling, but the sound was very vague and could not be heard at all. Sure Yuan did not expect that his curse would be so serious again. While slowly injecting the power of the sacred tree into his body, he took out the star snail to contact Tang Shijin. When the power of the sacred tree touched GCU's skin, it was like encountering a terrible whirlpool and being greedily sucked away by it. Ji Qiqi saw this, and a trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. Suddenly, a sharp alarm rang throughout the camp, and the words enemy attack came from far and near, tearing his eardrums. The star pirates are attacking. Just at this time, Ji Qiqi suddenly clenched his fists and said to Sure Yuan, I go to the camp. If the situation is not right, you take CU away first. Sure Yuan did not expect the star pirates to attack at this time, and warned, be careful. Ji Qiqi nodded and strode out of the tent. The wind and sand rolled in the dust from the gap in the tent, with a faint smell of gunpowder. When the sound of the charge sounded, Tang Shijin finally picked up Sure Yuan's tidal sound. On the way, she resonated with Tang Shijin's star conch, but there was no response. A hoarse, slightly tired voice came, what's wrong? There were hundreds of tidal sounds. Tang Shijin had just finished a battle, and for a moment, he really couldn't think of what important things Ji Qingyuan could find him. Sure Yuan went straight to the point. Why didn't you resolve GCU's curse? Tang Shijin was stunned for a moment, then quickly realized, CU's curse has struck again? Yes. Sure Yuan answered briefly, and continued to release the power of the sacred tree with his hands, but the effect was minimal. GCU's body temperature was still frighteningly high, and the Golden Crow fire flowing in his body was surging, as if it was about to break through the cage that bound it. With the suppression effect of the flower, the situation should not be so serious. Tang Shijin took a deep breath. I can't remove CU's curse. His curse was indeed cast by Tang Shiza, but at that time, it was not only him who released the Golden Crow fire and arranged the curse star array. There were other pure-blooded Golden Crows. In order to remove the curse on him, we must gather all the people who released the Golden Crow fire together, but those people were killed by the curse afterwards. This also means that the Golden Crow curse on GCU is unsolvable. Sure Yuan closed his eyes. What a coincidence, her Rose curse has no solution, but because she took the Rose heart from the old Duke of Rose, she can control the power of the Rose totem to a certain extent, curb the Rose curse, and with the help of the Wuxing flower and the God Tree totem, it has almost never broken out. Tang Shize is really damned. If Bai Zhe is not a lucky beast and cannot cast a curse, how can the Tongxi royal family be free and easy now? How is CU now? I have found out the whereabouts of a Wuxing flower. I wanted to get the exact news before telling him. Sure Yuan asked curiously, isn't it that after eating a Wuxing flower, the second one will have no effect? Tang Shijin retorted, Who said that? The effect of Wuxing flower is the same as that of Yongsheng flower. They can be superimposed, but the medicinal effect is not as good as the first time it is used, but it can also play a suppressive role. Shi Yuan suddenly clenched the star conch, and then looked at GCU with his eyes closed in the ice pool, with a bit of confusion in his eyes. He said it. Back then on the Crazy Lion Star, she wanted the immortal flower to suppress the rose curse, and she also thought about whether she would conflict with GCU. In order to avoid unnecessary suspicion, she took the initiative to make it clear that it was GCU who said that the second immortal flower had no effect on him, and dragged his seriously injured body to intercept Carol, and took back the immortal flower from Cyrus. Shi Yuan suddenly realized clearly that GCU lied. He gave her the immortal flower that could save his life. Why did he do this? She and GCU were just strangers tied together by a surname, let alone something as ridiculous as brother-sister love. They didn't have it, and they didn't need it. Looking at the face that was burning hot and red by the golden crow's fire, Shi Yuan had been traveling for more than 13 years, and for the first time, he felt at a loss. Perhaps the power of the sacred tree played a role, and GCU's vague and indistinguishable mumbling became clearer. Qing Yuan. Go! Go! The words that rolled out of his throat were so hot that it was frightening. He called her name in his chaotic dream. Chapter 193. Bang! 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 The sound of the explosive bombs exploding came one after another, and the dull sound hit Shi Yuan's eardrums again and again. Less than 10 kilometers outside the camp, Ji Qingqi was leading people to resist the attack of the Star Pirates. Shi Yuan's thoughts were confused for a moment, and she was called back to her senses by the deafening sound of the charge. She said to Tang Shijin, "Give me the news of the Wuxing flower, I will find a way." Tang Shijin was no longer as wary of her as before, and even maintained a good trust in her because of the temporary alliance. Hearing her say this, he did not hesitate, and told her the relevant information of the Wuxing flower, in the Chaos Star region, but the specific location has not yet been determined. Chaos Star region? Shi Yuan frowned slightly. What a coincidence! However, there are many deadly places in the Chaos Star region, so it is not surprising that the Wuxing flower was born. I understand. She stopped talking nonsense and interrupted the sound of the tide. In the ice pool, GCU's condition did not improve. The golden crow's fire breath continued to burst out of his body, burning his skin hot and red. The ice star power was consumed one after another. There were no more ice alien crystals to fill it. It had begun to melt into ice water, and no longer frost. Shi Yuan casually put the star snail into his pocket, and reached out to check GCU's body temperature again. Sure enough, it was higher than before. The power of the sacred tree did not seem to have much suppressive effect. Shi Yuan's eyes were condensed, and he further used the power of the sacred tree. Totem blessing divine revelation. The shadow of the sacred tree quietly emerged, and the green light gathered into a thin ray of light that was drawn out from Shi Yuan's spiritual power spring, surrounding her and GCU to form a clear green halo. The aperture released a gentle star power, like a spring that could wash away all the filth in the world, flowing into GCU's body. The surging fire breath that seeped out of his blood finally seemed to be poured with a basin of cold water. It swayed and shrank back, but unwillingly spit out flames, trying to break through the shaky cage. The gentle and tolerant breath of the sacred tree surrounded GCU layer by layer, and the aperture continued to shrink, forming an airtight light cocoon, strongly and powerfully shackled the unyielding golden crow fire. Two diametrically opposed forces competed with each other in the light cocoon. GCU, who was used as a battlefield for the competition, frowned painfully, and low groans came out of his throat one after another. Become stronger. Shi Yuan's eyes showed doubts. The power of the curse is constant, and will not change due to the strength of the cursed person. It will only continuously absorb the power of the cursed person until his death. GCU had eaten the Wuxing flower. Even if he couldn't completely suppress the golden crow curse, he should have sealed part of its power. Why did the backlash become more and more serious? No one answered her doubts, so Shi Yuan had to put this question aside for the time being and call on more power from the sacred tree. The power of the sacred tree was very gentle, but it was as vast as the ocean and had a strong tolerance. Even if the golden crow's fire breath was surging and wanted to resist the suppression from him with the strongest hostility, it could only be locked into a deeper cage in the impact again, and lost the opportunity to gain freedom again in the desperate roar. When the golden crow curse was completely suppressed, Shi Yuan was already sweating profusely, her steps were weak, and she fell down beside the completely melted ice pool after taking a step. The kitten that came out of her spiritual power spring at some point rubbed her side face, and made a worried cry. Shuryuan raised his hand to wipe away the wet sweat on his forehead, tilted his head to touch its furry ears, and silently comforted it. Looking at GCU again, his frown had relaxed, and he lay in the pool like he was sleeping. His skin faded from the burning red and gradually turned pale. Shuryuan took a breath, stood up from the ground, and helped GCU out of the pool. The heavy body pressed on her shoulders, and the hot breath hit her neck. The slightly cool water droplets dripped from the ends of GCU's hair, and slid down to her jaw along Shuryuan's side face. They seemed to share something in this small and simple tent, but it seemed like nothing. The kitten jumped from Shuryuan's shoulder to GCU's wet hair, hooked a strand of his hair with its claws, and lay down and howled several times. The young man who always liked to play with it did not give any response, and even Xianzhu was nowhere to be seen. The kitten was not discouraged, and kept calling out, as if it could wake up the sleeping young man if it called out more. Shuryuan breathed a sigh of relief, helping GCU lie down on the simple wooden bed. Most of her clothes were soaked by the water stains on GCU's body, and it was not very comfortable to stick to her body. The kitten had already jumped onto GCU's chest, stepping on his tight and powerful muscles, and continued to cry. Shuryuan was about to ask the kitten to stop calling, but the young man who was sleeping with his eyes closed suddenly moved his eyelashes, and squeezed out 2 words from his dry throat with some difficulty, Yuan. His voice was not loud, almost hidden in the sound of the continuous rush, but Shuryuan heard it, and immediately looked down at GCU, just in time to meet the pair of black eyes that were difficult to open. Perhaps because he was tortured too much by the curse, there was a trace of confusion and chaos in those clear eyes, and it seemed difficult to tell whether it was a dream or reality at this moment. The kitten also heard him calling him, and excitedly pricked up his ears, and cried several times. GCU was not attracted by it, but stared at the silver blue eyes without blinking, as if his soul was taken away by the goblin. GCU? Shuryuan called his name. This was the first time she called his name in front of GCU after she became Ji Qingyuan. GCU was obviously stunned for a moment, and hesitantly said, Qingyuan? After a pause, he asked uncertainly, Why are you here? The answer to this question is not difficult to guess. At least it is impossible to ask this question when he is conscious. Shuryuan was about to speak, and suddenly felt a tremor, as if some huge monster turned over underground, causing the ground to tremble violently. The simple bed board obviously couldn't withstand the terrible earthquake. It collapsed with a creaking cry for help. The accident happened too suddenly. Shuryuan barely reacted, but because of excessive power consumption, she couldn't open the star power shield for a while. GCU was exhausted by the curse. Not to mention calling for star power, he couldn't even get up from the bed. The 2 talents with extraordinary 3rd-level combat power fell under the collapsed bed board in an extremely embarrassing posture. The ropes that fixed the tent also loosened the buckle in the strong vibration. The top of the tent fell down, and the tripod in the center just covered the top of the bed board. Shuryuan subconsciously raised her hand, but what her palm touched was not the broken bed board or the rough ground, but a warm and slightly moist chest. The kitten rubbed against her hand and cried. A strong arm passed across her shoulders. The young man, who had difficulty even moving, didn't know where he got the strength from. He pushed her down without saying anything, half-hugged her and protected her in his arms, and used his back to block a support frame that was hitting her head. The fluorescent stones fell to the ground one after another, covered by the tent cloth, and the narrow space was dark. In the fleeting silence, Shuryuan put her ear to GCU's chest, and heard the rapid heartbeat, and slightly heavy breathing. She was not a simple and ignorant little girl. Once she had a guess in her heart, she could find clues from trivial things that she would not pay much attention to at ordinary times. For example, now, she was not an ordinary person who was powerless. Even if she overused the power of the sacred tree and overdrawn it, she would not be injured by a support frame. Her instinct to deal with danger could easily avoid the falling support frame. She believed that GCU also had such an instinct. But now, he reacted one step faster than his body's instinct. Protect her. It was not the protection of the strong for the weak, but an emotion that Shuryuan had never thought of, and did not intend to experience before. The heartbeat beside her ear was like a drum. Silence spread silently, and the dark environment intensified the presence of both parties. Shuryuan lowered her eyes, and the moment the star power shield was opened, the collapsed tent suddenly burst like a swollen balloon, and then quickly shattered. She stuffed the kitten into her pocket, stood beside the collapsed wooden bed, avoided GCU's sight, and looked at the battlefield with artillery fire from a distance. The distance was too far. She could not see the situation over there. She could only see the thick smoke and the surging flames burning half the sky red. Compared with the war on Jupiter, the conquest of the Golden Sands Ring Zone was like a child playing house. The camp was set up not far from the entrance of the Star Gate. The sudden attack by the Star Pirates meant that they were very likely to know about the appearance of the new Star Gate. The fortress camp had not been built yet, so they could not be allowed to attack, let alone occupy the Star Gate. Sure, Yuan said with his back to GCU, "Your curse has been temporarily suppressed, but it is hard to say when it will break out." Tang Shijin heard that there is a lifeless flower in the chaotic star field. "I just want to clean up the chaotic star field, so I will keep an eye on it for you." Although he could not see the person behind him, Sure Yuan could feel that he was looking at him. He had never felt fear when he was on the verge of death, but at this moment, he felt what it meant to be like a thorn in the back. She was good at using interest to stir people's hearts, but she didn't know how to face a sincere relationship. There was no yearning, and no expectation. Her experience had always told her that no one would always walk on the same path with her, and even if they walked together at the beginning, they would eventually go their separate ways. Rather than giving true love and being ruthlessly trampled, it is better to walk alone rationally. The dark night suppressed the bright stars, the war burned more and more fiercely, and the roar of the beasts resounded through the sky. It is a tide of beasts. The Star Pirates are using the tide of beasts to consume the 10th Legion of Tao Tai. Sure Yuan forced herself to withdraw from the emotions that had not been sorted out yet, took out a blanket to cover GCU, and said in the same tone as before, "You have a good rest, I will go to see the situation." She turned to leave, but the young man behind her held her wrist. It's not that there has been no skin-to-skin contact, but this time it was so hot that she was at a loss. GCU was so transparent that he must have seen her avoidance, so why bother to pester her? "What's wrong?" Sure Yuan turned around and asked. The imagined retention, confession, or unwillingness did not appear. GCU stuffed something into her hand and whispered, "Be careful, I wait for you to come back." Gentle and tolerant, calm and restrained. Sure Yuan's heart seemed to be swept by a feather, and it softened inexplicably. The force on her wrist loosened, and she took the thing in her hand and looked at it. It was a jade-carved little white cat, with 2 short legs and a tilted head, lifelike. Chapter 194. It's a beast tide. It's a beast tide. The heavy trampling sound came from far away, shaking the ground violently, and people subconsciously looked in the direction of the vibration. Amid the rolling smoke and sand, a group of huge sandhorn rhinos broke into the soldiers' field of vision. Their huge bodies, as big as a hill, were shocking. The sandhorn rhinos are one of the more common beasts on the Jupiter star. They are between B and S levels, and most of them live in groups. Their skin is very thick, and it is difficult for S-level star warriors to break it. In addition, the sandhorn rhinos have a violent temperament. Once they are enraged, they will cause the entire tribe to riot. Soldiers have never wanted to provoke them. Who would have thought that the Star Pirates would be so unscrupulous that they actually attracted the angry sandhorn rhinos to deal with the 10th Legion of Tao Tai? Even a calm person like Ji Qingqi changed his expression slightly when he saw the scene, but the entrance to the Star Gate was just behind them, and they couldn't even retreat, otherwise they would hand over the erosion forest. The Star Pirates must have calculated this, so they drove the sandhorn rhinoceros over to use them to consume the manpower of the 10th Legion of Tao Tai. Some soldiers couldn't help but spit and curse the Star Pirates. But no matter how much they cursed, they couldn't make the sandhorn rhinoceros retreat, so they had to go forward to fight. Fortunately, the soldiers of the 10th Legion of Tao I all had combat power above the 2nd level of extraordinary, and they were rich in combat experience. They didn't lose their composure because of the sudden change. After being shocked, they quickly began to block the sandhorn rhinoceros as a team. Although they had no experience in dealing with sandhorn rhinoceros, they had simulated combat against large-scale alien beasts in past training. The simplest way is to dig a pit. Yes, dig a pit. The sandhorn rhinoceros is huge and has thick skin and flesh. It is a thankless task to fight them head-on, not to mention that there are Star Pirates watching them and ready to attack at any time. Just dig a big pit and let the sandhorn rhinoceros fall into it. Their bulky bodies will make it difficult for them to escape from the pit, and they will not be able to play the role of attacking the 10th Legion of Tao Tai. With Ji Qingqi's order, the gifted people with Earth-type mimicry immediately dug deep pits that were much larger than their bodies on the path that the sandhorn rhinoceros must pass through according to their past training experience. The climate of Muju Star is dry, the sand is soft, and it is easier to dig pits. The blocking troops in front received the signal from their comrades, and immediately threw explosive bombs at the sandhorn rhinoceros. The already frightened sandhorn rhinoceros became even more crazy under the effect of the explosive bombs, and they began to run rampant without caring that it was their companions running around. Some sandhorn rhinos were hit head-on, rolling on the ground for several circles, tripping many sandhorn rhinos, and being stepped on by other sandhorn rhinos running over before they could get up. After the serial collisions, the sandhorn rhinos completely lost their ability to distinguish, and plunged their heads into the pits that had been dug. The sandhorn rhinos at the back stepped on the sandhorn rhinos in the pits, and continued to run forward, falling into another pit. In just over 10 minutes, the sandhorn rhinos were either trampled to death by their companions, or fell into the pits, and could not climb out no matter how hard they tried. A terrible crisis was temporarily resolved. The Star Pirates, who were waiting to see the show, had never expected that the sandhorn rhinos with great lethality would be solved in such a simple way by the 10th Legion of Tao Tai, and their hideous smiles froze on their faces. Especially the leading Star Pirate, who thought he could soon issue orders to harvest the battlefield and cut off Ji Qingqi's head, but he saw Ji Qingqi standing on a dead sandhorn rhino, and gave him a middle finger. The Star Pirate leader cursed his parents on the spot, then sneered, and waved to his subordinates behind him. I saw star wheel cannons being pushed out from behind him, with the black muzzles pointed at the 10th Legion of Tao Tai. After counting them carefully, there were no less than 30. Ji Qingqi's face, which had improved slightly, darkened again. Star wheel cannon. How could the Star Pirates have star wheel cannons? There were as many as 30 of them. Even the arsenal of Tiandu Star only had 100 star wheel cannons. As we all know, the star wheel cannon is a star weapon developed by the current head of Xian family. The production is extremely limited, and the number sold to the outside world does not exceed 10 per year. Could it be that the Xian family is colluding with the Star Pirates? The moment this thought came up, Ji Qingqi denied it. It is unlikely. Not to mention that the Xian family has surrendered to his sister. With the cautiousness of their family, how could they give the Star Pirates the star wheel cannon, a star weapon that reminds people of the Xian family? Time is too tight, Ji Qingqi Wuxia thought deeply, but there is one thing he can be sure of. Someone outside the desolate star field is colluding with the Star Pirates, and their power is not small. Who can avoid the eyes of the Tingsha family, and send so many star wheel cannons to the Star Pirates? The Star Pirate leader didn't want to expose the star wheel cannon so quickly, but seeing Ji Qingqi's face suddenly turn cold, it was hard to resist the joy in his heart, and he blew a loud whistle. The Star Pirates have indeed completed unification, but there are still factions within them. This time, they launched an all-out attack on the Triangle Star Field. The defense line of Venus was broken the fastest, and Silverhorn only had the last line of defense left. Only Jupiter was a hard nut to crack no matter how hard they tried. The leader of the Star Pirates could not stand the ridicule of his mortal enemies. He attacked again and again, but the more he rushed, the more he could not kill the 10th Legion of Tao Tai. He had fought with Ji Qingqi so many times, and he was defeated every time. He wanted to peel off his skin, pull out his tendons, chop him into pieces, and feed him to the beasts. What made him want to vomit blood was that the 10th Legion of Tao Tai was hard enough to deal with, and the Baizhe Legion came with a desperate one. During the fight between the two sides, he was forced to leave the Muju Star, and had to ask for help from the leader. Now he has completely become a laughing stock of his mortal enemies. The leader of the Star Pirates pulled out a terrifying smile, and the face that had been eroded by the Black Star power, and almost lost its human appearance, was piled up with wrinkles, like a wriggling maggot, hideous and disgusting. He raised his hand high, his dark eyes stared at Ji Qingqi, and suddenly clenched his fist and shouted, "Fire!" The star wheel cannon that had been charged in advance was ignited, and the muzzle was raised, bursting out a dazzling light. The night sky, shrouded by wind, sand and darkness, was as bright as day at that moment. It was a star wheel bomb filled with a large number of SS-level alienation crystals. "You can't take it head-on," Ji Qingqi shouted. "Everyone spread out. Those who are close to the Sandhorn Rhinoceros can use it as a temporary shelter. The star wheel bomb fired by the Star Pirates is too powerful. Once a second-level extraordinary talent is hit, even if he doesn't die, he will lose half his life. Even a third-level extraordinary person can't take it head-on. Now, he can only avoid the first round of star wheel bombs, and use the gap of filling the alienation crystals to find an opportunity to kill those bastards." The star wheel bomb landed, bursting with dazzling light, but left huge pits on the ground that could accommodate 10 sand-horned rhinoceroses. Some soldiers were unable to dodge, and were swept by the aftermath of the explosion of the star wheel bomb. The star power shield was broken on the spot, the star power in the body was disordered, and a mouthful of blood spurted out from the chest. The power was even greater than the star wheel cannon sold on the market. Seeing this scene, Ji Qingqi had to wonder if the Xian family was deliberately setting up a trap. These star wheel cannons were simply provided by them, playing the trick of hiding under the lamp. What was even more terrifying was that the alienated crystals that he thought would fill the gap did not appear. After the first round of Star Wheel bombs were fired, the Star Pirates launched another 30 Star Wheel cannons. At that moment, Ji Qingqi made a decision. Can't avoid the battle. Must attack. Quickly take down these Star Wheel cannons. Otherwise, the Taotai 10th Legion is a mole in the cave, and the Star Pirates can hit whoever they want. When he was about to give the order, a cold and loud voice came from the sky. Where is the Taotai 10th Legion? Ji Qingqi turned back suddenly, and saw a ray of white light flying in the sky. The girl in the uniform of the Chief General of the Taotai Corps, holding the greedy holy scythe, rode a strong and gorgeous unicorn and entered everyone's sight with an unstoppable and powerful posture. The wind lifted her silver-gray hair, and her silver-blue eyes swept coldly over the Star Pirates in front of her, like a god looking down on ants, proud and inviolable. No one doesn't know Ji Qingyuan, and no one doesn't know the little Taotai of the Tiandu Ji family. Ji Qingqi held his breath, clenched the slashing ember in his hand, and responded loudly, Ji Qingqi, the commander of the 10th Corps of Taotai, is here. Without a moment's pause, a response sounded on the messy battlefield. The sound was so pleasing to the ears that it shocked people. Shi Yuan cut the Star Wheel bomb that flew in front of him with a sickle, and the pure white star power poured out before it exploded, annihilating it in the blink of an eye. The fierce breath was like magma erupting, occupying the entire battlefield. The ferocious and majestic Taotai totem rose from the ground and opened its golden fierce eyes to the Star Pirate leader. The moment of confrontation, the Star Pirate leader was as if pierced by a sharp blade. His eyes bulged out and exploded into tiny pieces of human tissue without warning. Bright red blood flowed out of the two empty eye sockets, which was chilling. At the same time, a huge Taotai totem phantom formed under the feet of the soldiers. The brilliant Taotai breath descended. Those injured in the battle were intact in the blink of an eye. The surging star power washed their blood and bones, and finally overflowed their skin. Every soldier who swore an oath to the Taotai totem felt the power increase from fighting with the marshal. Shi Yuan's voice was like thunder. Taotai Legion. Follow me and charge. Kill. The word kill indicated the death of the Star Pirates. Kill. The sound of charging was heard. The soldiers were full of passion, and rushed towards the Star Pirates, who had lost their composure after the appearance of the Taotai totem with their weapons in hand. Ji Qingqi rushed to the front. The wind lifted his golden hair, which was stained with black and gray by the gunpowder smoke, and the handsome face that always frowned after coming to Muju Star completely relaxed, revealing the ease and comfort that Shi Yuan was familiar with. He carried the slaying ash and rushed into the chaotic Star Pirates, stabbing, picking, chopping, and slashing. Each move seemed not to be in a life-and-death battlefield, but like an elegant solo dance. He thought a little ramblingly, it feels good to have someone protecting you. Fortunately, GCU found his sister, otherwise how would he live in the future? The cold white bone sickle hooked away a frightened head. When Ji Qingqi passed by Shi Yuan, he said cleverly, How is you? Lu Jing pierced through the chest of a Star Pirate with a knife, not caring about the blood. Shi Yuan turned around and kicked a Star Wheel cannon that was about to be fired in a direction, blinking at him. He's fine. He saved me during the earthquake just now. Ji Qingqi pretended to be puzzled and said, Isn't he weak, pitiful and helpless? Shi Yuan, ? Ji Qingqi coughed lightly. I mean, he should be very weak after just recovering, and it is more likely that you saved him. Chapter 195. The Star Pirates brought a full 60 Star Wheel cannons and attacked the camp of the 10th Legion of Taotai with the determination to win. They thought they could win a great victory and take down the Wooden Horn Star in one fell swoop. Who would have thought that Ji Qingyuan, who was far away in the Golden Carp constellation, would suddenly come out and catch them off guard? Not only did he summon the Taotai totem, he also joined forces with the Baizai Legion to support and wiped out the Star Pirates. The Star Pirates' bodies were roasted by the raging fire, making crackling sounds. Their flesh and blood were burned, exposing their white bones, which turned into ashes in the fire. The fire lasted until the sky gradually brightened. The pungent stench was diluted by the flowing sand, leaving a scorched earth. The 10th Legion of Taotai and the Baizai Legion returned to the camp in high spirits, carrying the star weapons stripped from the Star Pirates' bodies and pushing the Star Wheel cannons. The soldiers who stayed in the camp had heard the charge on the battlefield early, and also saw the Taotai totem that intimidated half the sky. They were so excited that they wanted to rush to the front line and kill the Star Pirates together. At this moment, seeing their companions return with a full load, they couldn't hide the envy on their faces. GC recovered some of his vitality. When he changed into combat uniforms and came out, he happened to see Shi Yuan and Ji Qiqi walking into the camp talking and laughing. Whether it was the soldiers of the Tao I 10th Legion or the Baizhe Legion, they were secretly looking at the high-spirited girl. The soldiers of the Tao I 10th Legion had heard about the eldest lady taking charge of the Tao I 9th Legion. They were surprised and had a strong curiosity about her. However, they accepted the Marshal's mission to come to the Triangle Star region to clear out the Star Pirates, and they were unable to go to the eldest lady to hang around and get to know her better. As soon as she appeared today, she summoned the Tao Tai Totem, reversed the situation in an instant, and killed the Star Pirates without a single piece of armor left. How could the soldiers who admired her strength not admire her? Ji Qiqi was going to deal with post-war affairs, and Shi Yuan also saw GCU standing in front of the tent that had been reset up. His face looked much better than before, but still a little pale. When he met her gaze, he smiled lightly, as if saying congratulations on your victory. Shi Yuan couldn't remember when she stopped talking to him with a needle and a cotton ball, nor could she remember when she trusted him. At this moment, seeing him standing quietly in the shadow of the tent and waiting patiently, she felt a rare sense of uneasiness for no reason. The white cat jade carving was put into her space ring by her, but she seemed to see the young man carefully carving white jade with a carving knife in the night of war. Shi Yuan didn't know how to move forward, but the young man who had been waiting for a long time without a response took a step and walked to her firmly. Are you tired? Because she couldn't give a definite answer, she nodded subconsciously. GCU had never seen her so embarrassed before, and laughed softly, without the anxiety and embarrassment of the secret in his heart being exposed. He raised his hand and rubbed the top of the girl's head, then go and have a good sleep. We won a great victory today, and the Star Pirates will not attack in a short time. He didn't know the current situation of the Jinsha Ring Zone, but he had heard his sister mention that they would take action against Jin Yuan Star in the next few days. He guessed that she hurried over after receiving the news from Ji Qiqi. First, she helped him suppress the curse, and then summoned the Tao Tai Totem to kill the Star Pirates. She must be very tired. When Shi Yuan pretended to be good, GCU often pretended to be a good brother to rub her head and tuck her hair, but none of them gave her such a strong sense of strangeness. She responded quickly, held down the kitten that was about to jump out of her pocket, and ran into the tent in 2 steps. When she took off her shoes and went to bed, she smelled the faint fragrance of tuberose from the blanket, and then she realized that this was the blanket and bed that GCU had covered with. Shi Yuan covered her face with difficulty. Why would she do such a stupid thing? Just as she was hesitating whether to lift the blanket and run away, the excited voices of the soldiers outside the tent disappeared. Shi Yuan turned over and peeked out. The curtain of the tent was covered tightly, and an invisible star power barrier enveloped the entire tent, isolating the noisy sounds from the outside world. GCU did not come in, and he also arranged a soundproof star array for her. Somehow, Shi Yuan's disturbed mood gradually calmed down. She turned over again, lying flat on her back and looking at the top of the tent, and the scenes of her past interactions with GCU emerged in her mind. Not bored nor burdened. To be fair, GCU is a very reliable companion, strong and quick-witted. Although he is a little weird and awkward occasionally, he never does anything that touches her bottom line. After knowing each other for so long, he has never thought of using her to achieve his goals, but has helped her many times. She and he have no conflict of interest, but have a common enemy. Perhaps because of her physical exhaustion, Shi Yuan fell asleep in a daze. After she fell asleep, a small bulge bulged from under the blanket. The kitten quietly poked its head out, looked at its owner who was breathing long, carefully stretched out its short legs, jumped off the bed lightly, and left the tent in a flash. GCU was asking the officers of the Baizhe Corps about the situation on the battlefield today in another tent. Suddenly, he felt a small thing rubbing against him at his feet. He looked down and wondered who else could it be if it wasn't the kitten. The soft little white cat gently rubbed his newly changed military boots with its body. When it noticed that he was looking at it, its furry little ears trembled, and it jumped onto his knees with a kick of its short legs. GCU quickly raised his hand to catch it, and the officer, who was reporting, also temporarily stopped talking because of his sudden action. The kitten stepped on GCU's palm, and jumped onto his shoulder along his arm very proudly. It squatted down in the eyes of the officers, who were either surprised, shocked, or puzzled, and let them look at it. The fact that Ji Qingyuan was a little white cat was not yet known to everyone, but many officers of the Baizhe Corps had heard of it. There were no cats in the garrison, let alone such a soft little kitten that looked like it could be stepped on to death. None of the officers, who could be promoted by GCU, were stupid. Considering that their own army commander had behaved intimately with Ji Qingyuan in public not long ago, it was not difficult to guess the true identity of this little white cat. The officers took advantage of the army commander feeding the little Tao Tai with the alienated crystals, and looked at each other secretly. Didn't they say that the Tao Tai family and the Tongxi royal family had fallen out? As the cousin of the second Prince Tang Shishu, the army commander was sent by him to lead the Baizhe army. He must be his confidant. How come he has a close relationship with Ji Qingyuan? The officers didn't know the true identity of Ji Xiu yet. They were recruited into the Baizhe army by him, and they won one victory after another under his leadership. Their personal conviction in him was far greater than that of the Baizhe army, which existed in name only, and the Tongxi royal family, which they had little contact with. In fact, when Ji Xiu led the Baizhe Legion to support the Tao Tai 10th Legion, the officers had doubts in their hearts. But the situation in the Triangle Star region was indeed critical. Once it fell, it would directly affect the Yunhe constellation. It was not impossible to put aside their prejudices temporarily and cooperate with the Tao Tai Legion. But in this situation, no matter how much the officers hypnotize themselves, it is difficult to convince themselves that the Legion commander and the Tao Tai Corps are joining forces to fight against the Star Pirates purely for the overall situation. After quietly looking at each other, everyone had a bold idea in their hearts. Could it be that the Legion commander is not willing to be the lackey of the second prince and wants to become the wife of the Tao Tai young master? Knock. 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 The crisp sound of knuckles hitting the table drew the officers' attention back. Everyone focused their eyes and met the half-smile of their own Legion commander. Their hearts suddenly trembled and their backs straightened. Ji Xiu let the kitten squat on his shoulder and eat the alienated crystal happily. He said in a cold tone, "You are all my confidants who were promoted by me. You are the backbone of the Baizhe Corps. You all know what is good for the Corps and what is bad for the Corps. I don't need to explain it in detail. I don't want other people to hear what happened here. Do you understand?" The power contained in these 3 words is far more than a stern warning. The officers all agreed and unanimously confirmed their thoughts. The Corps commander is indeed having an affair with Ji Qingyuan. The officers saluted together with great momentum. The kitten paused while chewing the alienated crystal, then raised his little head and wailed loudly in response. This wing successfully attracted the attention of the officers and received everyone's attention. The little kitten was not timid at all and moved his little ears as if greeting them. The picture was too cute, and several officers rubbed their hands hanging by their sides slightly. You can't touch it. It's a pure-blooded glutton. It looks cute, but when it gets angry it can bite off their heads with one bite. Some officers thought of the bloody scene where the pirate leader's eyes exploded after being looked at by the Tao Tai totem, and quickly retracted their sight, looked at the nose and the heart, and forcibly suppressed the urge to pet the cat. At the same time, a black star force flew out from the battlefield burned by the raging fire, circled in the air twice, and disappeared without warning. In the dark and deep cave, the pirate leaders who called the wind and rain in the Triangle Star region crawled on the cold rocks. Their clothes were completely soaked with sweat, but they didn't dare to move at all. In front of them, there was a dark throne, and a series of evil dragons were engraved on the throne. They were obviously dead things that could not move, but the pairs of dragon eyes inlaid with scarlet gems made people not have the courage to look at them. The man in brocade black robe sat on the throne unscrupulously, one hand on his temple, eyes closed and silent. The hazy black star power floated slightly around the throne, completely covering him, making it impossible to see his face, let alone identify his identity. After an unknown amount of time, a wicked dragon formed by the black star power climbed up the man's brocade boots and swam all the way to his shoulder, curling up on his slightly muscular arm. The black star power covering the man surged rapidly, recreating the battlefield seen a few hours ago. The man lazily opened his eyelids. His pure black eyes seemed like a bottomless coal pool. He stared at the girl holding the giant sickle, and never moved away for a long time. The wicked dragon climbing on him gently spit out a dark black tongue, spitting out a wisp of light blue star power. The man who had been expressionless suddenly narrowed his eyes, pinched the star power, and did not let go even if his fingertips were burned by it. After a long time, he laughed softly, looked at the girl on the battlefield, and gently touched her heart with his fingertips. It was her. When Shi Yuan woke up, it was already dusk. The soldiers had counted the spoils, and were preparing to light a bonfire for a celebration banquet. Ever since the Star Pirates broke through the defense line of the Golden Horn Star with their increased strength, everyone was on edge, always on guard against the Star Pirates' attack. Later, they were trapped in the desert with scarce resources, and lived a hard life of eating gerbils and drinking dew. They hadn't relaxed for a long time. This morning, the main force of the star pirates on the Woodhorn Star was annihilated by them in one fell swoop. 60 star wheel cannons, and a large amount of supplies were put into storage. How could they not celebrate? Sure Yuan woke up for a while lying on the bed, and felt a furry little thing rubbing against his neck and sleeping soundly. He smiled, and touched the kitten's tail that was wagging in his sleep. She lifted the blanket, and put on her clothes. She picked up the kitten beside her pillow, and put it in her pocket. She lifted the tent curtain and walked out. A soldier noticed her, and called the Legion commander to greet her. Sure Yuan asked about the location of Ji Qingqi and GCU. When he learned that they were both resting, he simply walked around the camp alone. The Star Array Master transferred from Corona and Jingu was mapping the nearby terrain. It would not take long for him to come up with the design of the chain star array and arrange a solid star array fortress. When Sure Yuan came back after roughly observing the situation in the camp, Ji Qingqi had woken up and was sitting in front of a campfire talking to the soldiers. She raised her eyebrows slightly and walked quickly towards the campfire. Who would have thought that Ji Qingqi, who wanted to be invisible even when attending a banquet, would one day sit among a group of soldiers, patiently listen to them talk, and occasionally respond with a word or two. Ji Qingqi may not be the best heir of the Taotai family, but he must be a qualified commander. Hearing someone calling the Legion commander, Ji Qingqi raised his head and waved to his sister. As the sky gradually darkened, a soldier came over to slaughter the marinated beast. Immediately, several people gathered around to help put the whole beast on the fire. The fire-type talent skillfully controlled the flames and evenly roasted every inch of the beast's skin and flesh. The grease splashed and fell on the fire, making a crackling sound. The fragrant barbecue smell drifted to every corner of the camp along the cool night breeze. Plates of star fruits were brought out, and everyone was given a glass of sweet juice. GCU yawned and opened the tent curtain. Seeing the soldiers exclaiming around the campfire, he raised his eyebrows slightly. When I got closer, I saw that it was Ji Qingqi's mimic dancing. The kitten was lying on the head of the ferocious Taotai with great spirit, hooking its fur with its little claws, and kicking its legs occasionally. The scene was too bizarre, but in the joyful atmosphere, it looked funny and cute. Ji Qingqi and Sure Yuan sat together, whispering something, occasionally chuckling. GC walked over and sat on the other side of his sister, interrupting without any tact. What are you talking about so happily? Tell me too. Sure Yuan turned his head, and met his eyes illuminated by the flames. They were dark and deep, but seemed to contain a sky full of stars, shining brightly. Ji Qingqi stretched and stood up. Oh, my legs are numb from sitting. I'm going to go look for Lingling. I don't know where I took the baby to play. Without waiting for the two people beside him to answer, he walked out in 2 steps, looking anxious to find Lingling, and it was estimated that 10 cows could not stop him. GCU looked at his back and blinked briskly. Sure Yuan moved aside to make room for him, so that he wouldn't fall on the ground accidentally. GCU followed her advice and leaned towards her. At a distance of a fist, he asked softly, "Can you sleep here?" Sure Yuan nodded, not bad. In fact, it was very good. The star array isolated the external noise, and the scent of tuberose seemed to have a light sleeping effect, so that she didn't fall into a bizarre dream when she fell asleep with a complicated mood. GCU smiled and said, "That's good." Sure Yuan was no longer embarrassed when she saw him in the morning, and asked frankly, "What about you?" GCU lowered his eyes and said, "I couldn't sleep well at first, and I always thought about my childhood. Later, I got used to it, and it was okay." The sky full of fire was his lingering nightmare. Even though he knew clearly that the past was over, he couldn't rationally overcome his fear of the sea of fire. Sure Yuan heard Yun Xing and Jing tell the details of the Baizhe family's death in the sea of fire, and knew that it must be a tragic experience that dare not be touched lightly. She handed a glass of juice to GCU, and said to him like coaxing a child, "Take a sip, it's very sweet." GCU took the juice, and took a big sip. When he looked at the girl next to him, his eyebrows and eyes were full of smiles. Sure Yuan turned his head away uncomfortably. Tang Shijin said that there is news of the Wuxing flower in the Chaos Star region. It just so happens that I have a trip to the Chaos Star region later. I will help you bring the Wuxing flower back. If your curse strikes again, remember to notify me in time, so that your enemy is still free and you die first. The last sentence was quite unpleasant to hear, but GCU smiled and responded obediently. Sure Yuan wanted to leave on the spot because of his laughter, but GCU quickly pulled her back, adjusted his expression quickly, and acted mature and steady. He took a bunch of fragrant barbecue from the grill and handed it to his sister. "It smells so good, have a bite?" With a little coaxing and a little begging. Sure Yuan glanced at him, and GCU's face was serious. She reluctantly took the barbecue and took a bite. The kitten came over at some point, grabbed Yuan's trouser legs, and climbed up along her calves. GCU was afraid that it would fall, so he raised his hand to support it, until the kitten climbed up Yuan's knees, and kicked his palm with its hind legs. Then he withdrew his hand, and accused it unhappily, little conscienceless. The kitten turned its head away, not caring about his evaluation at all. Yuan ate the barbecue while holding it on his shoulder, thinking that his cub was smart, and knew that the man next to him was a black-hearted person and rarely said anything to him. GCU didn't know that his sister was criticizing him, so he continued to drink the juice in his hand, took a piece of barbecue and ate it with relish. Ji Qingqi came back with Lingdang. Tao Tai, who was lazily lying by the campfire, shook the hair on his head, ran towards him briskly, and rubbed against him with his body. Lingdang was immediately unhappy when she saw it, and immediately stuck close to Ji Qingqi to show her unique status. Tao Tai tilted his big head and looked at Lingdang for 2 seconds, as if considering whether to show his fangs and bite it hard. Ji Qingqi raised his hand and touched its head before it made any move. Tao Tai behaved himself, rubbing his head against his palm, and he didn't seem to be much better than a kitten. Lingdang stared at Ji Qingqi's hand and growled in grievance. Ji Qingqi helplessly stretched out his other hand to stroke its mane. Lingdang was happy, holding his head high. No unicorn was more majestic than it. If Ji Qingqi sat on its back, it could immediately rush out and fly 2 circles. Bao Bao looked at Tao Tai, then at Lingdang, his big eyes turned around curiously, and finally stepped on his strong and powerful long legs, running towards Yuan, and lowered his head to touch it. Yuan, who had watched the whole process of Lingdang's competition for favor, smiled and touched its mane. Bao Bao squinted his eyes happily, bit his limbs, and laid down beside it. The kitten poked its head out to look at it, and no one knew what it was thinking. It kicked its short legs and jumped into the baby's mane, buried its head in it, and began to sleep soundly. Baby tensed up the horse's neck nervously, trying to look back, but her neck was too long, and she dared not move, so she could not see the little kitten sleeping on her mane as a bed. Yuan pinched the kitten's short legs speechlessly. Don't bully the baby. The kitten kicked her with its short legs, turned over and continued to sleep, and did not move no matter how she poked it. Baby seemed to have recovered, and the tense muscle lines gradually relaxed. She bit the star fruit that GCU sent to her mouth, and ate it happily. The 3 siblings were enveloped in a long-lost relaxation and sang military songs with the soldiers. The bonfire hit everyone's face, filled with joyful laughter. When everything returned to peace, Yuan prepared to take the baby back to Jingu Star overnight. GCU knew that she was very busy. This time she came to Mujio Star for an emergency, and there were many important things waiting for her to do. She did not have so much free time, so he took the initiative to send her to the entrance of the Star Gate. The cool night breeze lifted Yuan's hair and gently swept across GCU's face. As they walked along, neither of them spoke. The atmosphere was quiet but not awkward. Yuan felt that the most comfortable thing about GCU was not his outstanding appearance or his keen insight, but his sense of propriety. Just as he knew from the beginning that she was not an ordinary refugee, he never asked her questions or investigated her past. He even knew that she had a close relationship with the Saint Totem family of the Winston Empire, but he did not tell Ji Wu about it. At this moment, he was waiting for her answer, not pressing her step by step, but patiently giving her time to think about it. Yuan stopped, and GCU stopped with her. Under the clear night sky, the two faced the same direction and stood side by side. GCU? Yuan called his name. GCU responded patiently. I have never liked anyone, and I don't know what that feels like. She turned around, looked into the young man's eyes seriously, and gave her answer, but now I can be sure that I don't need such a relationship for the time being. My future is unclear, the curse is not resolved, and I don't know when I will be separated from my head and body. The Golden Carp will not be my destination. The Chaos Star Domain is just one of my future blueprints. I want the Yongyao Empire to perish in the endless night. I want to flatten the Winston Empire and make the Rose Totem submit to me. This is the first time she has spoken out her ambitions to a person she has been on guard against. GCU may be the most suitable and reliable person she has met so far, but she has not yet stepped onto the peak throne and does not want to be distracted. I thought GCU would be disappointed and regretful, but he smiled brightly. Yuan looked at him strangely, but the young man stepped forward, gently hugged her, and whispered in her ear, I didn't want to disturb your mood, but I didn't expect you to be so smart and guess my thoughts just by a flower of no life. Yuan, I am a person without a future, you don't have to worry about me. If I can't witness your great achievements, I only ask you to plant a tuberose for me in Tianma Lake as a farewell. Then forgive me. Chapter 196. Captain? Captain? Lei Lai raised his voice slightly. Shi Yuan, who was staring at the city below, was called back to his senses by him. What's wrong? Lei Lai said with a little concern. Are you feeling unwell? He had never seen the commander so absent-minded. Was there any thorny problem? Shi Yuan shook his head. Nothing. Lei Lai saw that she didn't want to talk much, so he didn't dare to ask her. He continued with the previous report. All the major cities have been captured, and the Jinyuan army has also disarmed. Nie Linghan found out that this terrorist attack was related to the Qinghua family, and is conducting a comprehensive screening of the Chamber of Commerce. 3 days have passed since Shi Yuan left Muju Star. During this period, Lei Lai and others successfully captured Jinyuan Star, blocked various alienated areas, and wanted the bandits, who took off the Jinyuan military uniforms and escaped. Jinyuan Star is the largest planet in the Jinsha Ring Zone. It has more alienated zones than Jindu Star. There are basically more than 2 star gates in a single alienated zone. The population flow is quite large. The major main cities are mixed with good and bad people, and there are spies from many forces buried. It is definitely much more difficult to rectify Jinyuan Star than to rectify Jindu Star. The news that Ji Qingyuan personally led the 9th Army of Tao Tai to raid Jinyuan Star has spread. Now everyone knows that Yin of Jingu Star is her pretending. For a time, the Jinsha Ring Zone was in a state of panic. This is not without benefits. The main force of the 9th Army of Tao Tai is gathering in the direction of the Jinsha Ring Zone. Ji Qingyuan's action against the Jinsha Ring Zone is a foregone conclusion. The Chamber of Commerce on Jinyuan Star, that was ready to make trouble, immediately calmed down after learning about this. Chaos Star region did want to snatch meat from the mouth of Tao Tai, but no one intended to offend the Tao Tai family completely. They have already taken away a lot of resources in the past 6 months. Not to say that they have made a lot of money, but at least their pockets are full. In the future, they will need to trade with the Golden Carp. They can't let the Chamber of Commerce, that secretly controls, be caught by Ji Qingyuan and uprooted. Lei Lai's report was very complete, and the tasks issued were also very thoughtful. Shi Yuan had nothing to add. After having a general understanding of the general situation of Jinyuan Star, he mentioned another thing. I'm going to Chaos Star region. Do you want to stay in Jinyuan Star or go with me? Lei Lai was surprised. Go to Chaos Star region? Shi Yuan nodded affirmatively. Lei Lai said without hesitation, of course I want to go with you. He didn't ask Shi Yuan what he was going to do in Chaos Star region. Anyway, they had to go together. Shi Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly and asked him, you finally built a foundation on Jinyuan Star, and you're just going with me? Aren't you afraid that there will be no place for you here when you come back? Lei Lai waved his hand nonchalantly. With you here, what do I have to be afraid of? Anyway, you won't treat me badly. Everyone who has worked under Ji Qingyuan knows that she is generous and never hesitates to reward people with real talents. What's a small Jinyuan Star? If he goes to cause trouble with her, maybe he can take down the entire chaotic star field, and then he will have to help manage it. Lei Lai's eyes were particularly bright, for fear that Shi Yuan would not see his wishful thinking. Shi Yuan shook his head helplessly. Then go and pack up. We will set off tomorrow. Lei Lai is smart, good at judging the situation, and has strong management and organizational skills. Taking him out will definitely be a powerful helper. Okay. Lei Lai responded briskly. Hearing the office door close, Shi Yuan looked out the French window again. Jinyuan Star is more prosperous than Jindu Star, and Jinyuan City is more than twice as large as Jingyan City. The city roads are connected in all directions. Tall buildings are rising and falling. A wide river flows from the north to the south of the city, and many star shuttles pass through the viaduct. The matter of the Jinsha Ring Zone has not been completely resolved. Logically, Shi Yuan should not leave for the Chaos Star domain so quickly. At least in her original plan, the earliest action should be taken in a month. GCU's curse broke out too suddenly. This time, helping him suppress the curse almost consumed all the power of the sacred tree that she could use. She was not sure if she could help the next time the curse broke out. Perhaps out of gratitude or the idea of clearing the gap, Shi Yuan felt that she had to get the Wushan flower in the Chaos Star region. As for the remaining planets in the Golden Sand Ring region, the Black Goat family's forces had all withdrawn. As long as the other families had a little sense, they would know that if they continued to occupy things that did not belong to them, they would sooner or later face disaster. With Ling Yao and others, it would not take long to recapture the Golden Sand Ring region. If there were really people who were not afraid of death and had to bite the meat bone, she could also do something in the Chaos Star region to solve the problem directly from the root. Thinking about business in her mind and looking at the reflection in the French window, Sure Yuan suddenly remembered the whisper close to her ear that night. She shook her head, shook off the last sigh, and returned to her desk to arrange all matters after she left. GCU, that evildoer, how could he die so easily? He was probably just pretending to be pitiful in front of her. Sure Yuan's trip to the Chaos Star region was kept secret. In addition to Lei Lai, she only brought Wen Ci with her. The reason for bringing Wen Ci with her was simple. She always felt that what he said in front of her was not entirely true. As for his real purpose, she could not guess. The reason why she kept him was purely because she felt that he was still useful. Wen Ci was very surprised that she would bring him with her. He behaved quite well along the way, always doing things like serving tea and water, and caring about Sure Yuan's diet and sleep. If Lei Lai had not known that his army commander was a careerist, and had rejected countless people who admired her in Xingyao Military Academy, he would have suspected that this boy was her lover. Sure Yuan did not say anything about this. Wen Ci was allowed to do whatever he wanted, and never said anything. The journey from Jinyuan Star to Chaos Star region was smooth. Since the news that Ji Qingyuan personally led the 9th Army of Taotai to attack, and the agents of the Black Goat family retreated in disgrace spread to the Jinsha Ring area, many wanted criminals and black talents began to run to the Chaos Star region, fearing that they would be caught, their spiritual power springs would be destroyed, and they would be sent to the White Lion constellation to mine. The three of them mixed in, and easily entered the jurisdiction of the Blue Flower family. This place is far more chaotic than the Golden Carp constellation. There are many emaciated beggars in the streets and alleys, holding broken bowls, and begging passers-by to give them a small nutrient solution. Some people specially gathered around the garbage dump, just waiting for someone to dump the garbage and rush in. It is hard to imagine that at the end of this street is an extremely prosperous commercial district. The people walking in it are dressed gorgeously. Any piece of jewelry they take off is enough to rebuild this bumpy street, and feed all the beggars on the roadside. Lei Lai frowned frequently. He had read relevant information about the Chaos Star domain, and knew that this was a place where the strong preyed on the weak to an extreme degree, but the reality still gave him a big shock. Ordinary people who were old or physically disabled could hardly survive here, and could only rely on picking up garbage to make a living. The meaning of the existence of people without mimicry was only to give birth to children who could awaken mimicry, to supply slaves to the rulers at the top of the food chain, and to sell cheap labor when they still had spare energy. Sure Yuan suddenly asked Wen Ci, "The Qinhua family has many shops in the Jinsha Ring district, right?" Wen Ci showed a blank look, and after thinking for a while, he said uncertainly, "It should be. When I was in the Qinhua family, I was always kept in captivity by them. Except for things related to the star array, I don't know much about other things." Sure Yuan did not comment, and asked again, "Do you hate the Qinhua family to the bone?" This time Wen Ci did not hesitate, and nodded quickly, with a bit of resentment in his eyes. "Sure Yuan, I give you a chance." Wen Ci looked at her in surprise. Sure Yuan pointed to the commercial street in front. "There is an S-level monitoring star array set up there. You break it, and we go get the things in the treasury." Lei Lai, he complimented, "What a great idea. The Qinhua family has no idea how many good things they have looted from the Golden Carp seat. We should go and snatch them back." Wen Ci, "The shops inside may not all belong to the Qinhua family, and it's easy to attract their attention if you do this. If your identity is exposed, it may be dangerous." Before Sure Yuan spoke, Lei Lai was already dissatisfied and said, "We just robbed and ran away. How could we be discovered so easily? Besides, the chaotic star field is full of people of all kinds, and there are many people who value money over life. No matter how smart the people of the Qinhua family are, they can't guess what we are up to. Or are you so scared of the Qinhua family that you can't even do such a small thing?" Lei Lai raised his chin rather harshly, and his scrutinizing eyes wandered over Wen Ci. "The boss doesn't accept useless people, let alone cowards. You are so fussy, you should find another way out as soon as possible, and don't hold us back." Wen Ci's face turned pale when he heard what he said, and he quickly looked at Sure Yuan. "Boss, I'm not. I'm just worried about you." He had contact with Ji Qingyuan's subordinates a lot. He had seen those who were thoughtful, mature and steady, and those who were straightforward. This was the first time he met Lei Lai, who changed his face at any time, and didn't give any face at all. Sure Yuan smiled and said, "Of course I know what you're thinking, but what Lei Lai said is not wrong. I originally thought that I brought you here to help you settle the past grudges, but now it seems that you don't have this intention. I was arbitrary and arbitrary. When CI didn't dare to respond to this, and immediately shook his head. Sorry, boss, I care too much and I'm not smart, so I didn't appreciate your kindness. Don't worry, I'm here, let alone a detection star array. Even the star array of Qinghua Manor, I can help you crack it. Without waiting for Shi Yuan's answer, he patted his face in a puff and walked towards the direction of the commercial street. Watching his back go away, Lei Lai crossed his arms and said, Boss, why do I feel that this kid is not honest? It's not that when CI revealed a flaw, it's purely his intuition that told him that the other party is not a good person. During the time he struggled on Jin Yuan Star, Lei Lai met all kinds of people, some arrogant at first and some respectful later, some saying one thing in front of others and another behind their backs, some fawning and flattering. For the sake of their own goals, they can be like chameleons, and even kowtow to their enemies. When CI was trying to please Shi Yuan all the way, and he was so attentive that he wanted to write "You're going to take me in soon" on his face. It's not that as a subordinate, he can't admire his superior, but Lei Lai thinks he is too attentive and a little deliberate. Shi Yuan smiled indifferently. Dishonest people are more useful than honest people. If what Wen CI said was true, what if she helped him deal with the Qinghua family? After all, the fall of the Qinghua family would benefit her and not harm her. If Wen CI lied and pretended to be pitiful in front of her under the pretext of being imprisoned by the Qinghua family, trying to gain her trust and plotting against her, he would definitely be trapped in his own trap. It would be better if he couldn't find out about Wu Shenghua for a while, so he did something on the Qinghua family's territory and asked for some interest, so that they could also taste the fire in their backyard. Lei Lai understood her meaning in a second, laughed twice, and said with a little regret, It's a pity that Old One is not here, otherwise that black-hearted guy would definitely be able to play the kid around. Speaking of Wen Songshu, Lei Lai had contacted him privately, and knew that he had also left Xingyao Military Academy, but the other party refused to say where he went. Shi Yuan blinked. He has other important things. Lei Lai was stunned by this and asked in surprise, He is also working for you. Wen Songshu was a force that Shi Yuan cultivated in secret. He did not intend to expose him to others for the time being, so he just nodded. Lei Lai couldn't help but mutter in a low voice, He is really better at dealing with things than me. You have to know that during the Yaoguang Dome Rebellion, Wen Songshu was the first to lead people to join Ji Qingyuan. Compared with his ability to change with the wind, Lei Lai felt ashamed of himself. Now after hearing this news, he was surprised and understood. He chuckled, We three can really live a good life. What could be more joyful than the news that the partners who fought side by side in the past can also walk together in the future? Shi Yuan curled the corners of his lips. Let's go rob the treasure house. The Qinghua family is the largest supplier of star arrays in the universe. Every day, there are chambers of commerce purchasing goods on their territory. It is not an exaggeration to say that they make a fortune every day. However, star arrays are more durable than star weapons. If you want to say which force in the Chaos Star domain can make the most money, it has to be the Xian family. There is a debt of 10,000 star wheel cannons. Shi Yuan is not in a hurry to cut the leaks of the Xian family. First, he will get some benefits from the Qinghua family, and then go to ask the head of the Xian family what the situation is with the star wheel cannon in the hands of the star pirates. It is best not to let her find out that it is the Xian family who is behind the scenes, otherwise she doesn't mind turning the top 10 families in the Chaos Star domain into 9 families. Lei Lai sensed the flash of murderous intent when she changed her tone, and his heart was slightly chilled. He straightened his face, and prepared to do something big. No matter what little thoughts Wen CI had, his talent in star arrays really allowed him to walk out of Qinghua Manor. It took him less than half an hour to crack the detection star array that covered the entire commercial district. He did not stop the detection star array directly, but opened a special channel, allowing the three of them to avoid the mark of the detection star array and easily come to the treasure house of Qinghua Chamber of Commerce. The treasure house is also protected by a star array. In addition, there are patrols every 5 minutes. The defense is very strict. Even if the thieves who sneak in can avoid the eyes of the patrols, they cannot crack the defense star array and enter the treasure house in just 5 minutes. It is a double guarantee. Wen CI was familiar with the star array structure of the Qinghua family, so he was naturally not an ordinary thief. He set up a hidden star array connected to the defensive star array under the eyes of the patrol team, and swaggered into the defensive star array at close range. It took more than half an hour to crack it, and took Shi Yuan and Lei Lai into the treasure house during the patrol. Qinghua chambers of commerce in various places would deliver trading materials to Qinghua Manor once a month, and then transport the star arrays for sale to the outside world next month from Qinghua Manor. This month, it was not the time to deliver materials to Qinghua Manor, and the treasure house was filled with boxes of high-level alienation crystals, and many alienation materials that were rarely circulated on the market were sealed. Lei Lai used his mental power to roughly check the situation in the treasure house, and couldn't help but take a breath. He was the chief general of Jinyuan Star, and he was a man who had seen the world. He had handled a lot of good things, but they were not as good as these in the treasure house. S-level alienated materials are everywhere, and S-level alienated crystals are like stones that can be seen everywhere, piled up into a small mountain. Only SS-level alienated materials and alienated crystals are stored in special storage boxes. A closer look reveals that there are 3S-level alienated crystals mixed in. Even Shi Yuan was surprised when he saw the 3S-level alienated crystals. This is just the turnover of a commercial district of the Qinghua family for less than a month. Based on this, the turnover of all industries of the Qinghua family is roughly estimated. The calculated number is not inferior to the revenue of the Taoai Chamber of Commerce in the Star Crown. After possessing huge wealth, anyone wants to have overwhelming power, and it is no wonder that the Qinghua family is obsessed with making trouble in the golden carved seat. Shi Yuan whispered, "Don't touch the 3 boxes containing 3S-level alien crystals. Start collecting from the S-level materials. Don't leave a penny behind." Lei Lai followed his instructions, and when CI glanced at her from the corner of his eye and followed closely. Fortunately, he brought enough space rings, and there were many in the treasure house. It took 10 minutes to collect everything except the 3S-level alien crystals. Lei Lai patted his bulging backpack and smiled so hard that his teeth almost popped out. When CI also looked excited and tried hard to restrain himself. "You two go first. Remember to run farther and faster. Don't let anyone catch you." Shi Yuan was much calmer than them. Anyone who has seen the treasure house of the Ji family in Tiandu and can take things from it and will not be dazzled by the small treasure house in front of them. Lei Lai quickly responded and walked a few steps to see that Shi Yuan was still standing there, looking worried. He curled his lips speechlessly and pulled him back. "Don't stay here and get in the way. Those 3S alienation crystals must have something special on them. If you move them, they will be discovered. The value of a 3S-level alienation crystal is not as good as that of 100 SS-level alienation crystals, because the majestic energy contained in the 3S-level alienation crystal can help the extraordinary third-level talents, who have accumulated star power to the critical point, to go one step further and reach the realm of half-step holy domain. If the amount absorbed is large enough, there is even a chance to break through to the holy domain. Once it appears on the market, it will cause the extraordinary third-level talents to scramble for it. Of course, talents without strength or background dare not take this level of alienation crystals at all, and most of them will flow to big forces. When the Taoai Legion is not on garrison duty, they will hunt 3S-level alienated creatures every month. Some of them will be distributed to the soldiers as rewards, and the rest will be stored in the treasury of Tiandu Star. Shi Yuan has no shortage of 3S-level alienation crystals, but no one would let go of the benefits in front of them, especially since she has the ability to easily take away the benefits. After making sure that Lei Lai and when CI had left, she released the Mandragora flower. She got the Mandragora flower from the mimicry detection doctor of Xiamangsing. It can release poisonous smoke to paralyze the consciousness of the gifted, so that they will be affected by her words, or directly poisoned and fall to the ground. As the level of the kittens quickly increased, the Mandragora flower was no longer the poor little thing of the low level at the beginning. The poisonous smoke released had a strong paralyzing effect, and it was colorless and odorless. Ordinary gifted people in the extraordinary realm could not resist it at all. The Mandragora flower had not produced a spiritual power fountain for a long time. It shook its petals curiously and looked around. After receiving Shi Yuan's order, it quickly held 2 newly grown green leaves and shook the dark purple flowers. The pollen fluttered gently, and the poisonous smoke spread out, dissipating to every corner of the treasure house and drilling out through the gaps. Shi Yuan saw that the poisonous smoke was almost released, picked up the Mandragora flower and put it in her pocket, controlled the star power to transform into a pure white rope, tied up the 3 boxes containing the 3S-level alienation crystals in one fell swoop, and pulled them up with force. In an instant, the structure in the treasure house suddenly changed, all the shelves started to rotate, and the feeling of weightlessness suddenly appeared. The treasure house fell down with a rumble, and the piercing alarm sounded throughout the commercial district. Shi Yuan flicked her tongue with interest, put the storage box into the space ring, and turned into a dark shadow into the darkness. Almost the next second after her figure disappeared, several powerful auras descended outside the treasure house. Several extraordinary third-level talents saw the completely closed treasure house sinking underground, and their faces became gloomier than each other. How many years has it been since anyone dared to attack the treasure house of the Blue and White Chamber of Commerce? The defensive star array was operating normally, and the treasure house was completely closed. The thieves must not have had time to leave. The leading woman sneered and threw out a full 36 alien crystals, adding another layer of shackles to the area near the treasure house. The 6 people immediately dispersed and stood in 6 different directions to take out the tokens engraved with the blue and white mark and inject star power into them. The blue and white mark lit up, releasing a bright green light. The chain cage surrounded by green leaves bound the treasure house that sank underground, and a skylight was opened on the top of the treasure house. One of the green leaf chains rushed into the treasure house, trying to pull out the ignorant thief, but it circled inside for a while like a headless fly, and flew out in a panic. No! The woman frowned. Seeing this, the others also released their mental power to explore the situation in the treasure house. Empty. Not only did the 3S level alienation crystal disappear, but other materials also disappeared. Instantly, the faces of the 6 people became extremely ugly. How could this happen? Once the 3S level alienation crystal leaves the array center, the star array independently set at the protection core will be triggered instantly. No matter how powerful the thief is, he can't slip away from under their noses. The youngest man among the 6 couldn't help but ask, did he run away? The mental power exploration was fruitless, and the star array did not mark any breath. This means that there is no one in the treasure house. How is it possible? Suddenly, the leading woman frowned, gathered a ball of air, and sniffed it at the tip of her nose. The others turned their heads immediately after seeing her action, and someone asked, "What's wrong?" There is smoke in the air. For a third-level extraordinary talent, the smoke of the mandragora flower is not enough. Sure, Yuan released the poisonous smoke not to confuse them, but to create a sleight of hand. The woman's face changed slightly. The other party may have sneaked in for a while. The biggest possibility of sneaking in for a while, without being discovered, is that they cracked the star array and deliberately triggered the star array to attract their attention after escaping. This is a blatant provocation. The Qinghua family is based on the star array and claims to be the most powerful star array family in the universe. The star array set in the treasure house is a unique defensive star array of the Qinghua family, which has never been cracked by star array masters from the outside world. But now the defensive star array is still there, but the treasury is empty. This is tantamount to a slap in the face of the Qinghua family. The atmosphere around was suffocating. The young man who had just spoken let out a long breath and broke the suppressed silence. So, the things in the treasury are completely lost? Another person gritted his teeth and said, there are 3S level alienation crystals in it. The head of the family personally instructed to send them to Qinghua Manor. Sure, Yuan, who was hiding in the dark, raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. 3S level alienation crystals are indeed rare for ordinary people, but the Qinghua family is a big family, so it is impossible for them to lack 3S level alienation crystals. Is there something fishy in it? The woman shouted coldly. Why are you panicking? Even if the little thief can escape, how far can he escape? Pass my order to immediately block Qing Lu's star. Before finding the stolen items in the treasury, Qing Lu's star is only allowed to enter, but not leave. As soon as she finished speaking, the piercing alarm sounded again. The young man seemed to sense something and looked outside, his face extremely grim. The monitoring star array in the commercial area has been broken. Chapter 197. The monitoring star array arranged by the Qinghua family can identify every breath entering the commercial area, mark its specific location, and track the other party after leaving the commercial area. Its main function is to prevent criminals from causing trouble in the commercial area. Once the monitoring star array is broken, the eye of surveillance covering the commercial area disappears, and the breath recorded by the star array dissipates. It is inevitable that there will be commotion in the commercial area. Coincidentally, at this time, a violent explosion sounded, shaking most of the commercial area, followed by rumbling explosions one after another, and someone in the middle shouted, "That's an SS-level alienation crystal. Go pick it up." It turned out that a store of the Qinghua family was blown down by a bomb, and half of the wall collapsed. The goods inside fell out and fell on the ground, shocking everyone present. In addition to the chambers of commerce that cooperated with the Qinghua family, there were also many vicious criminals who would move around in the commercial district. Some of them immediately had evil intentions and took advantage of the chaos in the commercial district to rush over to grab things and run away. Seeing this, The others seemed to have opened the door to a new world. They all had fierce eyes, and started a plundering without any bottom line before the Qinghua family could react. The chaos in the commercial district directly affected the 6 managers who were still in the treasury. They had to allocate people to take charge of the overall situation. Sure, Yuan guessed that the movement in the commercial district was mostly caused by Lei Lai and Wen Ci. The strategy of making a feint to the east and attacking in the west was very clever. For Auras left the treasury, leaving only 2 people to continue to guard here. Obviously, the steward of the Qinghua family is not a fool. He did not relax his vigilance here just because the treasure house was emptied. Although they don't know how the treasure house was stolen, they have strong confidence in the star array of the Qinghua family. Before they can confirm that the thief has really escaped, they will not remove the cage star array. The poisonous smoke of the mandragora flower floats in the air, which allows Shi Yuan to sense the situation outside without releasing his mental power. 6 tokens engraved with the Qinghua mark float in the air, releasing strands of green star power into the Qingya cage, controlling the operation of the cage star array. Obviously, these 6 tokens are the core of the star array. The 2 stewards who were left behind were checking the defense star array of the treasure house, and soon found the hidden star array left by Wen Ci. The 2 looked at each other, entered the cage star array, and began to carefully check the hidden star array that was still running. This hidden star array was cleverly arranged, completely embedded on the original defensive star array. No clues could be found by using mental power to explore. Only by checking each area of the defensive star array one by one could the strangeness be seen from the star array's star power running route. There was an embedded hidden star array outside the defensive star array, which meant that there might be a hidden star array inside. The thief was very likely not to have left, but just used a sleight of hand to confuse their sight. When this thought came up, the 2 of them broke out in a cold sweat at the same time. Just as they were about to notify the 4 managers who were leaving, they suddenly felt someone looking at them from behind. They turned around suddenly, and saw a palm-sized little white cat standing in the shadow outside the cage star array. It seemed that it didn't understand what they were doing. It tilted its little head, and its big round eyes were full of curiosity. It looked extremely cute. How could there be a cat here? Just as they were surprised, a sense of crisis that made their hair stand on end came from behind. The 2 of them reflexively held up the star power shield, and at the critical moment, they blocked the pale bone sickle that was chopped at their backs. The terrifying force impact made the 2 of them roll forward uncontrollably, and the star power shield slammed heavily on the cage star array, cracking spider web-like lines. The bone sickle that attacked them did not stop, but after the sneak attack failed, it did not hesitate to chop at the blue and white token suspended in the air. A crisp collision sounded, and the tip of the bone sickle touched the blue and white token, but did not break it, but was stopped by the invisible star power shield. The 2 managers slowly swallowed the breath that was raised because of her sudden change of direction of attack, but before they could swallow it all, they saw the little white cat outside the star array jumped up and kicked the blue and white token with one leg. Crack! A low cracking sound was heard. The blue and white token that withstood the attack of the greedy side was actually unable to block the light kick of the little white cat. The 2 men who barely managed to stabilize their bodies opened their eyes wide. When they saw the full appearance of the greedy side, they looked at Shi Yuan, who came out of the treasure house in disbelief. The white cat and the greedy side made the identity of the person who came out clear. In shock, the 2 did not notice that a green vine climbed up their backs from the darkness and stabbed them fiercely in the back of their hearts. The terrible pain instantly eroded their nerves. The vine greedily sucked the sweet blood. One of them tore open his shirt in severe pain and happened to see a delicate and beautiful rose growing from his heart. Before he could think carefully, the vine that had pierced his heart sprouted sharp thorns, piercing into his flesh mercilessly. The rose flower blossomed more and more beautifully, and finally broke away from the skin, pulled out tender branches and buds, and formed a second bud. They became the most fertile soil, and became the tribute that the rose mark offered to the rose totem. In just 1 minute, the 2 extraordinary 3rd-level talents became 2 mummies. They stared at the night sky unwillingly with their eyes wide open, silently questioning why death suddenly came. Shi Yuan coldly took back the rose mark, smashed the cage star array that had a flaw due to the loss of a blue and white token, and quickly picked up the kitten before other managers noticed the change here and rushed over, and disappeared in the dark night. She did not go to find Lei Lai and Wen Ci immediately, but roughly observed the situation in the commercial district. After confirming that it was chaotic enough, she temporarily found a place to stay. The 3S-level alienated crystals that the head of the Qinghua family specifically requested to be sent to the Qinghua Manor must have their own special features. Shi Yuan took out 3 storage boxes and carefully observed them. He found nothing unusual and no one had marked them. Then he controlled the star power to open them. The suspected poison or means of preventing theft did not appear. The 3 pure black 3S level alienated crystals lay quietly in the storage box. Jing and others took them out. Pure black alienated crystals? Shi Yuan could not hide her surprise. She had never seen pure black alienated crystals. Even the black crystals that could cause the gifted to be violent were red. They were named black crystals just to highlight their danger. These 3 alienated crystals are as clear as crystal, without leaking a trace of breath. With the naked eye, you can only see black star power flowing in the crystals. Black star power? Shi Yuan subconsciously thought of the black star power that was dissipating in the air of Muju's star. A bold idea came to her mind. The star power stored in the black alienated crystal in front of her was that strange black star power. In order to verify this conjecture, she released a wisp of the power of the sacred tree and controlled it to approach the black alienated crystal in the storage box. Sure enough, the black alienated crystal, whose breath was converged to be no different from ordinary, or seemed to sense the arrival of its natural enemy. The black star power flowing smoothly inside became agitated and began to flow left and right, as if trying to escape from the small space that imprisoned it. Shi Yuan put away the power of the sacred tree, and the alienated crystal was no longer agitated. She took a deep breath and released the power of the sacred tree again. Back and forth several times, the reaction of the black alienated crystal was exactly the same. The Qinghua family is a serious mimicry family. Although they secretly control a large number of black talents, they do not touch the black crystals themselves. What do they want this black alienated crystal for? Where did it come from? Shi Yuan's thoughts diverged, and he soon thought of the 60 star wheel cannon seized from the star pirates. The star wheel cannon was developed by the head of the Xian family. Only the Xian family can manufacture it in the universe. The Xian family is the most suspected in this matter. But then again, the Qinghua family is based on star arrays and has studied star patterns. It is not impossible that they cannot manufacture star weapons. It's just that most of the top star array masters in the universe come from the Qinghua family, which makes people ignore that they are also strong in other application fields of star patterns. Is it possible that they have cracked the production method of the star wheel cannon and secretly manufactured a large batch of them, selling them in the name of the Xian family or others, or directly colluding with the star pirates? Thinking of the strange star array that she had seen in the Qinghua manor in the past, Shi Yuan did not hesitate to speculate about the Qinghua family with the greatest malice. Of course, conjecture cannot be used as evidence. She wants to verify it further. She put away the 3S level alienation crystal and contacted Lei Lai. When Shi Yuan and Lei Lai met, the commercial street had already become a mess, with corpses lying on the roadside, and scarlet blood almost covering the ground, which hurt people's eyes. The patrol team of the Qinghua family walked through the streets and alleys, each with a solemn look. If they caught someone, they would check his belongings. If he did not cooperate, they would either be arrested directly or killed on the spot. The scene was bloody, and the attitude was arbitrary. Everyone was in danger and dared not resist. Lei Lai and Wen Ci were hiding in a hidden basement. When they saw Shi Yuan coming in from the ventilation duct, they were stunned at first. After they reacted, Wen Ci hurriedly asked, "Boss, are you okay?" Lei Lai, who was about to speak, glanced at him, swallowed his concern, and lent a hand to Shi Yuan. Shi Yuan supported his hand and stood up. "It's okay." Wen Ci took back his half-raised hand and handed a cup of warm water to Shi Yuan. Shi Yuan glanced at him, took a sip of the water, and walked towards the simple wooden table in front. "Did you create the chaos in the commercial district?" Lei Lai nodded. "We were afraid that you would be trapped in the treasure house and difficult to get out, so we took action when we saw an opportunity." After the incident in the commercial district, the Qinghua family had to allocate personnel to stabilize the order of the commercial district, which also made it easier for Shi Yuan to deal with the steward guarding the treasury and leave safely. As for those people on the roadside, they were all killed by the Qinghua family, most of whom were people who had robbed stores. Even so, a considerable number of people who robbed property still escaped. The Qinghua family naturally could not swallow this bad breath. Now Qinglu's star is completely blocked, and each star gate is only allowed to enter but not leave. The atmosphere of oppression is everywhere. Shi Yuan can't wait to know what the Qinghua family is planning behind the scenes. He tapped the table with his fingers. People who rob things must want to leave Qinglu's star immediately. Let's go and help them. Wen Ci hesitated and said, "You mean murder?" Shi Yuan answered concisely. Lei Lai thought along these two words, and soon his eyes lit up. Let's go kill those wanted criminals and black talents. Only those extremely vicious people have the courage to rob the Qinghua family. Now that the situation is tense, most people must want to find a hidden place to hide, and wait for this period of time before looking for a chance to leave Qinglu Star. But if a large number of black talents and wanted criminals die, they will definitely suspect that it was the Qinghua family who did it, and they will be eager to leave Qinglu Star for fear that they will become the next lamb to be slaughtered. The Qinghua family is indeed powerful, but if those extremely vicious people want to go against them, they may not be able to resist. The more chaotic the situation is, the more it is conducive for Shi Yuan to fish in troubled waters. If he can take this opportunity to find out the news about Wu Shenghua, it will be a two birds with one stone move. Wen Ci nodded as he listened. Seeing that Lei Lai was about to take action, he quickly took out the space ring he brought back from the treasure house, and said to Shi Yuan, "Boss, what should we do with these?" Shi Yuan smiled at him and said, "Since you brought it back, it is your trophy. Take it. You don't have to give it to me. You have helped a lot tonight. I can't let you work for nothing." Wen Ci didn't expect her to say that, and was stunned. Chapter 198. There were a lot of corpses of black talents and wanted criminals on the streets of Qinglu Star. They died in all kinds of ways, but the common point was that their belongings were completely looted, leaving only clothes to cover their bodies. At first, the Qinghua family did not take it seriously. People die every day in the Chaos Star region, both ordinary people and talents. The bodies collected by the garbage trucks can keep the incinerator working all night. But soon they found that something was wrong. Most of the corpses thrown on the streets were wanted criminals, with a bad reputation on Qinglu Star. They were not weak in strength, and ordinary talents were no match for them. The ones who attacked were at least extraordinary third-level talents. Most of the extraordinary third-level talents on Qinglu Star were related to the Qinghua family, either as their vassals, or with whom they had interests. Thinking of the Qinghua family's treasury being stolen, they sent people to search for thieves door to door, and killed the rebels with a single blow, and took over the deceased's inheritance. Some people were terrified, fearing that they would also become the dead souls under the knife. As more and more wanted criminals died, the atmosphere in Qinglu Star became more and more tense. There were basically no people on the streets, and the doors of shops other than the Qinghua family were closed, but the transmission of the sound of the tide became more and more frequent. It's been half a month, and the Qinghua family still hasn't found the person who stole the treasure house. When will the blockade of Qinglu Star end? You don't really think that anyone can steal the Qinghua family's treasure house? I heard that the Qinghua family was chased back by Ji Qingyuan after causing trouble in the Golden Carp seat. They are so angry that they want to kill some people to vent their anger. Where did the previous news come from? The Golden Carp seat has been in chaos for so long. The Qinghua family should have brought back a lot of good things. Even if they hit a wall with Ji Qingyuan, they won't get back their money from us, right? Wow! Do you know how many good things those who died recently had? Take Scar Lu for example. He killed an SS-level phoenix-tailed flower with someone some time ago. It is a good thing that can help the extraordinary third-level talents to go further. Because the Qinghua family offered too low a price, they were reluctant to sell it. Look, he died on the street. If you say that this was not done by the Qinghua family, I will be the first to disbelieve it. Scar Lu is dead? If it is true as you said, the Qinghua family is too arrogant. Who will dare to come to their territory in the future? I don't know who will come, but none of us can get out now. We should find a safe place to hide as soon as possible, lest the next knife is on our necks. What's the point of hiding? Gray Mouse is good at hiding, right? He was dug up by someone in his mouse nest. I was really shocked when I saw his body when I went out this morning. I guess he has been burned to ashes now, in the vortex where no one knows the identity of the other party. One tidal sound after another popped up, bringing one frightening news after another. Just at this moment, an indignant tidal sound emerged. Instead of waiting for the Qinghua family to come and find trouble, it is better to kill them as soon as possible. They will die anyway, and this may save their lives. That night, a manager of the Qinghua family was killed at home. As soon as this happened, the head of the Qinghua Chamber of Commerce, who was already furious because of the theft of the treasure house, killed another group of people. This was a big deal, and it completely stirred up a hornet's nest. More and more people from the Qinghua Chamber of Commerce died, but no one knew who did it. The atmosphere on the entire Qinglu Star was so tense that it was suffocating. When the son of the head of the Qinghua Chamber of Commerce was hanged in a bar, the situation had completely reached a point where there was no way back. The patrol team sent by the Qinghua Chamber of Commerce slaughtered the wanted criminals. The wanted criminals would not be slaughtered at will. They rarely united and broke through the block star gate in one fell swoop, escaping from the Qing Lu star, which was like hell on earth. Boss, are we leaving? Wen Ci asked when he saw Shi Yuan looking at the map of Qing Lu star calmly. Why are you leaving? Shi Yuan asked back. Wen Ci was stunned by her question, and after a little consideration, he said, Qing Lu star is in a mess now. Qinghua Manor will definitely send someone to take charge of the situation after hearing the news. If we don't leave now, it will be difficult to leave Qing Lu star after it falls under the control of the Qinghua family again. Shi Yuan did not comment and continued to ask him, what do you think of Qing Lu star? Wen Ci did not understand why she asked this, but still answered obediently. It was quite prosperous before, but now, after the wanted criminals no longer feared the Qinghua family, they robbed all the stores opened by the Qinghua Chamber of Commerce, and set fire to the Qinghua family's commercial street. Now Qing Lu star can be said to be devastated, no different from those planets in Jinli constellation that were looted by bandits. Let alone the cost of reconstruction. The Chamber of Commerce that suffered this time will probably not cooperate with the Qinghua family for a long time. This loss will definitely make the Qinghua family feel painful for a while. Thinking of this, Wen Ci suddenly had an idea. You want Qing Lu star? Qing Lu star has a star gate that goes directly to the Jinsha Ring zone. It is not impossible for the Tao Tai family to use it to extend its tentacles to the Chaos Star region. Shi Yuan nodded and shook his head. What do I want a Qing Lu star that is almost destroyed for? Wen Ci was even more confused and showed an expression of humbly asking for advice. Shi Yuan pointed at the table with his fingers. Didn't you say that the Qinghua family would send someone to take charge of the situation? Who do you think they will send? The topic jumped too quickly. Wen Ci frowned, not quite understanding the connection between the two, but still followed her train of thought. At least someone who has a say in the Qinghua family. With the right to speak, it should be easy to ask for money, right? Shi Yuan blinked. Wen Ci still looked puzzled. Shi Yuan was not going to explain in detail. He put away the map and stood up and said, let's go and meet this messenger. Wen Ci hurriedly followed her, still looking confused, but there was a glimmer in his eyes. Boss! Lei Lai shouted to Shi Yuan, who walked into the warehouse in a brisk tone. A beautiful woman was tied up on the chair behind him, with her head slightly lowered, in a coma. In the darkness, a smiling mask quietly emerged, and a black cloak covered his figure, making it impossible to peek into his appearance and age. A skeleton and a shadow stood silently beside him. Shi Yuan nodded slightly to them. Long time no see. Meeting the cold eyes not far away, Rose 13 bent her fingertips hidden in her wide sleeves and nodded slightly in response. Bai Gu couldn't speak, so she bowed slightly to her, and Yue respectfully called her boss. After the assassination, Shi Yuan asked Qi Qian to arrange their whereabouts. This time when he came to the Chaos Star region, he remembered that they had been here for a while, so he called them over. Lei Lai didn't know the specific things that happened on Tianyao Star, and naturally didn't know that the Smiling Mask trio was Shi Yuan's subordinates. When he received her order to meet up this morning, he was slapped on the shoulder by a white bone claw from behind, and he was almost scared to death. When he learned that these three ghostly people were his colleagues, he barely breathed a sigh of relief. After adjusting his mood a little, he was about to discuss with them how to hijack the envoy sent by Qinghua Manor, but he was directly taken away to block the people. A task that seemed quite difficult to him was completed in less than an hour, and even 40 minutes were used to rush. She is alone? Shi Yuan looked at the unconscious woman. Just as Rose 13 was about to speak, Lei Lai said before him, more than that, 3 came, and the remaining 2 were locked up in other warehouses by us. This is the decision. He always liked to show off in front of Shi Yuan, and did not notice the cold eyes of Rose 13 falling on him. Have you interrogated them? Shi Yuan asked again. Rose 13 immediately said, not yet, I am ready to wait for you to come over for another interrogation. His voice was hoarse and unpleasant, and Lei Lai, who was standing beside him, felt that his eardrums were bulging, as if something was cutting on them, which was very uncomfortable. He couldn't help but complain in his heart. Where did the boss find such a shady subordinate? He doesn't look like a decent person at all. When he looked up again, he happened to meet the cold eyes under the mask of Rose 13. Lei Lai shivered unconsciously, and felt that the temperature around him was dropping sharply. Shi Yuan didn't pay attention to the little tricks between the two. He controlled the star power to lift the woman's head, and said to Wen Ci, who was standing obediently beside him, do you know her? Wen Ci's presence was not strong, so Rose 13 looked at him, and saw him step forward and stand beside Shi Yuan, showing a calm and obedient expression, and narrowed his eyes slightly. Her name is Qingxin, one of the adopted daughters of the head of the Qinghua family. I don't have much contact with her, and don't know much about her. Sure, Yuan investigated the information of the Qinghua family, especially the people living in the Qinghua manor, but there were too many people, so he only remembered a few more important ones, and only glanced at the information of others. Hearing what Wen Xi said, she reluctantly found information about Yu Qingxin from her memory. She was born in a branch of the Qinghua family. She was taken to Qinghua Manor to be raised since she was a child. When she grew up, she was adopted by the Qinghua family. She was not a star array master, but she was good at management. She has taken over a quarter of the business of Qinghua Chamber of Commerce. If nothing unexpected happens, she will become the president of Qinghua Chamber of Commerce in the future. Qinlu Star is in a mess, and this is a very important trading planet for the Qinghua family. It is reasonable to send Qingxin here. Sure, Yuan said to Rose 13, you stay, and the others leave. Rose 13 raised her voice slightly, and when Wen Xi looked over, she said yes. Lei Lai always listened to Sure Yuan's words, and didn't feel that he was excluded from the scope of confidence at all. He left neatly, and didn't forget to take Wen Xi, who pursed his lips slightly. Bai Gu gave Rose 13 a thumbs up, and went to guard the other two captives with Yuying. After the warehouse door was closed, Rose 13 took off the mask on her face, revealing a young and well-behaved face, and whispered, Instructor. Sure Yuan responded, are you used to being in a place where money is a gambler? Rose 13 nodded, very good. That's fine. Sure Yuan pointed at the unconscious woman, wake her up. Rose 13 put the mask back on, grabbed Qingxin's hand directly, and bent it down without any hesitation. With a scream, Qingxin opened her eyes in pain, and cold sweat dripped down. Chapter 199. Qing Xian's scream spread out of the warehouse, and Lei Lai, who was guarding outside, trembled. Wen Xi also raised his head, and frowned slightly. In the warehouse, Rose 13 showed no mercy, and broke Qing Xian's arm directly, causing her to wake up from her coma. Sure Yuan glanced at him, and Rose 13 let go of Qing Xian without changing her expression, and took a step back to stand behind her. Qing Xian was sweating from the pain, but she was tied to the chair and couldn't move. It took her a while to realize her current situation, and she immediately looked up at Sure Yuan. A strange face, a strange breath. She had never seen this person before. When she saw the strange smiling mask on Rose 13's face, her pupil shrank sharply. She didn't care about her broken hand, and said in a lost voice, Smiley Mask. Smiley Mask is a well-known freelance killer in the Chaos Star domain. There is almost no assassination mission that he cannot complete. He is also very active. He accepts new assassination missions on the black market every month. In just 2 or 3 years, he has been advancing all the way on the freelance killer rankings, and has jumped into the top 10. It has been almost a year since he last accepted a mission on the black market, and he has not appeared since then. There are rumors that Smiley Mask died after failing the mission, but no one knows what happened. Qing Xian didn't expect to see Smiley Mask here, and his expression suddenly became extremely ugly. Smiley Mask's methods are cruel, and almost no one who is targeted by him survives. Qing Xian is good at management, but her fighting talent is average. Even if she spent a lot of resources, she only has the combat power of the second level of transcendence. She is not an indispensable member of the Qinghua family. How could someone pay a high price to hire Smiley Mask to capture her? What are you thinking about? Sure Yuan asked with a smile. Qing Xian suddenly came back to her senses, and said vigilantly, Who are you? Why did you arrest me? I am from the Qinghua family. Before she could finish, Sure Yuan interrupted leisurely, I arrested you. Qing Xian was choked by her matter-of-fact tone, and couldn't say a complete sentence for a long time. She knew that the possibility of the other party arresting the wrong person was very small, but she had fallen into this situation. Even if there was only one last glimmer of hope, it would be better to bring out her backers to scare people. She couldn't just accept her fate, and let herself be killed. Sure Yuan saw that she pursed her lips, and didn't speak, so he controlled the star power to lift her chin, and look directly into her eyes. The Qinghua family is colluding with the star pirates in the desolate star field? Qing Xian's pupil shrank suddenly. Sure Yuan smiled with satisfaction, really? Qing Xian gritted her teeth, and said, What are you talking about? I don't understand. Sure Yuan didn't argue with her, let go of her, and said to Rose 13, Get rid of it. Rose 13 never questioned her, pinched her knuckles, and said hoarsely in the sound of the joints colliding, Okay. Qing Xian looked at Sure Yuan, who turned and walked out in disbelief, and then looked at the smiling mask approaching her, and the psychological defense line she had just built collapsed. How could someone stop interrogating after asking a question that didn't get a definite answer? The severe pain in her arm that had not yet subsided reminded Ching Xian how cruel the smiley mask was. Her breathing became rapid, and she struggled violently between death and survival. The slight sound of the soles of her shoes rubbing against the ground was infinitely amplified in her ears, as if the god of death was approaching step by step. Wait a minute. Ching Xian couldn't overcome her fear of death after all, and chose the latter between absolute loyalty and survival. Shi Yuan paused slightly, and turned sideways to look at her. Xiangwei 13 also stopped drawing her sword. Qingxin was sweating profusely, and didn't dare to delay for a second. He said hurriedly, "What do you want to ask?" "As long as you keep my life, I can tell you everything I know." Shi Yuan raised his eyebrows with interest. "Isn't it said that the running dogs of the Qinghua family are very loyal? Why are you different?" His words were not ignored. Qingxin's tense shoulders relaxed a little and laughed at himself. Who wouldn't be loyal when the knife is on the neck? This is the fact. Without waiting for Shi Yuan to speak, Ching Xian took the initiative to say, "I don't know whether the Qinghua family has colluded with the star pirates in the desolate star domain, but the Qinghua Chamber of Commerce transported a batch of star wheel cannons to the Snake Lance constellation some time ago. The Tingsha family never buys star weapons and star arrays from us. I thought it was strange at the time and paid attention to it. Not long after, I heard about the fall of the Golden Horn Star. Perhaps what you want to know is related to this matter." Shi Yuan looked at her carefully and used questioning to avoid the possibility of being speculated about her true intentions. Star wheel cannon? Isn't that the star wheel cannon developed by the Xian family? Weapon. Can the Qinghua family also make it? Ching Xian pulled the corner of his mouth. The Qinghua family has so many star pattern masters. They bought the star wheel cannon, disassembled it, and studied it carefully. If they can't crack it in 1 day or 2 days, they will definitely crack it in a year. They just don't want to attract too much attention and only do the business of star arrays. Indeed, the Xian family also has star pattern masters who can arrange star arrays. Star pattern related professions are always interconnected. Even a beginner like Shi Yuan, who has only been exposed to star patterns for a short 1 or 2 years, can design star weapons and arrange star arrays with abundant resources. Shi Yuan walked back and looked down at Qingxin. "What are you doing on Qinglu's star?" Qingxin answered honestly. "Qinglu's star was messed up by someone, and the head of the family was very unhappy, so he sent me here to clean up the mess." "What was lost in the Chamber of Commerce's treasury that required you to make such a big fuss?" Shi Yuan asked again. Qingxin did not hesitate. 3s level alienated crystals. Shi Yuan pretended to be surprised. The Qinghua family is big and powerful, and they are still short of 3s level alienated crystals? The head of the family specifically asked for it. "I don't know what it is for, but he said that it must be taken back." Shi Yuan looked at her and said nothing. There was no emotion in her eyes, but it made Qingxin's back cold for no reason. Ching Xian hurriedly said, "I really don't know. Although I am the adopted daughter of the family head, my status is not high, and I am not qualified to know many important things." Halfway through the explanation, she suddenly paused, as if she thought of something, and said uncertainly, "Maybe it is related to." "What?" Shi Yuan frowned. Ching Xian opened her mouth and explained, "I have a curse on me, and I can't say those 2 words. This is the secret of the Qinghua family." "Curse?" Shi Yuan was quite surprised. Ching Xian nodded. "Everyone who has come into contact with will be planted with a secret curse, and we can't mention anything related to it to outsiders." Shi Yuan heard of this kind of curse for the first time. She looked at Ching Xian and asked in the other's uneasy expression, "Do you know where there is a whooshing flower?" Ching Xian thought she wanted to know the secret of the Qinghua family, and wanted to get the whooshing flower to suppress her curse. She shook her head and quickly added, "The Tianyuan clan was looking for the whooshing flower some time ago. I haven't heard any news recently. Maybe they have found it." She glanced at Shi Yuan cautiously. The Tianyuan clan is even more domineering than the Totem clan. It's best not to provoke them. Tianyuan clan. Shi Yuan frowned. Whooshing flower would be easy to deal with in the hands of any of the 10 major families in the Chaos Star domain. Why did it have to be the Tianyuan clan? Tianyuan clan has the Holy Land in charge, so no matter how brave she is, she dare not go to their territory to touch the tiger's whiskers. "If I kill you, the Qinghua clan should know it immediately, right?" Shi Yuan changed the subject. The cold sweat on Qingxin's body had not yet dried. She laughed dryly. "Yes, the secret curse was cast by the head of the family himself. She knows best whether the person cursed will live or die." Shi Yuan said softly, "Don't be nervous, I won't kill you. This did not comfort Qingxin at all, and even made her feel a fear of being sent to the guillotine. She bit her back teeth and smiled uglier than crying. The next second, a sharp pain invaded her nerves, like a sharp blade piercing her heart and then stirring from left to right. Qingxin couldn't help but scream. She felt that all the blood in her body was gathering towards her heart, and something was slowly creeping and growing out. The terrible sense of domination descended into her consciousness, making her unable to have any thoughts of resistance. It is a parasite more terrible than the secret curse. Qing Xian raised her head and bumped into a pair of blood-red eyes unexpectedly, and saw the enchanting rose blooming in the bottom of the eyes. It is the rose mark. The knowledge that flooded into her mind at that moment almost made Qing Xian unable to breathe. How could a pure-blooded rose appear in the chaotic star field? After an unknown amount of time, Qing Xian fell on the chair in a mess, her clothes soaked with sweat, and she looked like she had just climbed out of the water. Rose 13 took out a glass of ice water from the space ring and poured it over Qing Xian's head. Qing Xian shivered from the cold, and her gradually scattered consciousness gathered again. Shi Yuan snapped his fingers in front of her, and after making sure that she was focused on him, he asked with a smile, "Can you still take office tomorrow?" Qing Xian took a long time to react before she understood what she meant, and trembled. Yes, yes. Shi Yuan was quite satisfied with her tactfulness, and pinched her chin to give her a healing potion. Take good care of Qing Liuxing, and I will come to you for inspection in a while. Qing Xian swallowed the healing potion, and replied with fear. Rose 13 untied the ropes on her body, and his cold eyes swept over the potion that slipped from her lips, and snorted in displeasure. Shi Yuan turned and left, holding the star snail to send a message to Qi Qian, asking him to focus on collecting information related to Tianyuan clan. She would definitely return the silent flower that she owed GCU to him, even if it meant offending Tianyuan clan. Chapter 200. In addition to confirming that the Qinghua family had colluded with the Star Pirates, the news of the Wuxing flower from Qingxin was a complete surprise of this trip. But the Wuxing flower involved the Tianyuan clan, and no matter how much Shi Yuan wanted to get it quickly, he could only take a long-term view and look for the right time. 3 days later, Yuan Xing sent accurate news that a Wuxing flower was indeed born in the Chaos Star region, located in the Death Swamp controlled by the Qinghua family, and because it was not yet mature, it had not been picked by anyone. This news made Shi Yuan excited. If it had not been picked by anyone, it meant that anyone could pick it, which was much better than snatching something directly from the Tianyuan clan. Knowing that the Wuxing flower was about to bloom, Shi Yuan did not intend to stay on Qing Lu's star any longer. She left Lei Lai and Wen Ci behind, asking them to keep an eye on Qingxin, and asked Yuying to cooperate with Lei Lai's actions in secret, while she took Jiangwei Shisan and Bai Gu to the Death Swamp where the Wuxing flower was born. The Death Swamp is a well-known deadly place in the Chaos Star domain. The danger level is as high as SS level. Talented people who are not in the Extraordinary Realm dare not enter it at all. Even if they are talented people of the first level of the Extraordinary Realm, few can come out after entering. But even so, there are still people who rush in for the high-level resources inside, especially those desperate people who value money over life. They bring out all kinds of rare plants and minerals from inside. The reason why Shi Yuan was able to determine the location of the lifeless flower so quickly is because of Yuan Xing's foresight talent. The intelligence network developed by Qi Qian in the Chaos Star domain is not as efficient as this. When the three arrived at Yunai Star, it happened to be evening, and the sky was full of clouds, which was beautiful. There are many star gates on Yunai Star, one of which leads to the Death Swamp, but this is a one-way star gate, with only one entrance on Yunai Star. The day and night changes of the Death Swamp are consistent with those of Yunai Star. Since the Death Swamp is quite dangerous at night, the talents who go there to hunt will choose to come out before sunset. It is easy to see talents in a mess on the street outside the Star Gate, and there are also chambers of commerce that set up stalls on both sides of the street, using loudspeakers to buy alienated materials at high prices. Shi Yuan took the disguise Rose 13, and Bai Gu to stroll slowly on the street, and found that more than half of the stalls belonged to the Qinghua Chamber of Commerce, and most of the other stalls were set up by forces affiliated with the Qinghua family. Some talents will sell their gains on the stalls after leaving the Death Swamp, and some talents will leave directly. In addition to purchasing alienated materials, the stalls also sell various potions and star weapons, especially potions, which are more expensive than the shops outside. Bai Gu used to do murder and robbery, but rarely went into the alienated area to hunt alien creatures. This was the first time he came to visit such a messy street stall. He looked left and right, with a fresh look on his face. Rose 13 was fine. He was not very interested in these things. Occasionally, he would glare at Baigu, who was too excited, asking him to restrain himself and not embarrass himself in front of the instructor. Baigu had been his partner for so long, how could he not know what kind of person he was? He didn't take his glare seriously at all. If he saw something he liked, he would stop and ask the stall owner about the price. Every time this happened, Rose 13 wished that it was Baigu instead of Yuing who stayed on Qinglu's star. Yuing was not dumb, but he was much more obedient than Baigu, who was really dumb. At least, he would not be like a bumpkin, who had never been to the city, and was excited about everything. Sure, Yuan noticed that one of them was disappointed with the other was just ignoring him. She smiled silently, and was about to say that they could go shopping separately, when she suddenly caught a glimpse of an independent stall. The stall was eye-catching enough. It was right opposite the Star Gate. Anyone who came out of it had to take a look. It could be said that it was the best stall in the whole street. The stall was also simple enough, with an ordinary wooden chair and a simple wooden sign. Since the stall was facing away from Shi Yuan, she could only see a person sitting on the wooden chair, fanning himself with a palm leaf fan from time to time. She observed for a while, and found that none of the gifted people who came out of the death swamp stopped in front of the stall. She couldn't help but get a little interested. She slowly walked to the side of the stall, and saw the words written on the wooden sign. Buying Wuxinhua at a high price. Shi Yuan paused. Before she could see who was setting up the stall, she noticed that the other person was looking at her. What a keen perception. She didn't show her true colors, squatted in front of the stall next to her, holding one of the alienated materials and asked, "How much is this?" The stall owner quoted a price. Shi Yuan bargained with him for a while, bought this alienated material that was not very needed, and naturally walked past the stall that bought Wuxinhua, bought a few more alienated materials, and then called Rose 13 and Baigu out of the street stalls. Back to the place where they stayed, Rose 13 was puzzled. How could someone buy Wuxinhua there openly? The only function of Wuxinhua is to suppress curses. It is a priceless treasure for those who need it, and it is just roadside grass for those who don't need it. However, its rarity determines that it can be sold at a very high price. Since the Qinghua family uses secret curses to control the people in the family to keep secrets, how could they stand idly by and watch such a stall? Could it be that the stall was set up by the Qinghua family? Shi Yuan remembered the stall owner he saw when he passed by the stall. The young man looked like he was about 27 or 28 years old, with no special features. He was probably guarding the stall for too long, and was so bored that he kept yawning. He didn't show any breath, so people couldn't see through his fighting ability. He didn't look like someone from the Qinghua family, but more like Tianyuan clan. The Tianyuan clan was undoubtedly a living ancestor to the 10 major families in the Chaos Star domain. If they wanted to find the Wuxing flower, all forces would not only not obstruct them, but would also find ways to help find it, and even offer it to them on their own initiative to ask for a personal favor. Only people from the Tianyuan clan could occupy the most conspicuous position on the entire street so arrogantly, and swagger to buy the Wuxing flower. This also indirectly proves that the Tianyuan clan knew that the Wuxing flower was in the Death Swamp, but didn't know its exact location. Otherwise, they would not have purchased it at the entrance of the Stargate, but would have sent people directly to guard the location where the Wuxing flower grew. Sure enough, the terrifying nature of Bai Zai's predictive talent was beyond the reach of the mysterious Tianyuan clan. Shi Yuan did not answer Rose 13's doubts, but made a straightforward action plan. We will enter the Death Swamp tomorrow. We must find the Wuxing flower before Tianyuanshi. Once the Wuxing flower is in her pocket, it is hers. No matter how domineering Tianyuanshi is, there is no way they can snatch it from her. Seeing that she was confident, Rose 13 did not say much and answered yes obediently. He saw Shi Yuan being cursed by the golden crow with his own eyes, and thought that she was looking for the Wuxing flower to suppress the curse on her body, and did not think much about it at all. Baigu is a casual person. It was a coincidence that he and Rose 13 formed a friendship. Basically, he followed Rose 13 wherever she went. According to him, it doesn't matter what mission he takes, because the people he kills are not good people anyway. Now that he is following Shi Yuan, he not only has a fixed salary, but also benefits from time to time. His life is so comfortable that he is naturally willing to dedicate his labor to her. The Death Swamp is filled with fog all year round, with very low visibility and swamps everywhere. Once trapped in it, you will soon be surrounded and swallowed by the alien creatures living under the swamp. Most talents will not easily move on the ground, but will use the tall trees growing in it as a foothold. But the trees are not absolutely safe either. Poisonous creatures are rampant here. A spider the size of a finger, or an ant that you will ignore if you miss it may be a high-level alien creature with terrible toxins. Even if a talent of the third level of transcendence is bitten by them, he may die on the spot. Even though Shi Yuan has been to many high-risk alienation areas, he dare not relax at all. Yuan Xing predicted where the Wuxing flower grew, but because he was far away in the Golden Crow seat, he could not make a guide stone for Shi Yuan, so he could only tell her the general environment around him. There were too many stereotyped terrains in the Death Swamp. The most special landmark in Yuan Xing's description was a large tree embraced by twins, with bright red fruits between the branches, and a giant red-scaled python whose specific level could not be determined was entwined on the tree. Last night, Rose 13 bought the most detailed topographic map of the Death Swamp from the Black Goat family. Although the map did not depict the twin trees, it circled the approximate range of the red-scaled python's activities. The three of them jumped and flew between the trees at a very fast speed, and it took them an hour to step into the area where the red-scaled python lived. The trees here are particularly tall, and there are clumps of bushes. There are almost no normal roads on the ground. The sunlight is blocked by lush branches and leaves, and only a few rays can shine into the woods. You can smell a very obvious stench near the ground, and through the gaps in the bushes you can see a lot of white bones, some human and some alien creatures. This place is like a cemetery. No one collects the bodies of the dead souls buried here. They decay hopelessly in the damp environment, becoming the most fertile nutrients, nourishing the rampant growth of alien plants. Rose 13 frowned and said, "The death energy is very strong, which meets the growth conditions of the lifeless flower. It should be nearby." He looked up and tried to find the twin trees that Shi Yuan mentioned, but the strong death energy mixed in the white fog not only limited the visibility, but also blocked the external radiation of mental power. Shi Yuan said, "Let's search separately, and send a signal if there is any situation." The three of them have extraordinary third-level combat power, and have brought enough supplies. It is not a problem to protect themselves in the Death Swamp. What they need to be vigilant about is the sneak attacks of alienated creatures and desperate people. Rose 13 and White Bone are both people who walk in the dark. They know how to hide themselves well. Their tracking and anti-tracking techniques are also quite good. Shi Yuan is not worried that they will be easily attacked. The two nodded and jumped in different directions. Shi Yuan was about to move forward when he suddenly felt a terrifying star power fluctuation. As deep as the abyss, no one can see the end, and it is full of vitality, with a holiness that makes people want to worship, and an irresistible dominance and strength. Her breath was choked, and a bad premonition surged in her heart. It's too late. Shi Yuan didn't care about anything else, and turned into a shadow, hiding in the darkness that could be seen everywhere in the forest, and quickly approached the direction where the star power fluctuations came from. Bang! A punch was thrown out with a bang, and it hit the two-headed red-scaled python entrenched in the ancient tree with a force that could move mountains and cover the air. The two-headed red-scaled python was hit hard, and its mouth opened wide, spitting out its snake tongue, and roared in pain. A tiny figure stood at its 7 inches. Compared to the two-headed red-scaled python that was thicker than the 100-year-old tree, the man was indeed tiny. But when he stood up lightly, his proud and upright back made Shi Yuan's breathing stagnate. "It's the Holy Land. It's a strong man in the Holy Land. Tian Yuan clan." These 3 words popped up in her brain uncontrollably, and it was too late when she wanted to turn around. The man who smashed the 3S-level mutant red-scaled python to death with one punch found her, and turned his head to look over. When their eyes met, Shi Yuan's idea of lifting Ji Wu out to protect herself was stuck. She looked at the man in a white cloak and a silver olive mask in the distance in shock. Although she had only met him once, how could she forget him? Even though she had never seen his true face, she could still see the beauty under the mask. "She is so gorgeous, there is no one like her." The 2 words Yuan Zhou came out of his mouth. The man paused and stared at Shi Yuan. The breeze blew on her face, and the man in her field of vision disappeared, and a shadow covered her. Yuan Zhou stood in front of Shi Yuan without any support, pursed his thin lips slightly, and said uncertainly, "Qin Yuan?"